Chapter 1. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, on this fine day, the sun bathed the earth in a warm hue at that moment. A spherical shield descended from the heavens. Hours later, a man who had just fallen from the sky struggled to open his eyes. Surveying his surroundings, he muttered in confusion, "Where am I?" All he could see was desolation. Not even a respectable blade of grass was in sight. Didn't I just fall asleep at home? How'd I end up here? What on earth is this place? Just as the man was on the verge of a breakdown, a synthesized electronic voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host Rosha, you have successfully traversed into the world of pirates." As the voice faded, time seemed to freeze, and Rosha's mind felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow. With a resounding duong. What? The pirate world? Indeed. Host, you currently find yourself on an uninhabited island in the East Sea. Rosha's lips curled into a smirk, momentarily at a loss for words. Then what system are you? Rosha inquired. Ding. The dimensional synthesis system at your service. As long as you can conceive it, nothing is beyond synthesis. Following the system's guidance, Rosha's hands began to emanate luminous particles, gradually radiating a vibrant azure glow. Before long, a mystical rice cracker materialized before him. Rosha stared in disbelief. Did I just synthesize this? He pointed to his own nose as he spoke. Indeed, host, the skill of hand-rolling rice crackers is a gift bestowed upon you. Seizing upon this key detail, Rosha immediately asked, "Gifted? What about the beginner's gift pack?" Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Rosha nodded vigorously. Yes, open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the nature-type Burn Fruit 1 and the Great Blade 21 Tiger Hunt rewards distributed. Rosha gazed at the two items that had materialized before him. Speechless, is this really the Burn Fruit? The kind that even dogs wouldn't eat? He grimaced and set it aside, turning his attention to the blade. Ka! Rosha drew the Tiger Hunt, and it gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. The Tiger Hunt's overall appearance was a striking dark blue, its blade a chaotic serrated edge, adorned with purple, jagged patterns. Just a glance was enough for Rosha to fall irrevocably in love with the blade. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glanced between the Burn Fruit and the Tiger Hunt. Rosha grinned, holding both items in his hand. Since I won't be eating the devil fruit, I can't let it go to waste. He murmured to himself. A surge of azure light erupted from Rosha's hands, enveloping both the Tiger Hunt and the Burn Fruit. In an instant, a blinding flash of azure illuminated the area, and when the light subsided, only the blade remained. The Burn Fruit had vanished without a trace. Rosha rubbed his eyes, ensuring he wasn't hallucinating, then examined the Tiger Hunt closely. Now, the blade was utterly transformed. Where it once appeared dark blue, it now bore 3 fiery patterns. This revelation filled Rosha with astonishment. Moreover, the previously jagged patterns on the blade had shifted to a stunning red-purple hue. Rosha scratched his head, but this seems quite similar to before. Since it's a nature-type fruit, I wonder if this blade can freely change its shape? Just as he pondered, the Tiger Hunt in his hand morphed into a red-black bracelet that coiled around his wrist. Rosha's eyes widened in disbelief. It truly can. And how about reverting to its original form? In an instant, the bracelet transformed back into the blade in Rosha's grasp. Satisfied, Rosha nodded and drew the Tiger Hunt, swinging it forcefully towards the ocean. As he struck the water, a fiery slash, akin to a blade's aura, erupted from the Tiger Hunt. Whoa, this is incredible. I didn't expect a spontaneous idea to actually work. Unable to contain his excitement, Rosha began devouring the rice crackers he had synthesized. Nodding approvingly with each bite, he remarked, "Delicious. Truly worthy of the tastes favored by Garp and Sengoku." Minutes later, Rosha's exuberance finally subsided. It's time to leave this lonely island, though. I have no idea what dangers await outside. I will surely starve to death here. But the moment he prepared to rise, a mechanic, however, blissfully reclining upon the lookout tower, Rosha remained utterly oblivious to the impending danger that awaited him. I presume the pirates I just sent plummeting into the sea must be on their way soon. Hurry up and arrive, so that I may plunder you thoroughly." Rosha thought with exhilaration. Approximately 3 minutes later, the doghead warship anchored near the solitary island, and Garp leaped directly from the vessel, scanning the surroundings as he landed. Suddenly, Garp's gaze turned towards the lookout tower, which was precisely where Rosha was resting. Lost in thoughts of how to eloquently and emotionally execute his ambush, Rosha abruptly sat upright, feeling as though a ferocious beast had set its sights upon him. As Rosha surveyed his surroundings, his eyes met Garp's. A singular phrase erupted in Rosha's mind. "Oh no, how could Garp be here?" Garp, locking eyes with Rosha, allowed a hearty laugh. "Found you, you little rascal. Dare to attack my warship? Prepare to be struck by my iron fist." In the blink of an eye, Garp seemed to have instantaneously arrived before Rosha. Rosha stood there, stunned, as if paralyzed, utterly unable to move. It was not that he wished to remain still, rather. He found himself incapable of motion, his legs still trembling. Only when Garp seized him by the scruff of his neck and leapt down did Rosha finally exhale in relief. "Phew, as long as you're not here to beat me up right away, I can handle it." The surrounding Navy personnel watched as their Vice Admiral Garp apprehended a young man from afar, and they immediately recognized him as the individual who had just attacked them. However, upon seeing him up close, the naval officers appeared somewhat bewildered. "Wait, why does this guy seem like he's fleeing from disaster? Perhaps he's a scavenger. Look at him. Not a single piece of decent clothing on him. And that hair, has it been years since he last had a trim?" Listening to the sailors' remarks about him, Rosha initially remained unfazed, but as their comments grew increasingly disparaging, a deep scowl settled upon his face. "Hey, you naval officers, can't you speak with a bit more decorum? Is it customary for the Navy to slander individuals like this? Scoundrels!" Upon hearing Rosha's reprimand, the sailors promptly silenced themselves. At that moment, Garp sat down before Rosha and inquired, "Kid, who are you? How did you end up here?" Rosha scrutinized Garp from head to toe before responding. "Vice Admiral Garp, greetings. I am Rosha, an orphan. That's all." Bogart, standing behind Garp, could no longer contain himself and directly asked, "Kid, why did you attack our Navy ship?" Hearing someone speak, Rosha brushed aside his long hair to get a clearer view of the questioner. The man bore a sword at his side, suggesting he was a swordsman, yet his face resembled that of someone with a perpetual expressionless demeanor. Rosha recalled the man's name: Bogart, Garp's first officer. "Ahem, my apologies. I typically attack pirate ships, and I must have misjudged the distance this time. I thought that after sinking your vessel, you would swim to my island, where I could subsequently plunder you." Rosha's tone grew increasingly feeble as he spoke, until he finally fell silent. There was no choice. They had to bow to the stronger party in this world where the mighty reigned supreme. "Why do you wish to plunder?" Bogart inquired. Rosha spread his hands, proclaiming, "I am unlike you. You are sailors, while I am but an orphan, famished." As he spoke, a flicker of azure light danced in his left hand, and suddenly, several celestial delicacies materialized within his grasp. "As you can see, there are few animals on the island. I have consumed them all, and at times, I am left with no choice but to eat these celestial treats. Naturally, when there is no food, one must resort to thievery. Furthermore, these celestial delicacies are rather unpalatable and can become tiresome." Little did Rosha know that his display had left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Those aboard Garp's ship were well aware of their admiral's fondness for celestial treats. Garp fixed his gaze intently on Rosha's left hand, fearful of misjudging what he saw. While Rosha rambled on about his recent experiences, he turned to find Garp staring at the celestial delicacies in his hand with an expression of unrestrained desire. Gulp, Rosha nervously swallowed, extending the delicacies toward Garp. "Garp, Admiral, would you care for some?" His hand trembled slightly, apprehensive of a potential reprimand, for Garp's gaze was akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Truly unsettling. How embarrassing! Garp, despite his words, acted swiftly, seizing the treats and devouring them in a matter of moments. Crunch, crunch. The sound of Garp voraciously munching filled the air as he inquired, "Where did you acquire these celestial delicacies? Did you craft them yourself?" "I have yet to taste such a flavor." Rosha glanced at Garp, contemplating before he spoke. "Well, Admiral Garp, one might say these celestial treats are of my own making, though they require no raw materials." With another flicker of azure light, celestial delicacies appeared anew in Rox's hand. The sailors present widened their eyes in disbelief. They had witnessed the impossible. These treats had indeed materialized from thin air. A devil fruit user, Bogart declared with conviction. Roxa smirked, tilting his head away, unwilling to engage. Moreover, he was not a devil fruit user. He had merely not attacked them. Thus the Navy had no justification to detain him. Garp rubbed his hands together, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face as he leaned closer to Roxa. My boy, what manner of ability do you possess that allows you to conjure such celestial treats? Might you share it with me? The Navy is currently seeking new recruits. Would you have any interest in joining our ranks? Our mess hall serves exceptionally delightful cuisine. At the mention of food, Roxa unconsciously drooled. It had been ages since he had enjoyed a proper meal. Just then, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward, system space. The system space can be expanded or contracted at the host's will. Though the system's proclamation was lengthy, in the real world, it transpired in an instant. Returning to his senses, Roxa slowly replied, "My abilities are formidable. I am not jesting. The celestial delicacies you just witnessed are merely one aspect of my capabilities. If you wish to know more." Both the sailors and Garp leaned in attentively, but Roxa did not finish his thought. "Young Roxa, what exactly is your ability?" Roxa pointed to his flat abdomen. "Is there food aboard your ship? I find myself rather hungry." He was so famished that he lacked the strength to elaborate on his abilities. Bogart glanced at the sailors behind him, and they nodded in understanding, dispatching a group of 4 to fetch food from the ship. When the food was presented before Roxa, his eyes sparkled with delight. "I shall not hold back." He devoured an array of dishes, bones, meat, fried rice, noodles, orange juice, and more, all vanished into his stomach. "Ah, I am thoroughly sated." Roxa wiped his mouth, a look of satisfaction plastered on his face. Garp patted Roxa on the shoulder and inquired, "What is your ability?" "My ability is synthesis. I can combine any 2, 3, or even 10 items." Upon hearing Roxa's explanation, Garp scratched his head. "A synthesis fruit? I do not recall such a devil fruit existing." "Admiral Garp, the sea is vast and wondrous, so it is not surprising that various abilities exist," Bogart explained. Garp nodded. "How about a little arrangement then? After all, I have just consumed so much of your food." With that, Roxa stood, waving his hands before them. "Nothing is here, right?" Indeed. In the next moment, Roxa clenched his right fist, and the fiery bracelet he wore on his wrist suddenly transformed into a blade. "This is something I synthesized a year ago. It should be a combination of a natural-type devil fruit and a large knife." As he spoke, the blade, known as Tiger's Hunt, twirled around him. Its flames combined with an eerie blue hue, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Seeing the blade in Roxa's hand, Bogart, a swordsman, immediately recognized its exceptional quality, especially given that it had fused with a natural-type fruit. Truly remarkable. "Young Roxa, how did you achieve this synthesis?" Bogart inquired, his curiosity piqued. With a resigned sigh, Roxa thought, "These Navy folks are quite talkative," but for the sake of ensuring future meals, he decided to explain that he raised his hands, emitting a blue glow before the crowd. "This is the method. I synthesize using my hands. Do you understand?" Bogart nodded, pulling Garp aside for a moment. After walking approximately 30 meters, Bogart said, "Admiral Garp, we must recruit this Roxa into the Navy." Garp laughed heartily, recalling the spectacle of Roxa conjuring celestial delicacies. "Of course, he can summon celestial treats out of thin air. I will not let him slip away." "Admiral Garp, are you not aware of the value of the blade he produced?" Despite his excitement, Bogart kept his voice low. "What value? It is merely a knife fused with a devil fruit." Garp shrugged nonchalantly. Bogart facepalmed, accustomed to Garp's reaction. "That as far as I know, only Vegapunk has the capability to allow a blade to consume a devil fruit, and that is limited to animal-type fruits. Yet Roxa produced a blade fused with a natural-type fruit." In that instant, time seemed to freeze as Garp slapped his forehead. "Ah, this lad may indeed be a treasure." Once their discussion concluded, Garp approached Roxa, extending his hand. "Young Roxa, join the Navy." Roxa was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a formal invitation from Garp. However, to ensure he could enjoy the Navy's meals, he felt compelled to accept. "Very well. For staying on this island would surely lead to my demise." Garp's smile could not be contained upon hearing Roxa's acceptance. "Excellent. Bogart, Prepare to set sail. Destination, Navy headquarters. Yes, sir. On board the Doghead warship, an astonishing scene unfolded before the sailors' eyes. A figure, disheveled and ragged, held a large piece of meat in one hand and a drink in the other. Garp sat on the deck, occasionally teasing Bogart. Ha ha. Bogart. Look. Is there anyone who can eat more than I? Ha ha ha. Bogart, with a calm demeanor, replied, No, Admiral Garp, no one can out-eat you. Minutes later, the deck was strewn with dozens of empty plates and over 30 empty barrels of drink. Rosha lay back on the ground, patting his stomach with a look of utter contentment. Ah, how satisfying. It has been far too long since I have felt such fulfillment. Garp, reclining in his chair, mused, How long has it been since you last ate? Lad? Thankfully, I always keep ample food aboard. Rosha curled his lips, exclaiming how long it had been since he savored anything so delectable. With nothing left to eat on the island, he resorted to fishing. And when he couldn't catch any fish, he settled for sunbae. As he spoke, Rosha conjured a sunbae from the palm of his hand, causing Garp, who stood nearby, to gaze at him with starry eyes. Garp rubbed his hands together and leaned closer to Rosha, saying, Young Rosha, could you spare an old man a few to taste? Sure. Rosha replied, in an instant. A green glow enveloped his hands, and countless sunbae materialized in Jiangqi's grasp. Gradually, a mountain of sunbae began to pile up before Garp and Rosha. Upon witnessing such an abundance, Garp looked at Rosha with an expression akin to that of a treasure hunter, making Rosha feel somewhat uneasy. Just then, Bogart approached Rosha, saying, Young Rosha, follow me. Rosha scratched his head in confusion, but decided to follow Bogart into the ship's cabin. Keeping pace with Bogart, they arrived in a room where a set of clothes hung on a rack. Young Rosha, you can take a shower first, and then change into the clothes on the rack. I'll step out for a moment. Rosha opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He was not one to be finicky. So he promptly pulled open the bathroom door. About 30 minutes later, a man emerged dressed in a black shirt adorned with a green dragon pattern on the cuffs of his left arm. He wore shorts and slippers. As he stepped out, nearly all the sailors on deck turned to look at him, but none made a move. Even the dimmest among them could guess who he was. Thank you, Brother Bogart, for allowing me to look presentable. Bogart opened his mouth, but could not suppress his curiosity, asking, That outfit I gave you, it shouldn't have been this one, right? Rosha nodded. That's right, I found that outfit rather unattractive. So I took the liberty of using my abilities to modify it. Now it looks quite comfortable and appealing. Garp, in agreement, nodded his head, stating that Rosha had been disheveled before but now appeared tidy. With his black hair reminiscent of his own grandson, Rosha twitched his lips, retorting, Old Garp, I'm not your grandson. Don't go claiming me as one. I understand. Garp laughed heartily. Rosha smirked. Are you even paying attention? After saying this, Rosha conjured another pile of sunbae beside Garp, leaving him to enjoy it at his leisure. Rosha then quickly approached Bogart and inquired, Brother Bogart, do you have any idea when we will reach Navy headquarters? Approximately 10 days of sailing. Give or take, that's just how the sea is. One must get accustomed to it. Rosha forced a smile at Bogart's perpetually stoic face, replying, All right, I appreciate your help, Brother Bogart. Just then, a familiar voice echoed once more, Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a random quest. Please create an item that can help the Doghead warship increase its speed. Reward, Gravity Glove Synthesis Blueprint. Failure, Deprivation of Tiger Haunt. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Rosha's face, replaced by a dark scowl. Does this dog system intend to swallow my Tiger Haunt? If it wanted it, it should have said so earlier. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized there were indeed methods to accelerate the ship, but time was limited. He needed to hurry. As he walked in silence, lost in thought, Rosha unwittingly entered the ship's cabin. When he emerged again, he was dragging a bundle. Instantly, all the sailors on deck, including Garp, were perplexed, their heads adorned with question marks. Garp was the first to break the silence. Hey, Rosha, what on earth is that pile of packages on your back? Are you planning to leave? Not coming with me to the Navy? Rosha's eyes darted to see Garp's fists clenched tightly, and suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Is Garp about to hit me? No, don't be ridiculous. I painstakingly found these treasures in the cabin. As he spoke, Rosha began to dump the assorted junk he had scavenged onto the deck. Among the debris were a deformed iron pot, a wine bottle, wooden planks, and even some sturdy metal. If Roxia's guess was correct, it was the renowned sea prison stone from the pirate world. Roxia frowned. Hey, old Garp, could you keep your sunbae munching down to a dull roar? You're making it impossible for me to concentrate. At that moment, Roxia was holding a 1-meter-long wooden stick and a tattered piece of clothing, as a green light flickered around them, gradually merging the two items together. Moments later, the green glow faded, and the two objects transformed into one. What the heck is this? Roxia exclaimed, tossing it aside. Bogart nodded in approval, impressed that he could turn two pieces of junk into something new. Garp, having witnessed the transformation, ceased his sunbae consumption and even rose from his lounge chair to sit on the deck, quietly observing Roxia's continuous synthesis. Time passed, perhaps an hour or two, when suddenly, a shout startled everyone present. Garp's bubble of bliss was burst by the commotion. At that moment, Roxia held an object resembling a fan, one in each hand, each nearly half his height. Garp, groggy from sleep, looked at Roxia's items with confusion, asking, "Young Roxia, are you feeling hot? Why do you have two large fans?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Roxia. No, these aren't fans. They're propulsion devices. Bogart scrutinized the objects in Roxia's hands, asking, "Propulsion devices? What purpose do they serve?" Roxia smiled mysteriously. "Once these are installed on the sides of the warship, they will increase its speed. As for how much faster, I can't say." The knowledge stemmed from the system in his mind, which had spoken to him as he completed the devices. Bogart took the two items from Roxia and, following his instructions, easily installed them on the sides of the warship the moment they were affixed. The propulsion devices seemed to spring to life, propelling the entire vessel forward at an astonishing pace. Almost all the sailors, including Garp, stared in awe at the two devices. Roxia couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He was pleasantly surprised that his spontaneous creation had such an effect. His hands truly were remarkable. While Roxia reveled in his accomplishment, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his back, sending him crashing onto the deck with a dull thud. Bang! Dazed, he turned to see Garp's hand frozen midair. Clearly the perpetrator. Roxia's expression darkened. "Damn it, I worked hard to create something beneficial for everyone. And you, Garp, sneak attacked me." Of course, he dared not voice these thoughts. "Old Garp, do you have an issue with me? Why would you sneak attack?" Even the sailors on the ship turned their attention to Roxia, leaving Garp feeling embarrassed. My sincerest apologies. I was just so excited that I couldn't help but give young Roxia a pat. I didn't mean to lose control." Garp scratched his head in explanation, but his hearty laughter made it hard to believe he was genuinely apologizing. The sailors on the ship joined in laughter. "Oh dear, Garp is always like this." Yes, Roxia, don't take it to heart. Garp meant no harm. Just forgive him." Hearing the sailors defend Garp, and realizing the old man was rather simple-minded, Roxia decided to let it go. All right, I understand." Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon 2 days had passed. At this point, Garp's doghead warship was less than 50 meters from the Navy headquarters port. Roxia's propulsion devices proved to be remarkably effective. What would have taken over 10 days to reach the Navy headquarters was accomplished in merely 2. It was truly astonishing. Bogart remarked on its brilliance, having initially thought that reaching within 10 days would be incredible, never expecting such a swift arrival. This voyage has truly yielded a treasure. Wait until I see Sengoku. Let us see if that guy dares to speak to me. REC also boasts its own geniuses. At this moment, Garp was brimming with confidence, his spirits seemingly boundless. However, Rosha kept his distance, clearly intimidated by that earlier slap. Before long, the warship docked, and Rosha slowly disembarked, following closely behind Garp as soon as they stepped off the ship. Several officers greeted Garp, who reciprocated each salutation. "Bogart, you should attend to your duties. I'm taking this lad to see Sengoku." "Understood, Vice Admiral Garp." After exchanging pleasantries, Garp led Rosha into the Navy headquarters. Upon entering, Rosha was astounded by the sights within, things he had never witnessed during his year of living on a deserted island. The training grounds were alive with countless sailors engaged in combat, a spectacle that could only be truly appreciated by those who had experienced it firsthand. "All right, young Rosha, let us head over to Sengoku. You can take your time to explore later," Garp said, grabbing the back of Rosha's collar and pulling him slightly forward. Having noticed that Rosha had frozen in place, clearly overwhelmed, "Got it." As they proceeded, the soldiers they passed glanced curiously at Rosha, but each one greeted Garp before moving on, From a distance, Rosha thought he recognized a character from a pirate story he had read in his previous life. Vice Admiral Garp, why are you back so soon? Didn't you say you were returning to the East Sea? Rosha looked up to see a man roughly his height, with hair that gleamed in the sunlight. Dressed in a navy coat adorned with a spider tattoo on his thigh, exuding an alluring charm, with a sword sheathed at his side. Surely, that must be the famed blade, Jinpira. I had intended to return to Windmill Village. But I encountered this lad along the way, so I came back first. Garp moved aside slightly, pulling Rosha into view. This is the young man. Suddenly thrust before a stranger, Rosha felt a surge of anxiety. Though he maintained his composure, in an instant, the flame bracelet on his wrist transformed into a fierce tiger, and as he gripped the hilt of his sword, he swung it toward Garp. However, just as the blade was about to strike, another sword blocked his path, wielded by the stranger. Young man, why are you attempting to strike Vice Admiral Garp? That is rather impolite. Rosha glared defiantly at the beautiful figure before him. Miss, please step aside. This old man Garp always grabs my collar. I have my dignity to uphold. I refuse to let him manhandle me unless he promises to stop. The stranger rolled her eyes at Garp. Realizing that the old man's habitual actions had led to this situation, is it really appropriate to treat a young man like a pet? Hearing Rosha's words, Garp realized his mistake. He had become so accustomed to grabbing collars that he nearly got himself cut down. My sincerest apologies, Rosha. I won't do that again. Upon hearing Garp's apology, Rosha lowered his weapon, and the fierce tiger immediately transformed back into a swirl of flames, returning to adorn his wrist. The scene did not escape the notice of the stranger. Young man, what is the story behind that sword? It seems to possess a remarkable quality. Before Rosha could respond, Garp interjected quietly. That sword is infused with a natural type devil fruit. You must keep this under wraps. I'm taking Rosha to show Sengoku. With that, Garp took Rosha and departed, but not before Rosha turned back to bid farewell. Miss, see you later. After parting ways, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. As the two made their way to Sengoku's office, Garp kicked open the previously closed door with a loud bang. Sengoku, startled, exclaimed angrily, Damn you, Garp. Not again. Rosha sympathetically patted the door, relieved it held up under Garp's forceful entrance. Unaware of how many times it had been replaced. Sengoku, don't be so hot-headed. I've brought you a treasure today. Upon hearing the word treasure, Sengoku scanned the room, puzzled, finding nothing amiss. Wait, you were supposed to be on vacation in the East Sea. Why are you back so soon? Garp, known for his fondness for leisure, was indeed a surprise. Rosha, it's time for you to step forward. Sengoku gestured for Rosha to come closer as he settled into a chair. This is the young man I encountered on my trip to the East Sea. He will surely astonish you. Sengoku regarded Rosha, and the first word that came to mind was handsome, clad in a black shirt with a vividly depicted dragon on his shoulder and shorts. He exuded a charming charisma. What is your name? I am Rosha. Sengoku nodded, then turned to Garp. Garp, care to introduce him? Garp hesitated, realizing he was unsure of many details and could only relay what he knew. Rosha is likely a devil fruit user. I recall he can conjure sunbae out of thin air. As Garp spoke, his eyes sparkled with eagerness, having not tasted them in quite some time. Rosha, feeling a bit helpless, summoned forth a radiant azure light from his hands, and to Sengoku's astonishment, countless sunbae flew from Rosha's palms, landing on Sengoku's desk in a delightful heap. Sengoku, gazing at the steaming delicacies, began to understand Garp's earlier enthusiasm. Splendid. Garp lunged for the sunbae, disregarding Sengoku entirely. Just as Rosha returned his hands to normal, he felt an intense gaze upon him and looked up to find Sengoku's eyes fixed on him with fervor, causing him to shrink back slightly. Perhaps noticing his own fluster, Sengoku quickly regained his composure. Rosha, is it? Yes, Admiral Sengoku. What type of devil fruit power do you possess? The sound of Garp chewing on the sunbae was incessant, prompting Sengoku to raise his voice. Garp, you glutton, go eat outside and stop interrupting my conversation with Rosha. Got it. After Garp complied, Sengoku turned back to Rosha, adopting a friendly demeanor. My fruit ability is synthesis. There's nothing I cannot create. Garp, eager to chime in, added, That's right. I personally witnessed him wield a natural type great sword. This was the only detail Garp could recall aside from the sunbae. Rosha, what exactly is this natural type greatsword Garp mentioned? It should be this one. As soon as Rosha finished speaking, the flames from the bracelet on his wrist suddenly erupted, transforming into a formidable blade that he grasped effortlessly. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle. However, after regaining his composure, Sengoku stood up and approached Rosha. Good heavens, is that blade truly formed from the flames? His tone was imbued with both astonishment and delight. As he had now fully embraced Rosha's earlier claims, Rosha nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but it is not a fusion with a natural-type devil fruit. It is merely a result of my ordinary flames, if he had claimed to have utilized the Mara no Mi. It would have been quite unfortunate, for Luffy's journey at sea was still a year away, and that fruit had long been consumed by Ace. Moreover, this was a reward from the system. After Rosha's declaration, the office fell into a profound silence. Even the Sunbae in Garp's mouth lost its appeal. The only sound that permeated the room was Sengoku's heavy breathing. Rosha, is this effect permanent? Yes, indeed. Rosha transformed the blade back into the bracelet, returning it to his wrist that moment. Garp, munching on Sunbae, heartily patted Rosha on the shoulder, laughing. Ha! You young rascal, I have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. I must say, Sengoku, you have seen the potential in this young man. I just got back, and I still need to take him to rest. Besides, he expressed his desire to join the Navy. You should make the necessary arrangements. Right. For accommodations, Rosha can have a room to himself. Correct? No problem. Garp readily agreed. Once Garp and Rosha departed from Sengoku's office, Sengoku sat alone in his chair, suddenly struck by a thought that it seemed that this session of Zephyr's training camp had just begun. He had to ensure that Rosha was enrolled. Without hesitation, Garp reached for the snail phone on the desk and dialed that moment. Zephyr was pacing around the training grounds when his snail phone suddenly rang. Sengoku? What is it? Zephyr. Garp has brought back an intriguing individual with a rather fascinating devil fruit ability that I intend for him to join your training camp. He will report tomorrow. Zephyr, intrigued, responded, if you find him interesting. I certainly want to see this for myself. Have him report tomorrow, but let me make it clear, if he can't handle it and ends up broken, you will be held accountable. Before Zephyr could finish, Sengoku interrupted. If you dare break him, you can expect a beating. With that, Sengoku abruptly hung up. On the other side, Zephyr's forehead twitched. It was the first time he had seen Sengoku so invested in a newcomer, especially with a warning against breaking him. Tomorrow, he would indeed see what kind of devil fruit ability this young man possessed. If he faltered, he would have to leave. Meanwhile, Garp accompanied Rosha to the Navy dormitory, which was designated for the accommodation of naval recruits, typically shared by two. However, since Garp had brought him, Rosha would have a room to himself. By the way, tomorrow I will take you to Zephyr's training camp. Sengoku just mentioned it. Initially, Rosha felt a surge of excitement, but upon hearing the mention of Zephyr's training camp, his smile gradually faded. Having witnessed Zephyr's training in his previous life, Rosha knew all too well that it was nothing short of terrifying. The fear of being a liability loomed over him, as he imagined Zephyr unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon him. No. I shall not squander the Navy's resources. I would rather serve as a lowly aide in logistics. As he spoke, Rosha attempted to flee, only to be lifted effortlessly by Garp. I am coming tomorrow, so you cannot escape. The current 3 admirals are all products of Garp's training. Fine. Rosha conceded reluctantly, upon hearing Rosha's agreement. Garp wasted no time and turned to leave, slamming the door behind him. What am I to do now? However, based on the timeline, this session would presumably be Zephyr's final one, and both Smoker and Tina seemed to be present. At the same time, as Garp exited the Navy dormitory, he encountered a middle-aged man with purple hair, none other than Zephyr. Zephyr? Garp. The two exchanged glances before Zephyr inquired, is it true that the individual coming to my training camp tomorrow is brought by you? Indeed. I chanced upon him. He is a rare talent. Garp's pride swelled as he spoke of Rosha. After all, Rosha was someone he had discovered. If anyone were to mention his grandson, Garp would not express such delight. Their conversation was brief, and soon they parted ways to attend to their respective duties. Back in his dormitory, Rosha unveiled the reward he had just received, the blueprints for gravity gloves in an instant. A faint glow appeared in Rosha's hand, and as it dissipated, he found a sheet of parchment made from sheepskin. The document kindly outlined the materials required, but the first item made Rosha frown. The first item, Akainu's gloves. The second, sea prism stone. The third, soil. Indeed, the materials seemed straightforward. Is this some sort of joke? Especially the first item, Akainu's gloves. How was he to acquire those? Frustrated, Rosha raked his fingers through his hair, turning it into a disheveled mess. Forget it. If I cannot find a way, I shall have Garp confront Akainu and snatch those gloves. With this resolution, Rosha's spirits lifted considerably. The following day, Rosha's door was forcefully kicked open. The loud noise jolted him awake, and he stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Garp stood there, declaring, "Get ready, kid. I am taking you to have some fun with Zephyr," as he reached to grab Rosha. The latter sidestepped, evading Garp's grasp, and quickly donned his clothes to stand before him. "Let us go, Garp," Rosha replied nonchalantly. Seeing that Rosha was dressed and ready, Garp said nothing further as they stepped outside together. As they walked toward the training grounds, Rosha suddenly asked, "Garp? Who do you think can fight better, you or Admiral Sakazuki?" Rosha inquired with curiosity. Garp turned his head to glance at Rosha, surprised by the unexpected question. "But right now, Sakazuki is no match for me. I could easily pin him down," Garp declared with a sense of pride. Rosha's eyes lit up with excitement. "Garp, could you do me a favor, if you help me with this?" "I promise unlimited sunbae in return," Rosha boasted, thumping his chest. They halted and faced each other. "No problem. Just tell me what you need, and I shall assist. Could you help me steal the gloves off Admiral Sakazuki's hands?" The moment Rosha uttered this request, the air grew still. Garp, puzzled, questioned, "What did you say? Can you help me take the gloves that Admiral Sakazuki wears? I truly need them." This time, Garp comprehended clearly. He indeed needed to confront Sakazuki. "Do you have another invention in mind? Is it something you wish to synthesize?" Garp's eyes sparkled with realization. Rosha did not hide the truth and readily admitted, "Yes, it pertains to a certain item related to fists. And it would be perfect for you, Garp." Before he could finish, Garp thumped his chest and readily agreed. "Rest assured, I will take Sakazuki down and seize those gloves." Hearing Garp's eager tone, Rosha felt a twinge of unease. Did Garp harbor a long-standing grudge against Sakazuki? Would he inadvertently expose Rosha's intentions? Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in Rosha's mind, time was of the essence, as he had already entered the training grounds. Upon his arrival, he observed a group of Marines jogging in circles, with Smoker and Tina leading the pack. Once Garp and Rosha reached Zephyr, the latter produced a whistle from around his neck and blew it with authority. Simultaneously, the trainees, who had been running laps, returned to stand before Zephyr, forming a neat line. The cadets gazed curiously at the strikingly handsome Rosha, each wondering who he was. Zephyr, addressing Garp, remarked, "I have important matters to assist this young man with. I entrust him to your care for now." With that, Garp swiftly employed the moonwalk technique and dashed towards Sakazuki's office, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. After Garp departed, Zephyr cast a curious glance at Rosha and said, "Please, introduce yourself." Rosha nodded in acknowledgement. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Rosha, hailing from the East Blue. I specialize in swordsmanship, and that's all." Zephyr raised an eyebrow at Rosha and inquired, "What about your devil fruit abilities?" At this, the trainees turned their attention toward Rosha. With a sigh of resignation, he replied, "I am a paramecia-type user." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the trainees asked, "What kind is it? Can you demonstrate?" "Very well," Rosha answered, moving beside Zephyr, his hands glowing with a verdant light. He placed one hand on a machine gun and the other on a rocket launcher. In an instant, the two weapons emitted a luminous green glow that intertwined. When the onlookers refocused their gaze, Rosha now held a brand new firearm. The barrel had expanded to the size of a platter while the body remained unchanged. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. At this moment, the previously silent Zephyr inquired, "What is the purpose of this weapon?" "Well, how about you give it a try, instructor?" Rosha suggested, extending the weapon toward him. Zephyr accepted it with ease. As he took hold of the firearm, several trainees instinctively prepared to flee. Yet none dared to move. They understood that Zephyr would not aim it in their direction at such close range. Zephyr scrutinized the weapon before raising it and firing toward an open space. In an instant, dozens of bullets erupted from the oversized barrel, exploding upon contact with the ground as if they were cannonballs. The trainees were left in shock, particularly Zephyr, who had previously used a machine gun to motivate them, but now hesitated to employ this new weapon for fear of causing serious harm. Just as Zephyr was about to speak, a thunderous noise erupted from a distance. accompanied by a thick plume of black smoke. Zephyr glanced in that direction, realizing it was likely the office building where something had gone awry. He then instructed, "You all train independently. I will investigate the commotion." With that, Zephyr activated the moonwalk and dashed toward the source of the sound, igniting a flurry of curiosity among the Marine trainees. Especially Smoker and Tina, who could hardly contain their eagerness. "That I need to see this," Smoker exclaimed, and he was not wrong. This was the Marine headquarters. After all, in a frenzy, all the trainees surged toward the source of the noise. And Rosha, intrigued, followed closely behind Smoker and the others. Minutes later, a throng of Marines filled the area, leaving Rosha and his companions confined to a small patch of space. "Did you see? Those two fighting are Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Aku," one exclaimed. "Really? No wonder I felt a wave of heat earlier," another replied. "Vice Admiral Garp is even more formidable than Admiral Akainu to be able to subdue him like that." As Rosha listened to the chatter, he sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. He had indeed encouraged the old man Garp to confront Sakazuki and seize his gloves. "Don't know. If Akainu discovers this, I might not leave here in one piece," Rosha thought to himself, anxiety mounting. While Rosha was lost in his thoughts, the Marine leaders, Sengoku, Kizaru, and others, nearly all the commanders stationed at headquarters, arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the disheveled state of Garp and Sakazuki, Sengoku's gaze fell upon Garp, who was fixated on Akainu's hands, which were adorned with his gloves. Sengoku, fuming, barked, "Garp, what in the world are you two doing? Do you want to instigate chaos within the Navy?" "Huh?" Garp replied nonchalantly, digging in his nose. "While I did have a scuffle with Sakazuki, there was a reason behind it." "What reason?" Sengoku demanded, knowing that Garp would not have acted without provocation, especially against Akainu. Meanwhile, Rosha's heart raced with trepidation, praying that Garp wouldn't blurt out anything reckless. But as fate would have it, Garp slowly declared, "It was that kid Rosha. He mentioned wanting Akainu's gloves to create something special. So I went to confront him." The moment Rosha heard Garp's words, he collapsed to the ground, feeling as if his life's purpose had evaporated. Tsuru, quick on her feet, seized Rosha and brought him before Garp. As Rosha landed, he felt a wave of heat wash over him. He looked up to find Akainu's fierce gaze fixed upon him, as if he intended to incinerate him on the spot. Terrified, Rosha instinctively drew his weapon, transforming the armlet into a blade, a spectacle that intrigued some of the Marines. "Akainu, do be reasonable and don't frighten Rosha," Sengoku advised gently. "Let us hear what he has to say first before making any decisions." A wave of confusion washed over the assembled commanders, yet Tsuru and Garp maintained their composure, as if they had anticipated this moment. "Well, I had an idea for a new item, but it requires Admiral Akainu's gloves. However, as a lowly soldier, I couldn't simply ask for them. So I had Vice Admiral Garp assist me. And this is where we ended up," Rosha explained, his voice laced with exasperation. I've been itching for a fight with Sakazuki for ages. Finally, I found my opportunity," Garp boisterously declared, leaving everyone speechless. "So, Rosha, what exactly do you intend to create?" one of the leaders asked. Rosha rubbed his chin, shaking his head, "But I'm not sure yet. I'll only know once it's completed." He spoke cautiously, wary that among so many Marines, there might be a pirate lurking. If he were to be assassinated, his journey would have been for naught. Sengoku nodded thoughtfully, then gestured toward Zephyr and the others. The group made their way to Sengoku's office, with Garp hoisting Rosha onto his shoulder. Soon, all the commanders gathered in Sengoku's office. "All right, Rosha, you may speak now," Sengoku prompted. Rosha nodded and began, "It's a pair of gravity gloves, though I cannot elaborate on their exact function until they are complete." With that, he plopped down on the floor next to Garp. "Sakazuki, please remove your gloves so we can see what Rosha can create," Sengoku instructed. Akainu shot a glare at Rosha before reluctantly removing his gloves and handing them to Sengoku. The latter then passed the gloves to Rosha, saying, "Now, Rosha, let us see what you can do." Rosha accepted the gloves, shaking his head in dismay. "I'm afraid I still need sea stone and some earth to proceed." "That's no trouble. I'll fetch it for you," Tsuru declared, stepping out of the office. Moments later, she returned with a piece of sea stone and a sufficient amount of dirt wrapped in newspaper. Tsuru placed the materials before Rosha. "Here you go," gazing at the three items upon the ground. Rosha inhaled deeply, his hands emanating a resplendent azure glow. One by one, He carefully lifted the gloves of Akainu, the yellow earth, and the sea prism stone that as these objects made contact with Rosha's hands, they vanished instantaneously, only to reappear moments later as a pair of black gloves adorned with a dragon emblem. Garp smirked. Isn't this merely an ordinary pair of boxing gloves? Allow me to test them out. As he uttered these words, Garp swiftly donned the gloves that Rosha held. How does it feel? Sengoku inquired with anticipation, considering that Rosha had the ability to infuse flames into his sword. Not much of a sensation. Garp replied, lightly throwing a punch into the air before Sengoku. However, after that single punch, Sengoku found himself firmly pressed against the wall, his expression contorted in pain. Yet, it was merely a light punch, and he soon freed himself. The naval officers present were wide-eyed, utterly incredulous, especially as they observed Rosha, whose previously fierce demeanor had softened into one of familiarity. Akainu, who had just glared at Rosha, also appeared somewhat less severe, though his seriousness remained. At that moment, the wall behind Sengoku was marred with cracks, the level of destruction comparable to that wrought by a gravity fruit. Instantly, all eyes were fervently fixed on the gloves in Garp's possession. Particularly Sengoku, who had experienced the power of these gloves firsthand, held the highest authority to speak on the matter. He was eager to snatch the gloves from Garp's hands. The power is astonishing. This is truly a remarkable item, Garp exclaimed, elated by the unexpected outcome, having initially held little hope, yet he had managed to send Sengoku crashing into the wall. Even Rosha was taken aback, surprised that the gravity gloves indeed possessed capabilities akin to the gravity fruit. Truly incredible. Garp nudged Rosha, who was still in a daze, and remarked, "You scoundrel, what is the story behind these gloves? Do enlighten us." Indeed. As the inventor of the gloves, you must elucidate why they possess such formidable power. The naval officers clamored for Rosha to explain. Even Akainu gazed expectantly at him. Rosha swallowed hard, then spoke slowly. The gravity gloves are intrinsically linked to the strength of the wearer, if the wearer utilizes martial arts. The power is amplified, much like the old man Garp here, who fights with his fists. Thus, these gloves resonate perfectly with him, resulting in even greater power. Conversely, if someone like Sister Jiyuan were to wear them, the power would be slightly diminished as she wields a sword. At this juncture, Rosha turned to Sengoku, who had just been slammed into the wall, and emphasized, "Of course, while I can create these, it seems I cannot achieve mass production." Upon hearing this, Sengoku immediately pressed, "Rosha, why is that?" Instantly, all the officers present turned their attention to Rosha, many of whom were also fighters using their fists, eager for such weaponry, especially after witnessing Garp's recent display of strength against Sengoku. Rosha, discreetly retreating behind Garp, whispered, "It's because these gloves require Admiral Sakazuki's gloves." Not long ago, Garp and Admiral Sakazuki had clashed over the two pairs of gloves. Upon hearing this, the previously tense atmosphere among Sengoku and the naval officers lightened. Though only Sengoku dared to chuckle, anyone else who dared laugh might find magma raining down upon them. "Little Rosha, fret not. Admiral Sakazuki's gloves are plentiful. If needed, I shall have him procure more." Sakazuki nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I have plenty of gloves, as it enhances the Navy's combat capability." While Sengoku and Admiral Sakazuki spoke confidently, Rosha interjected, "However, I can only produce one set per week," before they could voice their questions. Rosha continued, "The materials not only require Admiral Sakazuki's gloves, but also necessitate that he wears them for a full 5 days. Furthermore, they must not sustain any damage, nor be burned." After saying this, Rosha settled into a chair behind Garp. Listening to Rosha's words, Sengoku stroked his chin, deep in thought, before raising his head and declaring, "From today forth, Sakazuki, you shall wear those gloves continuously. Once you've worn them for 5 days, seek out little Rosha to create the gravity gloves. This is an excellent tool for enhancing the Navy's strength, and you cannot refuse." Sakazuki opened his mouth, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Yet, Rosha noticed a hint of disappointment in Sengoku's expression, likely due to the inability to mass-produce these gloves. Now that we've settled this, I shall take this lad and be on my way," Garp exclaimed, seizing Rosha and heading for the exit, only to be halted by a figure blocking his path. "Sakazuki." Garp furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sakazuki, what do you intend to do?" "Garp, I believe you ought to remove those gloves," Sakazuki replied. "And who do you think they should be given to?" the tension between the two escalated, prompting Sengoku to interject with a loud reprimand. "Sakazuki, those gloves belong to Garp for now. You shall receive them next time." Hearing this, Sakazuki could only huff and step aside, his displeasure evident. After all, he had just been unceremoniously pummeled by Garp. A reaction anyone would share in such circumstances. Soon, Garp, Zephyr, and Rosha exited the naval headquarters, making their way towards the training grounds. Along the way, Garp intermittently threw punches at the air, much to the irritation of the other two, until Zephyr finally ordered Garp to leave. Before long, Zephyr returned with Rosha to the training grounds, where dozens of cadets were sprawled on the ground, some smoking cigars, appearing utterly relaxed. Witnessing this scene, Zephyr's temper flared. "You rascals, were you not instructed to train on your own?" Even Smoker, known for his rebellious spirit, dared not defy Zephyr's wrath. In an instant, the cadets quickly lined up, their faces filled with anxiety. Rosha, upon taking his place, overheard their hushed whispers. "If it weren't for Smoker saying we could take it easy, we wouldn't be getting yelled at by Teacher Zephyr." Exactly. The murmurs reached Smoker's ears, and his expression likely turned a shade darker. I just visited Sengoku's office, and you lot dare to slack off? It seems you do not comprehend the terror of Zephyr." Zephyr paced back and forth, instilling fear in the hearts of the cadets. "Now run 30. No, 50 laps around the field. If you don't finish, no food for you," Zephyr bellowed. With this, it was evident that his ire was genuine. After all, Zephyr had truly sailed the seas, understanding its harsh realities, and knew that strength was the essence of survival. Without it, one risked being slain by pirates. Following Zephyr's command, the naval officers took off running, including Rosha. Simultaneously, Rosha's mind resonated with a notification. "Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a random task. Complete 50 laps. Task reward. Elemental weapon technique." In his mind's eye, Rosha envisioned an individual infusing a mass of ice into a weapon, which then radiated a dazzling light, similar to the way his weapon, Tiger Hunt, entwined itself around his arm. The prospect of such a reward caused a subtle smile to grace Rosha's lips. Mastering this technique would undoubtedly yield immense profit. Another voice from the system followed closely behind. "Is this system urging me to grow stronger?" Rosha mused inwardly. However, before he could contemplate further, Zephyr's voice boomed. "You little brat, are you waiting to be caught in my crossfire?" Before he could finish his words, the distinct thud-thud sound of a machine gun erupted in everyone's ears, and no one hesitated any longer. They all began to sprint, including Rosha. It was hard to fathom that someone known to the outside world as the one who does not kill his generals, Zephyr, could be so relentless while training his students. Perhaps it was precisely because he understood the cruel nature of this world that he acted this way. The training ground measured approximately 500 meters around, and Rosha and his peers were required to run 50 laps, totaling 25,000 meters, or roughly 25 kilometers. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Rosha's spine. Around the training field, 40 to 50 trainees were running, with Smoker and Tina positioned at the forefront, while Rosha found himself in 5th place. As for why Rosha was running so well, a little thought would reveal the answer. After all, Rosha had survived on a deserted island for a year, undoubtedly more capable than these trainees who had never ventured out to sea. Furthermore, Rosha had even faced pirates. "Faster, pick up the pace. Weren't you all just enjoying your rest? Why can't you keep going now? If you don't hurry, my machine gun has no mercy." Under Zephyr's intimidating words and relentless firepower, some trainees were already struggling to keep up, gritting their teeth to endure. They certainly did not wish to be shot. The Navy is indeed strict. Rosha sighed silently. 3 hours passed quietly, and the first echelon of trainees had completed nearly 30 laps. Some had collapsed from exhaustion, but Zephyr's assistants swiftly carried them to shaded areas. After all, Zephyr was aware of the limits. He was known as the one who does not kill his generals and could show restraint even towards pirates, so he would naturally be gentle with his students. At that moment, Zephyr lounged in a deck chair, casually sipping a can of sherry. Smoker, Tina, and Rosha. These 3 youngsters have commendable endurance. I wonder if they can last until the end, Zephyr murmured to himself. Increasingly appreciating Rosha, the trio continued to circle the track. Smoker and Tina shot Zephyr resentful glares, especially Smoker, who spat inwardly. "Humph, that purple-haired old turtle. How dare he lie there so comfortably? Once I finish my laps, I'll have a drink too." Tina, yearning for a smoke, encouraged herself to push through for the remaining dozen laps. Rosha silently trailed behind the two, his voice almost extinguished. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but rather that he could scarcely muster the energy to at this point. It felt as if his throat were on fire, and the three of them were drenched in sweat, nearly soaking through their dark-colored training gear. As time wore on, Rosha gradually fell behind. Smoker and Tina had lapped him once, and he felt his vision blurring, his body swaying as if he might faint at any moment. Nonetheless, Rosha harbored a firm resolve within. After all, he certainly did not wish to lose his hair. As they approached the final lap, all the trainees and Zephyr stood up, shouting, "You stubborn little brat, just one more lap. Hold on. Go, Rosha." "Well done, Rosha." Smoker and Tina had already completed their laps and were resting in the shade, carried away by other trainees. Why must that purple-haired turtle set such a grueling task? It's infuriating. Rosha's voice emerged like a whisper, unheard by others. Minutes later, Rosha's wobbling body crashed onto the finish line. Completely unconscious, having accomplished the daunting task of 50 laps. "Quick, get Rosha to the infirmary." Within moments, Zephyr was carrying Rosha to the medical room. The doctor, upon seeing Zephyr carrying a boy, immediately assessed the situation. "Quick, lay him on the bed." After examining Rosha, the doctor sighed in relief and remarked, "I must say, Zephyr, you cannot train like this. This young sailor has merely succumbed to exhaustion. A drip will suffice." In the past, there had been others brought to the infirmary, but none had been as severely affected as Rosha. Typically, they would awaken along the way, but Rosha showed no signs of stirring after such an extended period, which explained the doctor's admonishment. Despite the blame directed at Zephyr, it was ultimately for the benefit of the trainees, and Zephyr had no grounds for anger. "All right, I won't do it again. You can rest assured." "Doctor, by the way, when will Rosha wake up?" Zephyr inquired. The doctor waved his hand. "In a while, perhaps. This little guy is far too exhausted. Zephyr, let him rest well." "Okay, I'll take my leave for now. I'll return in the afternoon." Zephyr stood, a gentle smile gracing his face, before turning to exit the infirmary. Half a day later, Smoker and Tina arrived at Rosha's hospital room, carrying a fruit basket as soon as they opened the door. Rosha, who had been lying on the bed, abruptly sat up, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon noticing Smoker and Tina, he instinctively asked, "Where am I?" "Tina will tell you. This is the hospital. You fainted after completing the 50 laps assigned by Teacher Zephyr." Tina exclaimed, her voice laced with concern. "Indeed, Rosha, your endurance is truly impressive," Smoker added with admiration. "Smoker, Tina, you both are far superior to me. I feel a bit embarrassed," Rosha admitted, scratching his head sheepishly, feeling somewhat guilty for fainting in front of so many people. As a person from Earth, such embarrassment weighed on him. Tina, however, did not feel embarrassed at all, saying, "Rosha, you should know that Teacher Zephyr set the task at 50 laps. Besides us two, you are the only one who completed it." The three of them continued to chat as Smoker and Tina settled into chairs. Just as they sat down, Smoker grumbled, "That purple-haired old turtle is truly ruthless, making us run so many laps. Wait until I surpass him. What will happen when you surpass me?" A chilling voice suddenly resonated in Smoker's ear, causing him to transform into a cloud of smoke and retreat behind Rosha, cold sweat still trickling down his back. "Old Zephyr," Smoker gasped in shock, astonished that Zephyr had approached them without a sound. Tina also jumped, relieved she hadn't spoken out of turn. "Humph, you little brat." Zephyr found a spot and sat down directly. "So, Rosha, how's your body holding up?" "I'm all right. The doctor said it's just exhaustion. A bit of rest will do." Rosha replied, "That's good to hear." Zephyr nodded. "But why are you two back here to see Rosha?" "Old man, we ran 50 laps together. Is it not acceptable for us to come and check?" Smoker retorted defiantly. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Rosha's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the random task. Rewards have been issued." Instantly, Rosha felt a warm sensation in his hands, quite pleasant, albeit fleeting. Simultaneously, memories regarding elemental synthesis began to surface in his mind. Just then, Zephyr patted Rosha, noticing his dazed expression, and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you seem so lost?" "I was just thinking about some new uses for the devil fruit, as if an idea suddenly struck me," Rosha responded, referring to his peculiar abilities as derived from the devil fruit. "Oh, what abilities are those?" Zephyr inquired. "Yeah, Tina is curious too," Smoker remained silent, but his eyes sparkled with anticipation, just as much as the other two that Roshia's abilities had piqued their interest for quite some time, especially since they had witnessed him being led into the office by Admiral Sengoku earlier that day. Well, if you all want to see, then fine. Faced with their eager gazes, Roshia felt a pang of reluctance to refuse. He then turned to Smoker. Smoker, you are a Logia-type user, right? Yes, I am a Logia-type smoke fruit user. Why do you ask? Rosha nodded thoughtfully, then extended his hand toward Smoker, requesting, please, grant me a puff of smoke. Simultaneously, a faint azure glow emanated from the palm of Rosha's hand. Without further ado, Smoker removed his brown gloves. Gathering a swirling mass of white smoke in his palm before offering it to Rosha, the smoke settled in Rosha's hand. Instead of dissipating as Smoker anticipated, it was firmly grasped within his palm. In the next moment, a voice echoed in Rosha's mind, congratulating him on acquiring a fragment of the natural smoke fruit. Rosha swallowed hard, but there was no time to ponder new abilities. All three were currently focused on him, but he sat up from the bed, and with a flick of his wrist, a stream of white smoke erupted forcefully from his palm, crashing against the wall with the ferocity of a projectile. When the smoke cleared, the wall bore a dent of approximately 5 centimeters in depth. Gazing at the damaged wall, Rosha's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively gulped, exclaiming, "Oh no, I can't afford to pay for this. It's so deeply indented that even selling myself wouldn't cover it." At that moment, an idea struck him, and he gently tugged at Zifa, asking, "Zifa-sensei, how much would I need to compensate for such a degree of destruction?" However, no one replied, and the air seemed to grow eerily silent. Rosha's lips twitched as he pulled on Zifa's sleeve once more. "Zifa-sensei." "Huh? What is it?" "Little Rosha," Zifa inquired, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Rosha felt a surge of frustration. How could Zifa not notice the gaping hole in the wall? "Ahem, I've made a dent in the wall over there. Do I need to pay for that?" He tentatively probed, reasoning that if he had to compensate, he could always ask Old Man Garp to cover it. Zifa shrugged dismissively, gesturing with his hand. "Don't worry. This is the Navy hospital. There's no need to compensate. By the way, could you demonstrate that technique again?" Zifa asked, intrigued. "Indeed. I'm curious as well," Tina chimed in. "This smoke clearly belongs to Smoker. So how is it that you can wield it, Rosha? Moreover, it seems to possess even greater power." Zifa and Tina exchanged remarks, while Smoker found himself blushing with embarrassment. Nevertheless, curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to remove both his gloves. In the next moment, he concentrated the smoke in both hands until it swelled to the size of a basketball before presenting it to Rosha. Rosha's lips twitched, but he accepted it nonetheless. Upon receiving it, he compressed the smoke repeatedly, transforming it within mere seconds until it was small enough for him to grasp with one hand. Rosha swallowed again, uncertain of the power it held, yet the information in his mind assured him that its strength would not be lesser than the previous attempt. "Ahem, Zifa-sensei, are you sure you want me to try again?" Rosha cautiously inquired. "Yes, go ahead. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility," Zifa replied. With a resigned sigh, Rosha thought to himself that even if he created another hole in the wall, it would be Zifa's fault. A grin spread across his face as he drew back his arm and struck the wall. The compressed smoke detonated upon contact, leaving a significant gash in the wall as it crumbled. Fortunately, no one was in the adjacent room. Otherwise, Rosha would have been in a predicament. Though nothing serious had occurred, it was still rather inconvenient. Observing the entire spectacle, Smoker's expression soured as he shook his head in disbelief. Muttering, "Could it be that my smoke truly possesses such formidable power?" Whether it was merely an illusion or not, a glimmer sparked in Smoker's eyes. Meanwhile, Rosha seized Zifa's arm, exclaiming, "Zifa-sensei, you promised to take full responsibility for this strike. If I have to pay, I have no money." Zifa brushed Rosha's hands away, exasperated. "Do you not realize that your current abilities are worth far more than a mere wall?" "Indeed," Tina suddenly lamented. "I feel like my abilities are utterly insignificant compared to Rosha's. When compared to him, I truly feel weak." Just then, the door to the infirmary swung open, and a physician clad in a white coat entered. Initially fuming, his expression quickly transformed into a smile. "Zifa-sensei, may I inquire about the events that transpired here? What could have caused such chaos?" Zifa waved his hand dismissively. "Go seek reimbursement from Sengoku, and tell him it was my directive. This matter does not concern you." As soon as the medical personnel departed, Zifa grasped Roxa's glowing hands. Is it possible to utilize your hands in this manner? Tina observed. The smoke you just threw seems far more potent than smokers. Roxa chuckled awkwardly, swiftly retracting his hands while Zifa was distracted. Zifa-sensei, Tina, it was merely a stroke of inspiration. It was purely coincidental. He explained with an embarrassed grin at this juncture. Smoker gently patted Roxa on the shoulder, inquiring, could it be that your abilities can enhance the destructive power of the elements? Perhaps, Roxa replied, finding himself compelled to answer numerous questions in this atmosphere. Several hours later, Roxa followed behind Zifa and the others as they exited the hospital. Why now? Night had fallen, and Roxa returned alone to his room. As soon as he entered, he eagerly checked his system backpack. To his astonishment, he discovered approximately 5 fragments of the smoke fruit within. This revelation left Roxa astounded. Merely requesting 2 puffs of smoke from Smoker had yielded such results. Just as he was processing this, the system's voice chimed in. Ding, a friendly reminder from the system. Collecting fragments of any natural fruit can allow you to synthesize a complete fruit. Upon hearing this, Roxa's heart raced with excitement, and he unconsciously swallowed hard. If I were to gather 100 fragments of the glittering fruit, would that mean I could synthesize a complete glittering fruit? Indeed, host, the system confirmed. Hearing this, Roxa felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thus, he gradually drifted into slumber. He slept soundly until the following morning at 7 o'clock. Struggling to open his eyes, Roxa refreshed himself with a wash and felt considerably more alert. At the Zifa Elite Training Camp, Zifa stood at the forefront, announcing, today, we will learn the Navy's 6 styles. For those unfamiliar, allow me to provide an introduction. Zifa ambled among the students, exuding the aura of a strict instructor. The Navy's 6 styles consist of shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and paper javelin. 6 techniques designed to transcend human physical limits, each possessing formidable power. Mastering all 6 would grant even Devil Fruit users the ability to contend in battle. Of course, our ranking officers typically master 3 to 4 of these techniques, having attained a proficient level. Roxa nodded to himself, having long wished to learn them. He had known of the Navy's 6 styles from watching anime in his previous life. Particularly desiring to master shave and moonwalk as for iron body, he thought it foolish. Why would anyone stand still and allow themselves to be struck? If the opponent were strong enough, it could easily lead to death. He mused. Overall, aside from iron body, the remaining 5 techniques seemed quite appealing. Now, I shall first teach you the method for using shave, Zifa declared. Shave requires you to repeatedly stomp the ground within a single second to generate explosive reactive force for high-speed movement. This is the essence of shave. After demonstrating the technique, Zifa vanished and reappeared before a student in an instant, executing the maneuver with remarkable fluidity. All right, my young trainees, give it a try. As soon as Zifa finished speaking, the majority of students began their attempts. It is merely an exercise in futility, utterly distinct from what Zifa is accomplishing. Luo Xia stroked his chin for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, he swiftly tapped the ground 10 times. In that instant, Luo Xia astonishingly vanished, only to reappear before an iron fence that divided the training ground. He collided with it head-on. Ouch, that hurts. Luo Xia quickly rose to his feet. Clutching his face to that moment, Zifa approached, clapping a large hand on Luo Xia's shoulder, laughing heartily. Well done, young lad. When executing the shave, be mindful of your direction, or you might end up like Luo Xia here, crashing into the barrier. Zifa, still holding onto Luo Xia's shoulder, enlightened the other trainees, prompting a wave of laughter among them. They were also quite envious that Luo Xia had succeeded at his endeavor on the first attempt. Look at that kid. His face is covered in marks. It's quite the spectacle, Smoker scoffed dismissively. Little did he know, Luo Xia overheard all of this and shot a glare at Smoker, but the next moment. Luo Xia used the shave again, disappearing from sight, only to reappear right in front of Smoker. You little brat, what are you saying? Smoker instantaneously transformed into smoke, retreating several meters. The surrounding trainees, witnessing the brewing conflict, quickly dispersed, leaving only the 2 of them facing off. Tina stepped back to Zifa's side, and seeing that he had no intention of intervening, she grasped his intent. Humph, Smoke Man, are you ready to be pummeled? Luo Xia cracked his knuckles with a series of popping sounds. Humph, how infuriating. You little brat, don't get too cocky. I'm no Smoke Man. In an instant, Smoker's arm morphed into smoke and struck towards Luo Xia. Luo Xia's hands glowed with a cerulean light as he caught Smoker's punch, while simultaneously, mechanical sounds echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have obtained Smoke Fragment 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Smoke Fruit Fragment 1. Congratulations. A faint smile crept onto Luo Xia's lips. Only he knew how exhilarated he truly felt. You little brat, daring to laugh while fighting me. In a flash, Smoker lunged at Luo Xia like a spring, who stood his ground, his hands radiating a blue light as he swiftly extracted a large chunk of smoke from Smoker's waist, tossing it directly at the smoke-bodied Smoker. This piece of smoke, enhanced by Luo Xia, was immensely powerful. As Smoker observed the cerulean-tinged smoke approaching him, he did not flinch, but in the next heartbeat, the smoke detonated just under a meter away from him, the violent gust propelling Smoker back several meters. How is this possible? This is my smoke. How could it harm me? Hey, you little brat. What's going on? Luo Xia shrugged innocently. I have no idea. Don't ask me. Humph. Infuriating. I'll beat you until you answer. No sooner had he spoken than Smoker charged at Luo Xia like a machine. Luo Xia remained unyielding, digging into Smoker, pulling out smoke with every grasp, and carelessly tossing it aside. Each throw created a large crater in the ground, nearly hitting Zifa moments ago, just as the two were engrossed in their brawl. A pair of inky black hands intervened. Are you two imbeciles intent on demolishing the training ground? In the next instant, both were flung away by a pair of giant hands, the resounding thuds reminding the onlookers of Zifa's formidable presence. Caught off guard by Zifa's arrival, they landed squarely on the ground. Luo Xia clutched his backside, rolling on the ground in pain, crying out, "Ouch! Ouch! That hurts." On the other hand, Smoker, while not as severely affected as Luo Xia, was still significantly hurt. This moment, veins bulged on Zifa's forehead as he surveyed the training ground, riddled with craters. This sight displeased him greatly, and his fists itched with the desire to strike. Tina, noticing Zifa's demeanor, discreetly retreated several meters. Once Tina had distanced herself by 10 meters, Zifa's furious roar erupted. Luo Xia, Smoker, the sound reverberated, reaching even the soldiers outside the training ground, some of whom were former students of Zifa, causing them to shudder involuntarily. A rather unremarkable soldier remarked, "Are this year's trainees really that formidable, to provoke teacher Zifa to such a state? Given his level of anger, I reckon only the first batch of elite students could manage that. I wonder which one of them is responsible." Their discussions went unheard by Zifa, who was solely focused on the two on the ground. The recently risen pair exchanged glances, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. What has gotten into that purple-haired old turtle? Why is he so furious? Smoker murmured weakly. I have no idea. Did you not see those craters on the ground? Those were all you're doing, Smoker. I believe teacher Zifa is going to take it out on you. Luo Xia was aware of the true culprit, but chose to shift the blame entirely onto Smoker to alleviate his own guilt. You liar. Smoker regretted his words the moment they left his mouth. Realizing Zifa's intense gaze was fixed upon him. You little brat, dare to call me a liar? It seems I'll have to deal with you before I get to Luo Xia. As soon as the words left his lips, Zifa vanished from his spot, reappearing before Smoker, who was about to flee but found himself firmly grasped by Zifa. It's over. Haki, it's Haki, Smoker lamented. Observing Smoker caught in Zifa's grip, Luo Xia couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Quietly sneaking around to hide behind Tina, this entire process took merely 10 seconds, thanks to Luo Xia's use of the shave. Luo Xia, why are you hiding behind Tina? Your shave is far superior to hers. From a distant corner, the sounds of bang, bang, bang echoed, accompanied by Smoker's agonized cries, which were truly heart-wrenching. Goodness, that Smoke man is in for a rough time, getting beaten black and blue. Luo Xia grinned widely from behind Tina. You think it's funny? Just wait. It might be your turn next. Be careful, or you might end up worse off than Smoker. Tina won't feel sorry for you. Tina shot Luo Xia an exasperated glance, unable to comprehend his schadenfreude. However, for Luo Xia, who had once lived on Earth, he found such commotion delightful, especially when others were on the receiving end of a beating. If he had a phone, he would have likely posted about it. Before long, Smoker finally ceased his struggle, and his cries fell silent. Though he remained conscious, his face was a frightening patchwork of bruises. Zifa turned to glare at Jiangqi, as if to say, "You little brat, why don't you hurry over here for me to deal with?" Tina, I advise you to urge him to go face the music early. Zifa can be quite terrifying when provoked. And you surely wouldn't want to be on the receiving end. Tina kindly suggested that you're not being helpful at all. You're practically pushing me into the fire. Did you not see how badly Smoker got beaten? I refuse to go. Luo Xia pouted, clearly disinclined to heed her suggestion, unwilling to foolishly present himself for punishment before Zifa. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He's going to run. Luo Xia then turned his attention to his shoes. Inspiration striking him to AT that moment. Zifa was advancing towards Luo Xia, his expression not overtly menacing, but certainly suggesting he intended to administer punishment. Tina poked Luo Xia, who was crouched down fiddling with his shoes. Hey, Luo Xia, stop fiddling with your shoes and go face Teacher Zifa. If you simply admit your mistake, I believe you won't be punished. The other trainees chimed in. Yes, Luo Xia. Quit playing with your shoes and hurry up to get hit. If Teacher Zifa gets angry, what will happen to us? Just like last time. Perhaps it was the incessant buzzing of those individuals that disturbed Rosha, or perhaps it was the anxiety of being on the verge of receiving a beating that caused his hand to tremble. However, it was precisely this tremor that made him feel as though he had successfully integrated something into his shoes. Before he could revel in his accomplishment, a chilling voice pierced his ears. UVE managed to hide quite well. Haven TU. In an instant, a wave of coldness washed over Rosha from head to toe. Damn it. Run. Without hesitation, Rosha executed a swift movement, disappearing from Zephyr's sight, only to reappear before Smoker. Smoke man, I'm taking my leave. He refrained from using the technique again, as excessive reliance on it would rapidly deplete his stamina. After all, he had just adjusted his shoes and was eager to test them out. Noticing Rosha's impending escape, Zephyr did not seem particularly urgent in his pursuit. Instead, he leisurely advanced towards Rosha, allowing him a few moments of head start. Rosha, feeling the ground beneath him, sprinted with all his might, determined to reach Captain Garp's villa, which he deemed the safest refuge. Thus, he bolted forward with fervor. Within a minute, Zephyr activated his technique, chasing after him with an agility that was nothing short of fluid. Yet, a frown creased Zephyr's brow as he pondered why he could never quite close the distance to Rosha, remaining perpetually at a fixed range. With Zephyr in pursuit, Rosha had no choice but to run for his life. At that moment, Rosha was inwardly cursing Zephyr, likening the chase to a cat-and-mouse game. As they fled and pursued, numerous naval officers and soldiers cheered them on. Rosha felt as though he were caught in a relentless cycle of fleeing and chasing. With no means of escape, just when he thought he might surrender, his eyes caught a glimmer of familiarity in the distance, and the panic within him began to dissipate. He quickened his pace, swiftly closing the gap to the two individuals ahead. Crunch, crunch. Captain Garp munched on a rice cracker, his expression one of innocent confusion, wondering why Zephyr was chasing Rosha. Meanwhile, Jiyuan looked at Zephyr in bewilderment. Puff, puff. Rosha gasped for breath, clearly fatigued from his exertions. Zephyr, why are you chasing this kid? And by the looks of you, old man, are you not feeling well? It's been quite a while, and you still haven't caught him. Garp chuckled, relishing in the situation. Bullshit. I'm not chasing this brat for fun. The reason I'm after him is that he ruined my training ground while brawling with Smoker, but I've already dealt with Smoker. And he's no exception, Zephyr retorted, waving his hand dismissively. Jiyuan, Garp, step aside, Zephyr commanded, preparing to seize Rosha, but Rosha abruptly grasped Jiyuan's shoulder. Sister Jiyuan, you must stop Zephyr-sensei. Otherwise, I might end up as a punching bag. Rosha had witnessed Smoker's unfortunate fate and had yet to experience a beating himself. Besides, judging by Zephyr's imposing hands, he could only imagine the pain that awaited him as Zephyr approached to capture him. Garp and Jiyuan heroically positioned themselves in front of him. Zephyr, I have business with this kid today. You cannot lay a finger on him. Zephyr paused, then inquired, what business? Garp pointed at Jiyuan. That I brought her here to teach this kid swordsmanship. And he possesses some talent in that area. My grandson Ace has turned to piracy, so I need to cultivate a strong candidate to bring him into the Navy. Upon hearing Garp's reasoning, Zephyr's lips twitched involuntarily. It wasn't that he looked down upon Garp. He was well aware that while Garp was nurturing his grandson, one had joined the Revolutionary Army and the other was now a pirate. Fine, I'll grant you this one favor, but should there be a next time, I'll make sure to beat him to a pulp. Zephyr growled ominously at that moment. Jiyuan playfully shook her shoulder and turned to Rosha with a smile. Rosha, is my shoulder soft? Well, it's not bad. Rosha instinctively replied, quickly realizing the awkwardness of the situation and stepping back. Hey, kid, I'll let you off today, but I have a question that you must answer. Rosha, having relaxed momentarily, grew alert again upon hearing Zephyr's demand. Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. How did you manage to run so fast? I exerted all my energy, and still couldn't catch up. What is the secret? Zephyr asked, his curiosity piqued. Rosha contemplated whether to reveal the modifications he had made to his shoes. If he disclosed that information, Zephyr, the purple-haired old turtle, might impose a punishment of 50 laps again. Unbeknownst to him, 3 pairs of eyes were intently watching him at that moment. After much deliberation, Rosha decided it would be better to confess than to face the consequences later. Well, it's not a big deal. When Zephyr-sensei was beating Smoker, I hid behind Tina and came up with this little enhancement. What enhancement? The trio inquired in unison. Rosha took a step back, slowly lifting his foot to point at his shoes. It's these shoes. I integrated something into them. You can't possibly be faster than the wind, can you? The wind is everywhere, so my speed is quite reasonable, right? Suddenly recalling something, Rosha scratched his head sheepishly. It's quite unfortunate that in my panic to avoid a beating, my hand slipped, leading to the creation of these shoes that I asked for the formula. I can't seem to remember it. For a moment, time appeared to stand still. Zephyr took a deep breath, striving to suppress his rising anger that I knew it. Otherwise, how could the illustrious Zephyr fail to catch you? Rosha forced a wry smile. Indeed, Zephyr-sensei is undoubtedly more formidable than I. After a brief exchange between Zephyr and Garp, the former took his leave. Meanwhile, Rosha clapped Garp on the shoulder and asked, Old man, do you and Jiyuan have any business with me? Rosha was puzzled about Jiyuan's intentions. And he certainly did not wish to be tethered to her. If he were spotted by Dashiji, his situation would become dire, as he could only manage to hold his own against Smoker at present. Ha! It's this. I believe you have a modicum of talent in swordsmanship, so I enlisted Jiyuan to teach you. Garp declared, wrapping an arm around Rosha's shoulders. What do you think? I'm rather generous. RNTI, Jiyuan's swordsmanship is ranked among the best in the Navy, and Garp expected Rosha to prepare some rice crackers in return, as the last batch had been devoured. Rosha grimaced, feeling frustrated but unable to voice his displeasure, especially since this old man had made decisions without consulting him. Ahem, I'm not particularly reliant on swordsmanship, so… what about this? Are you saying a mere candidate for admiral cannot learn swordsmanship from me? Jiyuan interrupted, her tone reminiscent of a scorned lover. Rosha waved his hands in protest. No. I am well aware of Jiyuan's esteemed name as a candidate for admiral. It would indeed be an honor to have you teach me swordsmanship. Despite the smile on his face, he felt quite reluctant inside. Humph, I'll agree to teach you. But you must meet one condition first. Otherwise, it's off the table, Jiyuan proclaimed with a haughty grin. Having already devised her terms prior to arriving, Rosha rolled his eyes, utterly bewildered. What condition? Money? Or rice crackers? Money. You could sell me and still not amount to much if it's rice crackers. Take as many as you like. I could supply enough to make you burst. Rosha was now resigned to the situation, as it was evident Jiyuan was intent on teaching him swordsmanship, likely due to some item from his synthesis capabilities that had caught her eye. After all, why would a candidate for admiral be so keen on negotiating terms otherwise? Jiyuan shot Rosha a glare that I don't want money, nor do I want rice crackers. Garp interjected, if you don't want them. I do. I want. Could it be you're interested in me? Want me to keep you warm at night? Roxia blurted out a remark, immediately covering his mouth, clearly filled with a hint of regret. Of course, it was merely a hint. In an instant, he felt a chill creep up his back, and the very next moment, a fierce gust of wind swept past his ear, severing a few strands of his hair. Gulp! Roxia swallowed hard, his voice trembling with fear as he exclaimed, that was perilous. My life nearly slipped away. At that moment, Jiyuan, with a smile, patted Roxia's shoulder and said, Roxia, do be careful with your words. While I may not dare to kill you, there are certainly other ways to make things difficult. Roxia gazed at the smiling Jiyuan before him, cursing silently within. Damn woman, just wait until I synthesize a treasure powerful enough to surpass yours. Let us see how I deal with you then. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and plopped down onto the ground. Sister Jiyuan, after all this talk, what exactly are your terms? Even if you tell me, I might not be able to assist you. Jiyuan shot a glare at Roxia before producing the golden weapon hanging from her waist and placing it between them. This is a blade of the same quality as your knife. Possibly even superior. I wish to imbue it with the cold aura, just like yours. That Roxia's lips twitched. He had initially thought Jiyuan would request something minor. Yet this woman certainly had a flair for the dramatic. She wanted to replicate the properties of his tiger hunt. Roxia contemplated, as the tiger hunt at his wrist transformed into a blaze. Landing before him. Sister Jiyuan, as a reserve general, are you sure you want me to do this without any proper weapon at your side? Wouldn't that undermine your stature when you set sail to conquer foes? Jiyuan shook her head, then nodded. Roxia frowned and inquired, what do you mean by that? You're both shaking your head and nodding. What do you mean? Roxia's tone was slightly harsh, but Jiyuan paid it no mind and continued. It's quite simple that I do not desire a device that merely transforms the blade into a wristband, but rather I wish for the blade itself to be imbued with the cold aura. At this point, Roxia's face darkened, yet Jiyuan, oblivious to his expression, continued her monologue. I have observed your blade. It can transform into flames, indicating that your ability has merged with the blade to produce fire. Hence, with your extraordinary talent, it is entirely feasible. Roxia pouted, sitting on the ground with an expression of disbelief. He longed to be punished by Zifa. Jiyuan's demands were rather unreasonable, were they not? Though he was indeed a synthesist. He was not a deity. Where was he to procure the ice fruit or the frozen fruit? It was crucial to note that Roxia's blade had achieved its current state thanks to the flame fruit bestowed by the system. Roxia remained motionless in Jiyuan's eyes, as if caught in a trance. Eventually, she shook his arm and asked, Hey, Roxia, can you actually do it? You must be able to, right? The sparkle in Jiyuan's eyes illuminated with hope, as she had dreamt of her golden weapon resembling his blade ever since she first saw it. After several nights of dreams, Jiyuan sought out Kapu to find Roxia, only to stumble upon Zifa punishing him. This is rather challenging and requires considerable resources. Most importantly, we need ice. The mere mention of ice brought to Roxia's mind the figure of Kazan, and a flood of memories regarding elemental abilities. Particularly ice surged through him. Shaking his head, he regained clarity. At that moment, he noticed Jiyuan was still shaking his arm, her demeanor somewhat alluring. All right, Sister Jiyuan, stop shaking, or I might get dizzy. Upon hearing Roxia speak, Jiyuan finally withdrew her hand and sat down beside him, eager to attentively listen to his next words. Sister Jiyuan, if you wish to transform your treasured blade, it is indeed possible. However, you must find a way to capture Admiral Kazan. Otherwise, I cannot assist you. Roxia's words were astonishing, causing Kapu, who was munching on a snack nearby, to stop abruptly, his expression one of disbelief, while Jiyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixating on Roxia, why are you two staring at me? Roxia scratched his head, bewildered. Is there really no ice fruit user in the Navy? Slap? Roxia's head received a sharp smack, just as he was about to protest. Kapu's gruff voice interjected. You little rascal, your words are becoming increasingly brazen. Oh, you expect Jiyuan to capture Kazan? What's wrong with you? Jiyuan shot a reproachful glance at Roxia, exclaiming, You, my dear brother, are but a reserve general. How do you expect me to apprehend a natural-type admiral? Are you hoping for my swift demise? With that, Jiyuan seized Roxia's ear and began her lecture. Fortunately, there were no nearby sailors. Even if there were, none dared to approach. Perhaps the three of them realized that sitting on the ground was unbecoming, so they tidied themselves up and headed towards Kapu's villa. 10 minutes later, they found themselves seated on a sofa, and as soon as Roxia settled in, he couldn't help but muse aloud. This place is far better than my apartment. When will I ever have a villa like this? Simple, just reach the level of a reserve general, Jiyuan replied. Upon hearing her words, Roxia fell silent. If he could attain the status of an admiral, he might as well wait a few more years. Brother Roxia, what did you mean earlier? Jiyuan asked, her tone slightly irked. You just mentioned that in order to create a blade like yours, we must first capture Admiral Kazan. What did you mean by that? You mean that? Roxia smacked his forehead as realization dawned on him. Did you not want your blade to possess ice attributes? So, it is entirely reasonable for me to suggest capturing Admiral Kazan. Since you desire the ice attribute, who better than the ice fruit user, Admiral Kazan, to assist? At this point, both Kapu and Jiyuan nodded in agreement, finally grasping Roxia's intent. Humph, Brother Roxia, you should have mentioned it sooner. Why did you have to phrase it so brazenly, suggesting I capture Admiral Kazan instead? Wouldn't it be better to simply retrieve him? That way, I could utilize ice anytime, increasing my chances of crafting the blade you desire. Roxia shrugged. Appearing indifferent, Jiyuan clenched her fists tightly, rising without looking back as she made her way outside. Upon reaching the door, she turned and declared, "Wait here, I will summon Admiral Kazan." With that, Jiyuan vanished from their sight. As she walked, Jiyuan wore a serious expression, exuding an aura that deterred any approaching soldiers, who instinctively gave her space, should she seek out Fleet Admiral Sengoku or Admiral Kazan. However, time did not allow her to hesitate for long. And soon she arrived at Kazan's designated office. Knock, knock, knock. Jiyuan rapped on the door. Enter, came Kazan's languid voice from within. Taking a deep breath, Jiyuan stepped inside, only to find Kazan lazily sprawled on the sofa. Kazan lifted the eye mask, obscuring his gaze in surprise, and asked, "Ah, I didn't expect you. Jiyuan, what brings you here?" Jiyuan took a seat on the adjacent sofa, hesitating before speaking. "Admiral Kazan, could you do me a small favor?" Kazan raised an eyebrow, his disinterest shifting slightly. "What favor?" "Have you heard of Roxia?" Kazan nodded, acknowledging. "Roxia, the Synthesist, quite an intriguing fruit ability. I'd like to see it someday." Jiyuan's heart leaped with joy, and she promptly replied, "This favor requires you, Admiral Kazan, and it is also something I asked of Roxia." "Oh, what is this favor?" Has that kid concocted something amusing again? In the eyes of Aokiji, the fact that this substitute general had summoned him for assistance suggested that the matter at hand was of no ordinary significance, prompting his decision to investigate. "Ah, let us proceed then. I too am curious about this Synthesist lad," he remarked, as the two exited the office in succession. Meanwhile, within Garp's villa, Rosha displayed evident impatience, yet he continued to diligently synthesize senbei. Beside him, Garp had mysteriously procured a large burlap sack filled with senbei. In a short span, 3 bulging sacks had accumulated around Garp, undoubtedly brimming with the treats. "You old codger, considering your aid in my escape from Zephyr's clutches, I shall begrudgingly bestow upon you a modicum of senbei," he mused. On the other side, Aokiji and Jiyuan were making their way towards Garp's villa when suddenly, a figure materialized before them. This individual bore a rather unsavory appearance. Squinting his eyes as he leered at Jiyuan, "Peach Rabbit, marry me," he declared, producing a bouquet of roses from some unseen pocket, his gaze fervently fixed upon her. Jiyuan's eyes betrayed her utter disdain as she forcefully swatted the roses away. "T-Pig, I could never marry you. If I were to wed, it would be someone like Rosha." T-Pig was momentarily taken aback, promptly inquiring, "Who is Rosha? I shall not let him off easily. Dare to treat him with disrespect, and I shall make you pay." Jiyuan's fierce demeanor was unmistakable at that moment. Shall we not first visit the Synthesist lad?" T-Pig suggested, raising his gaze to find Aokiji looking down at him with a distinctly indifferent expression. "Aokiji Admiral," he exclaimed. Aokiji nodded in acknowledgement and continued onward towards Garp's villa, unperturbed by the unfolding drama. Realizing the situation, Jiyuan hurriedly followed, with T-Pig closely in tow. After a brief silence, the trio soon arrived at Garp's villa. They were taken aback upon entering, as the sight that greeted them was a staggering number of burlap sacks, over a dozen, each filled to the brim. Garp stood beside Rosha, an expression of excitement upon his face as he grasped the edges of the sacks. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, Rosha looked up to see the trio led by Aokiji. His eyes brightened, and he immediately withdrew his hands from the task at hand. "You little rascal. Who is this enough for? You cannot simply take your hands away." Rosha pouted, displaying reluctance as he turned his head away. "Garp-san," he greeted. Garp, upon noticing the 3 before him, understood why Rosha had been reluctant to assist him in making senbei. His heart swelled with satisfaction at the sight of the numerous sacks brimming with treats. "Let us see how Sengoku measures up against me now." Once everyone settled, before Rosha could speak, T-Pig took the initiative. "So, you are Rosha, the one Peach Rabbit wishes to marry." Rosha appeared bewildered and turned to Jiyuan, whose expression hinted at barely contained anger. "T-Pig," she shouted, "silence, or I shall end you." Rosha swallowed hard, tugging at Garp's sleeve beside him. "Huh? What is it, little rascal?" Garp inquired. Rosha pointed at T-Pig, who wore a lascivious grin on the sofa, exclaiming, "This admiral wishes to kill me." At this proclamation, time seemed to freeze, particularly for T-Pig, who stared in shock at Rosha's accusation. In the next moment, T-Pig hurriedly waved his hands. No, no, that's not what I meant. The panic on his face was unmistakable, especially as he noticed Garp's eyes narrowing, indicating a readiness for action that he knew Garp had previously fought with Akainu and had not been at a disadvantage. If he could not best Akainu, he certainly stood no chance against Garp. Rosha smirked, having anticipated that this unsavory uncle would stand his ground, hoping for Garp to deliver a fitting punishment. Yet, he was surprised at how quickly T-Pig caved in. Just to clarify, I have no intention of marrying Jiyuan. If you wish to pursue her, then do so, Rosha declared earnestly. After all, he was still not strong enough. In his past life, he had been an ordinary human. And backing down was not shameful. Dying was what truly brought disgrace. T-Pig nodded seriously, understanding the gravity of the situation, knowing Garp was watching him closely that a hasty response could result in a painful exit from the villa. Rosha took a seat next to Aokiji, chuckling. Aokiji Admiral, did Jiyuan inform you? Ah, Synthesist lad. What new concoction are you brewing that has summoned me? Aokiji inquired. Intrigued by Rosha's abilities, Jiyuan placed her sword, Jinbiro, before her. Rosha wasted no time, his hands swiftly transforming into a pale blue HUET that moment. The methods for crafting elemental weapons surged into his mind. Understanding the task at hand, he turned to Aokiji. Aokiji Admiral, please unleash your cold aura and concentrate it in my hands. Freezing is of no concern. Aokiji, taken aback by the request, met Rosha's determined gaze and, without hesitation, released a burst of cold air, forming an ice sphere the size of an apple between his hands. Admiral Aokiji, might you pass the ice sphere to me? Rosha's request left Aokiji momentarily baffled as he observed Rosha's intent gaze. He realized the gravity of the situation. When Aokiji remained still, Rosha, without waiting for permission, reached out to grasp it. As Rosha's hands grew larger in Aokiji's vision, the moment he made contact with the ice sphere, Aokiji's heart skipped a beat. He was acutely aware of the lethal potential of the ice sphere he had just conjured. A mere instant could spell doom for over 100 million pirates, let alone Rosha. Yet, what unfolded next astonished him. Rosha effortlessly lifted the ice sphere from Aokiji's grasp, displaying a calm demeanor as if he were accustomed to such feats. In that instant, Rosha felt a surge of joy. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring nature-type frozen fruit fragment X2. His heart swelled with elation. His speculation had proven correct. Nonetheless, he maintained a composed exterior, cradling the ice sphere. Aokiji, witnessing this, wore a look of astonishment as the wielder of the frozen fruit. He certainly understood the frigid potency of the ice Rosha now held, especially since Rosha was brazenly displaying it before him. Unfazed by Aokiji's scrutiny, Rosha tightened his grip on the sphere, a brilliant azure glow emanating from his hands as he compressed the cold air within. In no time, the ice sphere had reduced in size, now appearing 2 sizes smaller before the onlookers. Under their watchful eyes, Rosha pressed the ice sphere firmly against the blade of Jinbiro, nodding in affirmation. Rosha envisioned the process clearly in his mind as the ice sphere vanished from his hands. Jiyuan finally inquired, Rosha, is it complete? Not yet. It will require several more attempts. This will necessitate Aokiji Admiral's assistance. Rosha explained, shaking his head. According to the recent notification in his mind, he estimated he would need 49 more attempts to acquire a single frozen fruit, totaling 100 fragments. His gaze sparkled with fervor as he regarded Aokiji. An unmistakable excitement evident in his expression. Synthesist lad. Just as Rosha was lost in thought, a somewhat languid voice interrupted. He looked up to find Aokiji, whose expression was a complex mix of emotions. Admiral Aokiji, do you have something to say? Rosha inquired. How are your hands faring? Rosha glanced at his hands, which emitted a faint azure glow, showing no signs of distress. They are fine, he replied. Aokiji, perplexed, scratched his head. Synthesist lad, the ice sphere I just formed possesses the power to freeze someone to death. Are you truly all right? Given that the majority present were of vice admiral rank or higher, Aokiji's astonishment was understandable. I'm fine. My abilities are unique, Rosha assured. Aokiji scratched his head in confusion, ultimately deciding to abandon his thoughts. He resumed concentrating on forming an ice sphere for Luosha, while the room echoed with the crisp sound of Luosha pressing the golden sword, alongside the crunching noise made by Garp. The temperature within the villa's living room plummeted due to the ice spheres created by Aokiji, causing even the tea-pig to yawn, a testament to the frigid atmosphere. However, in his state of exhilaration, Rosha felt no chill. Instead, he became increasingly animated. His mind was flooded with notification sounds. Over an hour had passed, and despite the frost adorning his face, Rosha was brimming with joy. For he needed only to press the final ice sphere into the golden sword for his endeavor to be complete. At that moment, 100 ice blue fragments lay quietly in Rosha's system backpack. Awaiting their purpose, he pressed the last ice sphere, emanating an aura of cold, into the golden sword. A transformative change occurred. The entire blade morphed into a stunning ice blue, captivating all present. The sword radiated an unparalleled chill, reminiscent of Aokiji's ice fruit. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the sword resting on the table. Just then, a voice echoed in Rosha's mind. Ding! 100 natural ice fruit fragments have been gathered. Meeting synthesis requirements. Would you like to synthesize? Rosha swallowed hard and exclaimed, synthesize. In an instant, a flash of ice blue light illuminated his mind, revealing a newly synthesized ice fruit. Ding! Would you like to consume the natural ice fruit? Current available devil fruit count. 1. Though perplexed, Rosha quickly conveyed his decision. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted. An immense wave of cold erupted from Rosha's body, propelled by the ice fruit, crashing toward the 4 individuals. They braced themselves against the oncoming blast, only to look up and find a figure encased in ice before them. Garp's eyes widened in shock as he clasped his hands over his head. Staring incredulously at the scene, Aokiji was equally taken aback, thinking, did this kid really synthesize? At that moment, Jiyuan recognized the frozen figure as Rosha. Rosha, Garp, with utmost seriousness, grasped Aokiji's arm and inquired, Kazan, what is happening? Why has this boy ended up like this? Aokiji scratched his head in distress, preparing to step forward when the humanoid ice block shattered, revealing Rosha stepping out. His hand, previously glowing with a green hue, had transformed into an ice blue color, and half of his face was now covered in ice, reminiscent of Aokiji's abilities. Rosha, bewildered, gazed at the 4 and slowly asked, what's wrong with you? And is this villa you're doing? Aokiji, it looks all shiny. Aokiji's lips twitched in silent exasperation. However, this was not the time for idle chatter, as his curiosity about Rosha grew. Moreover, his current state resembled that of the ice fruit, prompting a bold speculation in Aokiji's mind. This isn't Kazan's doing. It's your work, kid. Furrowing his brow, Rosha approached Garp with utmost seriousness and declared, how could that be? I'm not an ice fruit user. Don't spout nonsense, old man. If not for the icy traces on his face. Garp might have believed him. At that moment, Jiyuan interjected, Rosha, it was indeed you. Take a good look at your face. With that, Jiyuan produced a mirror and held it before Rosha. Upon receiving the mirror, Rosha's eyes lit up as he beheld half of his face adorned with ice blue crystals, looking quite dashing. Hey, not bad at all. No wonder Sister Jiyuan wants to marry me. His self-muttering was overheard by Jiyuan, who playfully nudged him, her face betraying no displeasure. Standing beside Aokiji, the tea-pig remained expressionless, likely having missed the remark, for otherwise, it would not have maintained such a stoic demeanor. After a moment of admiration, Rosha set the mirror down and began to touch the ice crystals on his face. He rubbed at them vigorously, but to no avail. They remained steadfast. Don't know. Will half my face be frozen forever? Rosha pondered, aware that having consumed a devil fruit should not affect his appearance. Moreover, he could not display any understanding of the situation here, or else he would have no explanation. He truly had no idea how to dispel the ice. As Rosha continued to rub at the crystals, Aokiji, standing a few paces away, seemed lost in thought. He then clapped Garp on the shoulder and headed toward Rosha. Within the span of a few meters, Aokiji conjured an ice knife in a swift motion. He swung it toward Rosha's waist, his face devoid of any expression. Yet, Rosha sensed no malice in Aokiji's demeanor as the ice knife was unleashed by the admiral. Rosha found himself bisected, his body cleaved in two. Jiyuan's eyes widened in shock as she grabbed the golden sword nearby and rushed toward Aokiji, her eyes ablaze with fury. You bastard, Admiral Aokiji. What are you doing? Why did you kill Rosha? He is my newly acknowledged brother, and he is not even a pirate, despite Jiyuan's vehement questioning. Aokiji maintained his resigned expression, his gaze fixated on Rosha. Seemingly anticipating something, Rosha, now in two pieces, examined his upper half and glanced at his severed lower half, letting out a resigned sigh. This is not good. Realizing he had likely exposed himself, Rosha's bisected form transformed into countless shards of ice. Undergoing a upon finishing his words, Rosha lowered his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. He simply had not read enough to conjure an excuse. The moment Rosha spoke, a collective gasp echoed through the room. As everyone present was taken aback by the revelation, based on the information on Rosha from Aokiji's desk, Aokiji could be certain that Rosha possessed the ability of a paramecia fruit. However, he had not anticipated such a transformation, particularly of this nature. Garp, in particular, stood there in a state of shock, oblivious to the drool trickling down his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he had initially been drawn to Rosha's senbei abilities, only to discover upon retrieving him that Rosha bore the potential of a great admiral. After Rosha's declaration, the crowd fell into a profound silence, which prompted Rosha to grow anxious. You must believe me. Though I am uncertain whether previous users of the paramecia fruit have experienced such a change, this is my current state. Fearing their disbelief, Rosha summoned an ice-blue light in his hand, materializing a frosty senbei before them. This spectacle left Rosha momentarily stunned. Had he truly altered the flavor of his senbei simply by consuming a fruit? He offered the senbei to Garp, who bit into it, and an instant chill erupted in his mouth. Wow, this is delicious. I love this flavor. It's so refreshingly cool, Rosha shrugged, glancing at Jiyuan and Aokiji. This is indeed the power of synthesis. It feels akin to a dual fruit ability, don't you think, Peach Rabbit? Peach Rabbit nodded in agreement. Indeed, Admiral Aokiji, this is a dual fruit ability, combining synthesis and freezing. How remarkable. Rosha, this is truly astonishing. We must inform Admiral Sengoku. Upon witnessing Aokiji's rare, serious expression, Rosha nodded. Sooner or later, Sengoku would learn of this matter. It was merely a question of timing. After all, Rosha was adept at weaving tales, and no matter what Sengoku said, he could easily sidestep the inquiries. I have no issues, Admiral Aokiji. That's good to hear. Then I shall take my leave. Shortly thereafter, at the entrance to Sengoku's office, Aokiji knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Aokiji stepped inside, hands in his pockets, only to find not only Sengoku, but also Tsuru present. Aokiji scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words, standing before the two. Kazan. What's the matter? Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Kazan finally spoke. There's something, and it's rather complicated. Sengoku was taken aback by Kazan's demeanor, having not seen him display such an expression in quite some time. Please, have a seat. Sengoku gestured to a nearby sofa. Aokiji nodded and sat opposite Tsuru. After about a minute, Aokiji slowly began, You should both be aware of that rascal Rosha. Admiral Sengoku, Ms. Tsuru? Tsuru nodded. Yes, I am aware. There has been much discussion about him lately. Jiyuan often mentions him, the paramecia fruit, a rather impressive ability. Sengoku also nodded with a smile. Indeed, are you suggesting that what you have to say is related to him? Could it be that he has invented something new? Aokiji chuckled wryly. Well, one might say that. Unconsciously, as he uttered those words, Aokiji recalled the scene of Rosha being cleaved in half, yet remaining unscathed. Just a few hours ago, I was tasked by Jiyuan to assist at Garp's villa. Upon arrival, I discovered that Rosha was also present, along with Garp. However, it soon became clear that they sought to use my ice to forge a blade. At this point, Tsuru could not help but interject. It wouldn't be Jiyuan's Jinbaira, would it? Aokiji nodded. Indeed, and Rosha's abilities are truly peculiar. Exceptionally so. The prospect of Aokiji describing something as peculiar piqued Sengoku's interest. Then Rosha requested a mass of ice, and I conjured a sphere capable of obliterating over 100 million pirates in an instant. To my astonishment, he directly reached out, grasped it, and pressed it against the blade. Aokiji was not one to be overly verbose, yet the bizarre nature of the event compelled him to elaborate, endeavoring to render the situation more plausible. Approximately 2 hours later, the blade was completed. And at that very moment, Rosha was encased in ice. However, as Garp approached, the ice surrounding Rosha suddenly shattered, and he emerged unscathed, half of his face adorned with crystalline frost, reminiscent of Aokiji's own ability. It seemed as though Rosha had instantaneously acquired the power of the ice fruit. This revelation, Aokiji lowered his gaze, feeling a lack of confidence in conveying the truth, as he found it utterly incredible. Simultaneously, Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged incredulous glances, both exclaiming in unison, "Impossible! You just said that Rosha has obtained freezing abilities?" Aokiji nodded, his expression one of resignation. Sengoku was taken aback by Aokiji's admission. He had always regarded Aokiji as a notably composed individual. Thus, the likelihood of Aokiji fabricating a tale was slim, suggesting only one possibility to this realization. Even Sengoku, known for his intellect, gasped in astonishment. .2 abilities? There has been no precedent for this at sea if this is indeed the case. The Navy has struck gold. Sengoku rubbed his hands together, seizing the telephone on his desk to make a call. Meanwhile, at Garp's villa, Garp hastily retrieved his shivering den mushi, answering, "Who is this?" "Garp, is Rosha with you?" "Bring him here immediately," Sengoku urged. Garp furrowed his brow at this remark, glancing at Rosha, who was busy crafting the latest senbei, and promptly shook his head in refusal. "I have no time for this. I'm hanging up now." As soon as he ended the call, Jiyuan, sitting nearby, erupted into laughter. "Ha! What's so funny?" Garp retorted. "If I weren't unable to freeze that old fool, would I still be here helping him make senbei? Besides, you promised to teach me Haki. If you don't teach me what I want, don't come begging for my help in the future." Rosha's hands were continuously conjuring ice blue senbei as he spoke to Jiyuan. Though his expression betrayed a hint of reluctance, Jiyuan nodded. "Sure, after this is over, I'll teach you whatever you wish to learn." Rosha scoffed. "If you truly wish to repay me, you ought to knock that old man down instead." Jiyuan glanced at Garp and shook his head decisively. "No way. I can't possibly take on Vice Admiral Garp, and you old fool, while I can't afford to compensate you, you expect me to make senbei as restitution? How much would that even amount to?" Rosha exclaimed indignantly, in stark contrast to Rosha's predicament. Sengoku was seething with rage, slamming down the phone and rising abruptly. "Let us go, little Tsuru. Aokiji, we must find out what Garp is so busy with. That rascal claims he is occupied with Rosha." Approximately 10 minutes later, Sengoku and his companions stood at the entrance of Garp's residence, staring in astonishment at the scene before them. Inside Garp's villa, dozens of burlap sacks lay strewn about, while Rosha continued to conjure senbei, a sight that stirred envy within Sengoku. "Garp!" A booming voice rang out, startling Rosha. "Who is it?" The trio looked towards the door, where Aokiji, Sengoku, and Tsuru stood. The three then stepped into the villa, encased in ice. "Ha ha, Sengoku, what brings you to my humble abode? Did you hear that I have senbei?" Sengoku's forehead throbbed with veins at Garp's words. Glaring at him with fury, "You scoundrel, is this what you meant by being busy?" Sengoku lunged forward, seizing a burlap sack in front of Rosha and stuffing a handful of senbei into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The moment the senbei hit his palate, Sengoku was left utterly speechless, particularly the icy sensation, a unique experience that he had never encountered before, instantly captivated Zhonghua, who fell in love with this exquisite senbei. Observing Zhonghua in a state of bewilderment, he gently tugged at him, pulling him back from his stupor. It was only then that Zhonghua regained his serious demeanor, immediately scanning the surroundings. Before long, he noticed a young boy less than a meter away, his hands buried in a sack, seemingly fiddling with something. "Luoxia?" Zhonghua tentatively inquired. Luoxia slowly lifted his head, his half-frozen face instantly capturing Zhonghua's attention. It was not so much that he was struck by the boy's good looks, but rather he was astounded by that half of a face, as if he had encountered another user of the ice fruit. "Ah, Zhonghua, the marshal." As if coming to a realization, Luoxia abruptly stood up, clearing his throat. "Greetings, Marshal Zhonghua, Vice Admiral He, Admiral Aokiji. There's no need to be so tense, Luoxia." After reassuring Luoxia, Zhonghua surveyed the villa and indeed discovered a dozen sacks within the room. "Luoxia, these sacks in the room are not." Luoxia nodded. "The sacks contain the senbei I prepared for old man Garp." Despite Luoxia's casual tone, Zhonghua's fists clenched tightly. By the way, Luoxia, what is that ice crystal on your face?" Zhonghua pointed at Luoxia's half-frozen visage, clearly still focused on the matter at hand. Luoxia hesitated momentarily, instinctively reaching for his left cheek. Upon contact, he felt as though his hand was rubbing against a block of ice. "Oh, this? I have no idea. It's just been there since the beginning. Moreover, Admiral Aokiji even mentioned that I possess the ability of the ice fruit." At this moment, Zhangguo's gaze intensified, as if he were attempting to discern something. So, do you have the ability of the ice fruit? As soon as Zhangguo's words left his lips, Aokiji and he both fixed their eyes on Luoxia's for Jiyuan and Garp. They had already witnessed the boy's capabilities. In fact, just moments earlier, Luoxia had frozen Garp twice in an attempt to resist making senbei, with predictable results. Garp had shattered the ice almost instantaneously. Well, I suppose I do. Luoxia recalled his previous conversation with the system. But how can I prove it? Zhangguo's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Luoxia. He needed to clarify this matter, as it represented a future pinnacle of power. After surveying the room, Luoxia's gaze settled on Garp, who was munching on senbei. Without further ado, Luoxia stepped forward, extending his palm towards Garp. In an instant, a layer of ice formed over Garp, encasing him entirely. However, it was not long before Garp shattered the ice with a mighty shake. The three onlookers were taken aback, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Aokiji remained composed, having just witnessed the event, but Zhangguo and Vice Admiral, he were visibly affected. Zhangguo's smile was impossible to conceal, his gaze towards Luoxia radiating warmth, as if the boy were an extraordinary treasure. The intensity of Zhangguo's stare made Luoxia shiver. Perhaps sensing Luoxia's discomfort, Zhangguo averted his gaze. The group then settled onto the sofa, with Zhangguo casually grabbing a sack and beginning to munch on senbei as he ate. He asked, Luoxia, did you just acquire this ability? Indeed, it manifested just now when I was assisting Sister Jiyuan in synthesizing a blade. Luoxia replied, providing straightforward answers to their inquiries, as he had no other excuses to offer. After a brief round of basic questioning, Zhangguo, satisfied with his 5 sacks of senbei, departed with he and Aokiji. Meanwhile, Garp was left behind, cursing Zhangguo for his actions. Damn you, Zhangguo. I have barely 10 sacks of senbei left, not enough to last me a month. Luoxia sat beside Jiyuan, feeling a wave of panic wash over him, fearing that she might compel him to continue producing senbei. However, Garp merely grumbled a few complaints before heading in Zhangguo's direction, stating he would return for more. Finally, that old coot is gone. Now I can go back. Just as Luoxia was about to rise, a cool little hand grasped his. Turning to look, he saw Jiyuan holding onto him. Huh, Sister Jiyuan, what are you doing? Weren't we supposed to practice? You still want to go rest? Luoxia felt a few dark lines appear on his forehead. But I have to wait until that purple-haired teacher, ZFA, gives me some time. Don't worry, I'll help you get a leave from Instructor ZFA. And the training camp has just begun. Even if you haven't learned anything, it's all right. I will teach you. Luoxia surveyed Jiyuan from head to toe and nodded. All right. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Actually, I'm doing quite well at the training camp. ZFA is only just starting to teach the Navy's 6 styles. Jiyuan replied with a smile. The Navy's 6 styles? Is it very difficult? Do you want me to teach you? She continued. All you have to do is call me sister. By the way, they usually start by teaching Su, right? Isn't that tough? Luoxia pouted. I've already learned Su. Although I sometimes bump into poles, my talent seems decent. Oh, really? Jiyuan was somewhat surprised, considering she had trained for over 10 days to grasp it. Why wouldn't I? Luoxia immediately began to prove himself. In the next moment, he appeared behind Jiyuan, but whether it was due to the slippery ground or something else, he accidentally stumbled, landing awkwardly behind her, his hands resting against her back. Luoxia awkwardly distanced himself from Jiyuan, clearing his throat. I'm just a bit unpracticed. It's only the first day. The atmosphere between Luoxia and Jiyuan contrasted sharply with that of Zhangguo's office. Zhangguo had been waiting for a while, and finally, everyone had gathered. Besides the 3 admirals, Garp, ZFA, and he were also present, all convened for Luoxia, although they were unaware of the recent events at that moment. The room was filled with silence as everyone quietly awaited Zhangguo to speak. Ahem, I summoned you all here to discuss an important matter, Zhangguo began, surveying the group before continuing. Our Navy has produced another user of a Logia-type devil fruit, and it is none other than the ice fruit. Instantly, aside from a few who were already aware of the situation and remained calm, the rest of the attendees stood up in shock. Especially Akainu, who immediately questioned, isn't the ice fruit Aokiji's? How can there be another one? Have you lost your mind? Of course, he dared not voice the last accusation to ZFA, too, regarded Zhangguo with curiosity, having worked alongside him for so many years. He knew that Zhangguo would not speak nonsense. as that would tarnish his reputation as a wise strategist. Zhangwa smiled slightly, clearly pleased with the reactions of those present. Aokiji is indeed a user of the ice fruit. And we have confirmed the emergence of a second user of the ice fruit, one that we personally witnessed. Both Vice Admiral He and Aokiji nodded in unison. Marshal Zhangwa speaks the truth. With their statements, the crowd was left even more bewildered. The thought arose in several minds. How could the same fruit appear twice? Unless the previous user had perished. However, that notion quickly dissipated among the attendees. But I'm still very much alive, Luoxia interjected, and the abilities I demonstrated were indeed the genuine ice fruit powers. Despite Aokiji's explanation, neither Kizaru nor Akainu seemed entirely convinced. Yet, given their years of collaboration, they expressed their skepticism. Zhangwa banged his fist on the table. I did not summon you all here to voice your doubts. I merely wish to inform you that I, along with Aokiji and Vice Admiral He, have verified that it is indeed a Logia-type ice fruit. At that moment, Garp nodded in agreement. That's right. This brat has frozen me several times already. Seeing both Zhangwa and Garp affirming the claim left everyone in the room astonished. Particularly the three unknowing individuals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Zephyr. Kizar's lips curled up slightly, his eyes obscured behind frog-like glasses, lost in thought. I in the garden of the villa. Hurry up, swing faster. Are you a turtle? The voice, sharp and commanding, belonged to Jiyuan, who was leisurely strolling behind Luoxia, wielding a whip. Each step she took exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression, causing Luoxia to feel a knot of tension in his stomach. This moment, Luoxia held a sword named Tiger Hunt, swinging it vigorously. With each strike, a mix of flames and sword energy surged forth. Before him stood an ice wall, crafted from his newly acquired freezing fruit ability. Resilient against rapid melting. As for why Luoxia found himself in such a predicament, it was, of course, due to Jiyuan's insistence. She had declared, now that you've agreed to be taught, I shall ensure you become strong. And with two such formidable devil fruit abilities, you must not squander them. Thus, Luoxia was brought to the garden of his own villa, adjacent to Garp's. However, upon arriving, Jiyuan revealed her true nature, transforming into a figure of sheer brutality. Initially, Luoxia had been languid, but out of nowhere, she produced a whip. Shortly after, he received a lash, which, while not physically damaging, resulted in her whip becoming encased in ice. But it was at this moment that Jin realized Luoxia could no longer be regarded as an ordinary marine. He had fully grasped the attributes of the freezing fruit. Consequently, whenever Luoxia slacked off, Jiyuan would deliver a whip crack, covered in Haki, to spur him on. This left Luoxia in a state of silent anguish. Mentally noting Jiyuan's actions, sweat poured from Luoxia like it was free, only to be swiftly frozen. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting host is undergoing swordsmanship training. Long-term mission activated. Ding! Personal panel activated. Ding! Long-term mission. Host must swing the sword 10,000 times daily, with rewards calculated every 15 days, randomly triggered. As the voices continued to resonate within his mind, Luoxia found himself momentarily dazed, forgetting that Jiyuan stood beside him. Whip in hand, suddenly he felt a gust of wind by his ear, and instinctively he activated Shave, narrowly evading the spot where he had stood just moments ago. In the blink of an eye, the ground was marred with cracks from the whip strike. Swallowing hard, Luoxia looked up to see Jiyuan grinning. So now you know to dodge. Are you really that slow on the uptake? Furrowing his brow, Luoxia retorted, Hey, you foul woman, what tricks are you up to now? His impression of her had drastically shifted after receiving several lashes. Who said I wouldn't let you escape? The daily sword practice is for your training, and learning to dodge is essential for your future adaptability on the battlefield. If you just stand there and let me hit you, who can you blame? After delivering this speech, Jiyuan feigned innocence, knowing full well that her actions would provoke a certain lecherous admiral. Just you wait. Luoxia scoffed, a sense of indignation brewing within him as he resumed swinging his sword. Jiyuan nodded in satisfaction. Though she had played him, she appreciated his spirit. Approximately 30 minutes later, a large group made their way toward Jiyuan's villa. Led by Admiral Sengoku, from a distance, Sengoku spotted Jiyuan wielding a whip, seemingly punishing someone. You better dodge quickly, or my whip will make you wish you hadn't. The sound of the whip cracking against the ground was exceptionally crisp. You foul woman, just wait until I surpass you. Then you'll see. Luoxia taunted, simultaneously honing his shave technique. Suddenly, a fiery object resembling molten lava hurtled toward him from afar. Whipping around, Luoxia saw a basketball-sized magma ball soaring in his direction. His pupils dilated, and as his hands transformed into a chilling blue, he prepared to counter. Just then, a pink figure intervened. It was Jiyuan, drawing her weapon with a swift motion. An intense chill emanated from her, manifesting as a slashing attack aimed at the magma ball, which was instantaneously encased in ice. Once the threat was neutralized, Jiyuan sheathed her weapon and turned to Luoxia with a smile. What do you think? Am I impressive? You foul woman. I could have handled that tiny magma ball myself. I didn't need your interference. Jiyuan shot him a glare and tugged at his ear. How dare you speak to your elder like that? A cough interrupted their banter, drawing their attention to Admiral Sengoku, who approached with a smile, accompanied by several other officers. Among them, Zephyr's sharp gaze pierced through Luoxia. Feeling somewhat intimidated by Zephyr's presence, Luoxia noted that the latter remained silent. Admiral Sengoku, what brings you here again? Luoxia queried. Sengoku chuckled. Oh, I came to see what was happening. It seems Akainu here took matters into his own hands. Akainu crossed his arms, maintaining a haughty demeanor that I merely wanted to test this kid's freezing fruit ability. I heard so much about it. Luoxia, why are you sitting on the ground? Can't you see all these admirals have come to see you? Luoxia shrugged. I apologize, Admiral Akainu. I was in training and ran out of energy. In truth, his lack of stamina was evident. The fact that he could exert himself this much was already quite impressive. Jiyuan interjected. Indeed, I was training him, though my methods are rather unorthodox. She tossed the whip at Luoxia's feet. The officers, aware of Jiyuan's character, were surprised yet intrigued by her ability to train Luoxia. Seizing the opportunity, Luoxia quickly stashed the whip into his system space, while Jiyuan remained distracted. After assessing his legs, Luoxia noted the soreness had subsided and gradually stood up. As he rose, he felt two piercing gazes. One belonged to Akainu, the other to Zephyr. Sengoku stepped forward. Luoxia, could you demonstrate your freezing fruit ability for these three gentlemen? Luoxia nodded and inquired. Admiral Sengoku, do you need anyone else to witness? Should I call them over? I still have training to do. No, just these three will do. Sengoku realized he had overstepped, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, Luoxia replied, stepping back 3 paces. His hands gradually turned icy blue, emanating an aura of cold. An icy mask formed across half his face, and in the next instant, Luoxia struck the ground with his hands. In an instant, the earth within a 50-meter radius was encased in ice. The execution was fluid, reminiscent of Aokiji's prowess when activating his abilities. Exhaling a breath of frosty air, Luoxia smiled. Well, Admiral Sengoku and esteemed officers, are you satisfied? Silence enveloped the scene. Those who had witnessed Luoxia's ability before remained composed, while the 3 newcomers were taken aback, especially Zephyr, whose eyes nearly bulged out. Kizaru maintained his usual lecherous expression, while Akainu, though less expressive, conveyed his astonishment through his gaze. Aokiji glanced around and stepped forward. Luoxia, you didn't use your full power, did you? Indeed, if I had unleashed my full strength, this vile Jiyuan's villa would be uninhabitable. Jiyuan glared at Luoxia but said nothing. Even if she were frozen, she had no grounds to reprimand him. She could only privately teach him a lesson in manners. However, Luoxia's words had provoked a response. Garp, who stood amidst the crowd, immediately stepped forward and delivered a punch to Luoxia's head, cursing under his breath, "You little rascal, do you think my villa can be frozen at your whim?" "Ouch!" Luoxia exclaimed, shielding his head. "Old man, are you using Haki to hit me?" "Ha! I know exactly what your current state is. Then why not have Admiral Aokiji use his ice-thawing technique instead of hitting me?" At the mention of this, Garp instinctively glanced towards Aokiji, as if silently urging him to act. Aokiji sighed and shrugged. "Ah, Garp-san, there's no such thing. This brat is just pulling your leg." Luoxia had likely anticipated Aokiji's response, which was why he had conveniently hidden behind Jiyuan. One of the few reasons he could find something good about her that moment. A purple figure suddenly appeared before Jiyuan, more accurately, at her side, since Luoxia was seated just behind her. "Little brat, you truly astonish me." "Ah, Zifa-sensei, you jest. I'm not entirely certain how this ability manifests," Luoxia replied. "Moreover, it does have its flaws." At this point, Luoxia stood before everyone, pointing at his half-covered face and declaring, Though quite handsome, it obstructs my vision. The crowd followed his finger and saw that half of his face was indeed obscured by ice. This is nothing to worry about. Once your strength increases and you learn to wield this power, you'll be able to control it adeptly, Aokiji explained. Luo Xia nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't expected such a detailed explanation from someone usually so taciturn. Well, now that we've seen enough, it's time to leave, isn't it? Let us not disturb little Luo Xia's training, Sengoku reminded. Just as everyone was about to depart, Jiyuan called out to Zifa. Zifa-sensei, please hold on a moment. What is it, Jiyuan? Upon witnessing this exchange, Luo Xia felt a sudden chill run down his spine, his expression darkening. Before he could voice his objections, Jiyuan stated, Zifa-sensei, I wish to train Luo Xia for the next month. Of course, if you find his skills lacking after a month, you may return him to the training camp at any time. Wait, Zifa-sensei, please think carefully. This woman is a violent maniac. She truly hits hard. Luo Xia interjected, I prefer your gentler approach, Zifa-sensei. I'd much rather stay in your training camp. While Zifa contemplated the situation, Luo Xia had somehow appeared and began lamenting his plight. Yet, did Zifa notice Luo Xia's lamentation? How did you get over here? Luo Xia replied without hesitation. Naturally, I used Zoro. Immediately regretting his words, he found himself laughing as Zifa exclaimed, well, in just one day, Jiyuan has trained you to such proficiency. It seems her training methods are indeed effective. For this month, I entrust you to Jiyuan. Just ensure he survives the training. With Zifa's words, a weight lifted from Luo Xia's heart. Was he truly going to train with this woman for an entire month? Would she really not beat him to death? As everyone departed from Jiyuan's villa, her smile quickly vanished, and she strode menacingly towards Luo Xia. Jiyuan extended her hand and asked, Where's my whip? Bring it forth that I clearly saw it vanish when your hands touched. Did you hide it? I can give it to you. But could you perhaps be a bit gentler during training? I fear I might not dodge in time and end up getting whipped. Puffed. Ha! Jiyuan burst into laughter at Luo Xia's words. All right. I promise to be gentle. Rest assured, during this month, I will also teach you the Marine 6 styles, starting with whatever interests you. Luo Xia nodded, though he remained skeptical of a supposedly wicked woman turning virtuous. Jiyuan's smile felt like a mere facade, and he was not easily deceived. Here you go, the whip. Jiyuan took the whip. Her curiosity piqued as she realized it was genuine. From where did you conjure this whip? May I see it? Get lost. How could I possibly show you? Don't be so nosy. It's a joke. The system space can't be observed, can it? As time passed, at the stroke of midnight, Luo Xia exhaled heavily. Phew. I've finally completed these 10,000 slashes. He collapsed onto the ground, still incredulous at his newfound diligence. Was he truly becoming this hardworking? After all, he had intended to lead a leisurely life each day. While Luo Xia was lost in thought, a woman with pink hair and a radiant smile appeared before him. It was Jiyuan. Oh, you're quite persevering. Not bad. As your elder sister, I'm very pleased. Stinky Jiyuan, I'm heading back to rest. I'm utterly exhausted. Before Jiyuan could respond, Luo Xia grabbed his sword and entered Jiyuan's villa. This was also her insistence, claiming it would be convenient for early morning training. And she had unilaterally assigned him a room. What could Luo Xia say? He could only nod. When under someone's roof, one must bow to the circumstances. Once back in his room, Luo Xia took a cold shower and then plopped down onto the bed. What did the system mention at noon? Personal panel? Or something else? As he muttered to himself, a small blue screen automatically materialized before him, displaying a list of his skills and items. Name: Luo Xia, 17 years old. Items owned: Smoke Fruit Fragment X 80 skills. Elemental Weapon Technique. Gravity Gloves, probability of item drop upon contact weapon. Tiger Hunt, burned and integrated. Ability: Ice Fruit, currently limited to 1. Task: slash the sword 10,000 times daily. Today's goal accomplished. 1 year deadline. Luo Xia was momentarily stunned, muttering, 1 year? Does that mean I have to slash every day? After waiting a long while with no response from the system, he decided to lie down on the bed. The information on the panel had clarified his current situation. He could only consume 1 devil fruit for now, and how to enhance that was still unknown. But that didn't mean Luo Xia couldn't synthesize other fruits. He chuckled to himself, envisioning a crew composed entirely of Logia users, How magnificent that would be. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Jiyuan in her pajamas, a faint smile gracing her features as she stood at Luo Xia's door. Luo Xia sprang up, exclaiming, "You foul woman! What are you doing here? It's so late." Without a word, Jiyuan responded with a heavy punch that sent Luo Xia's head spinning. Fortunately, as a Logia user, he felt no pain. "Humph, can you show a little respect for your teacher?" she retorted. "What kind of behavior is this? You barge into my room at night without knocking and dressed so provocatively." As she spoke, Luo Xia couldn't help but glance at her figure, and he had to admit, it was indeed impressive. "I came to ask what you wish to learn tomorrow, that I can teach you anything. Marine 6 styles, swordsmanship, or even sparring with me." Luo Xia scoffed. "Sparring with you? I'd rather just let you beat me up. However, I do want to learn Haki. Can you teach me?" Jiyuan pondered for a moment before answering. "Certainly, we can focus on Haki while incorporating swordsmanship. After all, mastering Haki requires comprehension. Some learn it in days, while others take months, and some may never grasp it in their lifetime." Luo Xia nodded. "All right then. Good. Now you should get some sleep. I'll come wake you up in the morning." Just as Jiyuan stood to leave, Luo Xia seized her wrist. "Wait, Jiyuan. What is it? Do you want me to stay over for the night?" In the words of Jiyuan, there is an unmistakable tenderness. Yet Luo Xia could clearly perceive that Jiyuan's gaze seemed to convey an unspoken warning. "Should you dare utter a complimentary word, I shall transform you into crushed ice." Terrified, Luo Xia hastily withdrew his hand, then offered an awkward smile, saying, "You jest. However, I am yearning for a touch of Admiral Kizaru's light. Could you possibly procure a bit for me? I wish to craft a batch of weapons for experimentation." Such an excuse rolled off Luo Xia's tongue with remarkable ease. Almost too effortlessly did in truth, he genuinely desired to forge some weapons. "I am uncertain if he has any tasks tomorrow. If not, I can summon him for you." "Thank you, Jiyuan." A charming smile graced Jiyuan's lips, her eyes sparkling with allure. "Well then, dear Luo Xia, I shall take my leave. Do you truly not wish for my company tonight? Just let me break one of your legs, and I shall be satisfied." Luo Xia's lips twitched in response, a chill running through him as he waved goodbye. "See you tomorrow, Jiyuan. I'm not in dire need. Seek someone who is." Time passed gradually, and soon the dawn of the next day arrived. That morning, Jiyuan kicked open the door and seized Luo Xia by the ear, lifting him from his slumber. Startled by the sudden pain, Luo Xia awakened to find Jiyuan, fully dressed, grinning down at him. "Understood. I shall rise." After freeing himself from her grip, Luo Xia hastily tidied himself and followed Jiyuan out of the villa. They soon arrived at the training ground from the previous day, where Jiyuan proposed, "Let us begin with the technique of Haki, followed by your swordsmanship practice." "Sounds great." The two settled at a spot typically reserved for Jiyuan's afternoon tea. Jiyuan waved her hand in front of Luo Xia, instructing, "Pay close attention." In an instant, her fist transformed into a deep, inky black, resembling a suit of armor. Intrigued, Luo Xia instinctively reached out to touch her fist. Ding! Acquired Haki fragment 1. Luo Xia's heart raced with excitement. Could it truly be this simple? Noticing his momentary daze, Jiyuan felt an urge to strike him, but relented as he quickly regained his composure. Clearing her throat, she remarked, "You were awestruck. This is indeed remarkable. As you can see, Haki functions as though it envelopes the skin and armor, enhancing one's defensive capabilities and allowing for contact with Devil Fruit users. Even capturing those with Logia abilities. For instance, I could easily land a blow on someone like you." Luo Xia chuckled but continued to absorb her explanation. Haki not only shields the skin, but is most commonly used to encase weapons, rendering them less susceptible to damage while enhancing both offensive and defensive power. Moreover, it allows a swordsman's treasured blade to evolve into a black blade. A black blade signifies that the swordsman's Haki has permanently fused with the sword, rendering it exceptionally resilient, an aspiration for every swordsman and a symbol of strength. As Jiyuan elaborated, Luo Xia revisited the concepts he was already familiar with. After concluding her explanation, Jiyuan added, "In addition to Haki, there are also observation Haki and conqueror's Haki that I shall refrain from delving into those for now. You wouldn't comprehend them anyway." Luo Xia nodded, his gaze fixated on Jiyuan's hands, realizing his focus. Jiyuan continued, "The method to cultivate Haki involves tapping into the latent energy within our bodies. Calm your mind and feel the flow of that energy, concentrating it into your fist. when you can cover your fist with a layer of armor. You will have succeeded. Rosha frowned at this. Jiyuan, is there no faster method? I feel that sitting here for days would yield little progress. Jiyuan shot him a glare. Do you think mastering Haki is a simple feat? Many have endured this process, including the 4 emperors. Here, Jiyuan recalled a tale she had once heard. With a shift in tone, she chuckled. However, it is said that Vice Admiral Garp, during his training in Haki, literally blasted through 8 mountains to achieve mastery. But if you seek a quicker route, that might just be your only option. Jiyuan gestured towards the direction of the back mountain. If you're keen, the back mountain is a splendid place. With a frown, Rosha made his way to the courtyard where he had trained the night prior. Utilizing the powers of his ice fruit, he conjured a structure resembling a recliner made of ice. This was merely the beginning. He crafted several chairs and an umbrella. Satisfied with his creations, Rosha plopped down onto one of the newly fashioned chairs and closed his eyes. From a distance, Jiyuan's expression darkened as she observed Rosha's relaxed demeanor. Her fists clenching involuntarily. This boy truly knows how to indulge. Gritting her teeth, Jiyuan approached him stealthily, unaware of the impending danger. Within moments, she stood before Rosha, her irritation escalating as she noticed the smirk on his face. Upon closer inspection, her anger intensified. Rosha had the audacity to be napping while she was observing him intently. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Jiyuan enveloped her fist in Haki and struck Rosha with a powerful blow. Ah, who struck me? Rosha covered his reddened cheek. Struggling to open his eyes to his astonishment, he found Jiyuan standing before him. With a twitch of his lips, he managed a strained smile. Jiyuan, you haven't left yet? Humph, you cheeky brat. Have you ever faced a beating? I summoned you here to train, not to vacation. And what is the meaning of all these distractions? Seeing Jiyuan's icy demeanor, Rosha replied helplessly, with such a blazing sun. It's unbearably hot. Besides, you mentioned that mastering Haki requires one to calm down and sense the energy within. How can I achieve that if I am not at ease? You think you can twist logic to suit your needs? Jiyuan was taken aback by Rosha's eloquence. She had no patience for nonsense. Without a second thought, she drew her whip and struck it against the ground, the sharp sound instantly heightening Rosha's tension. Commence your training now, for 2 hours. Okay. Rosha promptly sat back down, closing his eyes to focus. You better not think about dozing off. If you inadvertently fall asleep, my whip does not discriminate, and you may find yourself with a mark on your face. Jiyuan warned coldly. The mere thought sent a shiver down Rosha's spine. Soon, noticing that he was genuinely concentrating, Jiyuan glanced around and settled onto one of the icy recliners he had created. Refreshingly cool, it was quite pleasant. This rascal may be mischievous, but his ingenuity is commendable. No wonder he can craft so many things. Meanwhile, Rosha, with his eyes shut, had already immersed himself in the system. Before him lay a collection of fragments radiating black and purple light. Were these the Haki fragments? Must he gather 100 of them? Indeed, host. The stronger the Haki, the more fragments one produces. Rosha was no longer surprised by the system's sudden voice. He extended his consciousness toward the Haki fragments. And astonishingly, they flew toward him, merging seamlessly into his being in the blink of an eye. What just happened? As each fragment of armament Haki is acquired, it will seamlessly integrate into the host's body. Prioritizing the safety of the host, Rosha furrowed his brow in contemplation before swiftly arriving at the reason. If one were to suddenly gain armament Haki, it would indeed be peculiar to others. Thus, such gradual transformations are far more credible. However, a single fragment feels rather trivial. Though Rosha can perceive that minuscule dot of energy within him, it proves to be utterly useless. Therefore, a considerable quantity of fragments is essential. Time passed quietly, and 2 hours slipped away unnoticed. During this interval, Rosha received a whiplash, leaving a pronounced red mark across the center of his face, remarkably symmetrical. After practicing for an hour, Rosha observed that Jiyuan had fallen asleep on a lounge chair. Succumbing to relaxation, he soon followed suit. Yet, about 5 minutes later, Rosha let out a pained scream, for Jiyuan had unexpectedly delivered him another lash. Now, Rosha could only cover half his face with an ice mask to avoid embarrassment, as that mark was simply too unsightly. All right, the 2-hour mark has arrived. Let us head to the naval cafeteria for a meal. Afterward, I shall seek out Admiral Kizaru and see if he will make an appearance. Understood. Why does your voice sound so weak? Jiyuan inquired, puzzled. Rosha shrugged, pointing at the mask adorning his face. Have you forgotten the actions you just undertook, woman? I am left with no choice but to use my abilities to conceal this hideous mark to avoid disgrace in the naval cafeteria. Uft, ha. Jiyuan laughed unabashedly. Rosha's teeth ground together in irritation, wishing he could unsheath his dagger and strike her down. However, he could only endure, for all his efforts were for the future that I shall endure in the naval cafeteria. Rosha and Jin navigated through the bustling crowd of Marines and comrades. Regardless of whether they were soldiers or high-ranking officers, passers-by couldn't help but cast curious glances at Rosha as he walked beside Jiyuan. He muttered fiercely, "It's all your fault. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't be wearing this mask, let alone one made of ice. Humph, had you not been so lazy, I wouldn't have needed to strike you. Or, dear brother Rosha, you could simply remove the mask. You." Rosha clenched his teeth in silence. It was absurd. If he were to remove it, the gazes of the Marines would shift from curiosity to mockery. He understood the weight of such a decision. Before long, Jiyuan led Rosha to a food counter. When it was Rosha's turn to serve himself, he nodded in approval. The naval cuisine was indeed quite commendable. After selecting a generous portion, he scanned the area and soon spotted a few familiar figures. His face lit up with delight as he approached them. Before long, Rosha stood before the two individuals with his tray. The pair at the table appeared momentarily bewildered. "Hey, kid, who are you? Why are you wearing a mask?" With a grin, Rosha replied, "Smoker, Tina, have you both forgotten me?" At that moment, Tina seemed to have a revelation and exclaimed, "You are Rosha?" Rosha snapped his fingers. "That's right. Tina, your memory serves you well. You are Rosha? What is that on your face?" Smoker inquired, pointing at Rosha's mask with a puzzled expression. Rosha grimaced, reluctant to explain but felt compelled to do so. He gestured to the ice-encased half of his face and elucidated, "This is the ability of the ice fruit. It is rather fitting for me. As for why it appears this way, well," he snapped his fingers again. And a remarkable sight unfolded in an instant. The ice covering his face transformed into crystalline structures, revealing his entire visage. Tina and Rosha exchanged glances, noticing a distinct red line dividing his features, presenting a rather comical appearance. Uft, ha. The laughter of the two struck Rosha, who now wished to encase them in ice. Given his current prowess, it would be a trivial task to do so. Nevertheless, Rosha opted to cover the line once more with ice to conceal it. The duo laughed for approximately a minute before finally ceasing, and the surrounding Marines also returned to their own business, their expressions suggesting they were bemused by the antics of the two. "By the way, Rosha, who inflicted that injury upon your face? Such precision?" Tina inquired with curiosity. With a heavy sigh, Rosha lamented, "Oh, it's a long story." He pondered what impression Jiyuan had left on these two. "I have a question for you both." "Ask away, as long as Tina knows, I will tell you." Taking a deep breath, Rosha asked, "What do you both think of Jiyuan?" "And, you mean Sister Peach Rabbit?" Rosha nodded. "Sister Peach Rabbit is incredibly powerful. Her swordsmanship is among the finest on the seas. It is noteworthy that she achieved the rank of Rear Admiral solely through her sword skills. I think Sister Peach Rabbit is simply amazing." After hearing Tina's response, Rosha turned his gaze to Smoker, who merely replied nonchalantly, "I haven't interacted with her, so I can't say." Rosha acknowledged this. After all, Jiyuan had indeed not crossed paths with Smoker. Nor had she instructed anything at the Zephyr training camp. The topic waned, and the three of them resumed their meal in silence. After an indeterminate amount of time, Rosha felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he was surprised to find Jiyuan seated beside him, seemingly having arrived unnoticed. "Brother Rosha, have you finished your meal?" What brings you to find me?" With a half-smile that held an air of mockery. Jiyuan replied, "I cannot rest easy if you do not return to your training." Her hand rested firmly on Rosha's shoulder, a clear indication of her intent, just as Rosha was about to concede. A youthful voice chimed in, "Wow, you are Sister Peach Rabbit." Upon hearing her name, Peach Rabbit turned to see a girl and a rebellious-looking boy seated across from her. "You must be from the Zephyr training class, right? Tina, Smoker, you two are quite famous. Keep up the good work." Tina nodded vigorously, her face tinged with a blush. "I will. Thank you, Sister Peach Rabbit." Rosha inwardly scoffed, wondering why such a minor figure could evoke such excitement. Was Tina on the verge of swooning? "Sister Peach Rabbit, did you come to find Rosha to tell him to return to training?" "Indeed. This young man is under my tutelage. With that statement, Tina's gaze shifted to Rosha, now tinged with envy. Smoker, ever observant, pieced together the connections and the implications of Rosha's earlier question. His expression morphed into one of intrigue. So, the injury on this kid's face was dealt by Sister Peach Rabbit. Huh? Rosha was taken aback. Was Smoker always this perceptive? Usually, he feigned ignorance, focusing solely on fighting and provoking Zephyr. With a sheepish grin, Rosha abruptly stood, seizing Peach Rabbit's arm as he made a hasty retreat from view of the two. Smoker watched their departure, a smile creeping onto his lips. Looks like I was right. Come on, Smoker, if we don't leave now, we'll be late, and Zephyr will have our heads, Tina urged. Tisich, that old tortoise with purple hair, if I'm late. I'll just run a few laps. Though Smog feigned disdain with his words, his body obediently sprang into action. Meanwhile, Rosha pulled Jiyuan along to the entrance of the cafeteria. Upon reaching the entrance, Rosha released Jin. Don't come looking for me after your next meal, or else. Jiyuan suddenly leaned closer to Rosha, her voice sultry as she inquired, or else what? Furthermore, they were not entirely wrong in what they said. If you diligently practice and refrain from slacking off, how could I possibly strike you? Jiyuan spoke with an air of certainty, causing Rosha to clench his fists once more. Just you wait. All right, I'm off to find Admiral Kizaru. Jiyuan then pointed at Rosha's chest and commanded, as for you, return to your sword training immediately. If I come back and find you still lounging in a chair, don't blame me. Wait, I still need to visit the forging department. And that will take some time. Jiyuan raised an eyebrow, recalling what Rosha had mentioned earlier. Well then, you better hurry. After warning Rosha, she strode away towards the naval headquarters. Once Jiyuan was out of sight, Rosha pouted in annoyance, thinking, honestly, all she cares about is training. Oh, you really think you could beat me if you didn't? After voicing his complaint, Rosha pondered, does the Navy even have a forging department? Where could it possibly be? Just as he walked and mused, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight that Rosha's eyes lit up as he dashed over to greet the two individuals. Grandpa Garp, Admiral Aokiji. Oh, you little rascal. Garp laughed heartily. Aokiji, glancing at Rosha, furrowed his brow and asked, Rosha, can't you control your freezing ability? Why is there always a layer of ice on your face? Rosha paused, touching the icy mask that covered half of his face. He quickly dismissed the icy facade, revealing a line of bruises that resembled a dividing line. Rosha pointed at his face and said helplessly, I was slacking off during practice and got beaten up by Sister Jiyuan. I covered it up with my ability to avoid embarrassment. It's not as you think. Admiral Aokiji, not explaining was not an option. Garp, looking at the evident bruise on his own face, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! That girl Jiyuan. Even Aokiji chuckled, completely disregarding Rosha's current feelings. The moment Garp laughed, Rosha hastily covered his bruised face again to prevent the surrounding Navy soldiers from laughing at him even more. After a while, when the laughter subsided, Rosha finally spoke up. All right, old man. Enough with the laughter. I need your assistance. Huh? Assistance? What do you need? Aokiji looked over, curious about what Rosha wanted from Garp. Rosha cleared his throat and asked, is there a forging department or an armory in the Navy? There is, but why are you asking about that? Garp inquired, intrigued. Oh, it's nothing. I just have a new idea for synthesis and want to acquire some swords, guns, and weapons. Plus, I asked Sister Jiyuan to call Admiral Kizaru for me. Upon hearing this, both Garp and Aokiji raised their eyebrows slightly, clearly intrigued. Garp clapped Rosha on the shoulder and grinned. Come with me. I'll take you there. Take as much as you want. Realizing the advantage of having a naval admiral and a Navy hero present, Rosha felt assured they would comply. That he followed closely behind the two, during which he prepared many rice crackers for them to enjoy. Shortly, the trio arrived in front of a large single-story building. As Rosha stepped inside, he was greeted by a wave of heat. Clearly, this was the forging department. The sounds of hammering and the cooling of weapons filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. As Rosha surveyed the scene, a robust Navy soldier dressed in what appeared to be a specialized forging outfit approached them. Admiral Garp, Admiral Aokiji, and this young lad. Is there something you need from us? To Rosha, the man seemed eager to assist. This must be the advantage of having connections. If he had come alone, he likely would have been chased away. We just here for this kid. He asked the one making the request, Garp said nonchalantly. Rosha, feeling a bit exasperated, quickly interjected, hello, Could you please fetch me some of the weapons you've forged, like guns and swords? Just ordinary ones will do. Let's say 100 of them. Rosha smiled. The soldier glanced at Garp and Aokiji, then nodded. He shouted to his comrades, "Brothers, bring out 100 pieces, whether they be guns or knives, and gather them all here." As soon as he finished, the workers, both smiths and assistants, sprang into action to retrieve the weapons. Prompt action, number 1, Rosha thought to himself, realizing this man must be their leader. Given how obediently everyone responded, before he could dwell on this further, a dozen workers approached, each carrying weapons, which they placed on the ground before returning to their forging tasks. "Admiral Garp, do you need me to send these weapons to your destination?" the soldier asked. Garp looked at the pile of weapons on the ground and waved his hand dismissively. "No need. The 3 of us can carry them. You go back to work." "Understood, Admiral Garp." After the soldier left, Garp turned to Aokiji and then to Rosha, saying, "Kazan, you little rascal, let us get moving. You're heading to Jiyuan's place, right? Just in time for us to help you deliver these." Aokiji rubbed his forehead and replied, "Oh dear, Admiral Garp, you really know how to find us work. Haha, hurry up." Seeing that Garp and Aokiji had already gathered a small pile of weapons, Rosha didn't hesitate. After organizing the weapons, he picked them up and headed outside. As the 3 walked side by side, the surrounding Navy soldiers looked at them curiously, but they paid no mind. Just as they made their way toward Jiyuan's residence, a man with a long sword at his waist and a handlebar mustache appeared before them. Upon seeing the trio, the man paused in surprise, then approached and asked, "Admiral Garp, Admiral Aokiji, where are you headed? Do you need assistance?" "Oh, it's you, moles. We're going to Jiyuan's place," Garp replied, gesturing towards Rosha. "These weapons are all for this kid. We're just helping him carry them." Without further ado, they continued on their way, with Moles trailing behind. Moles felt that Rosha looked somewhat familiar, but since he was on leave with nothing to do, he was quite curious about their destination. Being the inquisitive type, he couldn't help but be intrigued as the 4 of them walked briskly. They soon arrived at Jiyuan's courtyard. Upon arrival, Moles was taken aback by the sight before him, an array of furniture crafted from ice, including a lounge chair and a sunshade. His gaze instinctively shifted to Aokiji, who was standing nearby. "This wasn't my doing. Don't look at me, Moles," Aokiji suddenly interjected, causing Moles to turn back in confusion. This baffled him even more, as Aokiji was the only one in the Navy with freezing abilities. Who else could it be but Admiral Aokiji? "Huh, it was this kid." Garp laughed heartily, slapping Rosha on the shoulder. Unaware that Rosha had anticipated this reaction, Rosha promptly elementalized his shoulder, causing shards of ice to scatter from Garp's slap. This spectacle left Moles wide-eyed, staring at Rosha with an expression of calm disbelief. Still, Moles found it hard to wrap his mind around it. "Ahem, Admiral Moles, this matter is quite complicated. Let us not discuss it now. You can ask Admiral Sengoku about it later." "Oh, all right." The mole instinctively nodded. Luo Xia surveyed the surroundings, and with a flourish, his hands transformed into a mesmerizing icy blue hue, followed by the gradual emergence of reclining chairs before everyone. Luo Xia extended an invitation. "Admiral Garp, Admiral Aokiji, and Vice Admiral Mole, shall we take a seat?" Naturally, they did not hesitate to accept his offer. Why stand when they could sit? Once everyone settled down, Luo Xia finally broached the subject that had been on his mind. Rubbing his hands together, he inquired, "Old man Garp, could you possibly demonstrate your Busashoka Haki for me? I would like to learn." As he spoke, Luo Xia conjured an ice bucket, from which delectable sunbae wafted steam. "Ha ha, it's delightful to see little Luo Xia being so considerate," Garp remarked, casually picking up a sunbae and munching away. "That I never expected you to start learning Busashoka Haki. However, it is not an easy skill to master. In my day, I had to break through 8 mountains to learn it. If you truly wish to learn, I can teach you." Garp boasted proudly of his past, clearly eager to impart his knowledge to Luo Xia. Luo Xia's expression darkened as he thought, "This old man doesn't seem benevolent at all. I offer him sunbae, and he wants me to risk my life." Noticing Garp's incessant chatter, Luo Xia abruptly seized Garp's fist and placed it at the edge of his reclining chair. "Old man Garp, let me first see your Busashoka Haki." Oh, all right." Instantly, the hand that Luo Xia was holding transformed into an inky blackness. Almost immediately, a series of notifications echoed in Luo Xia's mind. "Ding, congratulations, host has acquired Busashoku, Fragment 5. Ding, Congratulations, host has acquired Busashoka Fragment 6. With each notification, Luo Xia's smile grew ever wider at that moment. He felt he could barely manifest Busashoka Haki on his thumb. He continually absorbed the fragments into himself. He grew increasingly familiar with this colorless and odorless energy. Meanwhile, he made sure to shield himself. Luo Xia glanced at Garp's palm and then at his own hands. Following that, his hands emitted a dazzling, icy blue light. I wonder if I can synthesize this, Luo Xia mused, fixating on Garp's hand. Although he spoke in a hushed tone, the three others caught his words. Aokiji and the mole exchanged glances and shook their heads in disbelief. While Garp wore a smile, his enthusiasm unperturbed as he continued to relish his senbei. Luo Xia's hands radiated light as he pressed his palm directly against Garp's arm. Yet, after several seconds, nothing occurred. This was intentional on Luo Xia's part. After all, he was in the presence of an admiral and two vice-admirals, one of whom was even stronger than an admiral. If they discovered that Luo Xia could master Busashoka Haki in a single day, he could only imagine the consequences, perhaps a fate of dismemberment, as they scrutinized the very essence of his being. Just as Luo Xia was lost in thought, a faint yellow light illuminated the courtyard from 10 meters away. Luo Xia shut his eyes tightly, and when the light dissipated, everyone noticed a figure wearing a sly grin approaching. It was Kizaru. Having consumed the Pika Pika no Mi, he was known as Borsellino, the yellow monkey. Beside him was Jiyuan, who, upon noticing Luo Xia reclining with one hand resting on Garp's arm, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing Jiyuan's reaction, Luo Xia immediately sprang from his chair, fearing a whip would come crashing down upon him. The others also rose, with only the mole remaining standing. As Kizaru was indeed an admiral, Kizaru sauntered over with a mischievous grin, surveying the group before halting in front of Luo Xia. Ah, Luo Xia, I hear you have a favor to ask of me? Luo Xia nodded. Indeed, I wish to test a new idea of mine, and thus I asked Sister Jiyuan to invite you here. After all, I wasn't sure I would be able to gain entry myself. Luo Xia scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. Kizaru nodded, casually finding a reclining chair to lounge in, saying, feel free to ask for anything. I have no pressing tasks at the moment, so I'm quite at leisure. Without uttering a word, Luo Xia started to shift the weapons that he and the others had brought back beside the chair, making it easier to work. Observing this, the others gathered around. Garp even brought over the senbei bucket Luo Xia had previously prepared, munching away while watching intently that a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Jiyuan's eyes. Luo Xia turned to Kizaru and slowly asked, Admiral Kizaru, could you conjure a sphere of light for me? Kizaru paused for a moment before quickly responding, conjuring a ball of light the size of an apple. True to the nature of the Pika Pika no Mi, Luo Xia found himself momentarily dazzled. He grasped the sphere of light in one hand. Drawing on his previous experience, Luo Xia felt less need for caution this time. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Random mission activated. Please create 100 elemental weapons. Completion reward. Any door. Failure penalty. Deprivation of ice fruit ability. The barrage of system notifications left Luo Xia somewhat bewildered. Yet he clearly understood the implications. Any door? Is that really of use to me? I've only been to a deserted island. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. Luo Xia's gaze swept over the pile of weapons, finally landing on an iron sword that he seized the sword, forcefully pressing the sphere of light down upon it until it vanished. The onlookers exchanged glances, apprehensive that the sphere might explode, but to their surprise, it remained intact. At that moment, the mole curiously asked, Is it done, Luo Xia? What purpose does it serve? Luo Xia weighed the sword in his hands, noticing no difference in its heft compared to the original. Doubt crept into his mind. Was this a failure? Is this a failure? Jin questioned skeptically. Given her expertise with weapons, her opinion carried weight. Her own Kinbara still radiated a potent chill. She had observed that the iron sword bore no traits of Kizaru's abilities, leading her to conclude it was a definite failure. Failed? Impossible. Luo Xia dismissed Jiyuan's doubts, inspecting the sword from various angles and even tapping it. Just then, he inadvertently swung the sword forward in an instant. A faint yellow sword aura materialized before everyone. The aura surged forward with great force, aimed directly at the mole. The mole's eyes widened at the sight of the sword aura, but true to his rank as a vice-admiral, He reacted swiftly, drawing his side sword in an instant. As the aura met the blade, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the mole's forehead. He felt certain that had he not drawn his sword, the aura would have harmed him. Ha! With a mighty shout, the mole exerted pressure on the blade, causing the sword aura to dissipate into particles of starlight in the air, wiping the sweat from his brow. He stared at Luo Xia in astonishment, fully aware that such weapons were typically wielded by mere soldiers. The fact that an ordinary weapon could unleash such power was a testament to Luo Xia's extraordinary talent and the immense potential of his devil fruit abilities. "Ah, what a surprising young lad," Aokiji remarked with admiration. "My, how formidable, young Luo Xia." Everyone present gazed at Luo Xia in disbelief. He offered an awkward smile, scratching his head in apology. "I truly apologize, Vice Admiral Mole. I didn't anticipate this." "No worries, young Luo Xia. Your abilities are impressive. You've certainly opened my eyes." The mole waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed, but this incident had solidified his understanding of Luo Xia's capabilities. "Ha!" Kapu laughed heartily as he approached Rosha, playfully patting him on the shoulder and inquiring, "What is the name of your sword, you rascal?" Rosha scratched his head, pondering. "Name? Perhaps it could be called the laser sword?" "Oh, never mind the name. What matters is its strength, right?" Rosha was not particularly adept at naming things. Unlike the bardic swordsman Zoro, he had no time for idle chatter and continued to gather light orbs from the yellow ape, determined to succeed in his mission. After all, the yellow ape was an admiral. If he had an urgent task, Rosha's freezing fruit would be at stake. For the next hour, Rosha spoke little, diligently crafting weapons. During this time, the onlookers expressed their desire to test the weapon's might. In addition to the previously seen sword, Rosha also fashioned a pistol, utilizing the yellow ape's laser as ammunition. Remarkably, it required no reloading. Ordinary bullets could unleash the form and power of the laser. This revelation astonished everyone present. Naturally, the sword proved to be the most practical, each swing releasing a wave of sword energy, making it exceedingly useful. The crowd's gaze toward the yellow ape grew increasingly fervent. While Rosha continued his weapon crafting, a sudden, guttural roar echoed from a distance. "Yellow ape!" This shout startled Rosha, causing him to flinch, nearly triggering an explosion of the light orb before him. Of course, the orb could also have detonated, but unless Rosha dropped it, it would not explode. Frowning, Rosha's displeasure was evident. Meanwhile, the others turned in confusion to see a stern-faced, upright man striding purposefully toward the yellow ape. Upon closer inspection, it was Sengoku, his face flushed with anger, clearly not pleased. Upon reaching the yellow ape, he bellowed, "Yellow ape, have you come here to slack off?" The moment Rosha heard the voice, he trembled, clearly frightened. And the light orb inadvertently slipped from his grasp, rolling to Sengoku's feet. Since Rosha had his back to Sengoku, he remained unaware of the admiral's approach. As the orb hit the ground, Rosha darted behind Jiyuan like a startled rabbit. Jiyuan furrowed her brow. "Why are you running?" Sengoku had come to confront the yellow ape, not to apprehend you. Rosha pointed to the light orb near Sengoku's feet and whispered to Jiyuan, "It's about to explode." What's about to explode?" Before she could finish her question, the orb at Sengoku's feet detonated, akin to the yellow ape's laser firing. In an instant, a hole was burned into Sengoku's shoe, now charred and tattered, leaving him in quite a disheveled state. Sengoku's expression darkened instantly, and Rosha could even see his clenched fists, clearly preparing to unleash his wrath. This situation did not go unnoticed by the others present. Upon seeing Sengoku's now soot-blackened visage, the yellow ape's demeanor shifted from his earlier nonchalance to one of seriousness. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of light, retreating to hide behind Rosha. Looking utterly apprehensive, the yellow ape, realizing the gravity of the situation, urged, "Hey, you little rascal, go and explain to Admiral Sengoku that this wasn't my doing. It was your fault. I won't take the blame." Upon hearing the yellow ape's words, Rosha cautiously glanced at Sengoku's expression, then immediately shook his head. "No way. Admiral Sengoku looks terrifyingly angry. I'm afraid I might get beaten to a pulp." The yellow ape's lips twitched at Rosha's response. "You little brat, if you don't go, then don't expect any more light orbs from me." Realizing the seriousness of the threat, Rosha reluctantly nodded. "All right then, Admiral, you must remember me. All future light orbs are mine." As he spoke, Jane nearly burst into laughter, finding Rosha quite endearing. She mentally noted to be a bit gentler with him in the future. At this moment, everyone maintained a cautious distance from Sengoku. Even Kapu, who usually loved to joke around, fell silent, demonstrating his keen sense of awareness. Rosha swallowed hard and stepped forward. Approaching Sengoku, he stammered, Admiral Sengoku, that light orb earlier was an accidental explosion on my part. What was the reason? He inquired. Clearing his throat, Rosha explained, I was working on a new weapon and had the yellow ape here assist me, and I sincerely apologize. His voice trembled, ready for the worst. Only to be met with a hearty laugh. Ha! A new weapon, Rosha nodded. Let me see it, young lad. Rosha chuckled awkwardly, noting that Sengoku's previously dark expression had transformed into that of a cheerful, sunny old man. Standing still, Rosha formed an ice pillar and approached the sword. Once the ice gripped the sword's hilt, he presented it to Sengoku, saying, Admiral Sengoku, this is the sword. Sengoku took it, examining it closely, yet his expression remained puzzled. Isn't this just an ordinary iron sword forged by the Navy's blacksmiths? The crowd watched Sengoku hold the iron sword, most remaining unresponsive, except for the mole who stealthily hid behind Kapure's. Sengoku waved the sword through the air. Several pale yellow sword energies shot toward Kapu. Unperturbed, Kapu clenched his fist and struck at the incoming sword energy, causing it to dissipate instantly. This display left Rosha astonished. He had not anticipated Kapu's strength. Having always perceived him as powerful from watching television in a past life, witnessing it firsthand was a completely different experience. Sengoku, could you refrain from swinging it around carelessly? You have no idea how many rice crackers I just lost. The mole behind Kapu swallowed hard, relieved to have hidden behind him, lest he had been the one to suffer the blow. At this moment, Sengoku's eyes widened, and when he turned his gaze back to Rosha, it was filled with warmth, reminiscent of their first meeting. The earlier incident seemed to have been entirely forgotten. Sengoku, holding the iron sword, approached Rosha with a friendly demeanor, patting him on the shoulder and inviting him to sit. Rosha couldn't help but smile at the sudden change in Sengoku's attitude. Once both were seated, Sengoku called for everyone else to take their seats as well, concerned about the lack of chairs. Aokiji thoughtfully fashioned a few extra ice chairs. Once everyone was seated, Sengoku smiled and asked, So, young Rosha, what is this weapon? I crafted it in the last 2 hours. I had more to do, but then you came storming in. Rosha replied, glancing at Sengoku's white shoes, now marred by a hole from the explosion. The surrounding area darkened from the blast. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. No worries. It's for the sake of weapon creation. So, young Rosha, is this sword capable of delivering flying slashes that you synthesized? Does it take much time? Is funding required? Rosha found himself somewhat speechless by Sengoku's barrage of questions. Did he not realize he was speaking to an admiral? Where was his usual aloofness? Ahem. Yes, I did synthesize it. The materials were quite simple, just any weapon and the yellow ape's light orb. As he spoke, Rosha's gaze fell on the yellow ape lounging across from him. Perhaps sensing the attention, the yellow ape turned to meet Sengoku's gaze, but Sengoku had no time to spare for him. Young Rosha, are all these weapons on the ground ones you just made? In the realm of the warring states, the weapons on the ground were divided into 2 piles, with the iron swords and handguns dominating, followed closely by axes and other less common weaponry, such as iron rods. Rising to his feet, Zhangwa strode towards one of the piles, casually seizing a handgun that he raised it and pulled the trigger, causing a bullet to fire instantly. Observing the handgun, which appeared no different from an ordinary one, Zhangwa turned to Luoxiao with a puzzled expression, his meaning clear. Luoxiao, at a loss for words, replied, General Zhangwa, the pile you are currently inspecting is the one that has not been properly prepared. The ready pile is right in front of you. Luoxiao was exasperated. Even selecting a weapon had turned into a blunder. Ah, I see. Zhangwa promptly grabbed an axe from the pile before him. This particular axe featured a large handle, designed for soldiers with considerable strength. An excellent tool for both combat and looting, and essential for any home invasion. Zhangwa lifted the axe, his gaze sweeping the area until it settled on Garp, who was munching on senbei. Hey, Garp, come over and help me test the power of this axe. Put the senbei down for now. The mere mention of senbei irked Zhangwa. Seeing Garp indulge in it only fueled his annoyance. Garp nodded, casually handing the senbei bucket to Jin. Jin, keep an eye on my senbei. And remember to have that brat Luoxiao replenish my supply. With that, Garp stretched his wrists and positioned himself opposite Zhonghua. Come on, Zhonghua. A mere axe? I could crush it to bits with a single punch. Damn it, Garp. This time, you are only allowed to defend. No attacking. I need to test its power, not have you destroy it. Despite having never tested its might, Zhonghua felt confident in the axe, especially since it was crafted by Luoxia. Once both were ready, all eyes were fixed on them, anticipation palpable in the air. Zhonghua gripped the axe firmly with one hand and swung it down towards Garp. In that moment, the blade of the axe expanded exponentially, the enlarged edge emanating the radiant energy of Admiral Kizaru's light. Luoxia had not even tested this weapon, never anticipating that the light would enhance its capabilities. This revelation was indeed a pleasant surprise for Luoxia. The scene shifted as Garp, witnessing the massive axe descending upon him, dared not be complacent. He crossed his arms above his head to shield himself, naturally employing his Haki. Clang! Upon contact between the weapon and his arms, sparks flew, and the sound of friction echoed. Clang! Clang! The successive impacts allowed Zhonghua to comprehend the formidable nature of the axe. Garp and Zhonghua temporarily separated, and at that moment, the axe returned to its ordinary state. Zhonghua's expression radiated joy, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. Not only was Zhonghua pleased, but even Kizaru, Aokiji, and the others regarded Luoxia with curious eyes. They recalled when the mole had inquired if the axe's power should be tested, to which Luoxia had dismissed it, saying, "It's just a broken axe. Even if I infused it with Kizaru's light, it wouldn't be significantly enhanced." Yet now, the results were unmistakably surprising, defying all expectations in the ensuing time. Zhonghua remained busy, experimenting with dozens of weapons, including handguns, sabers, and iron rods. This time, the test subject was not Garp but the mole, who, aside from Luoxia, was the weakest present. Thus, Zhonghua naturally chose him. During the first test with the handgun, the bullets transformed into light projectiles, catching the mole completely off guard. The second trial involved a weapon akin to an iron rod, which also had not been tested previously, yielding unexpected results. The infusion of light allowed the iron rod to extend and retract, the expanding portion being the light itself. However, this time, the mole had no opportunity to counter, leading to a solid hit, a misfortune he had encountered for the second time. The first incident had occurred due to Luoxia's miscalculation. The mole could only lament, regretting his decision to join in, which would have spared him from such mishaps. After experimenting with a dozen innovative weapons, Zhonghua was in high spirits, bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha! Excellent! Marvelous!" Each weapon crafted by Luoxia held unparalleled significance for the Navy. Zhonghua's jovial laughter resonated in everyone's ears, when suddenly, a cheeky voice interrupted. "Oh, General Zhonghua, are you not tired of me yet? Didn't you mention there was a mission? Shall I head out now?" Zhonghua's expression darkened as he glared at Kizaru, slowly stating, "Kizaru, if you wish to be dispatched to the New World, you should have said so earlier." Kizaru swallowed hard, offering an awkward smile as he promptly returned to his seat. He had no desire to undertake a mission, especially one in the New World. Lounging at Navy headquarters was far more appealing. After reprimanding Kizaru, General Zhonghua produced a din-din mushi and, before the crowd, dialed a number. After a brief exchange, he hung up. Shortly thereafter, 6 Navy soldiers arrived at Jiyuan's courtyard. The 6 soldiers approached General Zhonghua with resolute expressions, standing at attention to report. "General Zhonghua, the weapons department has arrived to report in." Zhonghua nodded, gesturing towards the pile of weapons on the ground. "All right, leave one of each type of weapon, and take the rest to the armory. Be careful when handling them. Should you mistakenly activate any weapon, your strength will be utterly inadequate to withstand their power." As he spoke, Zhonghua's tone was grave, and the 6 soldiers nodded in understanding. Their trust in General Zhonghua was unwavering. "Yes, General Zhonghua." Before long, the 6-member team left, each carrying fewer than 10 weapons, adhering to Zhonghua's instructions, and leaving behind 4 distinct types of weaponry. Ahem. These weapons can be used to reward outstanding soldiers. The handguns can be awarded to those with exceptional marksmanship. As a strategist, Zhonghua certainly knew how to handle such matters. 2 hours later. Phew. Finally done. Luoxia observed the pile of weapons before him with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Those 2 hours had been excruciating. He had no idea why, but he had accidentally detonated nearly 10 light orbs during that time. Consequently, he proceeded with his synthesis cautiously. "Hey, Luoxia, it seems I am no longer needed here. Kizaru declared as he began to leave. Seeing Kizaru's intent to depart, Rosha quickly interjected, "Admiral Kizaru, please help me deliver these weapons to General Zhonghua." He was referring to the very weapons he had no use for, having already obtained what he desired. Kizaru stroked his chin, then nodded. "All right then." Laser net. Kizaru crossed his arms, a radiant glow emanating from his hands. As a pale yellow light wove through the air like a tapestry. In no time, the intertwining beams formed a net, which Kizaru placed over the pile of weapons, ensnaring them instantly. With everything complete, Kizaru transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the Navy headquarters. Rosha watched, enviously drooling at the sight. Seeing Rosha entranced, Jiyuan nudged his shoulder, asking, "All right, time for training, you slacker." Okay, I got it." Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in Rosha's mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, for completing a random task. Reward, any door. The any door has been issued to the system space and can be retrieved at any time." Snap. As Rosha prepared to enter the system space to view his reward, a sudden sharp pain coursed through his body. Turning around, he saw Jiyuan holding a whip, a smile playing on her lips as she regarded him. As if to say, "How does that feel? Does it hurt? You mischievous woman. What are you doing?" "Humph, don't get distracted during training, or you'll be punished." This moment ignited Rosha's ire, and he shot back, "Just you wait. I will surpass you." "Humph, no matter how you surpass me, it will always be acceptable. However, at this moment, you are not as strong as I am, so you must listen to me." After saying this, Jiyuan was about to make a move. But Rosha immediately transformed into a mass of ice and retreated to a distance to commence his training. Day after day of rigorous practice, honing his swordsmanship, time always seemed to pass swiftly. At the stroke of midnight, Rosha concluded his training. This signified the completion of his goal of 10,000 sword strikes for the day. Exhausted, Rosha trudged back to his room, and after a refreshing wash, he sat at the edge of his bed, rubbing his hands together, a look of excitement illuminating his face. Rosha directly entered the system space. As soon as he arrived, he encountered two luminous orbs of light, accompanied by a large pink door nearby. "Ding, may I ask if you wish to synthesize?" "Ding, synthesis complete." Rosha couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. It seemed that the system would perform such tasks without needing his command. He was not at all bothered by the system's behavior. With a mere thought, the random door and the fruits materialized on his bed. The random door stood upright, showing no signs of toppling over. Rosha shifted his gaze to the bed before him, but suddenly his expression froze. The joyful smile vanished in an instant. That moment, Rosha could hardly believe what lay before him. He had calculated that he would harvest 2 fruits today. Indeed, there were 2, but unexpectedly, one was green and the other was white. Rosha had seen images of the shining fruit in his previous life, and it indeed resembled what lay before him. Yet the colors were off. He couldn't help but question, why was this so? Ding, the colors of the synthesized fruits cannot match the original fruit's color. This response only deepened Rosha's confusion. My frozen fruit's color incorrect? Ding, yours is ice blue, not blue. Rosha was speechless. However, upon further reflection, it wasn't a significant issue. After all, it was merely green and white. Ding, the fruit's color can be altered at any time. Just then, the words change appeared before the 2 fruits, accompanied by a variety of color options in small boxes below. With a curious gaze, Rosha transformed the white fruit into pink. In an instant, the originally white fruit morphed into a pink one, and the change button disappeared. Rosha picked one up and examined it closely, finding them to be identical, yet he dared not consume it. His panel clearly indicated a warning of limited to 1. He feared that eating it might cause an explosion. Rosha then directed his attention to the random door on the floor, approaching it while silently envisioning the solitary island, reminiscent of scenes from the anime he had watched in his previous life. In an instant, the door that had been completely still was suddenly twisted open by Rosha. Upon opening, he was met with a pitch-black void, a reasonable expectation considering it was nighttime. Rosha quickly shut the door and returned to sit on his bed, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 devil fruits. That moment, the door to Rosha's room was flung open with a bang. His eyes widened in surprise, tinged with fear. This hour, he could easily guess who it was. As the door creaked open, a familiar face appeared in his line of sight. This time, Unlike last when she wore pajamas, she donned a tank top, Luo Xia. However, had no desire to admire Jiyuan. He was most concerned about hiding the 2 fruits on his bed before she could see them, but it was too late. As soon as Jiyuan entered the room, her eyes immediately landed on the 2 fruits on the bed. Almost instinctively, she sat down on Luo Xia's bed, her gaze glued to the devil fruits. Luo Xia swallowed hard, quickly seizing the 2 fruits in his hands. His eyes warily fixed on Jiyuan. Sister Jiyuan, what are you doing? I came to see you. Is that a problem? But those 2 fruits in your hand, they can't possibly be devil fruits. Can they? Jiyuan's eyes remained locked on the 2 fruits. Luo Xia hesitated before chuckling awkwardly. How could that be? These are just a couple of small items I synthesized just now. By now, cold sweat had formed on Luo Xia's forehead, though his long hair concealed it from Jiyuan's view. Forgive Luo Xia for his earnest fabrication. He never expected Jiyuan would barge in, leaving him unprepared with a plausible excuse. Jiyuan straightened her posture, her eyes narrowing in a teasing manner as she questioned, Is that so, little Luo Xia? But why do those 2 fruits look exactly like the shining fruits? Don't tell me you made 2 identical fruits. At Jiyuan's skepticism, Luo Xia's composure crumbled entirely. Enough chatter. I indeed made 2 identical ornaments. Are you dressing so seductively tonight to come warm my bed? Luo Xia gulped, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Jiyuan. It must be said, women in this world truly possessed remarkable figures. However, the older ones were not worth the glance. Jiyuan frowned slightly, delivering a punch. Yet when Jiyuan's fist connected, instead of the expected fleshiness, it produced a crisp sound, akin to ice shattering. Luo Xia grinned triumphantly. Ha! Finally blocked an attack. It seems my training has been effective. His left side was encased in ice. While unbeknownst to Jiyuan, he had also covered nearly half of his face with armament Haki beneath the ice. Thus, under this double protection, his left eye would not be bruised, although Luo Xia's mastery of armament Haki was only about 60%. Covering a small area was certainly feasible, and crucially, Jiyuan remained oblivious. Seemingly displeased by Luo Xia's lack of a pained scream, Jiyuan pouted, turning her head slightly. In that moment, she pointed to the pink door, asking, Luo Xia, what is this thing? Luo Xia was rendered speechless. He swore he would devise a lock in the coming days, ensuring to secure the door after training. Otherwise, all his secrets would be laid bare. Before Jiyuan, there was no possibility of maintaining any secrets. This is called the random door. It's an impending scrap, a failed product, Luo Xia nervously explained. But Jiyuan was no fool. She was the person who understood Luo Xia best at present, and such an expression could not escape her notice. Ignoring Luo Xia's nonsensical explanation, she stood up and approached the door. Witnessing this, Luo Xia's expression darkened, and he exclaimed, You wretched woman, what are you doing? I'm just taking a look. Why are you so tense? As Luo Xia was about to rise, he suddenly paused, pondering, Why am I so anxious? This foolish woman doesn't know the door's function, no matter how hard she tries. She won't be able to open it, so why should I care? Having thought this through, Luo Xia relaxed his demeanor, even closing his eyes to rest, adopting a leisurely appearance that made Jiyuan irritable. Could it be that it's not a treasure? It truly is junk? Jiyuan muttered. If only Sister He was here, her keen insight would surely see through this little rascal. But in the next moment, the door that had been stubbornly shut suddenly twisted open with ease. Jiyuan stumbled forward into the doorway. Hearing the commotion, Luo Xia abruptly opened his eyes and turned to the now open random door. Utterly bewildered, he had not instructed this wretched woman on how to use it. How could she twist it open? Trembling, Luo Xia slowly approached the door, muttering, Perhaps I should just close the door and let this woman suffer a bit on the other side. He intended to warn her not to pry into others' privacy. As he spoke, his resolve grew stronger, yet upon reaching the door, he caught a glimpse of another familiar figure through the open door. The figure had a head of white hair, donned a deep blue shirt on top, and black trousers below, all while looking perplexedly at Jiyuan. Simultaneously, on the other side, Jiyuan rubbed her head as she slowly rose, grumbling, This rascal Luo Xia, this door is indeed a failed product that if not, then it's simply one T open. Otherwise, it might be twisted open in one swift motion. This time, I must give her a good thrashing. When she finally rose to her feet, Jiyuan could hardly believe her eyes as she rubbed them in astonishment. Could it be Sister He? Jiyuan, What brings you here? And rolling in. No less. Indeed. General, he had spoken no falsehood. Jiyuan had indeed tumbled into the room at this moment. Luo Xia had lost all interest in closing the door, having initially intended to shut it and let her suffer a little. Now, he could only resign himself to sitting by the door, propping his chin up with one hand, his face betraying no hint of joy or anger. Jiyuan and General, he exchanged glances for about a minute before both turned their attention to Luo Xia. He and Jiyuan were even more direct as they stepped over Luo Xia and entered his room. General, he could not help but inquire. So, this Luo Xia resides in your home, does he? Jiyuan nodded vigorously. That's right. She then glanced towards the other side of the door, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her mind. Jiyuan quickly approached Luo Xia and asked, Luo Xia, this door isn't a failed product, is it? It can take us anywhere, right? At this moment, he gazed at Luo Xia with eager eyes, seemingly desperate for his answer. As a pivotal figure in the Navy, General, he understood deeply that if Jiyuan's question were to prove true, they would have struck gold. With just this one portal, they could reduce their annual military expenses and lower naval casualties across various regions. Not to mention it would facilitate support during significant events. Luo Xia fixed his gaze on Jiyuan, then asked with a peculiar expression, how did you manage to open this door? Huh? How did it open? At this point, Jiyuan carefully recalled her previous words and seemed to have an epiphany. She stood up and approached the portal. With a resounding bang, she forcefully shut the door, then abruptly flung it open again. Luo Xia stiffly turned his head, and the visage of the person outside nearly caused his heart to stop. Simultaneously, the Marshal Sengoku, who was about to rest, was drawn to the sudden appearance of the pink door. And then Jiyuan swung it open. This completely astonished Sengoku. He immediately stepped into the room and directed his gaze at Jiyuan, asking, Tao Tu, what on earth is happening here, and what is this door? Jiyuan remained silent, her face beaming with a smile as she fixed her gaze on Luo Xia. That moment, Luo Xia's expression darkened, having cursed Jiyuan countless times in his mind. He slowly rose and approached Jiyuan, staring at her exquisite face, wishing he could plant a kiss on her, though he knew that was out of the question. Sister Jiyuan, you truly know how to open doors. How did you manage to summon Marshal Sengoku here? I hadn't intended for him to know. As soon as the words left his lips, the entire space seemed to freeze. Luo Xia felt someone watching him from behind, and as he stiffly turned around, he found Sengoku grinning widely, fixated on him. Luo Xia swallowed hard and coughed. You two continue your conversation. I'll just go stay at Old Man Garp's for the night. As he spoke, he attempted to leave, but Jiyuan reached out, blocking his path. Humph, you haven't yet explained the function of this door, and you think you can just walk away? Luo Xia pushed against Jiyuan's delicate hand. Sister Jiyuan, please let me go. It was only then that Jiyuan realized Luo Xia's back was pressing against her incessantly, causing her to blush deeply. Approximately a minute later, Luo Xia sat on the bed. While General He, Jiyuan, and Marshal Sengoku occupied the sofa, their eyes glued to Luo Xia, as if silently urging him to explain. Luo Xia awkwardly smiled, then got off the bed and approached the portal, lightly touching it, causing it to be transported into his system space. After completing everything, Luo Xia chuckled. Marshal Sengoku, General He, Sister Jiyuan, it's getting late. I have to train tomorrow. Let us talk more then. Just as everyone was about to object, Luo Xia had already lain down and drifted into slumber, appearing rather endearing in Jiyuan's eyes. Marshal Sengoku, Sister He, Luo Xia is indeed exhausted. He trains diligently every day. Please come back tomorrow, and I'll ensure he explains everything. Jiyuan assured them. Sengoku and he exchanged glances, then nodded in unison, their eyes seemingly filled with a tender affection, as if they were elders looking upon a child. All right, Tao Tu, we shall return tomorrow morning. This time, you can come straight to my office. We'll have you clarify the purpose of this door then. Jiyuan nodded emphatically as she accompanied the two to the door. He grasped Jiyuan's hand and earnestly said, that Luo Xia kid seems quite good. He appears to be a fine match for you. Oh dear, Sister He. See you tomorrow. No need to see us off. With that, Jiyuan swiftly closed the door, her cheeks slightly flushed as memories of Luo Xia flooded her mind. Particularly, the recollection of using a whip to strike him caused her to involuntarily chuckle. If you can truly defeat me, it would not be impossible. Time passed swiftly, And early the next morning, as dawn broke, Luo Xia's room door was kicked open. Luo Xia immediately opened his eyes wide. And upon doing so, he was greeted by a familiar face. He couldn't help but retort, "Annoying woman. Do you ever tire of bothering me every day?" Kicking the door down. "Why don't you just sleep with me instead? Honestly, this way you can wake me up without damaging the door. It's a win-win situation." Jiyuan glared at Luo Xia and seized his ear. "It's not early anymore. Stop daydreaming and get up to train. Besides, I've made it clear that as long as you surpass me, I'll fulfill any of your requests at any time." Luo Xia pouted but said nothing, obediently proceeding to wash up. Once ready, the two stepped outside into the yard. Luo Xia first fashioned a few chairs before sitting down to practice his Haki. Approximately 2 hours later, Jiyuan's whip struck the ground beside him, shattering the ice. Luo Xia's eyes flew open, and he leapt aside. "Hey, are you trying to murder me?" He could distinctly feel the wind from the whip slicing through the air beside him. Far stronger than anything he had encountered in the past few days, this woman truly intended to kill him. "Humph, let us go to the marshal's office. That thing you had last night piqued Marsh." Before Jiyuan could respond, a sound of woo-woo-woo emanated from behind her. Jiyuan broke into a hearty laugh, slapping the tightly bound Rosha resting on her shoulder. As Jiyuan relaxed, the color of the whip dissipated, granting Rosha the opportunity to transform into shards of ice and escape from Jiyuan's shoulder. Morphing into a cluster of ice fragments, Rosha darted behind Garp, and as soon as he reached the safety of Garp's back, he reverted to human form, exclaiming, "Ha! Finally freed from that woman's bonds. Ha! This scoundrel has finally met his match." Garp laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed. Rosha shot Garp a glare and plopped down on the ground. Appearing oblivious to the reason for his presence there, Jiyuan's temper flared once more, and just as she was about to step forward, she felt someone tugging at her arm. Turning around, she found it was Vice Admiral Crane. Crane shook her head disapprovingly at Jiyuan. Among everyone present, besides the three who had been on site the previous night, no one knew the purpose of their intrusion. However, Aokiji and Kizaru exchanged knowing smiles, their gazes laden with meaning directed at Rosha at that moment. Sengoku slightly turned, his expression warm as he said, "Rosha, bring out that item from last night. It would be perfect to discuss how to utilize it." Rosha feigned confusion, asking, "Ahem, what are you talking about, Admiral Sengoku? I don't quite understand. I was merely sleeping last night, and didn't go anywhere." Sengoku's face stiffened, yet he remained undeterred. The atmosphere fell silent as all the officers turned their attention to Sengoku. Presently, Sengoku frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Everyone held their tongues, wary of provoking him. However, two individuals were an exception, quietly conversing amongst themselves. "Hey, kid, what happened last night? Did you conjure something astonishing again? Hurry and show it to me." Rosha swatted away Garp's outstretched hand, replying with irritation, "I didn't create anything extraordinary. Perhaps Admiral Sengoku is just getting forgetful." "Ha! Indeed, Sengoku is quite the scatterbrain. You're really growing on me." The two continued their conversation, seemingly indifferent to the tension surrounding them. Meanwhile, the officers nearby shifted uncomfortably, perplexed by Rosha's audacity to act so brazenly before Admiral Sengoku. Little did they know, Sengoku, the strategist, was engaged in a mental whirlwind, contemplating the recent developments. Suddenly, a bolt of inspiration struck Sengoku, and a cunning glint appeared in his eyes. "Ahem, Rosha, how about this? If you present that item from last night, the Navy will reward you with 10 million berries." Sengoku tempted. He believed that for Rosha, such a sum would be substantial, and he was certain that Rosha was not wealthy. Upon hearing Admiral Sengoku's offer of 10 million berries, Rosha initially expressed surprise, but quickly reverted to his previous demeanor, appearing disinterested in money. "Admiral Sengoku, please, you jest. I have no—" Before Rosha could finish, Sengoku interjected, 100 million. 100 million berries. "Ah, Admiral Sengoku, as a member of the Navy, how could I not present something valuable? But honestly, it's not just about the berries. I want the Navy to grow stronger. By the way, when will the money arrive?" Rosha feigned a greedy expression, which only served to amuse Sengoku further. The officers witnessing Rosha for the first time found him quite entertaining. Previously, only Garp had managed to provoke Sengoku to such an extent. Now, Rosha had joined that list. Rosha approached Garp, grinning widely, and with a flicker of green light from his hand. A grand door appeared before everyone. Almost everyone exhibited expressions of astonishment, their faces a mixture of intrigue and disbelief. Seeing Rosha produce the extraordinary door from the previous night, Sengoku's delight was unmistakable. All right, Rosha, you may begin your explanation. Sengoku sat up straight, his memory of last night's events still vivid. Rosha surveyed the gathering before finally sitting down on the ground. Let me clarify. This item is incredibly difficult to create. I only managed to produce this one. If you're hoping for 10 or 8 more, I'm afraid that's not possible. I honestly don't know how I made it. It was a haphazard synthesis that surprisingly worked. With a penetrating gaze, Rosha turned to Sengoku, opening his mouth briefly before closing it again, initiating his explanation. Understanding the significance of Rosha's prior glance, Sengoku, the strategist, recognized that Rosha was subtly indicating the item should not fall into the hands of the world government or the celestial dragons. Sengoku mentally noted this. Among those present, every officer who had ascended to the rank of vice admiral was astute enough to grasp Rosha's implication, even if they refrained from voicing it openly. The contraption was termed the Any Door, and its name clearly indicated its function. Upon opening this door, one could instantaneously arrive at any location they envisioned. Impossible. Akainu was the first to object. Such a thing cannot exist in this world. Rosha rolled his eyes, but, out of respect for Akainu, patiently explained, Admiral Akainu, why don't you give it a try? He stepped aside, and all eyes turned towards Akainu, eagerly anticipating whether the device truly allowed passage to any location. Not one to shy away, Akainu strode confidently towards Rosha, facing the pink door. What do I need to do? Admiral Akainu, I must clarify that this door can only take you to places you have previously visited. If you have never been there, even if you think of it, you cannot go, Rosha cautioned. Akainu nodded. He had been paying close attention to the instructions, so he didn't require further explanation. Soon after, Akainu fixed his gaze on the Any Door, concentrating on a specific location in his mind. Seconds later, the door emitted a click as Akainu swung it open. Simultaneously, almost all the naval officers turned their attention to the other side of the door. To their astonishment, the other side revealed a lush green landscape, accompanied by the occasional sound of bubbles bursting. Akainu was left utterly dumbfounded upon seeing the view beyond the door. If his mouth were any wider, he could have swallowed Rosha whole. Is that the Sabeti archipelago I just envisioned? Akainu exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the other side. Rosha nodded. Indeed, if that's what you were thinking of, then that's exactly it. Well, everyone, feel free to take a look over there. You can always return, Sengoku suggested. All right, let us take a look, but let us keep the numbers low to avoid panic. Just the 3 admirals, myself, Garp, and Crane will go. Sengoku and Crane exchanged a glance before stepping through the door. Meanwhile, Rosha had already settled into the chair Garp had vacated. Jiyuan approached him with a smile, asking, Aren't you curious to see what's on the other side? It seems you've only ever visited your isolated island. Not at all. I intend to feast solely on Jiyuan's provisions for the rest of my life. Jiyuan chuckled, playfully patting Rosha's shoulder. No worries. I'll take you along when I embark on a mission. No need. I prefer not to be cut down. Sabeti Archipelago. Ah, indeed, it truly is the Sabeti Archipelago, Sengoku affirmed, nodding seriously, listening to the discussions around him. The previously skeptical Akainu stomped the ground in disbelief, his expression shifting to one of shock as he confirmed it truly was the Sabeti Archipelago. Meanwhile, Rosha, legs crossed, and propping his chin with one hand, turned to Jiyuan and asked, Jiyuan. What is it? Rosha pointed towards the portal, situated 2 meters away from him, and remarked, You think this door, which I'm offering to the general of the warring states for 200 million berries, is overpriced? Gazing at the cunning smile that danced at the corners of Rosha's lips, Jiyuan asked in astonishment, Are you really charging for it? Of course, this is something I painstakingly synthesized, and I nearly lost my life in the process. How could I possibly give it away for free? Rosha had become quite adept at spinning such tall tales. Like ancient poets who could compose verses in mere steps, he could weave elaborate fabrications with effortless ease. Upon hearing that Rosha had nearly met his demise due to the portal, Jiyuan felt a sudden pang of anxiety, her expression shifting from casual ease to palpable tension, oblivious to Jiyuan's change in demeanor. Rosha continued to prattle on about the price. Before long, a jubilant group of 6 returned, their faces aglow with excitement. Notably, The general of the warring states wore an expression of barely contained exhilaration, while even the typically stoic Akinu's seriousness had softened. Garp, with a broad grin, plopped down beside Roxa. As for why Garp hadn't yanked Roxa from his seat, it was simply because Roxa had conjured a chair using his abilities. Once the general took his seat, he cleared his throat and fixed a fervent gaze upon Roxa. Roxa, can this door be mass-produced? The Navy will cover all expenses. Whatever materials you require, we will procure them. No matter the cost. Roxa lazily propped his chin on his hand and replied, Apologies, General Sengoku, but this is a challenging endeavor, and there is a risk of fatal accidents involved. Furthermore, I seem to have forgotten the exact materials needed. He shrugged, indicating his helplessness and adding that if he could mass-produce it, he wouldn't be sitting here in the first place. Upon hearing that mass production was not feasible, nearly all the officers let out a collective sigh of disappointment. Ah, I see. Well, that is acceptable. Even one will suffice. You and Jiyuan may return to your training for now, that I shall convene with the other officers. Ahem, General Sengoku. I must insist on payment for this door. If you refuse to pay, I will have to reclaim it. In the blink of an eye, the portal swiftly returned to Roxa's system space, leaving everyone bewildered, including Sengoku and the three admirals, who were momentarily at a loss. Roxa sheepishly scratched his head and added, Just a unique skill of the inventor. Please do not hold it against me. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. With the portal now vanished, he had no choice but to purchase it. He had initially intended to divert the conversation away from payment, yet Roxa had pulled this stunt on him. Now, he had to face the music and pay up. So, how much do you want? Roxa, 200 million, plus the previous 100 million, just 300 million will suffice. Sengoku's lips twitched as he pondered how unreservedly the lad was asking. Very well, Jiyuan, please escort Roxa to the Navy's treasury. There, he will receive 300 million berries. Understood, General Sengoku. Upon reaching the Navy treasury, as Roxa and Jiyuan entered the designated office, a rotund naval officer stepped forward. Admiral Peach Rabbit, here is a card containing 300 million berries. As instructed by General Sengoku through the transponder snail, Roxa stared at the hefty naval officer presenting the golden card and shook his head in exasperation. That I don't want a card. I want cash. What use do I have for a card? Lord Roxa, this golden card can be utilized at any celestial dragon bank around the world. That it's quite convenient. Jiyuan interjected, Yes, Roxa, I have one of those cards too. They are very handy. Roxa waved his hand dismissively. No, I want cash. All right then, Lord Roxa, how do you intend to transport such a large sum? 300 million berries is no small amount. No worries, just bring it out. I have my methods. Hearing this, the rotund officer had no choice but to comply with the order. Normally, he might have reacted with a slap to the face, but given the circumstances, especially with a candidate admiral nearby and knowledge of Roxa's formidable abilities, he chose to defer. Before long, the naval officer laid 300 million berries before them, forming a small mountain of cash. Jiyuan smiled and gestured toward the pile. Shall we begin, Roxa? Humph, a mere trifle. Roxa's hands emanated a cerulean glow, gradually enveloping the vast mound of berries. In an instant, the once towering pile vanished into thin air. Jiyuan's expression morphed into one of disbelief. How did you do that? Let us go, Jin. It's time for us to return to our training. Ignoring Jiyuan's questions, Roxa strode outside. Once outside, Jiyuan grasped Roxa's hand, looking around, still puzzled. Roxa, how did you manage that? Oh, it just poofed away. Jiyuan pouted but decided not to press further. By the way, why did that hefty naval officer refer to me as Lord Roxa? Do I appear to be a figure of great importance? Humph, perhaps it's a courtesy extended by General Sengoku to ensure you're treated with respect. Roxa pondered this for a moment. It seemed plausible. By the way, Jiyuan, could you demonstrate your armament Haki for a moment? Why? Because I'd like to see if my fruit abilities can integrate the armament Haki into my body. Although Jiyuan inwardly grumbled, she acquiesced to Roxa's request, her dark hand firmly gripping his. According to her reasoning, it was the right thing to do to avoid any gossip from other naval officers. Roxa didn't mind. After all, this situation allowed for the generation of fragments, so why not indulge in it? As time flew by, a month passed swiftly. On this particular day, Jiyuan and Roxa rose early once more for their training. Throughout this period, Roxa had begun to grasp armament Haki, and even Jiyuan couldn't help but commend him for mastering it so rapidly. Roxa vividly recalled the sparkle in Jiyuan's eyes during those moments of praise. Crack! Jiyuan's pink whip lashed through the air with a resounding crack. Upon hearing the sound, Roxa paused mid-swing, promptly transforming his sword back into the bracelet form. The reason for Roxa's reaction to that sound was simple. It was reminiscent of the noise made at every meal. Let us go. Roxa, I imagine Zifa-sensei is likely waiting impatiently. All right, once I've knocked them down, I'll return to continue. With that, a glimmer of anticipation crossed Roxa's face. Over the past month, he had been fervently collecting fragments, particularly those related to armament Haki. During this time, he had persistently engaged Garp in conversation about Itida's Roxa and Jiyuan walked side by side. Their laughter echoed, creating a delightful atmosphere. After returning the portal, Roxa had embarked on an intense training regimen. Each night, as he neared rest, Jiyuan would tempt him with her revealing attire. Naturally, the stimulation only spurred Roxa to train harder, much to Jiyuan's delight. However, over these past days, Roxa had occasionally found himself on the receiving end of a whip strike. Yet each time, he cleverly concealed it with his abilities. Approximately 10 minutes later, Roxa and Jiyuan arrived at Zifa's training camp. The distance was short enough that Roxa could already hear the sounds of combat, indicating that the assessment had begun. As they entered Zifa's training camp, their arrival captured the attention of nearly everyone present. Particularly, Smoker's eyes gleamed with determination, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing Roxa, Tina's eyes lit up. How dashing! Soon, Roxa and Jin stood before Instructor Zephyr. It's been a while. Instructor Purple Zifa. Roxa nearly let slip the nickname he had given to himself. Had he uttered it, he would likely have been met with a sound thrashing right then and there. He pondered silently. Fortuitously, there is but one person remaining, Smoker, who has yet to face an opponent. Perfect. Zephyr called out to Smoker, step forward. Engage Roxa? Yes. In no time, Roxa and Smoker stood opposed in the center of the training ground. Both bore an intense fighting spirit, especially Smoker, who had been itching for a brawl with Roxa for the past several days, yet had been thwarted each time. Ha, Roxa, today I finally get to pummel you. Roxa smirked. You? Spare me. Why not concede early? Take this, you scoundrel Roxa. White fist. In an instant, Smoker's fist erupted in a plume of smoke, hurtling towards Roxa's face. Roxa narrowed his eyes, summoning a shield of ice-blue freezing power that materialized before his chest. What? An ice shield? Smoker's eyes widened. Though he was aware of Roxa's freezing abilities, he had not anticipated such swift application. His fist struck the ice shield, which remained pristine and glistening like white jade after the impact. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Though Smoker had failed to land a blow, his expression suggested he was willing to let Roxa off the hook this time. Roxa glared at Smoker, and the ice shield he had conjured shattered instantaneously. The bracelet on his wrist morphed into the form of a tiger's claw, which he grasped firmly, a serious glint in his eyes. In the distance, watching the battle, Jiyuan smiled slightly before patting Zephyr on the shoulder. Zephyr, keep a close watch on Smoker. Roxa is about to get serious. Don't let him actually get hurt. Zephyr scratched his head in confusion. Is this kid really that skilled with a sword? Moreover, Smoker is a Logia user. Can one truly harm him without Haki? Had Zephyr been visiting Jiyuan daily, he would have realized that the current Roxa was far from the slacker he once was. In the training ground, upon seeing Roxa draw his blade, Smoker remained unfazed and retorted, Roxa, you too possess Logia powers. Do you not know that blades are ineffective against them? You would fare better using your freezing abilities. Enough chatter. Just wait and see if I don't slice you in two. With that, in front of Smoker and the entire assembly, Roxa's hand gripping the knife turned pitch black, the darkness gradually spreading along the blade of the tiger claw. While it was merely the most rudimentary application of Haki, a significant portion of it was derived from fragments of Garp's Haki. Wrapping a blade with it was a trivial matter. Come on. Smoker, upon witnessing the darkened blade in Roxa's hand, coupled with the preceding events, Smoker's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He was certain he was not mistaken. That was indeed Haki, and Roxa's proficiency was evident. It was clear he was not a novice. He was still learning but had yet to master Haki himself, leaving Smoker utterly perplexed. Not far off, Zephyr's expression mirrored Smoker's surprise as he turned to Jin. Jin, Roxa is wielding Haki. I believe he grasped it on the 8th day. I was genuinely astonished at the time. Zephyr quietly marveled. Mastering it in just 8 days indicated extraordinary talent. No, It was a prodigious gift. Initially, he thought it commendable if even one student learned Haki before graduation. And yet Roxa had already achieved it. Zephyr glanced at Jiyuan, his expression seemingly questioning. What exactly have you taught him? In the training ground, with a confident smile gracing his face, Roxa declared, Smoker, today you shall witness my newly learned technique. Instantly, a flicker of flame spiraled around the hilt of the blackened blade, enhancing its allure. Humph! All flash, no substance. Watch this. Smoker lunged at Roxa like a cannonball, the 10 fingers of sea stone poised defensively across his chest. Clang! The tiger claw collided with the 10 fingers, resonating with a metallic clash. The flames enveloping Roxa's blade seemed to understand his intent, surging forth wildly towards Smoker. Smoker's expression shifted to one of alarm as he retreated several paces. Damn you, Roxa, how infuriating! He had not anticipated the flames entwined around the blade would actively assault him. How utterly shameless. Ha! What can I say? This flame has a mind of its own. Enough games. It's time to finish this. Roxa closed his eyes, standing resolute with the blade in one hand. The flames of the tiger claw blazed fiercely. From afar, it appeared as if he was wielding a fireball. Meanwhile, Smoker wondered what trick Roxa was concocting. This debut of my technique is for you, Smoker. Roxa suddenly opened his eyes, gripping the blade with both hands, and swung it powerfully towards Smoker. In that moment, the flames erupted from the blade, following Roxa's sword energy straight towards Smoker's face. The surrounding flames dancing like vibrant petals. Upon witnessing the attack, Smoker felt a sense of dread wash over him, his body stiffening as uncertainty gripped him. Just as the sword energy closed in, Jiyuan appeared before Smoker, the glimmering golden blade of Kenpyra intercepting Roxa's strike, but a thick mist enveloped the AI. As the mist gradually dissipated, Roxa discerned the figures of the two before him, casually resting the blade upon his shoulder. He swaggered towards Jiyuan and Smoker. Upon reaching Jiyuan, Roxa couldn't help but voice his frustration. Hey, Jiyuan, seriously, that was my technique's debut, and you just had to block it. Bang! Jiyuan delivered a swift punch to Roxa's head. You fool! Do you realize that if your strike had landed on Smoker, he would have been injured? Are you trying to kill him or merely assess him? Roxa shrugged. I knew you'd intervene, which is precisely why I executed that strike. Did you think I'd dare otherwise? As he spoke, he sidestepped Jiyuan and approached Smoker with a smile, extending his hand. Get up. No need to linger on the ground. I certainly don't wish to face that purple-haired, old tortoise's wrath. Of course, Roxa dared not voice that part aloud. Smoker managed a wry smile as he clasped Roxa's hand. You, my friend, have made astonishing progress this past month. Just then, a throng of people rushed in, comprising the training camp students and Zephyr. Particularly, Tina's exuberant run left Roxa feeling dizzy. Tina reached Smoker, grinning widely. You actually had a day where you were defeated, and by Roxa, no less. It's hard to believe how strong you've become in just a month. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue at Roxa's rapid advancement. As the trio conversed, they turned to find Zephyr, sunglasses perched on his nose, standing before them. Removing his shades, he scrutinized Roxa with curiosity, finally stating, This recent training appears to have been quite arduous. Hasn't it? Thankfully, it remains within my tolerable limits. When did you master Haki? 8 days. Just a fortunate coincidence. Get lost. Sure. Thus, Zephyr and Roxa engaged in a casual conversation, reminiscent of friends chatting, which left Tina feeling a twinge of jealousy. Humph. Zephyr, you are fierce with me, yet so gentle with Roxa. I, Tina, will not accept this. Zephyr, unperturbed, regarded Tina with interest. When she could no longer hold her ground, he finally said, June, why not share with us the details of Roxa's training over this past month? Certainly. Here is the improved translation. Indeed, by the way, if any students wish to practice with me, they are more than welcome. Jiyuan's charming yet seductive remarks instantly captivated the majority of the male students present. A few audacious male students even expressed their desire to sign up on the spot. Lo Xia, come here. Jiyuan beckoned, signaling for Lo Xia to approach her. Without any hesitation, Lo Xia strolled over and took a seat beside Jiyuan. He was quite exhausted and had no inclination to stand alongside her. Lo Xia's training was, in fact, rather straightforward. Each morning, he would dedicate 2 hours to practicing armed color. Of course, should anyone dare to lose focus during this time. My whip is merciless. Following that, There were 1,000 sword swings to complete each day. Recently, his speed with the sword had been increasing, prompting me to add another task, sparring with me, albeit only for practice. By the way, if any aspect of the training is performed inadequately, or if the sword swings slow down, my whip will certainly leave its mark. Upon hearing Jiyuan's words, some students who had hoped to be accepted by her felt disheartened. The image of Lo Xia being struck flashed through their minds, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Jiyuan surveyed the room and noticed a few who remained undeterred. Since that was the case, it was time to make you all truly despair. Jiyuan gave Lo Xia a gentle kick. What now? I haven't rested enough. That last sword swing was quite exhausting. Jiyuan shot him a sharp glance. I know you well enough. Stand up quickly. All right. Lo Xia stood, his gaze fixed on Jiyuan, filled with confusion that he recalled that she was discussing training just moments ago. How did it come to involve him? However, Jiyuan, under Lo Xia's watchful gaze, slowly began to speak. Lo Xia, take off your shirt. What? Lo Xia thought he had misheard and even rubbed his ears that I said, take off your shirt, with Jiyuan's insistence. Lo Xia reluctantly complied, muttering that if he frightened them, it was not his concern. In full view of everyone, he swiftly removed his black shirt adorned with a dragon motif, as soon as he shed the garment. The atmosphere fell silent. A few timid students covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Jiyuan smiled slightly, pointing to Lo Xia's torso, and calmly remarked, this is the result of Lo Xia's training over the past month. In simpler terms, it was a mass of scars. Yes, scars. Lo Xia's body was riddled with countless marks, each clearly the result of whiplashes. You might call me cruel, but this was Lo Xia's own choice. He stated that in this world, lacking strength is simply unacceptable. Of course, these marks are also a symbol of honor. Lo Xia scoffed inwardly, thinking, how on earth is this a symbol of honor? This body is practically in agony. Hey, Jiyuan, can I put my shirt back on now? It's just a bunch of scars. Don't scare them. Lo Xia quickly donned his shirt once more. That moment, Smoker inquired, were these all from the whip? Lo Xia pondered for a moment before replying, yes, I requested it, but Jiyuan ensured I could handle it. I wouldn't recommend you all endure this madwoman's training. It's truly brutal. As for why I allow her to train me, there's a reason for it. Who would willingly subject themselves to such punishment otherwise? Moreover, as the training progressed, Lo Xia felt his body growing increasingly formidable. Roxa subtly turned his head as Tina and Smoker approached slowly. The two took a seat beside Roxa's lounge chair. Who would have thought that over the course of this year, your swordsmanship and commanding presence have seen a notable improvement? On the contrary, I have merely scratched the surface in terms of my own prowess. Hearing Smoker's self-deprecating remark, Roxa retorted, you idiot, hasn't your devil fruit ability been developed quite well? Stop pretending to be weak around me, or I might just take you down. Who are you going to take down? Smoker replied with a smirk. Take you down, you heavy smoker. As the two seemed ready to engage in a scuffle, Tina promptly wedged herself between them. Can you two stop trying to fight every time you meet? It's always me who has to intervene. You both are unbelievable. A few minutes later, Roxa suddenly remarked, your mind is far too simplistic. You chain smoker. Such a fine Logia-type fruit has been reduced to this pitiful state of development. How embarrassing. Smoker remained silent, yet Roxa could see the disdain in his eyes, prompting Smoker to clench his fists tightly. Ignoring Smoker, Roxa continued, the smoke fruit, as its name suggests, is merely smoke. If you were to infiltrate an enemy's nostrils with it, what do you think would happen? Yet you've developed it as if it were a paramecia type. Roxa's face was a picture of disdain, unmasked and evident. This had been their dynamic for nearly a year, and Tina had grown accustomed to it. The speaker may have been oblivious, but Smoker was deep in thought, his smoke trailing off unconsciously towards Tina. Realizing this, Roxa sighed with a smile, activating his Haki and reaching out to grasp Smoker's smoke. At that moment, Tina finally reacted, realizing that this rogue was attempting to use her as a test subject. Anger surged within her, and she clenched her gloved fists, delivering a solid punch to Smoker's chest. Smoker took the hit squarely. Humph, you despicable fool. How dare you use Tina as your experimental subject? Are you tired of living? You chain smoker? You insufferable woman, Smoker retorted, tilting his head away, choosing to ignore Tina, as he had indeed intended to use her as a test subject. Taking that punch was only fair. A few hours passed, and Roxa, nearly asleep, was suddenly shaken awake, just as he was about to express his annoyance. He saw it was Tina and muttered, "What do you want, woman?" "I was just about to fall asleep." Tina smiled sheepishly and asked, "After graduation, Rosha, which subordinate do you plan to work under, or which branch will you join?" "Surely you will go under Sister Jiyuan, right? Your relationship is so good. She trains you every day and occasionally takes you on missions." Curiosity gleamed in Smoker and Tina's eyes as they anticipated Rosha's answer. They believed he would indeed join Jiyuan's ranks. Typically, graduates from the Zephyr training camp had two choices: to join a particular commander or to be assigned to another branch for experience. However, for someone as powerful as Rosha, whose abilities significantly benefited the Navy, Sengoku would not allow him to merely gain experience at a branch. Thus, Rosha's choice would be singular. Rosha gazed intently at the two before exclaiming, "Why do you both think I would go under Jiyuan? Don't speak carelessly. If she hears even a whisper, I might genuinely end up as her vice officer." Smoker and Tina exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "You're not going under Vice Admiral Jiyuan?" "Of course not. Only a fool would choose her. I have no desire to see her face every day after graduation." Tina and Smoker nodded in agreement, recognizing that Rosha's strength had undergone a qualitative leap this past year. Moreover, the intensity of their daily training was beyond what most could endure. "Then are you going under one of the three admirals?" Rosha nodded before shaking his head. "Close enough. Recently, Admirals Aokiji, Kizaru, and even Akainu have shown interest in recruiting me. I might choose one among them. Of course, it's not impossible to work with Old Man Garp. That could be quite enjoyable." Tina rolled her eyes. "Garp? No way. Even if Rosha were to genuinely seek to work under Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku would never allow it." Time passed swiftly, and the next morning, an uninhabited island appeared before the Navy personnel. Zephyr stood at the center, speaking sternly, "The island ahead is our target for this mission. Once we land, exercise utmost caution. Some of you are facing real combat for the first time, so your safety is paramount." The island was home to numerous pirates, over 100 in total. Lastly, Rosha, caught off guard by the mention of his name. Rosha looked towards Zephyr. "This time, you need not engage. You may intervene only if any of the trainees are injured. Overall, your primary role is to support your fellow trainees. Is that clear?" "Understood." As the Navy completed its deployment, the pirates on the island scrambled to report to their captain. "Captain, a Navy warship has appeared on the sea. They might be here to hunt us." The man before his kneeling subordinate bore a long scar across his face and suddenly broke into a sinister grin. His expression turning exuberant, he was Oolong, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 12 million berries, possessing the powers of the paramecia-type growth fruit. "Ha! Finally, the Navy has arrived. This is splendid. Prepare to hunt them down. I want to wipe them all out." "Yes." In stark contrast to the pirates' excitement, the Navy trainees wore serious expressions, some even gripping their fingers until they turned pale, clearly overwhelmed with anxiety. Among them, Rosha, Smoker, and Tina stood out for their nonchalance. Smoker's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly eager to ambush the pirates he had long anticipated. Meanwhile, Rosha and Tina seemed to be leisurely exploring the island, observing this and that. Rosha even remarked, "This island is definitely not suitable for farming." "It's nothing but rocks. Did the pirates eat all the trees?" "Not quite," Tina explained. "According to reports, this island has always been like this. The original inhabitants left due to the geological conditions. Subsequently, Oolong and his pirate crew took over, going out to hunt Navy personnel every few days with brutal methods." After hearing Tina's explanation, Rosha scoffed at a pirate who frequently hunts the Navy. "Do the Marines in the North Sea lack any sense? Can't they report to headquarters if they're struggling?" Just as Rosha pondered this, he suddenly noticed an arrow soaring towards them, ablaze with flames. Acting swiftly, Rosha unleashed an ice ball that struck it down with precision. From the lookout tower, dozens of pirates grinned widely, preparing to unleash a barrage of arrows toward Rosha and his companions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a flurry of flaming arrows rained down upon the trainees. Rosha narrowed his eyes, and with a swift motion, he summoned an ice wall that rose before them, shielding everyone from the fiery onslaught. Zephyr nodded at Rosha, who smiled in response. After all, as an instructor bringing Navy trainees for field training, he certainly didn't want to return with fewer people. The trainees, protected behind the ice wall, expressed their gratitude to Rosha as countless flaming arrows struck against the ice wall he had conjured. Rosha turned to Smoker, who had his arms crossed, and said, "Hey, Chain Smoker, take care of them." These guys are bothersome. Without a word, Smoker transformed into a cloud of smoke and charged forward. Cough, cough, cough. That bastard. Soaring high above the ground. Smoker clenched his fists, hardly granting the pirates below any time to react. The colossal cloud of smoke surged downwards towards the over a dozen archers stationed beneath. The moment the smoke enveloped these pirates, it began to diffuse dramatically, gradually permeating their nostrils and mouths. Within mere seconds, one by one, the pirate archers collapsed, until every last one succumbed to incapacitation. Standing a short distance away, Smoker grinned widely, then unleashed a powerful punch at Rosha's ice wall, which shattered instantly. At that moment, Zephyr, accompanied by his students, arrived at Smoker's location. Observing the fallen pirates on the ground, Zephyr inquired, "Are they dead?" This question genuinely perplexed Smoker, as he himself was uncertain. It was his first time wielding such power. Fortunately, Rosha promptly clarified, "They are not dead. They are merely suffering from prolonged hypoxia." After speaking, Rosha directed his gaze toward Tina, his meaning implicit. Tina removed her gloves, and iron chains materialized in her hands, swiftly binding the more than 30 pirates on the ground. With her task complete, a satisfied smile graced Tina's lips, clearly pleased with her abilities. However, Rosha remarked softly, "You really needn't have removed your gloves. Your actions seem rather deliberate." Irritated, Tina hurled an iron chain at Rosha, who barely managed to evade it by retreating a few meters. How terrifying. A user of the olive fruit. Tina gritted her teeth. "All right, let us proceed. You two should cease your quarrel," Zephyr commanded. "Understood, understood. All right, I got it." Tina acknowledged. As Rosha and the others delved deeper into the island, Rosha was astonished to discover its hidden splendor. Although the island appeared barren, there were pockets of forest scattered throughout. The journey was not entirely smooth for Rosha and his companions, but they faced few obstacles, suffering only minor injuries among a handful of Zephyr's students. To date, Tina had apprehended over 30 pirates. As Rosha and his group ventured further, the growing number of pirates made Rosha increasingly aware of the location of their captain. "Haha, Navy, are you here seeking your demise? It has been too long since I last hunted Navy personnel. Allow me to indulge myself today," as Rosha and his companions pressed onward into the island. A sinister voice echoed in the ears of the students. Furrowing his brow, Rosha quickly pinpointed the source. Approximately 100 meters ahead, a group of remaining pirates awaited them. The voice they heard was undoubtedly that of the pirate captain, for he was a user of the expansion fruit, capable of such feats. Zephyr nodded in agreement, acknowledging Rosha's assessment. This Oolong, with a bounty of 124 million, is not to be underestimated. Exercise extreme caution. I do not wish to return with any of you missing. The students remained silent, yet each silently committed his words to memory. As they ventured deeper, Rosha finally laid eyes on the captain who wielded the expansion fruit. He wore a black jacket, adorned with what resembled a collar around his neck, and his hair sported a striking green, reminiscent of a punk hairstyle. His lower attire consisted of ordinary trousers, collectively giving him a distinctly punk aesthetic. Rosha couldn't help but smirk at the captain's fashion sense. It was truly abysmal. "What did you say, brat? Do you wish for death? Listen up. Everyone, capture that little black-clad brat for me. I intend to torture this Navy whelp." Rosha was taken aback that his mere jest could provoke such a reaction from the pirate captain. He was further astonished that this captain would instruct his men to subdue him first. Are the people in this pirate world truly so dim-witted? At that moment, Zephyr interjected, "Rosha, if these ruffians dare approach you, simply freeze them in place. After all, they are merely pirates lacking Haki." "Understood, Teacher Zephyr," Rosha replied, a smirk forming on his lips as he beckoned the pirates forward. "Come here, you refuse to die, scum of the sea. Can we attack now, boss?" Oolong grinned wickedly. "Men, charge. After we eliminate these Navy officers, we shall hold a victory feast." With Oolong's command, the scattered pirates rushed toward Rosha. Some brandished handguns, others swung large blades, while a few wielded makeshift weapons, their reckless abandon reinforcing Rosha's impression of them as fools. However, they were not entirely brainless. Even as Rosha froze a few reckless pirates in their tracks, the students stood their ground against the onslaught. Rosha's observation Haki was at its peak. Whenever anyone was at risk of injury, he would launch an ice projectile to thwart the pirates' attacks, thereby shielding his companions from harm. Yet, he could not tend to everyone's needs. Time passed, and the once flat ground became stained with pools of blood. As 40 to 50 armed pirates lay sprawled, their fates uncertain, some had even been reduced to mere blocks of ice. Among Zephyr's students, several were injured, a consequence Rosha could not prevent, as he could not safeguard every individual. Meanwhile, the pirate Captain Oolong, who had been seated upon a stone throne, wore an expression of disbelief, his face etched with shock. He stared at Rosha, as if beholding a monster, a natural-type user. You, Rosha shrugged. Turning to the onlooker Smoker, kid, we have two natural types here. What are your eyes for? Humph, I am a paramecia user of the expansion fruit. Am I to fear a mere child like you? Zephyr surveyed the scene, then raised his hand to halt the advancing students. Step back. This individual is still a pirate with a bounty of 124 million. He glanced at Rosha and his companions, then slowly declared, which of you shall take him on? Perhaps it should be Rosha. Just as Smoker was about to contest this, Tina swiftly restrained him, insisting, let Rosha handle it. Unlike Smoker's eagerness, Rosha remained calm upon hearing the news. Teacher Zephyr, may I kill him? No. This man must be taken alive for imprisonment and impelled down. It is crucial to prevent the fruit's powers from leaking and creating new pirates, thereby averting chaos on the seas. Very well. Upon overhearing Rosha and Zephyr's conversation, the pirate Captain Oolong sprang to his feet, a savage grin illuminating his face, embodying his fury. Damn Navy, you all deserve to die. Arm. Expand. In an instant, his previously slender arm swelled to monstrous proportions as he activated his ability. Rosha gulped, the sight of the gigantic fist reminiscent of something all too familiar. A certain Fool's Gear third. However, time was of the essence, as the colossal fist barreled toward Rosha's face, with hands radiating an icy blue glow. Rosha swung his arm, instantly encasing the incoming fist in solid ice. With a devilish smile, Rosha patted the frozen fist, laughing. I've never encountered such a foolish pirate. Leaning closer to Oolong's ear, he taunted, how does one so mentally deficient become a captain? Is your entire crew as dim-witted as you? Despite Rosha's lengthy tirade, Oolong remained silent. Just as Rosha prepared to investigate further, a massive foot came crashing down toward his midsection that in an instant, Rosha was struck. His body cleaved in two. Ha! You foolish Navy brat. This is the consequence of crossing me. Damn who dares to approach. The fruits of my labor are not to be trifled with. Wu Lang laughed maniacally. Yet the dozens of naval cadets across from him remained expressionless, which struck Wu Lang as rather peculiar. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned abruptly to see Luo Xia's severed body slowly mending itself. And the smile on Luo Xia's face appeared terrifying to Wu Lang. In mere seconds, Luo Xia had completely healed. You scoundrel pirate, I'm done playing with you. Next time you open your eyes, it will be in the naval prison. With a wave of his hands, Luo Xia unleashed the power of ice, binding Wu Lang's limbs and rendering him immobile. In one swift motion, Luo Xia struck him down, rendering him unconscious. Having resolved the situation, Luo Xia beckoned to one of the cadets, who held a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs. Just as Luo Xia was about to take them, he heard three furious voices. Luo Xia, are you trying to get yourself killed? Luo Xia, you are a devil fruit user. Luo Xia, retract your hands. Luo Xia trembled momentarily, retracting his hands and scratching his head with an awkward smile. Zephyr, however, was more direct, delivering a punch that shattered Luo Xia's head into countless shards of ice. Before long, Luo Xia had restored his form and quipped, compared to sea prism stone, Zephyr's fist is far more terrifying. What do you think? He patted Tina and Smoker on the shoulders. Humph, Tina won't respond to the foolish questions. TCH, I never imagined such ignorance still existed in this world. With each remark, Luo Xia was met with exasperation. Fool? Ignoramus? Who are you two imbeciles talking about? Smoker retorted, unimpressed by Luo Xia's bravado. You, of all people, should know that a devil fruit user becomes powerless when confronted with sea prism stone. Are you truly this oblivious or just plain foolish? Faced with Smoker's taunts, Luo Xia felt an urge to retaliate with a punch. But he reconsidered, acknowledging his own recklessness. Enough chatter. We ought to search for his treasures. Taking the lead, Luo Xia, with Smoker and Tina assisting, conducted a thorough search, ultimately discovering a wooden chest secured with an iron lock. Luo Xia regarded the wooden chest with disdain, thinking, what the hell, A pirate worth over 12 million belly has such meager treasure. Where did he find this shabby little box? His disdain was warranted given its simplicity. Glancing at his companions, he instantly enveloped his hands in armament Haki, the dark aura causing Smoker's eyes to widen in surprise. With a fierce tug, Luo Xia yanked the lock off the chest and tossed it aside. At that moment, Smoker and Tina leaned in, their faces filled with curiosity as Luo Xia slowly opened the chest. Its contents were revealed to the trio. Smoker and Tina's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing what lay inside. There, nestled within the chest, was a devil fruit resembling a banana. Luo Xia gazed at it for a few moments before tossing it to Smoker and Tina, clearly losing interest, since it resembles a banana. It's likely either a Zoan or a Paramecia type. Luo Xia's interest waned, especially since he recalled witnessing a similar scene in his past life, suspecting it was indeed a Zoan type, with the fruit in hand. Smoker and Tina exchanged glances, and Smoker inquired, "What should we do with this?" "Of course, we should hand it over to Zephyr, since it was acquired during battle and we have a commanding officer. The first choice is to turn it over to the leader of our team. That it's all in the naval handbook, and we are not thieves." Smoker rolled his eyes. "I know, no need for you to remind me." "Woman," just as Tina was about to retaliate, a deep voice interrupted. "What is going on?" "Tina, Smoker." Upon realizing it was Zephyr, Tina quickly handed him the chest. "Zephyr, we only found this during our search of the pirate's belongings. And it's a devil fruit." Upon hearing it was a devil fruit, Zephyr raised an eyebrow and took the fruit from Tina's hands. "That I can't believe this little pirate had a devil fruit. What a fortunate find. Once we return to headquarters, you three will be rewarded." The trio nodded in unison. Before long, Zephyr, along with the captured pirate and a throng of cadets, set sail back to the naval headquarters. Meanwhile, Luo Xia reclined on his chair, with Smoker and Tina seated nearby. "Luo Xia, hurry up and tell me, how else can I develop this smoke fruit? I feel that my recent technique, smoke infiltration, could even kill some weaker pirates if given more time." Luo Xia, listening to Smoker's incessant chatter, began to question whether this was truly the Smoker he knew. "Smoke, idiot, be quiet. Right now, I only have this one idea. Don't disturb me, I want to sleep." Smoker showed no signs of defiance, as Luo Xia had just helped him develop a new skill. Meanwhile, Zephyr, with his eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses, held a bottle of sherry, clearly in high spirits. Time passed swiftly. And in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. The naval ship docked on schedule, marking the successful conclusion of their practical graduation exercise, heralding a bright future for the cadets. At this moment, the cadets disembarking behind Zephyr wore expressions of elation. However, 3 individuals stood out: Luo Xia, Smoker, and Tina. Luo Xia appeared drowsy, occasionally glaring at Smoker, who returned the gaze defiantly. "Hey, you two, quiet down. We have Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Kizaru here." Luo Xia scoffed. "Smoker, if you wake me again, I'll knock you out. Tch, once I master armament Haki, I'll make you see stars." Tina, exasperated, facepalmed with one hand. Meanwhile, at the port, Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Kizaru awaited Zephyr and the cadets' arrival. Upon seeing Zephyr, Sengoku inquired, "How did the operation go? Were any cadets injured?" Zephyr glanced at the cadets behind him and replied, "About 10, but just minor injuries." Smoker and Luo Xia performed exceptionally well, especially Luo Xia, whose strength is at least double that of his peers, while Smoker is slightly behind. Tina's support role was quite significant. Her olive fruit proved to be very useful. Speaking of the fruit, Zephyr suddenly recalled something and pulled out a banana, tossing it to Sengoku. Sengoku caught it, bewildered, and exclaimed, "You actually found a devil fruit this time. Do you know what type it is?" "That kid Luo Xia said it's probably a Zoan type." Sengoku nodded in agreement. "That sounds about right. Given its shape, it should be. Just toss it into the naval treasury when we get back. As for this operation, I will reward you based on the reports you provide." The two continued their conversation, seemingly oblivious to the cadets standing behind them, who had not anticipated that the first order of business upon returning would not be heading to their dorms for a wash, but rather enduring a lecture from Admiral Sengoku. Luo Xia shrugged and plopped down, entirely unbothered by the curious gazes of the surrounding Navy personnel. As he settled, Sengoku, standing at the front, noticed him and quickly pieced it together. "Zephyr, you may let these cadets return now." Zephyr nodded and turned to the cadets, announcing, "You all may head back." Upon hearing this, Luo Xia sprang to his feet and hurried off in the direction of Garp's villa without a backward glance. In no time, Luoxia arrived at the entrance of Garp's villa.as for the Jiyuan villa. This year, Luoxia has indeed engaged in considerable training, as he has no desire to return to a life of torment. Upon entering the Garp villa, Luoxia immediately spotted Garp, dressed in a naval uniform, seated on the sofa, holding a piece of paper, more precisely, a bounty notice. Several other bounty notices were also laid out on the table. This left Luoxia somewhat perplexed. When did the old man Garp develop such an interest in pirates? At least not during this period. Unless it pertains to one of the Yonko. Luoxia's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he stepped toward Garp's side. Without raising his head, Garp continued to examine the bounty notice in hand. Luoxia approached cautiously, peering at the notice. The name inscribed upon it involuntarily escaped his lips. Monkey D. Luffy. A bounty of 30 million? Seizing the opportunity, Luoxia settled beside Garp, casting a curious glance at him before feigning astonishment at the name on the notice. Monkey D. Luffy. Could he be your grandson, old man? With a grandfather in the Navy and a grandson as a pirate. What about your son? However, before Luoxia could finish, he was met with a fierce punch. Ouch. That hurts. Moments later, as he rubbed the large bump forming on his head, Luoxia glared indignantly at Garp. His expression akin to one preparing to devour him. You old codger, how is it my fault that your grandson chose the path of piracy, and to think you used Haki to strike me? How despicable. Garp shot a glare back at Luoxia. How could his grandson possibly become a pirate? It was infuriating. Once they crossed paths, he would certainly bring him back to the Navy. Listening to the ominous crackling sounds emanating from Garp's hands, Luoxia, leaning against the sofa, dared not utter a word. If this old man were to take his frustrations out on him again, it would not bode well. Garp's iron fists were no trifling matter. Soon enough, as Garp's anger seemed to dissipate, Luoxia picked up the bounty notice once more, noting the newspapers on the table regarding their exploits. P.O. be the first to receive a bounty of 30 million berries. Your grandson seems destined for greatness, old man. Huh? Indeed. I have been training my grandson since he was 7. How could he not be strong? Garp replied proudly. How can you laugh when your grandson has become a pirate? Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from outside, and Luoxia looked up to find Fleet Admiral Sengoku entering. Garp shrugged, his expression nonchalant. I have been away from my hometown for so long. What can I do? And that rascal Luffy is no help. Fixated on becoming a pirate, Sengoku understood Garp's predicament and merely voiced his thoughts, recognizing that the choices made would lead to consequences if Luffy were to be captured. Luoxia glanced at Sengoku and then at Garp before grabbing a newspaper from the table. The tyrannical dragon of Kokoyashi village, ruling for 8 years, has been defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy's first bounty is 30 million. Goodness, the Fishman pirates actually ruled Kokoyashi village for 8 years. That I can't imagine how they managed it, Luoxia exclaimed, then looked at Garp and Sengoku, asking, isn't the East Blue considered the weakest sea? Luoxia didn't need to finish his sentence. Both Sengoku and Garp understood the implication. Before Sengoku could speak, Luoxia cheerfully chimed in. It must be that the Navy in the vicinity of Kokoyashi village is colluding with the pirates. They must have amassed quite a fortune. What a pity. Ding. A random mission has been triggered. Luoxia shivered inexplicably, sensing that this mission would not bode well. Could it be that I am tasked with capturing Luffy? Ding. Please arrive at Logtown within 5 days and check in. Reward. Random. Luoxia's lips twitched. He never expected the system to assign him such a task, just as he was lost in thought. A flurry of footsteps echoed outside, signaling the arrival of someone. Garp and Sengoku stared intently at the door, and shortly after, the 3 admirals, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu, entered together. What brings the 3 of you here? Sengoku inquired. Frowning slightly, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we have come to invite Luoxia to join our ranks, Akainu stated solemnly, with Kizaru nodding in agreement. Luoxia scratched his head. Join your ranks. Though he had a general understanding, he was still somewhat unclear. Seeing Luoxia's confusion, Sengoku explained, their invitation means you can choose whose command you wish to serve under. Typically, graduates from Zifa's training program have 2 options. One is to join the ranks of various commanders, with the tasks assigned by them. Naturally, if the headquarters has a mission for you, you cannot refuse. The second option is to serve at a naval branch on another island. Those with exceptional performance, like you, can choose which branch to join. After hearing Sengoku's explanation, Luoxia nodded, understanding now. So, which will you choose? The three admirals asked in unison. Luoxia's lips twitched as he glanced between Garp and the three admirals. Feeling hesitant to declare his choice, what if Akainu were to hear he hadn't chosen him and decided to retaliate with a magma fist? Don't worry, just choose freely. We're here to back you up. Sengoku declared confidently, knowing that even if he was not at his peak, the three admirals would not dare act recklessly in his presence. Luoxia swallowed hard, his hands conjuring ice, clearly indicating his intent. I choose Admiral Aokiji. He reasoned that their abilities were similar, and Aokiji's laid-back demeanor suited him well. Thus, he made his choice without hesitation to Luoxia's surprise. Rather than getting angry, Akainu simply turned and left. Soon, only Garp, Sengoku, and Aokiji remained in the room. Leaning casually against the sofa, Aokiji asked, "So, what are your plans now? Do you intend to follow in Smoker's footsteps and train at a naval branch? Or perhaps develop gadgets at the headquarters?" Luoxia pondered, stroking his chin. "I want to do all of those." Aokiji nodded. "All right, if you wish to go to a particular branch, just inform Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He will take care of it. And if you develop anything interesting, let me know first. If you wish to learn how to utilize your fruit ability, feel free to come to me. After all, if you possess my power, it is only right that I teach you." Luoxia nodded, acknowledging, "Understood. I have some ideas regarding the abilities." The two continued their conversation, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. Before long, Aokiji departed from Garp's villa. As soon as he left, Luoxia's eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned to Garp. "Hey, old man, can you take me to Logtown?" What is the reason for that?" Luoxia shook his head, a new gadget idea brewing in his mind, requiring a trip to Logtown. Is it possible? Garp's eyes twinkled. Recalling that his underachieving grandson was likely there as well, perhaps it would be worthwhile to accompany this kid. "Very well, I shall take you there." The next morning arrived, and Luoxia followed Garp toward the port. He was still clad in his previous attire, now adorned with a justice cloak, exuding a charmingly roguelike aura. "Old man, why not just use the instant door? Why do we have to take a warship?" "Enough chatter. The device you made last time is still intact, and there are quite a few people going along this time. It has been ages since I took anyone to catch pirates. Plus, it's just Logtown, a 2-day journey, and the scenery at sea is splendid. Most importantly, we may encounter some pirates." Confronted with such a statement, Rosha found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. "Your sole aim is to capture pirates, isn't it?" Upon arriving at the port alongside Garp, Rosha observed a dog-headed warship bustling with dozens of soldiers engaged in some task, evidently quite occupied, with a resolute stride. He boarded the warship, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face upon reaching the deck. "Jiyuan. What are you doing here?" Rosha incredulously pointed at Jiyuan, who was lounging in a deck chair. "Ha! It was I who instructed Tao-Tu to come aboard, as he had just completed a mission. Yesterday, upon hearing that you were heading to Logtown, he decided to tag along." Rosha's lips twitched. He had thought he would be free of Jiyuan for several months. Yet here she was again after merely 2 days. After all, it was an invitation from Captain Garp, and it would be impolite to decline. "If you're looking for a fight, feel free to come at me." Facing Jiyuan's blatant threat, Rosha instinctively recoiled and sought refuge in a corner, using his powers to create a makeshift recliner. At that moment, the serious-faced Bogart approached Garp, inquiring, "Captain Garp, are we ready to set sail?" "Yes, let us embark," Garp affirmed. Destination: Logtown. Estimated travel time is 1 to 2 days. With Bogart's command, the previously stationary doghead began to move slowly. However, the speed caused Jiyuan to sit upright in alarm. "Bogart, is there something wrong with the speed of Captain Garp's ship? This is exceedingly fast." Reporting to Major Tao-Tu, "This is the naval propulsion device invented by General Rosha before he joined the Navy. It can increase the speed of a sailing warship by 2 to 3 times. Upon hearing this, Garp added with a grin, Indeed. Moreover, this device is remarkably sturdy. I've navigated with it several times without a hitch. And it's always swift." Jiyuan, feeling the ship's velocity, realized that the doghead was at least twice as fast as her own vessel. Meanwhile, Rosha was blissfully unaware, sipping juice in his corner. Having freezing powers is wonderful. I can freeze the juice, enhancing its flavor." As he indulged in his solitary enjoyment, little did he know that a pink whip had quietly ensnared one of his recliner's legs, suddenly feeling a tug. He glanced forward, only to find Jiyuan holding the whip, pulling his chair. "Hey, what are you doing, you wretched woman?" Despite his protests, he was pulled into the space between Garp and her, glancing at the now damaged recliner. Rosha shot Jiyuan an irritated glare before crafting another chair for himself. "What is your intention, woman?" "I was simply enjoying my juice, doing no harm. Are you looking for trouble?" Unfazed by Rosha's glare, Jiyuan declared, "I want the device you made for Captain Garp." She pointed at the two fan-like contraptions installed on either side of the ship. Following her gesture, Rosha exclaimed, "Ah, that contraption. Yes, that one. Upon our return from Logtown, you shall have it installed on your ship, or else you shall face dire consequences." Rosha swallowed nervously. "Do not threaten me. Besides, I no longer remember how to create it. The recipe has long escaped my mind. However, I shall give it due consideration. Do not resort to violence." Although Jiyuan's agreement was tinged with uncertainty, she acquiesced, her words intended more as a scare tactic. Once the matter with Jiyuan was resolved, Rosha relaxed entirely, his eyelids growing heavy with sleep. Before long, he succumbed to slumber, which lasted until the following morning. Upon awakening, he found himself staring into the face of a white-bearded old man. Rosha leaped back several meters in fright. As he regained his composure, he realized it was merely Garp. "Hey, old man, why do you scare me like that? I intended to call you last night, but Bogart advised me that you were likely exhausted from using your synthesis powers. So I refrained from disturbing you. However, upon rising this morning, I have been observing you," Garp declared. "Now enough of this chatter. Immediately produce some rice crackers for me, or I shall toss you into the sea." Rosha rolled his eyes. "Then have the ship's cook prepare a meal for me. I am in need of sustenance." As time passed, a banquet of delectable dishes filled the table before him. Beside Rosha, Garp held a large wooden barrel brimming with various flavors of rice crackers. Rosha's palm emanated a greenish glow, resembling an endless abyss, continuously producing rice crackers, much to the envy of the surrounding sailors. Garp's eyes gleamed with desire as he gazed at the barrel's contents. In stark contrast to Garp's passive observation, Rosha was relishing his meal, using a fork fashioned from his powers to devour the food voraciously. "What on earth is that sprouting from your palm, boy?" Garp's sudden bellow caused Rosha to cough, struggling to regain his breath before turning to face him. However, upon seeing what Garp held, Rosha's heart sank, his eyes widening in alarm. In Garp's grasp were two fruits, one green, the other pink. Rosha nervously swallowed. "Cough, cough. Those are merely fruits, old man. Please return them to me." Jiyuan, observing Rosha's agitation, turned her gaze toward the fruits in Garp's hands. "Isn't that the fruit from that night? How did it end up in Captain Garp's possession?" She pondered inwardly, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Especially with Rosha's palpable tension, her thoughts raced. Could it be true? If Rosha could replicate Admiral Aokiji's abilities, surely these two fruits would be child's play. Though Jiyuan's musings were silent, they were remarkably astute. Garp examined the fruits in his hand, weighing them thoughtfully before asking, "Bogart, have I seen such shaped fruits somewhere before?" Bogart remained silent, his gaze fixed on the fruits, murmuring, "They resemble the Mara fruit." The devil fruit encyclopedia depicted a similar shape, albeit in yellow rather than the green and pink of Garp's finds. Rosha, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, feigned calmness. "These are my synthesized fruits, not devil fruits. Please do not speak carelessly." Before he could finish, Rosha lunged toward the devil fruits in Garp's grip, but no matter how he reached, they seemed to be glued to Garp's palm. Feeling increasingly embarrassed, he implored, "Old man, please return them to me. They are hard-won creations. Do not ruin them." As Rosha continued his frantic attempts, Tina behind him felt an epiphany wash over her, connecting all the dots in her mind. Why was Rosha so anxious upon seeing those two fruits? Why had he wiped his brow? Why did he insist on reclaiming them? Everything suddenly made sense. Jiyuan promptly stood and approached Garp, reaching for the pink devil fruit. This moment, Rosha's heart dropped. He was acutely aware that Jiyuan was far from simple-minded like Garp. "Sister Jiyuan, thank goodness you intervened. Now, please return it to me. I promise to give you another once I've made more." Jiyuan regarded Rosha with an enigmatic smile before bringing the pink fruit to her lips. "Is this really just a common fruit, dear brother Rosha?" "Of course, natural-type devil fruits are quite rare. Who could possibly acquire two at once? Moreover, The Marimara fruit was already consumed by Admiral Kizaru. As Rosha's speeches grew increasingly frequent, he became ever more confident in his fabrications, leading him to genuinely believe in the veracity of his own words. The fruit in Kabu's hand he regarded as nothing more than an ordinary fruit. Kabu shook the pink fruit in his grasp, and just as Rosha anticipated that Kabu would return it to him, Kabu, under Rosha's horrified gaze, took a decisive bite of the pink fruit in that instant. Rosha's heart sank. Upon biting into the fruit, Kabu was instantly overwhelmed, her taste buds assaulted by an overwhelming stench reminiscent of excrement. Although she had never tasted it before, she had heard others speak of it. After struggling to swallow, Rosha rushed forward, shaking Kabu's body. "Sister Kabu, you must spit it out. Hurry, hurry." While shaking Kabu, Rosha's eyes remained fixed on that demonic fruit when he noticed a bite had been taken out of it. Despair gripped him. "You actually ate it." Kabu waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. After all, didn't you claim it was just an ordinary fruit? The taste, however, is truly horrendous. It's the most dreadful thing I've ever eaten." If Rosha were capable of overpowering Kabu at that moment, he would have undoubtedly sewn her mouth shut. Suddenly, Rosha caught sight of Kabu having set down the green fruit, and with quick reflexes, he swiftly retrieved it into his own space. "Haha, just an ordinary fruit, and you act as though you've devoured a demonic fruit," Kabu boomed, slapping Rosha's shoulder heartily. Rosha pouted, clearly unconvinced. Meanwhile, Kabu, who had consumed the demonic fruit, felt an invigorating warmth coursing through her entire being. After about a minute, her eyes widened as she sensed the emergence of a newfound ability. She swallowed hard, staring at Rosha with a look of shock and astonishment, as if attempting to see straight through him. Suddenly, Kabu stood up and approached Bogart, saying, "Bogart, could you please escort the sailors on deck to the cabin for a while? I have some important matters to discuss with Rosha and Mr. Kabu." "No problem, Vice Admiral Kabu. I will immediately lead these sailors into the cabin, and we will not emerge without your or Vice Admiral Kabu's orders." As the sailors entered the cabin, Kabu stared in astonishment. Kabu then took a seat not far from Rosha and Kabu, her demeanor serious, as if preparing to announce something significant. Upon seeing Kabu like this, Rosha's heart plummeted. Internally, he cursed the system countless times, wondering why two fruits had suddenly appeared in his palm when they were supposed to be stored in the system space. Of course, no one answered his query. "Kabu, why did you suddenly call them in? You look so serious. Could it be that you have something important to discuss with me?" Kabu remained silent, rubbing her hands together before extending a finger. In mere seconds, a pink light flickered at her fingertip. The moment the pink light appeared, it shot directly towards Vice Admiral Kabu. Kabu clenched his fist and shattered it in a single blow. Stunned, he stared at Kabu incredulously. What was that? It seemed like the ability of the Pika Pika no Mi. Kabu was already convinced, but the last bit of doubt required Rosha's confirmation. "Having just consumed that pink fruit, I transformed into this." Kabu shrugged, indicating her confusion. She then recalled the techniques of the Pika Pika no Mi employed by the yellow ape. A burst of radiant pink light erupted from her hand, and a sphere of light, the size of a fist, shot forth from Kabu, exploding upon contact with the sea's surface. Witnessing this spectacle, both Kabu and Kabu were utterly convinced. As realization dawned upon them, they turned their gaze toward Rosha, as if silently demanding an explanation. Rosha opened his mouth, but ultimately laid back in a reclined chair, tuning out the world around him. This attitude left Kabu utterly bewildered. Thus, she gently inquired, "Rosha, dear brother, how did you manage this? If you tell me, I shall grant you a favor." Rosha scrutinized Kabu from head to toe before finally stating, "Let's discuss this later. However, I can tell you about that thing you mentioned. It isn't something to be kept secret. In fact, those two fruits were hard-won treasures of mine that you just devoured." Rosha spoke with a fierce tone. Meanwhile, Kabu and Kabu formed a tight encirclement, leaving Rosha no means of escape. Their expressions seemed to convey, "Hurry up and spill everything." Rosha swallowed hard, gazing into Kabu's gentle eyes. After 5 minutes of hesitation, he finally let out a reluctant smile. "What you consumed was indeed the Pika Pika no Mi, albeit with a different hue." Both Kabu and Kabu frowned in unison at Rosha's revelation. "The Pika Pika no Mi? Did not Admiral Yellow Ape consume that? So what exactly was the fruit that Kabu just ate?" Rosha wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied slowly, Yes, indeed." "What do you mean by yes?" Kabu pressed. urgency lacing her voice. Rosha raised his hands, a blue-green glow emanating from them. This is it. I extracted it using my synthesis powers from Admiral Yellow Ape's abilities. During the last instance when Kabu called upon me to create weapons, I managed to extract the components of 2 demonic fruits. Moreover, Kabu, the fruit you consumed can unleash the full potential of the Pika Pika no Mi. And, Rosha hesitated, noticing the eager expressions on Kabu and Kabu's faces. Kabu was more direct. Rosha, you better hurry up and tell me what else there is. Yes, Rosha, hurry. What if this thing is a defective product? Rosha crossed his arms, exuding confidence. Defective? If it were, you wouldn't be standing before me now. You'd be a pile of minced meat on the deck. After speaking, Rosha feared retribution and conjured an ice wall between Kabu and himself, emanating an icy blue light. However, before long, Kabu smashed through the ice wall with a single punch. Without giving Rosha a moment to react, Kabu seized his shoulders. Rosha swallowed hard. What are you planning to do? Humph. What was that thing you said earlier? You haven't revealed everything about this fruit. The two locked eyes, and Rosha quickly averted his gaze. Kabu, witnessing his evasion, became indignant. You definitely have something to hide from me. Spill it now. Rosha shook his head vigorously. I can't say. I absolutely cannot. Kabu was both amused and infuriated, yet seeing Rosha's demeanor softened her resolve. She could only plead for assistance from Kabu, who nodded slowly. His hands enveloped in Haki, an eager expression on his face. Rosha thought to himself, how long has it been since this old man last fought? To Rosha's surprise, Kabu wasted no time, and, without allowing him a moment's reprieve, launched and attacked. As Kabu's fist descended, Rosha braced for impact, believing he was doomed. Yet, out of nowhere, his armament, infused with the powers of the Mera no Mi, manifested before Kabu, blocking the punch. The flames on the blades surged fiercely, swirling as if alive. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Rosha cautiously patted his heart. Do you truly wish to know? Kabu and Kabu nodded, their expressions serious. All right, but if Vegapunk sets his sights on you, don't blame me. Rosha pointed at Kabu, speaking slowly. This pink fruit has no side effects. Kabu seemed to mishear. Digging at her ear, what did you say? Your fruit, the one you consumed, is devoid of any side effects. Even if you were to plunge into the sea after eating it, you would not experience any weakness whatsoever. Subsequently, Luoxiao rose proudly to his feet, exclaiming, Hee, this is the advantage of my fruit. Aren't you particularly grateful to me? Jiyuan furrowed her brow and inquired, is that true? Luoxia, of course. If you don't believe me, why not jump in and see for yourself? Luoxia spoke with unwavering confidence, a confidence well earned after countless bathing sessions over the past year without feeling any fatigue. However, unforeseen circumstances could always arise. After all, he was directly utilized by the system, unlike Jiyuan. Nevertheless, even in the event of an accident, Luoxia could promptly rescue Jiyuan, thanks to his freezing fruit abilities. Jiyuan smiled slightly, turned, and transformed into a pink beam of light, diving directly into the ocean. Luoxia exchanged glances with Garp, and they both approached the edge of the ship, to their surprise. They saw Jiyuan swimming effortlessly in the sea, completely unaffected by any side effects. Minutes later, Jiyuan returned to the ship, her excitement palpable and impossible to conceal. After all, she had never consumed a devil fruit before and had solely practiced swordsmanship. Yet, who would not desire a top-tier natural-type devil fruit, especially one without side effects? Now you see, I didn't deceive you. Jiyuan, with her damp little hand, grasped Luoxia's large hand, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she said, thank you, Luoxia. Luoxia raised an eyebrow and replied, no problem, just give me 1 billion berries and consider it a great deal for you. Such a fruit is worth at least 20 or 30 billion. By the way, this time I don't want your Dragon Bank gold card. I want cash, so remember to transfer it early. After saying this, Luoxia let out a deep breath, appearing particularly cheerful. Ha, you cheeky little brat. You really dare to ask. Garp was thoroughly entertained, even munching on Sanbei with delight. Luoxia, rolling his eyes, intended to continue speaking but caught sight of Jiyuan's face, which was as dark as a pot's bottom. He instinctively took 3 steps back and coughed. A little less is fine. I'm not picky. Observing Jiyuan's expression, he felt it was reminiscent of the times in the past year when she seemed poised to strike. He recalled that every time she reached for her whip, she wore that very same expression. Moreover, Luoxia had just noticed the pink whip at Jiyuan's waist. 1 billion. Just 1 billion will do. And you must not accept Chuanji's proposal. Luoxia practically retreated while speaking, until Jiyuan finally revealed her gentle smile, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. All right, I do have 1 billion, and as for that Chuanji fellow, I won't accept. Jiyuan considered herself quite fortunate, even though she still needed to borrow from Sister He, as her current funds were merely around 70 million, despite her esteemed rank as a rear admiral. Their salaries were fixed, and she had to buy clothes, leading to substantial expenses. Saving money was a distant notion. Time passed swiftly, and with the aid of Luoxia's propulsion device, they soon arrived at the port of Logtown. As they disembarked from the warship, Luoxia murmured, "Is this the town of beginnings and endings?" Yet, before he could finish reminiscing, a fist, resembling smoke, suddenly lunged at him. Luoxia deftly sidestepped, lifting his gaze to see a figure chewing on 2 cigars. Armed and looking at him with a provocative expression. Smoker? He hadn't expected this guy to come to Logtown. Is he here to get beaten up? Luoxia smirked, gesturing toward Garp and Jiyuan beside him. You'd better watch your words. I might just let Jiyuan beat you up. Smoker awkwardly chuckled before saluting sharply along with the other Marines present. Welcome, Vice Admiral Garp, Rear Admiral Jiyuan, and Brigadier General Luoxia. After the welcome ceremony concluded, Smoker led the trio along with the Marines from Garp's ship back to the Logtown Navy base. Upon arrival, Luoxia boldly asked, Smoker, do you have any news about that Straw Hat kid? Are you here to capture him? Luoxia shot Smoker an irritated glare, saying, No, I'm just here to check on him. Besides, I want to test the strength of that swordsman on his ship. Smoker rolled his eyes, and then turned to a nearby swordswoman wearing glasses and armed with a sword. Tashiji, do we have any news on the Straw Hat crew? Reporting to you, Captain Smoker. The Straw Hat crew successfully landed in Logtown this morning, but their current whereabouts are unknown. However, they are indeed in Logtown. Do you need me to send people to capture them? Luoxia covered his mouth, eyes gleaming with amusement, nearly exclaiming, Do you even have the guts to say that in front of Vice Admiral Garp? Are you trying to get yourself killed? No need. You can stand down. Smoker shrugged, glancing at Luoxia. The Straw Hat kid is on this island. Are you going to grab him? Luoxia nudged Garp. Hey, old man, let's go. I'm curious about this Straw Hat kid. Accompany me. As the three departed, the Logtown Navy base grew busier. Strolling through Logtown streets, Garp, Jiyuan, and Luoxia had a clear objective, the execution platform where Roger was sentenced. This was Luoxia's suggestion that moment. A flash of light emanated from Luoxia's hand, revealing a green fruit. Upon seeing the devil fruit, Jiyuan's eyes widened as she urged Luoxia to put it away quickly. You fool! Hurry up and hide it. What if someone else snatches it? Luoxia merely twirled the fruit with a slight smile. Only pirates would dare to steal it, right? Let them come. I'll catch whoever tries. Luoxia's gaze swept around, noticing numerous greedy eyes fixed on the devil fruit in his hand. Yet, despite holding it throughout the journey, none of the pirates dared to make a move, likely due to the presence of his companions. Finally, after a leisurely stroll, they arrived near the execution platform. That moment, a bolt of lightning struck down upon it. The execution platform collapsed, and from the wreckage emerged a man wearing a straw hat. Clad in a red sleeveless shirt and blue shorts, his iconic grin made Luoxia instantly recognize him as the Straw Hat Kid. Luffy, following closely behind, charred yet intact in a clown suit, was Buggy the Clown. Luoxia tapped Garp on the shoulder. Old man, if I capture him, you won't hit me, right? Humph, such an unambitious pirate deserves to be caught, but you won't need to. I'll handle it myself. Before Luoxia could react, Garp propelled himself towards the Straw Hat Kid. Noticing someone descending from the sky, Luffy looked up, immediately spotting the last person he wished to see. As Garp landed, smoke billowed, and the ground beneath him cracked into countless fragments. Garp smirked, meeting Luffy's gaze. Nami, standing beside Luffy, instantly panicked. The marine hero? Garp? Luffy's reaction was even more amusing. His face contorted in fear, his eyes bulging, and his jaw dropped. Gramps, what are you doing here? Are you here to capture me? Humph, I am going to become the Pirate King. Even if you're my grandpa, you won't catch me. As he spoke, Luffy's arm stretched out, binding Nami before he took off running. Bound, Nami exclaimed, Luffy, I've never seen you so scared before. What did you say about the marine hero? Nami, run. I can't beat my grandpa. Your grandpa. Yes, that's right. He used to beat me every day when I was little. As Luffy sprinted further away, Rosha could not help but glance at Jiyuan. Jiyuan rolled her eyes and led Rosha to Garp's side, with one hand gripping Rosha and the other grasping Garp. In an instant, the trio transformed into a beam of pink light, racing towards the direction in which Luffy had dashed. It took no time at all. Within a few breaths, they stood before Luffy. Gazing at the three before him, Luffy found himself at a loss for words. "Ha, you little brat. I've finally caught up with you." Garp, his fists enveloped in Haki, delivered a punch directly to Luffy's head, followed by seizing him firmly. "You little rascal, I never intended to catch you. So why the hurry?" While the grandfather and grandson reminisced, Rosha boldly approached Nami and said with a grin, "Nami, right? The navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates? Please take us to where your Mary is docked. And remember, you have no choice but to agree." Refusal is not an option. An aura of chill emanated from Rosha, causing Nami to shiver, perhaps due to the intimidating presence he exuded. With little resistance, Nami half-heartedly led Rosha and the others to the Mary's location. Upon their arrival, Usopp and Zoro were left dumbfounded by the sight of the trio. Zoro stepped forward, drawing his sword, the Wad Ikamanji, and with a serious expression asked, "Marines, are you here to capture us?" Rather than clarifying the misunderstanding, Rosha's gaze settled on Zoro's green hair, prompting him to involuntarily exclaim, "Green algae head." Rosha then glanced at the fruit in his hand, realizing it complemented his own so well. "You dare call someone green algae head?" Zoro exploded in anger, drawing his swords, Sandai Katetsu and Shusui. Rosha, caught off guard by Zoro's reaction, wasted no time. His hands sparkled with starlight, and in an instant, Zoro's 3 swords were encased in ice, including the one between his teeth. Rosha then retreated to Garp's side. Watching Zoro's reaction with a grin as Zoro stared incredulously at his frozen swords, he attempted unsuccessfully to shatter the ice. Rosha discreetly nudged Garp, who was still holding Luffy, and asked, "Hey, old man, can we capture this Straw Hat crew?" "Humph, I'm a Marine. I would never do something so biased for my grandson. If you're going to capture them, go ahead. Don't worry about my feelings." Upon hearing Garp's words, Rosha and Jiyuan exchanged glances and stifled their laughter. Jiyuan, who had worked alongside Garp for years, was particularly astonished. In her mind, Garp had always been synonymous with legendary strength. Following Roger's execution, Garp had taken to a leisurely lifestyle, often pilfering Sengoku's sunbae and donuts, occasionally returning to the East Blue to clean up some pirates. Today, however, Jiyuan realized that Garp was quite protective of his family. His previous statement implied, "If you dare to capture them, be prepared for the consequences." As Rosha and Jiyuan exchanged knowing looks, Rosha surveyed the crew, Usopp, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy, before deciding to sit down and resume his previous nonchalant demeanor. With a wave of his hands, several shimmering ice chairs materialized before them. Rosha silently declared, "Check in." In an instant, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have arrived at the town of Logtown. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 3-piece set. Eat, drink, and use. The host can directly crush and use them as." The voice faded. Rosha opened his eyes to find 3 cards radiating a golden hue in his system space, filled with intricate text that he could not comprehend. Furrowing his brow, Rosha summoned a green light in his palm. Soon, 3 dark golden cards appeared in his grasp. Jiyuan, curious about the spectacle, reached out to touch them, but Rosha swiftly crushed them. The moment they shattered, the cards ignited into flames, resembling a hand ablaze to onlookers, though they were not hot at all. Instead, Rosha's mind filled with the recipes for 3 items. Gourmet tablecloth, renowned Chinese cigarettes, Motai liquor. After mentally noting the recipes, a few dark lines appeared on Rosha's forehead, clearly indicating his discontent with the items received. While contemplating, Rosha suddenly felt someone nudging him. Turning to see Jiyuan, he asked irritably, "Jin, what are you doing?" "Humph, what was that thing from earlier?" And your silence made everyone here too afraid to speak. Rosha shot her an exasperated glare, replying, "Those 3 cards were Synthesist recipes I had just written. If you had touched them, I would have lost one. You better behave yourself in the future." Jiyuan pouted, though she silently took his warning to heart. "Old man, why don't you have your grandson Luffy introduce his companions?" Garp, momentarily stunned while delivering punches to Luffy, finally released him. Gratefully, Luffy freed himself from Garp's affectionate assault and looked at Rosha with tears glistening in his eyes. Grandpa, and over there, the ice guy and the light girl. Let me introduce you to my friends. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Usopp and Nami were horrified, tears streaming down their faces. You idiot, Luffy. What do you mean by ice guy and light girl? They're Marines. However, Luffy's carefree demeanor paid no heed to Nami's protests. Haha, this is Zoro, our fighter on the ship. Zoro is incredibly strong. Luffy laughed as he patted Zoro's shoulder, an innocent gesture in Rosha's eyes. Zoro, unfazed, approached Rosha with the 3 frozen swords and asked seriously. My swords are frozen. You did this, didn't you? Yes, that was me. Who told you to radiate such murderous intent? If you weren't a swordsman and Garp's grandson's companion, I would have frozen you in place. Zoro cleared his throat. Could you help me remove the ice from my swords? Rosha glanced at the tightly encased swords and smiled. No, I'm afraid you might chop me, but once Luffy finishes introducing you, I can help you thaw them. Also, I'm a swordsman myself. We can have a spar later if you win. There's a reward. After saying this, Rosha turned his attention back to Luffy, who was continuing his introductions. This is Nami, our navigator. Luffy then pointed to Usopp, grinning. This guy with the long nose is Usopp, our ship's sharpshooter and the one responsible for launching cannonballs. Hey, don't just give people nicknames, you jerk. Luffy stretched his arm towards Sanji, his blonde hair glinting in the light. And this is Sanji, our chef. Sanji makes the most delicious food. Once introductions were complete, Luffy and his crew settled into the ice chairs crafted by Rosha. At that moment, Zoro, his intensity palpable, thrust his 3 swords towards Rosha. Can you thaw them now? Rosha glanced at Zoro but chose to ignore him, opting instead to hand the note he had just written to Jiyuan. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, Jiyuan, please fetch these for me, and do it quickly. As Jiyuan took off like a pink flash toward the Logtown branch, Rosha turned his attention back to Zoro. With fingers emanating a blue glow, he gently touched the swords, and instantly, the ice shattered away. Humph, didn't you say you were also a swordsman? Where's your sword? A true swordsman should always keep their weapon close. Rosha had initially been basking in the glory of having successfully unsealed Zoro's 3 swords. However, upon hearing this disoriented, green-haired fool accusing him, he could scarcely contain his frustration that so, the green-haired one thinks I lack blades. Does he? As Rosha spoke, the bracelet on his arm transformed into a flickering flame that drifted into his hand, the fire gradually intensifying and taking the shape of a sword, with a grin. Rosha drew his weapon, Tiger Hunt, the flames on the hilt flaring magnificently, exuding an aura of undeniable power. Come on, green-haired one, let me witness your swordsmanship. What kind of sword is this? And it's enveloped in flames. Zoro inquired, astonished though. It's merely a great blade of the 21, nothing to be surprised about. If you manage to defeat me, it shall become yours, Rosha replied, and as he spoke, a green fruit adorned with spiral patterns appeared in his hand. Zoro furrowed his brow slightly. I don't consume devil fruits. They'd be of no use to me. He was wise enough to recognize the treasures of the seed Ta. Many desire it, but cannot attain it. This is a top-tier natural-type fruit, Rosha taunted, lifting the green fruit and smirking. Doesn't it resemble your hair, which looks like green algae? Puffed. Ha-ha. Upon hearing this, Sanji, who stood behind Zoro, could no longer suppress his laughter. Stupid cook, stop your nonsense. It's deafening. Zoro admonished Sanji before turning back to Rosha, his gaze serious and filled with palpable combat intent. Come on, Iceman. At that moment, both men wore solemn expressions, and those around them gathered to observe the impending clash between Rosha and Zoro. Rosha held his sword with one hand, his demeanor oscillating between seriousness and relaxation. Nevertheless, Zoro felt an undeniable sense of danger emanating from Rosha, though it paled in comparison to the pressure he felt from Mihawk. With a single-handed grip on his sword, the flames danced vigorously along the blade. In an instant, Rosha launched an attack, a fiery blaze intertwined with a cerulean sword aura hurtling towards Zoro. Zoro widened his eyes. Having presumed that such a seemingly lackadaisical individual would possess swordsmanship akin to his own, yet reality proved quite different. He exhaled a breath of frustration, crossing his swords, Snow Walk and Sandai Kitetsu, into a defensive stance. Upon witnessing this position, Rosha's pupils dilated, clearly recognizing the technique. I shall employ my strongest move against you. Should I fail to best you, I shall concede. Otherwise, victory shall be mine. Rosha remained silent, intently observing Zoro with Tiger Hunt at the ready. 9 mountains and 8 seas. I shall not be deterred. 3-sword style secret technique. 3,000 worlds. As the name of the technique echoed, Zoro's blades whirled with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished to Rosha's rear. Rosha, attempting to shift his shoulder, suddenly discovered that his left arm had shattered, disintegrating into a cascade of icy shards. Rosha collapsed, yet before he could linger in his feigned demise, a boot clad in naval attire crushed his skull. Get up, you rascal Rosha. If you don't rise, I shall obliterate you, Jiyuan declared boldly, disregarding her refined demeanor. However, just as Jiyuan's words fell, Rosha's body, previously reduced to fragmented ice, began to rotate effortlessly before the eyes of all. Ultimately, he managed to restore himself. Zoro, having just unwrapped his headscarf, wore a resigned smile, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. A natural type, is it? Quite enticing, Zoro murmured. Rosha glared at Jiyuan, her smug expression irking him. Must you always ruin my moment? He then gestured. Have you not noticed that 3 fools over there already believe it? Jiyuan glanced over to see Usopp, Luffy, and Nami. So, do you still desire the items? Jiyuan inquired, lifting the bulging bundle in her grasp. Yes, of course. How could I refuse? Rosha replied with a grin, taking the bundle. At that moment, Garp, who had remained silent, approached curiously, eyeing the bundle in Rosha's hands. You little brat, are you able to create new things again? Ignoring him, Rosha seated himself in Garp's ice chair. He then waved his hands, and a round table materialized instantaneously. Surveying the group, Rosha boldly declared, Garp's grandson's pirate crew, come take a seat. Bang! Just as Luffy and the others contemplated their next move, a loud bang resonated. Brat, speak properly. Rosha clutched his head in pain. Wincing, how about the Straw Hat crew sits first? Hee. Before long, the round table was filled to capacity, comprising even the often overlooked Sanji and the bemused Zoro. Rosha finally opened the bundle, revealing several pairs of sea prism stone handcuffs. 3 sets in total, Rosha grimaced, picking up a handcuff. I wanted pieces, not handcuffs. Such large blocks waste materials. Stop your whining. I had to threaten Smoker to acquire these. You best keep quiet, or I'll beat you senseless. Jiyuan retorted, though she added, cough, cough, they might still be useful. In addition to the sea prism stone, there was a small pouch of tobacco, a bottle of sorghum, and a carpet. Jiyuan was perplexed as to Rosha's intentions with these items. Yet she had endeavored to procure them as best as she could. Ultimately, the only characteristic of these items was their abundance. Rosha's lips twitched as he extended both hands, emitting a faint azure glow. With one hand clutching the sea prism stone and the other the pouch of sorghum, the 2 items vanished in an instant. Approximately a minute later, an array of bottles filled with clear liquor appeared before everyone, devoid of any labels, save for the 3 characters inscribed on the bottles. Moutai, Luffy, upon witnessing the miraculous appearance of the liquor, became exceedingly excited. Wow, you can conjure so many things out of thin air. You read quite the interesting fellow, Iceman. Rosha smiled slightly and gestured. This time, what I've synthesized is a completely new liquor. Do give it a try. Upon hearing liquor, Zoro, who had been on the verge of dozing off, instantly perked up, seizing a bottle and tilting his head back to drink. Glug, glug. Seeing Zoro partake, Luffy, Jiyuan, and Garp simultaneously grabbed their own bottles, drinking with the same gusto. However, after a few sips, they all shared a common reaction, violent coughing. Rosha, exasperated, rubbed his temples, regarding them with a look of disbelief. Are you all fools? This liquor ice and tea like what you usually drink. Sip it slowly, you idiots. As Rosha's words fell, the cacophony of their coughing grew louder, and their faces flushed a deeper shade. Observing their increasingly red faces, Nami cautiously tugged at Rosha's naval coat, timidly asking, Navy officer, is this really okay for them? Rosha raised an eyebrow, questioning whether this little thief was challenging him. Just as he prepared to respond, a booming voice rang out beside him. What a delight! I've never tasted such exquisite liquor before. Even the drinks pilfered from Sengoku pale in comparison. Rosha glanced at the faces of those before him. And indeed, they all appeared radiant, no longer resembling the coughing messes from moments prior. Jiyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, a large hand clapped down on Rosha's shoulder, accompanied by hearty laughter. Ha! Rosha, What you've synthesized this time is truly remarkable. Compared to the liquor I've had before, those were as bland as water. Old man, that hurts. Kindly let go. Oh, Rosha rolled his eyes, massaging his shoulder and internally lamenting. Is this old man's armament Haki, fused with his skin? As the number of revelers increased, even the ever-teetotaling Usopp and Nami began to sip their drinks. However, their experience did not compare to the intensity felt by Zoro. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, hidden within a thicket, two men clad in white, armed with binoculars, silently observed the happenings around Rosha. That it was perplexing that the government had assigned us to monitor this individual named Rosha, though his concoctions were indeed impressive. Such scrutiny seemed unnecessary. Yet, the alcohol he had just synthesized appeared to delight Garp, suggesting it was quite palatable. How I longed to taste it. But enough of that. Our orders were merely to surveil him. Not engaged. If you dare approach him, Garp's iron fist will not spare you. True enough, his light sword certainly brought joy to the celestial dragons. At that moment, Rosha was busy with a large bundle of tobacco and sea stone. His hands emanating a vibrant azure glowed. In an instant, the items vanished from view. Moments later, approximately 200 cigarettes appeared on the table, unwrapped and scattered. Sanji's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the cigarettes. Swiftly, he seized one and lit it, knowing that if the Navy's synthesized alcohol was this good, these unfamiliar cigarettes must be equally exceptional. Rosha surveyed the scene and left about 10 cigarettes on the table, the remainder disappearing into his spatial realm. Interestingly, apart from Sanji and Jiyuan, none of the attendees smoked. Jiyuan tentatively picked up a cigarette, her hand igniting it with a beam of laser light. She took a deep inhale, the smoke filling her lungs, and displayed a satisfied smile, clearly enjoying it. What is this smoke called, Rosha? How would I know? Rosha, noticing Jiyuan's intense gaze, hastily replied, I haven't named it yet. Let's just call it cigarette for simplicity. Meanwhile, Sanji continued to inhale deeply, as if under a spell, fully aware that in the pirate world, cigarettes were akin to mere smoke. Aside from the robust cigars, those slender cigarettes lacked potency. Thus, Sanji finally understood the pleasure of manhood. Enough already, you little brat. I have no interest in cigarettes. What's next? Hurry up. Rosha rolled his eyes, then waved his hands, summoning what resembled a carpet to appear on the round table. Garp, puzzled, inquired, is this a carpet? Old man, your lack of knowledge is terrifying. Rosha began, but was interrupted by a sudden iron fist crashing down on his head, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Regaining his composure, Rosha intended to express his anger but instead began to describe the tablecloth before him. This is a culinary tablecloth, a brilliant invention I devised after much contemplation. It is an essential item for any escapade. Simply state what you wish to eat, and it will appear before you in an instant. Luffy, bewildered yet intrigued by the mention of food, exclaimed, He. I want ramen. Meat. 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 His companions regarded him with expressions of disbelief. Luffy, it's just a tablecloth. It won't conjure food. Just as Nami was about to interject, a series of bang 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 sounds erupted. The ingredients Luffy had enthusiastically requested suddenly materialized before them, filling the entire icy table. The Straw Hat crew was left astounded at that moment. Nami felt only admiration, devoid of fear or caution. She even pondered how valuable such inventions would be if sold. Straw Hat Navigator, if you continue to gaze at me with such awe, I might just pluck your eyeballs out, Rosha coldly remarked, causing Nami, who had been filled with dreams of riches, to wilt. Wow, it's really meat. So much meat. Iceman, you're incredible, even with his mouth stuffed. Luffy couldn't help but praise Rosha as time passed. Rosha and his companions had been waiting there for several hours. Hey, old man, shouldn't we head back? If we linger any longer, I might just be tempted to capture this brat. Then let us go, you little rascal, Rosha said, lazily pulling Garp along to Jiyuan's side, draping an arm over her shoulder. Come on, Sister Jiyuan. Hey, Iceman, you're quite interesting. How about joining my pirate crew? Luffy grinned, extending the invitation. Rosha, who had initially appeared nonchalant, suddenly turned icy, but before he could react, Jiyuan was quicker. She unleashed a pink energy sphere, striking Luffy with remarkable speed. Boom, the sphere exploded upon contact, enveloping him in a faint cloud of black smoke, indicating only minor harm. Pirate, speaks so recklessly again, and I might just have you thrown in prison." Despite Jiyuan's gentle tone, the Straw Hat crew could discern the underlying chill in her words. Rosha had been meticulously trained by Jiyuan to suggest he become a pirate that would lead them straight to imprisonment. Time flew by, and the next morning, as Rosha slept soundly, he was abruptly jolted awake by a powerful force shaking him vigorously. Upon opening his eyes, he found Smoker, with a serious expression, shaking him. Enraged at being disturbed, Rosha snapped, "Damn you, Smoker! Do you seek a beating?" The grip on his shoulders loosened as Rosha's clothing shattered into fragments of ice and flew towards him. He glared at Smoker, seething with anger. "You're finished for waking me up." Smoker, unfazed, replied, "I woke you because Jiyuan informed me you have cigarettes made yesterday. I want two." Rosha waved his hand, unleashing a blast of cold air. "Damn you, smoke addict. If you don't let me pummel you today, you'll never escape this door." The commotion drew the attention of all the Marine soldiers in the base, including the Rear Admiral Jiyuan and Garp. Yet, none dared to enter Smoker's personal quarters. Hey, it sounds like that Rear Admiral from headquarters is about to brawl with our smoke addict captain. Of course, with so many gathered, they must have heard the ruckus inside. I wonder if our captain can win. Not sure. After all, the opponent is a Rear Admiral. Who knows what our captain did to provoke such anger? The Marines speculated on who would prevail, most believing in their captain's victory. Inside the room, however, Rosha unleashed a wave of cold that froze the entire area, trapping them. "Synthesist bastard, today I shall teach you a lesson. Ha! Your powers are useless against me." As he spoke, Rosha activated his ice fruit, freezing his face except for his eyes, resembling a mask. Smoke serpent, Smoker, shrouded in smoke, transformed his arm into a serpent-like form, lunging at Rosha. The smoke wafted toward Rosha's nose and mouth, but Smoker's eyes widened as he fixated on the mask adorning Rosha's face, pondering its significance. "Ha! I anticipated this move. This is my smoke-proof mask." As the attack of the smoke serpent loomed, Luoxiao waved his hand, conjuring a massive ice shield that stood firm before him, rendering the feeble smoke serpent utterly helpless. A slight smile graced Luoxiao's lips as the azure light in his hand intensified, and chains formed from condensed cold air materialized in his palm. The chains surged toward Smoker, but in the next moment, the previously frozen door soared into the air, hurtling toward Luoxiao. He tilted his head slightly, narrowly evading the crashing door. Raising his gaze, he spotted two figures at the entrance. Old man, Jiyuan cast a warning glare at Luoxiao, her eyes brimming with admonition. "Humph, are you two intending to blow up this branch?" Luoxiao surveyed the room, noting that it had been encased in ice, with several papers cracking under the frost, and the office furniture splintered from the residual force of their battle. The entire office bore a chaotic semblance, reminiscent of a battlefield ravaged by artillery fire. "You see this, you two rascals. If you don't cease immediately, are you planning to demolish the entire base?" Jiyuan reprimanded sternly. A tirade that lasted several minutes. Initially, the two had held their heads high, but now they hung low in shame. "Enough! Get up, you two troublemakers. If you can't behave at headquarters, must you continue your antics here?" As they stood, Luoxiao smirked, a flash of green light emanating from his hand, and to his astonishment, heaps of berries appeared in the once ruined office. "Here, 10 million berries should suffice for the repairs," he declared, gesturing toward the pile before him. Moreover, he placed approximately 100 cigarettes atop the mound. Smoker, who had initially intended to refuse, surprisingly nodded in agreement. He then released a cloud of smoke, effortlessly retrieving the 100 or so cigarettes from the top. "Dasky, where have you been?" Smoker's impatient voice rang out. Coming. Dasky responded. "What orders do you have, Colonel Smoker?" Smoker pointed to the pile of bills in front of Luoxiao, instructing, "Take this money and hire a craftsman to restore the office to its original state." Dasky gazed at the heap of berries, gulping in awe, and promptly assured, "Understood." This interlude swiftly passed, and at that moment, Luoxiao and the other three were enjoying a leisurely respite, savoring the creations Luoxiao had prepared the previous day. Notably, Smoker was now puffing on a cigarette crafted by Luoxiao instead of a cigar. "Luoxiao, give me a few thousand more." Luoxiao, who had been drinking and smoking, instantly stood up upon hearing Smoker's request. His gaze fixated on him, a hint of menace flickering in his eyes. "You gluttonous fiend. Do you have any idea how much material this requires?" Smoker merely scoffed. "No worries. I've already sent Dasky to purchase more. You just need to help me synthesize it. After all, you'll have to synthesize when you return to headquarters. Smoker's lips curled into a smirk as he imagined the expressions of the commanders back at headquarters. A look that Luoxia perceived as blatant provocation. Just then, a clear female voice chimed in near them. You too. Since both of you share the blame this time, you should be writing self-reflections. However, due to your swift resolution of the matter, this shall be forgiven. Should there be a next time, you'll have no choice but to write those reflections, and it will be final. Luoxia and Smoker exchanged glances, their eyes seemingly accusing each other. Report. Suddenly, a youthful voice interrupted, and all four turned to see Dasky, accompanied by 4 Navy personnel dragging a cart laden with tobacco. Dasky held out a pair of sea-prism stone handcuffs toward Smoker. Upon witnessing this, Garp, Luoxia, and Jiyuan burst into laughter at ha ha ha. Look at that. That smoke addict is a devil fruit user. Why not just place them on the table? Luoxia jested, pointing at Smoker, realizing her oversight. Dasky slapped her forehead. My apologies, Colonel Smoker, I forgot. Luoxia stared at the cart of tobacco, his expression wavering, his hand reaching out only to retract, amusing Garp and Jiyuan. Hurry up, you rascal. What are you contemplating? Luoxia shot an irritated glare at Smoker. Gesturing towards the cart of tobacco. You, the smoke addict, do you expect me to synthesize them one by one? If you want cigarettes, then shut up, or you won't get to smoke at all. Smoker, who had been poised to mock Luoxia, fell silent at his words. Luoxia attempted to grasp a handful of tobacco, but the ensuing spectacle filled him with delight. The azure light enveloped the tobacco. It gradually extended to the entire cart, encasing all the tobacco within. Oh, it can be done this way. Luoxia smiled confidently, holding tobacco in one hand and sea-prism stone in the other. In an instant, the items enveloped in the azure glow vanished without a trace. Approximately 10 minutes later, countless cigarettes fell from the now empty table, landing squarely on Smoker's head. Luoxia calculated that there were over 2,000 with a wave of his hand. A third of the cigarettes that had been before Smoker instantly disappeared. Hey, you little brat. What are you doing? Do you see? Of course, I'm reclaiming them. Luoxia pointed at the cigarettes before Smoker, stating, that should be enough for you. Even though you possess the smoke fruit, consuming this much could be fatal. Smoker's lips twitched, clearly unconvinced by Luoxia's whimsical reasoning. Without hesitation, Smoker threw a punch, but Luoxia quickly raised his arm, conjuring a circular shield that absorbed the impact, just as Smoker prepared to strike again. Jiyuan swiftly intervened. Hey, do you two want to get beaten up? Still fighting? Luoxia raised his hands in innocence. I didn't throw the first punch. Jiyuan, don't misinterpret. Jiyuan waved her hand dismissively, standing up to announce. The ship at the port is ready. We can head back to the Navy headquarters now. At that moment, Garp, who had remained silent, finally spoke. I've come to realize that whenever you two are together, a fight is inevitable. I can't fathom what you two are thinking. An hour later, under the watchful eyes of the Navy personnel, Luoxia set sail aboard Garp's dog-headed warship, departing from Logtown. Thanks to the items Luoxia had synthesized being highly compatible with the ship, it moved at an extraordinary speed. Wearing sunglasses, Luoxia gazed out at the vast ocean, noticing that Logtown had vanished from sight. He turned to Garp, who was munching on sunbae beside him. Hey, old man. Garp paused, raising an eyebrow. What is it, kid? That straw hat kid, Luffy, really does seem to be your grandson. Isn't that obvious? If he isn't my grandson, whose grandson could he possibly be? Luoxia smiled slightly and inquired, since he is your grandson, why not teach him Haki? Surely, you wouldn't want your grandson to get killed, would you? Although Luoxia spoke casually, Garp sensed the seriousness in his tone. Garp set down his sunbae, remaining silent for a long moment before finally responding. Both my grandsons have chosen the path of pirates. Since they've made that choice, it is their own journey to undertake. I have no right to interfere. They must walk each step themselves. Luoxia hesitated before speaking. You wouldn't happen to be unable to teach, would you? Like one of those exceptionally powerful individuals who can't impart their knowledge to their disciples. No sooner had Luoxia finished speaking than a fist flew toward his head, and he took the blow squarely. Bang! Luoxia's head swelled up rapidly, and he clutched it in pain. Ouch! 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 Who hit someone using Haki? Rosha protested vehemently. Jiyuan stifled a laugh. Stinky Rosha, who allowed you to expose Vice Admiral Garp like that? Now you see the consequences, don't you? Lying on the ground, Rosha felt a torrent of despair. Had he known, he would have kept his distance. Bojart, surveying the sea from the deck, cautiously inquired, "Brigadier General Rosha, do you require assistance to be carried to the infirmary?" "No need. I'm fine. This punch was merely a gentle tap. It poses no harm to me." Though he spoke with bravado, Rosha's body betrayed him as he promptly lifted himself and moved the lounge chair next to Jiyuan. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, Rosha and his companions successfully returned to the Navy headquarters port. Upon their arrival, Jiyuan hastily leapt off the warship without so much as a greeting, dashing towards the Navy office building. Her urgent mission was to borrow money. Indeed, to borrow money, because Rosha had repeatedly reminded her aboard the ship to settle the payment for the fruits. This urgency propelled her to seek a loan. Rosha stood still, watching Jiyuan run, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. It seemed the funds would soon be forthcoming. Meanwhile, Jiyuan quickly reached the Navy office, heading straight for Crane's office. "Knock, knock." "Come in," as Jiyuan entered. Breathless, she collapsed into a chair. Observing her state, Crane promptly stood and approached Jiyuan with concern. "Jin, what on earth happened? Weren't you with little Rosha and Garp in Logtown? Why are you back so soon?" After gulping down a glass of water, Jiyuan hesitantly spoke. "Sister Crane, could you lend me 70 million berries?" Furrowing her brow, Crane asked, "Are you in need of money? That shouldn't be the case, right? I recall you having several tens of millions left. Have you been shopping excessively?" Crane interrogated Jiyuan like a protective mother, her tone laced with care. Sensing a misunderstanding, Jiyuan quickly replied, No, I haven't been frivolous with my purchases. I've acquired something incredibly powerful." "Oh, something powerful?" Jin nodded. "Indeed, but I still owe the seller 100 million. As she spoke, a hint of uncertainty crept into her demeanor, appearing quite bashful. The mention of 100 million piqued Crane's interest, and she pondered what could possibly hold such value. In this world, aside from devil fruits, it could only be ships or arms. Surely, Jiyuan couldn't have spent 100 million on a devil fruit. Could she? What kind of fruit would that be? A Zoan type. Perhaps with a mundane human form? Crane hesitantly ventured. "Jiyuan, did you buy a devil fruit on credit for 100 million? You must be aware of what kind of fruit that would entail." Crane's expression grew increasingly serious. Embarrassed, Jiyuan chuckled awkwardly and waved her hands. "Sister Crane, while I did spend 100 million on a devil fruit, it is perfectly suited for me. However, I accidentally consumed it like a fruit. So the seller has every right to demand that sum." Upon hearing this, Crane was left momentarily speechless before urgently asking, "What kind of devil fruit was it? It couldn't possibly be a Zoan type. Could it? If you were to eat a devil fruit, it should be a Logia type or perhaps a mythical Zoan." Crane was brimming with a desire to shake the truth out of Jiyuan. Rosha, sweating nervously, found himself at a loss for words. Unlike with Rosha, Jiyuan couldn't afford to be treated lightly by Sister Crane. Rosha, sulking, thought, "So I'm just meant to be the punching bag here. I was the one who made a mistake. Ahem, sister, please wait a moment. I'll go fetch the seller for you. Just stay in the office." As Jiyuan prepared to leave, she was halted by Crane, who declared earnestly, "I will accompany you. I am keen to see which unscrupulous seller dared to sell you a Zoan devil fruit." As this transpired, Rosha returned to Garp's villa and reclined comfortably on the plush sofa. Nothing compared to the softness of the sofa. The lounge chair was far too rigid and uncomfortable. He wondered when Jiyuan would finally deliver that 100 million berries to him. If she dared to delay today, he'd impose an additional charge of 100 million for every overdue day. Let's see if she would dare to default. While Rosha muttered to himself, Garp sat across on the sofa, savoring a sip of Maodai, relishing each mouthful with a look of pure enjoyment. Just then, a loud crash caused Garp's glass to tremble that he glanced towards the entrance, where Sengoku strode purposefully towards them. However, Garp noticed a glimmer in Sengoku's eyes. Fixated intently on the bottle in his hand, as Sengoku settled into the single sofa beside Garp, he snatched the Maotai bottle from the table and began to gulp it down. A sight that made even Rosha's lips twitch in amusement. "Here we go. Admiral Sengoku is going to make a fool of himself. This should be entertaining." At that moment, as Sengoku relished the Maodai, he suddenly felt an itch in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Sengoku erupted into a fit of coughing. Upon witnessing this, Garp and Rosha exchanged amused glances, unable to contain their laughter. Ha! Once their laughter subsided, they looked up to find Sengoku glaring intensely at them. Roxa swallowed hard, then sprang up, jogging over with a flourish as he produced hundreds of cigarettes before Sengoku. With a grin, he said, "Admiral Sengoku. These are my latest concoctions, unique in flavor. You might want to give them a try. And by the way, that drink is called Mao Tai. It's stronger than any other liquor, so sip it slowly." After speaking, Roxa dashed back to his sofa, burying his head in it, feigning death. Garp chuckled heartily, patting Roxa's shoulder with a carefree demeanor. "You little rascal, with me around, what is there to fear? Besides, this is my territory." Sengoku, however, paid no heed to Garp. He inspected one of the cigarettes closely, noticing that Roxa's offerings were thinner than cigars and possessed a distinct aroma. Sengoku, intrigued, pulled out a metal lighter and ignited one. Taking a deep drag, he widened his eyes in astonishment as the smoke filled his lungs. Good smoke. This surpasses any I've ever smoked before, and it even has a refreshing effect, perfect for when I'm working. Sengoku praised. Meanwhile, Roxa, hiding behind the sofa, rolled his eyes in disbelief, thinking, "This has a refreshing effect. Why didn't I know that? I've smoked my fair share." Sengoku continued to smoke one after another, and by the time he reached the fifth, Garp's door was abruptly kicked open. Garp was about to express his irritation when he saw Crane stride in with Jiyuan, both wearing serious expressions, as if they had come to settle a score. Garp frowned but remained silent that moment. Jiyuan stepped forward, pointing at the cowering Roxa. "Sister, the seller is that guy hiding behind the sofa." Crane narrowed her eyes at the figure. "Why did you deceive my sister into consuming a devil fruit?" Initially drowsy, Roxa had intended to emerge, but hearing Jiyuan's voice, he turned to face the two women, furrowing his brow. "Vice Admiral Crane, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean by claiming I deceived Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit into consuming a devil fruit? Shouldn't you be bringing the money? I provided you with a powerful devil fruit, and you're trying to pin the blame on me." Jiyuan listened to Roxa's hurtful words, her heart quivering involuntarily, but just as she was about to argue, Roxa continued, "Admiral Sengoku, the fruit I gave to Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit was a Logia type. Of course, I didn't force her to eat it. She took it herself. Don't you believe me? Ask Old Man Garp." This is the time when Sengoku came to understand the situation, and his gaze turned toward Garp, the implication of which was unmistakable. Garp glanced at Jiyuan and then nodded. Indeed, Peach Rabbit had consumed a fruit akin to Borsalinos. Impressive. Upon hearing Garp's remark, both Sengoku and Crane's expressions grew serious. They simultaneously fixed their eyes on Jiyuan, who only then realized what was happening and hurriedly activated her ability. The soft pink glow emanated from her hands as she mimicked Borsalino, conjuring a sword of light. Before long, she successfully materialized a stunning pink light sword. Initially, Crane had been irate, but witnessing it with her own eyes made her a believer. Now it was Crane who stood there, momentarily at a loss, her face displaying a rare hint of embarrassment. Rosha scoffed. "Seeing is believing, isn't it? Who deceived Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit?" He deliberately emphasized the title Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Rear Admiral Crane wore a guilty expression. And suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she fished out a golden card from her pocket, which was unmistakably a bank card exclusive to the Celestial Dragons. "Rosha, we'll cover this 100 million. Buffed. 100 million isn't enough. How about 500 million? Upon hearing this, the others present did not react as Rosha had anticipated, shouting in protest. Instead, it was Rear Admiral Crane who smiled and readily agreed. This left Rosha momentarily dumbfounded. But he soon regained his composure. "Ahem. Well, since you all have no objections, when can you transfer it to me?" With a playful shake of the golden Celestial Dragon Bank card in his hand, she replied, "We can transfer 500 million berries to your Celestial Dragon Bank card right now." After a moment of hesitation, Rosha nodded. After all, the last time he had directly received 300 million berries in cash in front of Jiyuan. If she were more astute, she would surely have suspected something. Therefore, Rosha opted against cash this time. After finalizing the arrangement, the five of them sat on Garp's sofa, sharing drinks and smoking. Meanwhile, Jin, sitting beside Rosha, whispered, "I'm so sorry. I completely forgot that I had this ability on the way here. It's as if I had forgotten how to think. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Rosha, hearing Jiyuan's deliberately soft voice, sent chills down Rosha's spine. "Enough? I've long recognized your character. It's fine. I once stooped to a woman's level." Jiyuan instinctively clenched her fists, then relaxed them. Her sister Crane was present, and she couldn't afford another scolding. Rosha, carefree, reclined on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought. This is a real mess, with something similar to the Pika Pika no Mi now exposed. What will the celestial dragons and world government do? Will I be enslaved? Should I escape the navy soon? Become a pirate? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Rosha forcefully extinguished it. After all, Sengoku could easily dispatch the 3 admirals to capture him. Naturally, none of the others present were privy to Rosha's internal musings at that moment. Sengoku and Crane appeared to be conferring, their voices hushed. And Jiyuan even sensed that they were communicating through glances. Before long, Rear Admiral Crane and Sengoku straightened up, their expressions grave as they regarded Jiyuan. Jiyuan blinked in surprise and asked, "Sister Crane, Admiral Sengoku, is there something you need?" Both nodded in unison, and then Rear Admiral Crane inquired, "Is the fruit Rosha gave you capable of only crafting weapons, or does it possess abilities similar to Borsalino's?" They needed to confirm this, as it pertained to the Navy's combat prowess. Jiyuan felt increasingly uneasy under their scrutinizing gaze. Just as she was about to speak, a sword engulfed in swirling flames suddenly slashed toward her. Jiyuan was caught off guard, yet the blade astonishingly passed through her shoulder and continued through her body. After everything was concealed, the weapon transformed back into a bracelet. However, both Sengoku and Crane were left stunned by the sight. In their minds, a singular figure emerged, a man clad in a yellow-striped suit, wearing a lewd grin, with fingers glistening in gold. "The yellow monkey," Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't this the Pika Pika no Mi?" Rear Admiral Crane turned her gaze toward the slumbering Rosha and asked, "Rosha, where did you find this fruit? It bears an exact resemblance to the characteristics of the Pika Pika no Mi." Upon hearing her sister's inquiry directed at Rosha, Jiyuan gently nudged him. "Hey, Rosha, wake up." Rosha groggily opened his eyes, glancing at Jiyuan. "Why are you pushing me, Jiyuan?" After a minute's time, Jiyuan conveyed Crane's meaning to Rosha. "However," she added, "can you disclose how you acquired the fruit?" Initially intending to fabricate a story, Rosha's expression darkened. How could he concoct a tale now? "You." Rosha opened his mouth, ultimately exhaling a sigh of resignation as he pointed at Sengoku and Rear Admiral Crane across from him. One a strategic genius, the other a great advisor. If she hadn't uttered that last sentence, he might have been able to bluff his way through. But now, this foolish woman, does she truly believe he could deceive them? As Rosha concluded, he added, "You foolish woman, calling yourself a sister to the great advisor Crane. You're more like a scatterbrained fool." His tirade left Sengoku and Crane enlightened. The two exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Jiyuan, asking, "Jiyuan, how did you come by this fruit?" Such a blatant dialogue. If they still failed to grasp the underlying implications, it would be a disservice to their intellects. Jiyuan glanced at the seemingly napping Rosha beside her and slowly replied, "Well, this was also what Rosha told me, but at the time I thought it was a joke, so I didn't take it seriously." The two men stared intently at Jiyuan. "Well," Rosha said, "it resembles the fruit of Admiral Kizaru, which was extracted from his light sphere during the last encounter." The moment those words escaped her lips, apart from the three who already knew, both Admiral Sengoku and Rear Admiral Crane widened their eyes in shock, as if an atomic bomb had detonated in their minds. Sengoku, still in disbelief, asked, "Little Rosha, is this truly the case?" Rosha half squinted, waving his hand toward the door. In an instant, Garp's entrance was encased in ice, ensuring no sound would escape. Once everything was set, Rosha glanced at the two men across from him. The foolish woman has already spoken. What more could he add? Boom. After confirming the answer with Rosha, Sengoku and Crane appeared as though they had been struck by a spell, their faces awash with astonishment. Rosha paid them no mind. Instead, toasting with the old man Garp, they exchanged drinks with ease, savoring the moment. Roughly 5 minutes later, the previously motionless duo seemed to come back to life. Sengoku, in particular, was overjoyed, his grin so wide it seemed he could fit a warship in it. "Little Rosha, how many devil fruits can you produce now? I mean, how many can you synthesize?" Rosha's eyes twinkled mischievously, and he slowly replied, "Perhaps a few each year." "A few each year." A peculiar smile crept onto Rosha's lips. "Indeed, what of it? Admiral Sengoku, do you desire one?" Sengoku nodded vigorously. He understood that Rosha's ability could rival several admirals. "What are devil fruits?" "They are the most enigmatic and coveted treasures of the sea. It can be said that obtaining a devil fruit Even the most ordinary Zoan type would cause a qualitative leap in power for an ordinary person. Moreover, given that Rosha could synthesize Logia-type fruits, how could this not exhilarate Sengoku? Realizing that Sengoku was keen, Rosha paused for a moment before continuing. Then let us offer Admiral Sengoku a discount. Each fruit will be 400 million berries. Nothing more? Puffed. The wine Sengoku had just sipped instantly spewed from his mouth. Disbelief etched across his face. With a swift motion of his hand, Rosha transformed the wine that splashed forth into icy pellets, which scattered across the table, producing a resounding clang, clang, clang. No, Rosha, are you asking for money? The incredulity and a hint of confusion were palpable in the voice. Rosha smiled and nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Are you suggesting that you, the Fleet Admiral of the Warring States, wish to acquire it without compensation? Before the Fleet Admiral could respond, Rosha continued. You must understand, the process of synthesis is exceedingly perilous. The last time I handled that light orb, I nearly met with disaster. After all, it was the light orb of Admiral Kizaru. Such power could easily render me unconscious. Thus, Rosha asserted with grave seriousness, the payment must be made. Without it, you shall receive nothing, not even a single fruit. After absorbing Rosha's words, the Fleet Admiral opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence, recognizing the truth in Rosha's claims that it was indeed a dangerous endeavor to extract elements at the risk of one's life. If he were to withhold payment, what would that say about his reputation? With this realization, the Fleet Admiral's demeanor grew increasingly serious. Very well. Each piece will cost 400 million. I, Sengoku, am not one to take without giving. Beside them, Jiyuan suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, tapping his head. Oh, right, Fleet Admiral. Consuming this fruit grants the ability to swim. Confused, Sengoku scratched his head and inquired. What do you mean by swimming? Well, typically, devil fruits cannot come into contact with water. But Rosha's possesses none of that adverse effect. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that truly the case? Jiyuan nodded earnestly to Do. Right. I almost forgot. Since this fruit has no side effects, it should be priced at 800 million. Jiyuan's reminder brought clarity to Rosha's mind. Sengoku was about to speak, but with such a valuable fruit at stake, he hesitated. After all, a fruit without side effects was indeed priceless. He could simply deduct a small amount from the military budget each month to procure it. And if that were insufficient, he could always ask the Gorosei for assistance. Sengoku mused silently. However, he had no intention of letting those 5 old geezers in on the secret. In Sengoku's eyes, Rosha was a precious treasure. Should those 5 ancient ones learn of this, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Since you are so agreeable, let us wait a few months that I am not in a position to create this item just yet. All right then. Although Sengoku was eager for it, he realized he did not yet know whom to give it to. Thus, the conversation concluded on a pleasant note. Rosha and Sengoku stood to escort the 3 out. But just as they reached the door, Sengoku abruptly paused. Though, right, the world government has requested the latest concoctions of wine and cigarettes from you, Rosha. Before Rosha could protest, Sengoku continued. They mentioned that the materials would be delivered shortly, and the fee for this round is 10 billion. Initially, Rosha had been quite resistant to the world government's demands, but upon hearing the latter part of Sengoku's statement, he found it rather delightful. 10 billion. Let those fellows from the world government bring it over. Sengoku furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at Garp, pondering how Rosha bore a resemblance to Garp. Was it merely an illusion? After Sengoku departed, Vice Admiral Tsuru, with a beaming smile, invited, Come, Rosha, let us proceed to the Celestial Dragon Bank to transfer some funds to your Celestial Dragon Bank card. Then let us go. The 4 of them strolled through the most bustling area of the Navy headquarters. Before long, Garp, Rosha, Jiyuan, and Tsuru arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Dragon Bank. Rosha gazed curiously at the seemingly ordinary bank and remarked, I expected those wretches, the Celestial Dragons, to construct something extraordinary. Instead, it is utterly mundane. As Rosha made his quip, Garp, who had initially looked down upon the place, suddenly brightened at Rosha's words, feeling as if he had found a kindred spirit. Ha! Well said, you little rascal. Garp heartily patted Rosha on the shoulder. Tsuru turned back and cautioned, Do remember to keep your comments in check once inside. This is the territory of the Celestial Dragon Bank. Understood. Very well. The 2 nodded obediently. The 4 entered the Celestial Dragon Bank. Upon arrival, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, his eyes narrowed into slits, and sporting a thin mustache, approached the group. Vice Admiral Zoro, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Jiyuan, and you must be Brigadier General Rosha. Welcome to the Celestial Dragon Bank. Our bank, backed by the world government, possesses the greatest wealth in the world. Whether you wish to deposit or withdraw, you can place your trust in us. You may call me Manager Shu. Rosha's lips twitched uncontrollably. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to a rat, and his surname was quite fitting. As the others continued their conversation, Rosha took the opportunity to survey the interior of the Celestial Dragon Bank. Upon completing his observation, Rosha was astounded. Although the exterior appeared identical to the surrounding buildings, save for the four words Celestial Dragon Bank, the interior was a world apart. It gleamed with opulence, every corner shining as if it were polished daily, exuding an almost surreal cleanliness. Moreover, the lavish decor made Rosha wonder, could it all be crafted from gold? If that were true, pirates could strike the Celestial Dragon Bank and become immensely wealthy. While Rosha was lost in thought, a cool hand tugged at him. Turning, he found Jiyuan was trying to get his attention. Rosha inquired, "What is it?" Jiyuan pointed toward Manager Shu, indicating that the man needed to assist with opening a bank card, or else they could not proceed with the transfer. Following Jiyuan's gesture, Rosha saw the lecherous man beckoning him to enter. Rosha adopted a nonchalant demeanor and strode confidently toward the counter, with Garp and the others following suit. Manager Shu grinned and said, "Brigadier General Rosha, I require a strand of your hair for the card creation. Please pluck one." "Oh." Rosha casually pulled out a hair and handed it to Manager Shu, who then proceeded into the back office. Rosha turned to his companions and asked, "Isn't the method for creating this similar to that of the life paper?" "Indeed. Furthermore, we can also create life paper here. Would you like to have one made?" Jiyuan queried. Rosha shook his head. "No thanks. I have no interest in such things." Approximately 10 minutes passed when the rat-faced manager emerged, holding a card that shimmered with golden light. Manager Shu smiled at Vice Admiral Zoro and said, "Madam Zoro, please present your Celestial Dragon Bank gold card." "Certainly. Transfer 500 million to Rosha's bank card." Manager Shu nodded. "Understood, Madam Zoro." He took both cards to a machine resembling an iron ball, featuring card slots on either side and a display showing the balance. As Manager Shu inserted the golden card, he began tapping away, and the large string of numbers in the center rapidly decreased. This process lasted about a minute. Afterward, Manager Shu returned the cards to Rosha and Zoro. "Madam Zoro, Brigadier General Rosha, your card now has a total of 500 million berries. We have deducted the relevant service fee of 500,000 berries from Madam Zoro's card. Is there anything else you require assistance with?" Vice Admiral Zoro shook her head. "No, that will be all. We shall take our leave now. I wish you prosperous business." "Very well. Goodbye to you all." Manager Shu bowed politely as they departed. Once outside the Celestial Dragon Bank, Garp munched on a snack and remarked, "That guy always has that smug grin. It makes my fists itch." "Old man, did that rat-faced fellow offend you?" Garp shook his head. "Not at all. He simply looks ugly." Rosha sighed helplessly, recognizing Garp's unique personality. Rosha had arrived at the Navy headquarters 2 years prior, following the world government's order to establish the Celestial Dragon Bank in the commercial district. This manager was a devil fruit user, possessing the rather mundane ability of a mouse fruit, transforming into an exceedingly unattractive rat upon activation. However, this individual demonstrates commendable competence in managing the Tianlong Bank. Luoxian nodded, subconsciously picturing the visage of a house mouse, which was rather unsightly. The sea indeed possesses a remarkable variability in abilities. Who would have thought such fruits existed? Speaking of abilities, Lieutenant General Crane suddenly exhibited interest. "Luoxia, can you truly synthesize devil fruits?" Luoxia was taken aback, then pointed towards the raven-haired Jiyuan, remarking, "Isn't he the one who consumed my devil fruit?" Moreover, Luoxia continued, flipping his hand to reveal a green devil fruit adorned with swirling patterns. "This is the remaining one. It is still in my possession, but I have yet to find a suitable individual to consume it." Lieutenant General Crane glanced at the fruit before retracting his gaze. There was no point in lingering over what did not belong to him. The four of them traversed the path for approximately 30 minutes when Garp, munching on senbei, abruptly ceased the crunching sound. "You little rascal, I've just taken on 2 new apprentices. Do you want to come and have a look?" Garp said with a smile, patting Luoxiao on the shoulder. Jiyuan, would you like to join as well? Sure. It would be interesting to see what kind of apprentices Mr. Garp can take on, especially since it's been quite a while since you've accepted any. Jiyuan replied with a slight smile, eagerly agreeing. Luoxiao wore a peculiar expression but ultimately consented, as he was keen to discover whether these two were indeed the ones he suspected. Little Crane, would you like to come along? Lieutenant General Crane waved his hand dismissively. I have work to attend to. No time for such frivolities. Huh. Then off you go, Garp said, watching Lieutenant General Crane depart before turning to point towards the training grounds. Let us head over there. They should be training now. The trio remained silent as they made their way to the training area. Soon, Garp brought them to a corner of the training ground. From a distance, Luoxia observed a pink-haired youth diligently striking a sandbag, each punch executed with utmost seriousness. Beside the pink-haired boy was another youth wielding dual blades, who appeared rather lethargic in comparison. His blades sluggishly slicing at a metal plate, leaving no mark whatsoever. Upon witnessing the lackadaisical effort of the dual-wielding boy, Garp shouted, Shiramai Bo, would you like to experience my beloved iron fist? At the sound of that familiar voice, the previously disinterested boy with a center parting instantly jolted to attention to in the next moment. As if guided by muscle memory, he rolled up his sleeves, straightened his posture, and began to chop the metal plate with remarkable speed and fluidity. By the time Jiyuan and Luoxia arrived, Garp was already seated nearby, sipping tea. Kid, quickly bring out your wine. I find the tea I pilfered from Sengoku rather lackluster. Your wine is far superior. Luoxia grimaced but produced 2 bottles. Tossing them into Garp's lap, Garp's lips curled into a smile as he received the wine. KB, Shiramai Bo, you two, take a break and come over for some tea. Let me introduce you to them. Upon hearing Garp's command, the two obediently approached the table and took a seat. It was then that Luoxia scrutinized the two before him. Upon seeing their backs, he already harbored suspicions, not to mention now knowing their names. Furthermore, upon observing their appearances, Luoxia felt that Garp had aged considerably, as even his gaze seemed diminished. However, while Luoxia examined them, the two also scrutinized him. The center-parted boy, resembling a traitor, kept casting glances at Jiyuan. His gaze almost lecherous, Luoxia disdainfully turned away and asked, Old man, during this past year of my training, you didn't happen to bring them back from the East Blue, did you? Garp paused, caught off guard, and exclaimed, I always sneak back? How did you know? You little rascal. Any normal person would know. It's not like the Navy is currently recruiting, and you old fool have a penchant for scurrying back to the East Blue. Of course, I could guess. Luoxia rolled his eyes and gestured towards the two in front of him, saying, Introduce them. Garp took a sip of wine and pointed at Luoxia. This little rascal is Luoxia, whom I brought back from a small island in the East Blue. He has synthesized a fruit, and his body now contains elements of the ice fruit. His rank is Rear Admiral. KB, the bespectacled boy, tilted his head in confusion and asked, what does it mean that your body contains elements of the ice fruit? Before Garp could explain, icy tendrils enveloped the entire table in an instant. The table was encased in ice, leaving the two youths opposite, utterly stunned, their expressions grotesque. Particularly Shiramai Bo, this is the freezing ability the old man mentioned. Would you two care to give it a try? Luoxia said with an impish grin. Upon hearing this, the previously astonished boys sprang to their feet as if their movements were a mere copy-paste, their expressions mirroring one another. Garp scolded them with exasperation. Look at you two hopeless cases. Come back and sit down. Oh, all right. Once the two returned to their seats, Luoxia distinctly sensed their newfound awkwardness. He felt a surge of disdain within. So, these are the fledgling soldiers. At this level? Old man, when we first arrived, one was striking a sandbag, and the other was just chopping at a metal plate. Is this how they aim to grow stronger? Luoxia inquired, his curiosity piqued regarding Garp's ability to instruct his disciples. If he were to claim he couldn't, then Aokiji was undeniably strong, yet his strength was achieved through his own merit. If he asserted he could, Luoxia found it difficult to voice his skepticism. Garp scratched his nose and casually pulled KB closer. I regard KB as my successor. Moreover, I intend to have him train in the iron fist technique. Garp chuckled, patting his own muscular shoulder. Just as strong as my martial arts. Luoxia shook his head and pointed at KB's feeble physique, exclaiming, The devil fruit enhances strength more rapidly. Do you not think your training method might only suit you? After saying this, he turned to Jiyuan. What do you think? Jiyuan pondered for a long while before nodding in agreement. Perhaps Luoxiao was right, as the devil fruit was indeed a path to power. Garp, upon hearing their comments, shrugged. I currently do not possess any devil fruits. But you little rascals do, don't you? Initially seated, Luoxiao assumed Garp would seek out devil fruits for them. Yet to his surprise, Garp had set his sights on him instead. Luoxiao quickly crossed his arms in protest. No, old man, this natural-type fruit already has an owner. It just hasn't been claimed yet today. As he spoke, he paused momentarily before continuing. To have them consume such a superior devil fruit, one must possess the resolve. Individuals of such temperament would likely turn into deserters on the battlefield, wouldn't they? Luoxiao's eyes brimmed with disdain, his tone laced with mockery. Garp furrowed his brow, but paid it no mind. Returning to his senbei, while Garp remained unfazed, the two youths opposite felt their anger boiling within. Hey, Rear Admiral Luoxiao, we are merely new recruits. What gives you the right to ridicule us? That's right. Luoxiao glanced up at the sky. And in his eyes, it seemed he glimpsed his former self. Before long, Luoxiao turned to the two before him and stated, At present, you lack the strength necessary to earn my respect. With that, a sinister smile crept across Luoxiao's face. His gaze seemingly infused with a murderous intent. Should you two turn into deserters on the battlefield, I shall personally ensure your demise. Almost instantaneously after his declaration, Luoxiao sensed a gust of wind approaching the back of his head. Instinctively, he activated Shave, teleporting behind Jiyuan. Luoxiao looked up at Garp, exasperated. You old codger, while your punch might not be lethal, it certainly hurts. I merely stated a fact, Luoxiao exclaimed, pulling Jiyuan along, his fingers tapping on Jiyuan's arm. Signaling him, Jiyuan understood immediately and activated his ability in an instant. A streak of pink light shot off into the distance. Meanwhile, Garp, remaining at the training ground, erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha ha! You two little rascals, starting today. I shall train you to your limits. Upon hearing Garp's voice, the two individuals, who had initially been quite irate, instantly rose to their feet, standing before him. The young man referred to as Rosha had just been introduced to them, and his abilities were particularly extraordinary. As Garp elaborated on Rosha's capabilities, the two once again became acutely aware of his exceptional talents. Within just a year of joining the Navy, he had achieved the rank of Brigadier General. His performance in Zephyr's training camp had far surpassed that of all his contemporaries. Throughout the year, he trained relentlessly from dawn until dusk, vowing not to relent until he met his daily goals. Each item he synthesized proved to be of immense value to the Navy, and he possessed the remarkable ability to infuse flames into his blade. There was yet another terrifying aspect, which Garp did not articulate fully, merely hinting at Rosha's connection to the devil fruits. Through Garp's gentle yet grave introduction, the two came to a stark realization of just how vast the gulf between them and Rosha truly was. After concluding his remarks, Garp fixed a serious gaze upon the two and slowly stated, Thus, mere training will not suffice. You cannot afford to be complacent, for he truly has the capacity to kill you. Moreover, he possesses countless methods to do so, even capable of silencing your demise. The gravity of his tone and the intensity of his gaze caused both Kobe and his companion to gulp nervously. They were now entirely convinced of Garp's words. Typically, Garp was either laughing heartily or lounging carelessly, often seen in a deep slumber. This was indeed the first instance they had witnessed such seriousness from him. Immediately, Kobe and his companion stood at attention and saluted, affirming, Yes, we will strive diligently in our training. Meanwhile, Rosha leapt down from the embrace of Jiyuan. Brushing off his attire, he then turned with a wry smile and said, Ahem, it seems I may have offended the old man. Would it be possible for me to stay at your place for a while? Fearing rejection, Rosha quickly added, I'll pay rent. I certainly want to be a freeloader. Jiyuan, initially inclined to agree, became intrigued upon hearing Rosha mention rent and inquired, How much can you pay? I'll consider it. Rosha's lips twitched. He had assumed that, given their master-student bond, Jiyuan would not demand payment. Yet she was indeed daring enough to ask. After a moment's hesitation, he proposed, 100 million for a year. He raised a trembling finger, regretting his words the moment they left his mouth. Why did he say so much? It was hasty of him. The next moment, Jiyuan grasped Rosha's finger with both hands, smiling delightfully as she replied, 100 million it is, then. Rosha's lips twitched again as he quickly shook his head. Clarifying, I meant 100 million for a year. If I manage to defeat you, there will be no charge. Very well. But how many years will it take you to surpass me? Jiyuan's voice took on a sultry tone. Highly alluring. Rosha merely smirked, thinking to himself that they could discuss that later. After all, his system was merely a synthesis system, and slow growth in strength was to be expected system. So, you are quite proud. Are you? Minutes later, Rosha returned to the room he had previously occupied in Jiyuan's residence. Upon his initial glance, he felt as though his room had been meticulously cleaned, devoid of any dust. However, before he could inspect it further, a familiar sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your savings have exceeded 500 million berries. The lottery wheel is now available. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your savings have exceeded 500 million berries. The lottery wheel is now available. A lottery wheel. Ding! Due to your savings surpassing 500 million berries, the lottery wheel has been unlocked. The system's voice faded. A technologically advanced wheel materialized before Rosha, adorned with numerous rewards, albeit with a fair share of worthless items that a brief glance revealed a minuscule note in the bottom right corner. Limited to 5 spins per day. Rosha examined the wheel again. Every item radiated with a distinct hue, but none shone as brilliantly as the golden light. The items available ranged from a mere brick to a pair of enchanting eyes, which, to Rosha's surprise, seemed oddly familiar. Ding! The lottery wheel refreshes daily, limited to 5 spins per day. The host may click to spin. Looking at the cost to spin, Rosha felt his heart nearly stop. There were 2 buttons beneath the wheel, one for a single spin at 100 million berries, and the other for 5 spins at 500 million berries. Swallowing hard, he gazed at the tantalizing items displayed above. He desperately wanted to spin. Without hesitation, Rosha activated his ability, instantly encasing his previously restless hands in ice. Let us get this over with, he declared, tapping the screen before him. 0.5 consecutive spins. Initiate. Ding! 500 million berries deducted. As the deduction was confirmed, the once motionless wheel began to spin at an astonishing speed. Approximately 30 seconds later, it came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the swordsmanship heritage. Breath of the Sun. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of milk. Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of socks belonging to Admiral Jiyuan of the Navy. Congratulations, host. You have received a bag of rubbish. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 senza beans. Rewards distributed. See you tomorrow. Instantly, the wheel that had been before Rosha vanished. Simultaneously, as he sat on the bed, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, and a stream of information revealed itself in his mind. Breath of the Sun. Rosha straightened himself, closing his eyes as he entered a state of deep contemplation. Should anyone have been present at that moment, they would have noticed that with each breath he took, flames emanated forth. Minutes later, Rosha opened his eyes, a look of astonishment on his face as he marveled at his newfound strength. After assimilating the breath of the sun, he turned his attention to the remaining 4 items on the bed. With a look of disdain, he tossed the large bag of black rubbish to the floor. He then glanced at the pair of white short socks, scratching his head as he recalled the system mentioning whose socks they were. Just then, a voice called out from the doorway, "Rosha, there's a thief in the villa." At that moment, Rosha locked eyes with Jiyuan, who, upon catching sight of the white socks, widened her eyes in astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Her gaze toward Rosha shifted entirely. Jiyuan promptly grabbed a chair and sat down, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as she regarded Rosha. He scratched his head and inquired, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" Jiyuan, grinning, pointed at the socks on the bed and teased, "Oh, Rosha, those socks on your bed belong to me. Can I laugh a little? You should have mentioned it earlier. If you had simply told me, I wouldn't have minded gifting you a few pieces of intimate apparel." Rosha eyed the socks on the bed and then looked back at Jiyuan. He promptly seized the socks and tossed them to her, stating, "I have no idea how these ended up on my bed." Just as Jiyuan was about to respond, Rosha's fiery breath captured her attention. She approached the bed and asked, "What's that coming from your mouth? Is it fire?" Rosha furrowed his brow. "Huh? You mean this?" Yes. Jiyuan's eyes sparkled with interest, clearly captivated by Rosha's breath of the Sunits, a new form of training. After Rosha explained, he nudged Jiyuan aside, saying, "Please move. You're sitting on my belongings." Jiyuan shifted her weight, and with swift reflexes, Rosha stored the item beneath her in his spatial pocket. Had she known what it was, she would undoubtedly have questioned him further. Regarding Jiyuan's earlier inquiry, she felt somewhat dissatisfied, sensing that Rosha had not been entirely truthful with her. Grasping his arm, she shook it playfully. What is that? Just tell me, and I'll give you a few of my intimate garments. I just took them off. They definitely haven't been washed, Rosha grimaced, feigning a look of distaste. After wearing them for so many days, they must have already begun to stink. Are you trying to kill me with your foul odor? Such a malicious woman. Jiyuan glared at Luo Xia, rising to her feet with her hands on her hips. Enough with the nonsense. Either you tell me, or we settle this with a fight. I'll show you just how formidable I am. Luo Xia glanced at Jiyuan's fierce expression, contemplating his sun-breathing technique that it was the perfect opportunity to test its efficacy. If he could land a few hits on her, that would be even better. With a smile spreading across his face, he looked up and said, Let's go. Let's have a duel. If I can defeat you, then I can celebrate tonight. Luo Xia pushed the door open first, with Jiyuan following closely behind. Humph, I hope you keep that bravado. The two exchanged barbs as they made their way outside. Before long, they arrived at the training ground, standing opposite each other. Jiyuan urged, You better tell me what that is, or I will definitely beat you. Enough chatter. After I defeat you, I'll be celebrating. Jiyuan clenched her teeth. Luo Xia had always been timid, so she couldn't fathom why he was suddenly so audacious. Just as they were about to engage, four figures appeared beside them. Luo Xia turned to look. Is that the CP organization? The leader of the CP organization stepped forward and said, Brigadier General Luo Xia. We have prepared materials for you to make liquor and cigarettes, right outside Vice Admiral Garp's door. Furthermore, here is the processing fee from the world government, a total of 1 billion berries. As he spoke, the CP agent produced a golden card from his hand. This contains 1 billion berries. Luo Xia stared blankly, accepting the card and casually asking, Where are the materials? The CP agent pointed, and Luo Xia followed the direction of his finger, only to see an enormous pile of tobacco stacked high in front of Garp's door, stretching as far as the eye could see. In front of Garp, he also noticed over 10 members of the CP organization dressed in white. Wow, you brought all this? Indeed, Luo Xia's lips twitched, glancing at his own hands that he felt he would be busy until late. He was hesitant to fight Jiyuan now, fearing he might exhaust his stamina. Now, Brigadier General, can you start making it? Luo Xia shook his head, then pointed at Jiyuan. I want to have a duel with her first, then I'll get to it. The CP leader looked from Luo Xia to Jiyuan, then stepped aside. A smirk crept onto Luo Xia's face as the bracelet on his wrist transformed into the form of the tiger hunt. However, to Jiyuan, Luo Xia's breathing appeared as flames. She noticed the flames on the tiger hunt blade becoming even more vibrant, swirling in circles, furrowing her brow. Jiyuan drew her Jinpai Luo, bracing herself. She always maintained a cautious attitude towards the unknown, and she certainly did not want to be defeated by Luo Xia. At that moment, Luo Xia felt a tremendous change within himself. As if he were a radiant sun, warm and confident, he beamed at Jiyuan. Oh, the great candidate for admiral is afraid to strike first, huh? Jiyuan shot him a fierce glare, but remained silent. Luo Xia took a step back, a mischievous grin on his face, and swiftly drew the tiger hunt, flames surging forth like a fireball. Utilizing his exceptional jumping ability, he leaped into the air, raising the tiger hunt high before slashing down towards Jiyuan. As the blade descended, the flames enveloping it materialized into a colossal fire dragon that charged toward Jiyuan with a deafening roar. This move was one he had comprehended upon mastering the sun-breathing technique. Jiyuan was taken aback by Luo Xia's swordsmanship and strength. She had not anticipated such a formidable strike from him in such a short time. Taking a deep breath, the chill emanating from her Jinpai Luo erupted as a golden sword energy surged towards the fire dragon. However, this icy sword energy did not shatter as Jiyuan had envisioned. Instead, it clashed against her attack. Jiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment. As time passed, the fire dragon gradually faded, and the two techniques created a shockwave upon their collision. The disappearance of both techniques left Jiyuan bewildered, even questioning herself. Has this kid's swordsmanship become so powerful? Luo Xia's grin widened. So the esteemed candidate for admiral is not as impressive as I thought. Today is the day I defeat you. He had not expected Jiyuan's counterattack to be so formidable. He had assumed she would easily shatter his attack. Now, Seeing the chill radiating from Jiyuan's Jinpai Luo, he felt a twinge of regret for having infused his flames with ice. He quickly realized that his icy attack was consuming his fire dragon. Jiyuan's alluring smile emerged, shining brightly as she said, "Why not just surrender?" Yeah, but just Jiyuan. Take this," in a single breath. The flames emanating from him were mesmerizing, even attracting the attention of the nearby CP agents. Close combat was futile, whether it was the Navy's 6 forms, Haki, or observation Haki. He could not compete. He had to rely on his powerful techniques. Luo Xia tightened his grip on the blade, his gaze resolute. Meanwhile, Jiyuan regarded him with keen interest, eager to see how he would attempt to defeat her. In an instant, Luo Xia raised his hand and launched an ice orb directly at Jiyuan. She raised her sword to block it. Clang, the sound of iron meeting ice rang out sharply. As she deflected the ice orb, Luo Xia began to swing his blade in the air. Jiyuan was astonished to observe that he seemed to be weaving a net. Indeed, it was a net, with flames intertwining midair. Moments later, Luo Xia pointed, "Go." The flames, which had previously hovered in the air, lunged toward Jiyuan. Upon making contact with her clothing, the flame net promptly constricted, enveloping her. The burning net singed Jiyuan's garments, gradually scorching her cloak, but only at the edges. With a swift motion, Jiyuan swung her sword, the fierce chill dissipating Luo Xia's flame net. Witnessing her technique being neutralized, Luo Xia pouted and turned to the CP agents beside him. "You all head to Garp first. I'll join you shortly." The CP agents nodded, not questioning further, their focus solely on the orders from the world government. After their departure, Luo Xia approached Jiyuan, maintaining a distance of 3 meters. "TSK. Your cloak is scorched black. I hope I don't have to pay for that." Jiyuan shot him a glare. "Stop your nonsense. Only you could come up with such bizarre techniques. But what exactly is that flame you breathe? It seems to have intensified on your blade. If the flames on his blade were once gentle like water, they now resembled Akainu's magma, volatile and fierce." "Clap, clap, clap." Luo Xia applauded, chuckling, "Good observation, but I won't tell you. All I can say is that it's a sword technique." Jiyuan scratched her head. "What kind of sword technique allows you to breathe fire? Are you playing with me? Stop your chatter. I'm not wrong." Luo Xia instinctively took a few steps back. Jiyuan now resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Moreover, the corner of her cloak was singed due to his own technique. So he was fortunate they hadn't engaged in combat yet. "See you tonight. I have work to do now." With that, Luo Xia instantly activated his shave and vanished from the spot. Jiyuan seethed as she watched him depart, then glanced at the singed corner of her cloak. "This can't be worn anymore. I'll have to change into something else. Rosha, that scoundrel, has resorted to such whimsical tactics. Just wait until tonight. I shall not let you off easily." With a stream of curses, Jiyuan stormed into the villa. Unbeknownst to them, a man donning an eye mask was quietly observing from a distance. "It appears the time has come for him to assist me with certain tasks. After all, this lad is one of my subordinates." As Rosha approached the vicinity of the Kapu villa, he increasingly felt that this batch of materials provided by the CP was substantial. When he finally stood before the materials, he realized their sheer volume. Rosha swallowed hard that moment. The leader of the CP approached and remarked, "Major General Rosha, we have brought a total of 20 trucks of tobacco and 20 trucks of a substance resembling sorghum." The CP leader then gestured towards the flatbed truck beside Rosha, stating, "Here lies half a truckload of sea tower stone." Rosha turned to look, and indeed, nearly half of the flatbed was piled high with sea tower stone. Gazing at the seemingly endless materials and considering his predicament, he realized he had no choice but to commence synthesis, especially since he had already accepted the payment. A bitter smile crept across Rosha's face. He plopped down between the 2 trucks, his hands emanating a blue-green glow. The luminescence gradually extended towards the items on the flatbed, halting abruptly when it reached halfway. Meanwhile, Rosha enveloped a piece of sea tower stone with his other hand. The items wrapped in the green glow vanished in an instant. Approximately 10 minutes later, a rain of cigarettes began to fall in what was once an empty space, countless cigarettes cascading from the heavens. Rosha observed the dozen or so CP members, the implication unspoken. "Why are you still standing idle?" The CP leader waved his hand, and in the next moment, several members stepped forward to begin collecting the bounty. On the other hand, Rosha did not cease his actions. Despite his reluctance, he muttered, "This is $1 billion after all. A billion. Time ticked on, and soon darkness enveloped the sky. Ratchet was unaware that, at some point, the entrance to the Kapu Villa had become surrounded by various marine soldiers, naval commanders, and even Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood silently observing. Looking up at the now darkened sky, Ratchet noted he still had 2 trucks of materials before him. At that moment, he lacked the vigor he had possessed at the beginning of the synthesis. His arms ached terribly. Ratchet lay back on the ground, his eyes vacant and his expression weary, observing this scene. The CP leader approached with concern. "Major General Ratchet, what is the matter?" Ratchet rolled his eyes and weakly replied, "I'm out of strength. How about I return you 200 million, and I'm done with the rest?" The CP leader shook his head. "Major General Ratchet, this is an order from the world government. You may take a break for now." Ratchet had anticipated this outcome, but just as he was about to speak, a familiar mechanical voice echoed. "Ding! God-level choice activated. Option 1. Defeat the CP leader and receive an increase of 1 in the Devil Fruit limit. Option 2. Comply with the world government's demands and receive the title of Coward, a title that cannot be removed permanently. Accompanied by negative effects, speed reduced by 20, strength reduced by 30. Ratchet's lips twitched uncontrollably as he inwardly shouted, "So I must defeat this guy in front of me." "Indeed, host," the system replied coldly. In that moment, Ratchet's gaze grew resolute. He flipped his palm, revealing a mystical bean. Without hesitation, he consumed it, feeling a warm sensation envelop him as if receiving a comforting massage. In mere moments, he was rejuvenated. Ratchet rose, clenched his fists, and felt the surge of strength coursing through his body. Standing tall, he scanned the surroundings, surrounded by familiar figures. Although aware they might attempt to hinder him, this was a task mandated by the system. He could not refuse. With narrowed eyes, a faint aura of menace began to emanate from him as the wristband transformed into the tiger's hunt, firmly grasped in his hand. Witnessing this, the surrounding commanders were perplexed. Even Jiyuan, who knew him well, was left bewildered. Sengoku turned to Peach Rabbit and asked, "What is this boy planning?" Peach Rabbit shook her head. I'm not sure. I've never seen him wield a weapon during synthesis." Sengoku furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that he's displeased with the CP leader's tone and intends to teach him a lesson?" At this moment, the usually composed Aokiji remarked, "Sengoku-san, given that lad's temperament, it's quite possible." "Oh, what a fearsome little fellow." Simultaneously, Ratchet, wielding the tiger's hunt, felt the flames upon the blade intensifying. His breathing, in synchrony with the flames, created an illusion of fire exhaling from his mouth. This display left the surrounding marine soldiers and commanders momentarily stunned, particularly those skilled in blade work, who regarded him with keen interest. Ratchet slowly opened his eyes, fixated on the CP leader, who stood with arms crossed in the distance. Memories of the day's events flooded his mind. Despite his exhaustion, not a single word of respite was uttered. Earlier, when he sought to take a break until the next day, this man had the audacity to refuse. Perhaps sensing Ratchet's gaze, the CP leader frowned and queried, "Do you truly need a weapon to synthesize? You've already recovered. Why not hasten to complete the synthesis of these 2 trucks? The world government is waiting." Ratchet's eyes blazed with ferocity, his body ablaze with an ancient beast-like fury. With the tiger's hunt in hand, he swung it fiercely towards the CP leader, invoking the breath of the sun, Fire Dragon. In an instant, the sword's energy transformed into a fire dragon, hurtling towards the CP leader. "To hell with you, mere dog of the world government. You dare command me? Today, I shall deal with you." Despite Ratchet's fierce declarations, the CP leader had no time to listen. His body tensed, eyes fixated on the approaching fire dragon in alarm. He never anticipated that Ratchet would suddenly turn hostile and direct his attack at him. Based on prior investigations, Ratchet had been submissive before Jiyuan for nearly a year, as if he dared not defy her slightest command. The CP leader was utterly unprepared for Ratchet's newfound resolve. Zoro, as the fire dragon neared, the CP leader vanished from sight, evading Ratchet's assault by employing the technique of moonwalk. Suspended in midair, his expression darkened as he glared at Ratchet. Unfazed, Ratchet glared back defiantly. "I said today I would eliminate you, and I shall not go back on my word. Go." At that command, the fire dragon, originally surging forward, veered sharply to pursue the airborne CP leader, accelerating with each passing moment. Ratchet observed the fire dragon targeting the CP leader, his gaze chillingly cold. the CP leader unleashed a flurry of attacks against the fire dragon, only to be astounded when each strike was consumed by the beast. As the fire dragon's speed intensified, panic began to set in for the CP leader. "Major General Rosha, I command you to cease." A resounding explosion echoed. However, before the CP agent could finish speaking, he was struck down by Rosha's technique at that moment. The white uniform worn by the CP agent was slightly darkened by the smoke. The agent's body emitted a wisp of black smoke as he uncontrollably plummeted, his eyes rolling back in his head, clearly having been knocked unconscious. The surrounding generals and sailors stared in shock at the slowly descending CP member, their eyes wide with disbelief, some even gasping audibly. Sengoku slapped his forehead, a look of exasperation etched across his face. Meanwhile, Jiyuan stood with her mouth slightly agape, her astonishment unmasked. Rosha surveyed the scene, and those sailors and generals who met his gaze promptly lowered their heads, likely believing themselves inferior to Rosha's strength. With an air of indifference, Rosha approached the fallen CP leader and kicked his body. When he received no response, he scratched his head innocently, muttering, "Could it be that he is dead?" Spitting disdainfully, he remarked, "It would be better if he were. I am not someone who can be commanded by just anyone. Next time, if a CP agent struts around arrogantly, I'll deal with him first and then dispose of him." The onlookers trembled at Rosha's brazen proclamation at that moment. A singular thought crossed their minds. Could this fellow truly synthesize a person? Rosha, however, had no time to ponder the thoughts of those around him. His hands glowed with an eerie green light that he glanced at the unconscious CP member, then at the two carts of materials in the distance, and an eccentric idea began to take root in his mind. In an instant, Rosha extended his hand, the green luminescence enveloping a half-cart of tobacco and a piece of sea prism stone. Observing his left hand, a wicked grin emerged, just as he was about to act. A flash of pink appeared before him. It was Jiyuan, her hands placed firmly on her hips, exuding an air of exasperated authority. "You really know how to stir up trouble." Rosha shrugged dismissively and waved her off. "Jiyuan, step aside. I'm going to practice brewing liquor with him." Perhaps sensing the determination in Rosha's eyes, Jiyuan turned to Sengoku. The fleet admiral, with a wry smile, gestured for her to go ahead. "It seems this kid is resolute. Someone should try to dissuade him." Several nearby nodded in agreement, leading to Kizaru, Aokiji, Sengoku, and Garp approaching Rosha's position. As they reached Rosha, Garp laughed heartily, clapping him on the shoulder. "Ha, kid, I'm growing increasingly fond of you. I've had my fill of these fools. I never expected you to act so decisively." Sengoku promptly pulled Garp back by the collar, then stepped forward to patiently advise, "Rosha, this guy is in this condition already. Daunting, you think brewing liquor with him is a bit excessive." Sengoku left the latter part of his statement unsaid, but Rosha already inferred his meaning to that moment. Garp interjected, "Sengoku, don't stop him. I've never smelled that kind of liquor before." Sengoku shoved Garp away. "Get lost. Don't make things worse." Rosha stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on the dazed CP agent on the ground. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of a cart being pulled reached his ears. Turning to look, he saw dozens of CP agents approaching. Clearly, they had returned with what they had synthesized earlier. Rosha clenched his fist and, with a single motion, hurled the unconscious CP leader towards the dozen or so agents. They instinctively caught him, only to realize it was their own leader, gravely injured. One agent frowned and inquired, "Brigadier Rosha, what happened to our leader?" "What do you mean what happened? He was being insubordinate, and I took him out with a single blow. That's all there is to it." The CP agent surveyed his leader in his arms, and then looked back at Rosha, his expression darkening. Despite their standing as the weakest within the CP, Rosha had yet to reach the rank of a major. Their leader, however, possessed the strength of a seasoned major, capable of easily defeating lesser vice admirals. But what had Rosha just claimed? That he took him out with one hit. "Brigadier Rosha, that joke isn't amusing. Then why don't you give it a try? Let us see if I can take you down." As he spoke, Rosha's breath of the sun manifested, the tiger hunt already poised in his hand. Seeing the CP agent retreat, Rosha smirked and sheathed his weapon. "Hurry up and take him for treatment. Just leave a few to carry things. However, your leader should be thanking you." The CP agent furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean?" "I intended to brew liquor with him, but since you've arrived, I'll just return him to you." The CP agent stared wide-eyed at Rosha, stunned by what they had just heard. Brewing liquor with a person? Rosha, with a smirk, gazed at the CP agents. Indeed, once consumed, it can enhance your strength. However, this is merely speculation. I have yet to test it, so how about it? Care to give it a try? At that moment, the CP agents regarded Rosha with newfound wariness. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness among his comrades, one CP agent urged, "You still have a card of materials left to synthesize. Once you're done, we can return and report." Rosha shrugged and, with a flourish of his hands, enveloped the remaining materials in light. It took him 2 trips to complete the synthesis of everything. As the last of the materials were processed, the sailors who had gathered to spectate gradually returned to their quarters, leaving only Garp, Sengoku, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Jiyuan behind. Sengoku rubbed his forehead in disbelief, muttering, "You little troublemaker," rival Garp in stirring up chaos. "Today, you've nearly beaten a CP agent to death, and you even intend to brew him into liquor." Rosha shrugged. "What can I say? That bastard was too arrogant. I had no choice but to retaliate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have laid a finger on him." Plopping down comfortably, Rosha displayed an expression of utter contentment, clearly unfazed by the earlier events. Meanwhile, his rewards were being credited. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the godly choice. Reward: 1 additional limit on devil fruits. Current usable devil fruits increased by 1. Observing Rosha's relaxed demeanor on the ground, Sengoku and the others could only shake their heads in exasperation. "You little rascal, having just nearly incapacitated the CP leader, you simply sit down as if nothing happened. Aren't you worried?" Rosha looked up earnestly and replied, "Not at all. After all, I'm a Navy man now, and besides, that leader is merely the weakest of the CP. Furthermore, Sengoku would surely not turn a blind eye to my actions, right?" Sengoku sighed, feeling as though he owed Rosha a debt. Rosha glanced around and then flipped his hands, revealing a carpet-like object. He spread it out and took a deep breath, declaring, "I want meat, ramen, desserts, and drinks," after listing a plethora of food items. The next moment, bang, 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 a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and a mound of food appeared on the carpet. The sight left the onlookers bewildered. Rosha had utilized the food tablecloth from his last creation, which only Jiyuan and Garp had previously encountered. Sengoku wiped the fog from his glasses, and upon confirming he wasn't mistaken, he asked in astonishment, "Rosha, what is this?" At that moment, Rosha was too busy stuffing his face with food to respond. After about a minute, he looked up and said, "This is the food tablecloth I didn't get to showcase last time. As long as you speak what you wish to eat in front of it, it will conjure it for you. Of course, it's limited to food and beverages." After Luo Xia finished speaking, he ceased to pay them any further attention. He had gone nearly an entire day without food and had been occupied until now, leaving him quite famished. Qingji stepped forward and took a seat directly opposite Luo Xia, his gaze seemingly recalling something as he slowly inquired, "By the way, young Luo, what was that small green bean you placed in your mouth earlier? It seemed to restore your stamina." Upon hearing this, not only did Luo Xia's body stiffen, but even the onlookers behind him, including Zhonghua, were momentarily taken aback. Zhonghua moved closer, sitting beside Qingji, and asked, "Kazan, what green bean are you referring to? And what do you mean by something that restores stamina?" Qingji glanced at the rigid Luo Xia and began to explain, "I noticed Luo Xia was on the verge of exhaustion. And then he pulled something out from who knows where and popped it into his mouth. To my surprise, his stamina was restored. It was quite fascinating, so I made a mental note of it." Just as Qingji finished speaking, the sound of Luo Xia swallowing food echoed in the air. Luo Xia had not anticipated that despite his carefulness, Qingji would still discover him. He forced a smile, albeit one tinged with awkwardness, regretting in his heart that he had not eliminated that pesky CP. "Hey, Zhonghua, it seems Luo Xia has invented something remarkable," came the mocking voice of Huang Yuan. Luo Xia silently cursed his misfortune. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhonghua's authoritative voice rang out. "Luo Xia, did you truly invent such a thing? Is it really as Qingji described?" Luo Xia scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, it's not exactly a new invention. It's more a manifestation of my fruit ability that can restore stamina." Upon surveying the room, he noticed that the expressions of everyone present remained unchanged, indicating that his attempt at deception had failed. He swallowed hard, flipping his hand to reveal a small cloth bag containing 3 magical beans, leaving one in his space for emergencies. As soon as he produced it, everyone in the room leaned in closer. especially Garp, who was the nearest and whose atoms apple-bobbed in a manner that suggested ulterior motives. Sensing the tension, Luoxia quickly retracted the beans into his system space. That I must warn you. This item is not to be taken lightly. It can bring someone back from the brink of death. Old man, do not attempt to snatch it. Luoxia's declaration elicited a flurry of question marks above the heads of nearly everyone present. Jiyuan, incredulous, asked, Luoxia, did you just say what I think you said? I can't believe my ears. Luoxia rolled his eyes at Jiyuan. You heard correctly. This item possesses such effects. I have 3 beans. Which means it can restore someone from the brink of death 3 times that I. In other words, we could send Huang Yuan to confront Whitebeard without worry, as long as he isn't instantly defeated. Surely he could inflict some damage on Whitebeard. As Luoxia spoke, Zhangguo's gaze darted back and forth between Huang Yuan. The scrutiny made Huang Yuan shrink back, his previously lewd demeanor now replaced with timidity. Appearing quite feeble, after observing Huang Yuan for a moment, Zhangguo shook his head. Huang Yuan would not dare to engage with that old codger, Whitebeard. Enough of this. Zhangguo turned his serious attention back to Luoxia. Is it truly effective? Luoxia smirked. Although you are Admiral Zhangguo, I don't believe I have produced anything subpar. That he frowned slightly, flipping his hand and tossing the beans onto the ground. There are only 3. As for whether you believe me, I can't say. Perhaps only by trying it will you know if my words hold true, but you must also place your trust in them. A hint of embarrassment flashed across the faces of those present, particularly Jiyuan, who had previously been the most skeptical of Luoxia, leading her to become a devil fruit user. Ahem, we certainly believe you, but is it really only 3? Zhangguo inquired, frowning. Luoxia nodded affirmatively. Indeed, in truth, these beans were crafted from an amalgamation of various materials, though he had forgotten the sequence of their preparation. Moreover, there had been several explosions along the way that nearly cost him his life. Luoxia's gaze flickered with mischief as he eyed the 3 beans on the ground. If Admiral Zhangguo desires them, they are merely 100 million per bean. Instantly, Zhangguo's earlier contemplation of how to acquire the beans was thwarted by Luoxia's statement, rendering his expression exceptionally grim. Observing Zhangguo's countenance, Luoxia's hand glowed with a green light, enveloping the beans, which vanished in an instant. 100 million each is the lowest price. I won't offer any discounts. So give up. With that, Luoxia casually took a seat behind Jiyuan at that moment. Admiral Zhangguo was in a state of inner turmoil, grappling with whether or not to purchase the beans. Luoxia had claimed they could restore someone from the brink of death to full vitality. Zhangguo cursed inwardly. This brat must have lost his mind over money, as if I, his admiral, would be short on a few billion. Luoxia thought to himself, I'm precisely guarding against your greedy tendencies. The next morning dawned at this moment. Luoxia was in the training grounds, wielding his tiger hunt, unleashing waves of fiery sword energy upon the ice wall before him. Just then, a soldier arrived at Jiyuan's courtyard. The soldier ran up to where Jiyuan was resting and stood at attention. Saluting, reporting to Vice Admiral Tao Tu, Jiyuan looked up and asked, What is it? The soldier presented a golden card with both hands. This is a gold card from the Celestial Dragon Bank, provided by Admiral Zhangguo for you. Major Luoxia. From a distance, Luoxia, shirtless and hearing the name Zhangguo, halted his sword swing and hurried over to the soldier. That a card from Zhangguo? The soldier nodded. Indeed, Admiral Zhangguo mentioned that it contains 300 million berries. Luoxia accepted the card, a smile creeping across his face as he swiftly produced a cloth bag from his hand. Here, give this to Admiral Zhangguo. The soldier, bewildered by the bag in his hand, saluted again and exited Jiyuan's courtyard. Luoxia smirked, spinning the golden card in his hand. It seems Admiral Zhangguo cannot resist the allure of my magical beans. Meanwhile, Jiyuan remarked, You, my friend, seem to have turned Admiral Zhangguo into a customer who now requires berries to acquire your goods. That I recall a time when it was not so. Luoxia shrugged. That's because he never paid before. Naturally, I must reclaim my dues tenfold. Having said that, Luoxia ignored Jiyuan and headed straight back to his room. Upon entering his room, Luoxia couldn't help but rub his hands together, his face alight with anticipation. Shortly after, a blue screen materialized before him. Luoxia's eyes widened as he gazed at the spinning wheel before him. One segment radiated a golden glow, resembling a slothful hairstyle. What on earth is that? Given its shape and color, it looks suspiciously like excrement. Beep. Please refrain from naming the product. Host. Ignoring the system's voice, Luo Xia leaned in closer to examine the annotation below. Superhuman type. Space fruit. Luo Xia's expression turned increasingly peculiar. Is this lump of excrement truly a space fruit? With a sigh, he conceded, no matter what, I must draw. Beep. 500 million berries deducted. As the system's voice faded, the previously still wheel began to spin. Approximately 3 minutes later. Beep. Congratulations. You have obtained a Haki upgrade card. Beep. Congratulations. You have received a brick. Beep. Congratulations. You have acquired a superhuman type, space fruit, as the rewards were announced. The items appeared one by one on Luo Xia's BAT this moment. Luo Xia's expression was one of utter disbelief. He picked up the fruit resembling excrement. Examining it closely, I thought I wouldn't draw anything. Yet here it is. I wonder how powerful it truly is. Rosha once again turned his gaze towards the black card. Could it be the upgrade card for the armament Haki? He raised his hand to grasp it. And in the next moment, he pressed the card directly into his own body. Upon contact, the card began to decompose autonomously. Rosha could distinctly feel that his armament Haki seemed to have grown stronger than before. He paid no heed to the other discarded items and instead exited with the feces-shaped fruit in hand. Outside, the figure of Jiyuan, reclining on a chair, appeared momentarily stunned upon seeing Rosha. Jiyuan frowned slightly. Was that truly a piece of excrement he was holding? The shape was rather revolting. Disdain filled Jiyuan's eyes, and her petite hands instinctively began to fan the air. Rosha paused momentarily, and then summoned his freezing power. Encasing the fruit in ice, he certainly did not wish for Jiyuan to misinterpret his actions. After surveying his surroundings, Rosha ultimately returned to his training ground. Upon arrival, he activated his abilities, encasing the area in ice, thus obscuring the interior from Jiyuan's view. Rosha glanced at the fruit in his hand and slowly brought it to his lips. Crunch! Rosha opened his mouth wide and took a bite. Instantaneously, a taste reminiscent of a foul sewer, akin to footbath water, exploded in his mouth that he struggled to swallow the fruit's flesh. What on earth was this? Rosha felt his body and noticed a grayish glow emanating from his hands that he reached forward, and the next moment, a square aperture was instantaneously opened in the space ahead. The ice that had previously blocked his path vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Rosha's previously grim expression transformed into one of radiant joy that he stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, this time, this ability must remain concealed, since it is a paramecia type, as long as my imagination is sufficiently vivid. Could I not accomplish anything? Spatial teleportation. The moment the thought crossed Rosha's mind, he vanished from his spot, reappearing instantaneously before Jiyuan. Startled, she quickly regained her composure, remarking, not bad, Rosha. You seem quite adept at shaving. Rosha remained silent, and in the next moment, he disappeared again, returning to the training ground. Why does this kid's shaving technique feel different from mine? Simultaneously, back at the starting point, Rosha was momentarily taken aback. His face breaking into a brilliant smile as excitement surged within him that if he could achieve this, then surely my spatial slashes, spatial explosions, and spatial exchanges should also be within reach, in stark contrast to Rosha's elation. The atmosphere outside a storeroom belonging to the world government was notably grim among the gathered CP agents. Leading them was the same CP agent who had confronted Rosha the previous night. You all wait here. I must first report to the 5 elders. The next moment, the agent produced a specially crafted transponder snail. Bring. As the transponder snail connected, the serious voice of one of the 5 elders resonated. CP, have you completed the items commissioned by the Navy? Reporting, sir, everything is ready. Excellent. Now distribute those items among the various families. Perhaps sensing that the 5 elders were about to terminate the call, the agent hurriedly interjected. Wait, sir, is there something else? The agent wiped the cold sweat from his brow and spoke cautiously. Last night, our CP leader was nearly beaten to death by Rosha, and it happened right in front of the Navy. The 5 elder furrowed his brow and inquired, what transpired? Commodore Rosha was dissatisfied with the excessive materials we brought, and he assaulted us. He even declared that if the next CP team brought the same amount, he would not show any mercy. Moreover, he threatened to distill our CP leader into liquor, displaying an exceedingly arrogant attitude. The 5 elders' expression grew increasingly stern, revealing his anger, yet he deemed it trivial enough not to dwell on it. Understood, sir. We shall attempt again in 3 days. Time flew by, and a week later, at the Navy headquarters, on the edge of the soldier training grounds, numerous soldiers were practicing the Navy's unique marksmanship, creating a striking spectacle from afar. Among them sat a young boy, leisurely enjoying watermelon juice in a reclining chair. The rifle before him bore a bayonet, looking rather intimidating. However, since he was a user of ice powers, who would dare to stab him? Rosha proudly waved his hands, encased in frost, causing the surrounding sailors to hesitate in their advance. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed across the training grounds. All sailors, step back 3 meters. Although the sailors were puzzled, they obeyed the order. The next moment, the sound of hurried footsteps reached Rosha's ears. That instant, a powerful sword aura surged towards him. Rosha swiftly turned, drawing his sword, Tiger Hunt, encountering the incoming sword aura with a vibrant crimson blade of energy. The two forces clashed, seemingly locked in a struggle for several seconds before both dissipated into the air, scattering into sparks. Rosha sheathed his sword and looked up to see a man and a woman approaching. The man donned an ice blue naval uniform, unmistakably distinctive, while the woman's naval cloak sported pink at the cuffs, making her identity evident. Furthermore, the female naval officer wielded a blade in her hand. Once the two approached, Rosha inquired, "What brings you here? Has Vice Admiral Jiyuan been feeling restless, perhaps seeking to slice me in half to claim my combined fruit? Quit the banter. I merely wish to test whether your swordsmanship has improved." Jiyuan replied, nodding in approval. Rosha then shifted his gaze to the figure of Aokiji behind her, asking, "Captain, what is the matter? Do you have a mission for me?" Aokiji nodded, casually handing Rosha a newspaper. Upon receiving it, Rosha's attention was immediately captured by the headline. Shocking. Straw Hat Luffy defeats Warlord Crocodile. Rosha skimmed through the article, which primarily unveiled the terrifying conspiracy behind Crocodile's heroic facade. As he finished reading, a bounty notice slipped from between the pages. Picking it up, he was greeted by the unmistakable grin of Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Quite impressive, Rosha remarked, quickly raising his gaze to meet Aokiji's. "So, what mission do you have for me?" Aokiji scratched his head, appearing somewhat troubled as he replied, "I need you to investigate the whereabouts of Nico Robin after the events in Alabasta Do, the one who can read ancient scripts. Should we apprehend her once found?" Aokiji was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Rosha was familiar with Nico Robin. Casting a glance around, he finally spoke, "Come with me." With that, Aokiji led the way out of the training ground. Followed closely by Rosha and Jiyuan, the trio strolled through the plaza of the Navy headquarters, eventually stopping at an open space after about 5 minutes. Aokiji scratched his head once more, then waved his hand, and 3 ice chairs materialized behind them. "Let us sit down." Rosha didn't hesitate. As he sat, he immediately sensed a rough texture, feeling it was inferior to his own craftsmanship. "Don't mind it. I just learned this from Rosha recently," Aokiji said, his expression shifting to seriousness. "This task of investigating Nico Robin was assigned to me by Sengoku, and it's a relatively straightforward mission for a sea knight like you. So I have complete confidence in you." Rosha's lips twitched slightly, silently thinking, "Do you even realize what you're saying? Nico Robin's captain is Luffy, and that guy fights recklessly. What if that lad holds a grudge in the future?" Aokiji, oblivious to Rosha's expression, continued speaking. "If we locate Nico Robin, if she is alone, we should bring her back directly. But what if she is aboard someone else's ship, for instance, on the vessel of Garp's grandson?" "Luffy?" Aokiji's tone faltered. Ignoring Aokiji's demeanor, Rosha pressed on. "That Straw Hat uses a reckless fighting style. What if he bleeds excessively and dies? Have you even considered that? Moreover, the Straw Hat crew has yet to master Haki. And my proficiency in freezing abilities is still quite low. What if I accidentally freeze someone to death?" Rosha's concerns were not unfounded. His primary focus in training remained swordsmanship and the spatial fruit. As for his freezing abilities, he currently regarded them as a supplementary skill. He had learned a few offensive techniques, but even he was uncertain about the exact number. As Rosha reasoned, it would be simple to learn Aokiji's techniques later on if necessary. A series of questions from Rosha left Aokiji in a contemplative silence, prompting even Jiyuan to quip, "You seem more suited for logistics work." "Indeed, I aspire to become the head of logistics," Rosha replied. Aokiji let out a heavy sigh and slowly said, "Join me on a mission tomorrow." "Am I not sailing alone?" However, Aokiji offered no response, simply walking away, his expression clearly one of frustration. Rosha shrugged, resigned. I had hoped to set sail on my own. Time flew by, and soon the following day arrived. With the sun rising, Rosha strolled through the plaza of the Marine headquarters, heading towards the port. Before long, clad in a black shirt adorned with a vividly detailed azure dragon on his shoulder, and wearing shorts with a marine cape billowing behind him, Rosha exuded an air of effortless elegance. Upon reaching the port, a plethora of items caught his eye, the most conspicuous being 2 bicycles. Furrowing his brow, he approached Aokiji and inquired, pointing at the items on the ground, "What's the deal with these?" "Boss? I plan to ride the bicycle for our investigation," Aokiji explained, gesturing to the items on the ground. "You should be able to take these supplies, right? These were originally meant for the warship, but with you here, we can both ride bicycles." Rosha widened his eyes, hesitating as he gazed at the smaller bicycle beside him. "Is this one for me?" "Indeed. I spent quite a bit of belly to purchase it from the shop." Rosha gulped, contemplating whether to make a run for it. After a couple of minutes of indecision, he sighed and said, "Thankfully, I have freezing abilities. Otherwise, how could I ride this?" With a flourish of his hand, a radiant azure light enveloped the supplies, instantly transporting them into his system space that, of course, the other Marines had no way of knowing this. They would simply assume it was a devil fruit ability. In this world, the most peculiar occurrences could always be attributed to devil fruits, which was one reason why Rosha could confidently utilize his system. Rosha waved his hand. The items vanished in an instant, leaving the Marines present wide-eyed in shock. Turning to Aokiji, Rosha asked, "What's next?" Aokiji pointed to the bicycle beside him, his meaning clear. Rosha's lips twitched, but Aokiji had already mounted his bicycle. Gliding across the water's surface, reluctantly, Rosha followed suit. As the two rode their bicycles across the water, the Marines at the port gasped in astonishment, with others inquiring about Rosha's identity. "Wait, who is that? He can ride a bicycle on water just like Admiral Aokiji. That's incredible, don't you know? He's the top of Zephyr's training class," a nearby Marine added. "He's Rosha, who was promoted to Rear Admiral during the graduation assessment, and I hear he possesses a paramecia fruit ability, providing the Marines with many extraordinary tools." They asked for why he shares Aokiji's abilities. The details are somewhat unclear. Rosha remained unaware of the discussions surrounding his displayed abilities, indifferent to the opinions of the Marines. At that moment, he was focused on pedaling alongside Aokiji, his breath coming in labored gasps. Just moments ago, he had nearly fallen into the sea due to his lack of practice riding, only managing to freeze the water beneath him in time to prevent a plunge. I didn't expect you to be unable to ride a bicycle, Rosha. You'll need to practice more," Rosha scoffed. Who would ride a bicycle on the sea without reason? Perhaps only someone with freezing abilities could manage such a feat. But isn't this a unique way to unwind? So, where are we headed now? Please don't tell me you're just aimlessly pedaling, Rosha remarked. The Navy's intelligence department has tracked the Straw Hats' movements. We merely need to continue pedaling in this direction until we reach Logtown, where we will find the Straw Hat crew. The next recorded pointer from Alabasta directs us to Logtown. Rosha nodded and began to ride alongside Aokiji. That moment, he recalled the Straw Hat crew's journey from his previous life. After some contemplation, he confirmed that Aokiji was indeed correct. However, they needed to reach the Straw Hats before they entered Skypea, or their mission would be in vain. Furthermore, it seemed a significant battle was brewing in Logtown, and he wondered if they could arrive in time. Days passed swiftly, and approximately 4 days later, Rosha and Aokiji leisurely approached Logtown across the water. Pirates on the island peered through their telescopes, while others engaged in lively discussions. Hey, look at those 2 guys on the water. It seems they're riding bicycles." "No way. Are you serious? Who could possibly ride a bicycle across the sea? You looking for a fight? I told you, it's happening. Just look for yourself." As Rosha and Aokiji progressed, they reached Logtown, already having shed their marine uniforms in favor of their casual attire. Dressed in all black and sporting a pair of dark-framed glasses that only enhanced his icy demeanor, Aokiji appeared as unyielding as ever. Meanwhile, Rosha had merely removed his marine cape. As they brought the bicycles ashore, Rosha elegantly waved his hand, and the 2 bicycles vanished into his system space with practiced ease, a motion he had performed countless times before. As they stepped onto the island, a group of formidable-looking pirates approached, asking, You two, Did you really ride bicycles across the water? Rosha cast a sidelong glance at the pirates, then pointed at Aokiji's face, saying, Haven't you seen my boss's face before? At Rosha's cue, the pirates shifted their gaze to Aokiji, and upon doing so, they nearly lost their wits. Some even stumbled backward in panic. Scurrying away toward a nearby tavern, Aokiji furrowed his brow slightly, icy tendrils materializing from his hands, instantly freezing the three pirates who were now paralyzed in fear. Rosha knocked on the frozen figures, smirking, You fools! I warned you. Why didn't you run? At that moment, Aokiji, maintaining his stoic demeanor, said, Let us head to the tavern and gather some information, though the brew may not be to our liking. Jiyuan has mentioned that taverns serve as information hubs in every locale. Meanwhile, the pirate who had just crawled back into the tavern shouted, Admiral Aokiji has arrived. With that declaration, the once lively and boisterous tavern fell into an eerie silence. With only the sound of saliva being swallowed breaking the stillness, the timid pirate cautiously inquired, Are you lying? How could Admiral Aokiji possibly be in our Magu town? As the pirate was about to confirm his suspicions. In the next moment, Rosha and Aokiji appeared at the door. With a creaking sound, the tavern door swung open, revealing the two figures to all the pirates within. Each of them gaped in astonishment. Their eyes bulging with disbelief, Aokiji's expression was icy as he strode directly to the bar, causing the pirates in his path to part ways without a word, demonstrating utmost respect. This only deepened Rosha's understanding of the fear that pirates held for the marine admirals. Evident in their wide-eyed stares, no sooner had the two seated themselves than Aokiji's chilling voice cut through the air. If anyone dares to step outside this tavern, I guarantee you will meet a gruesome end. In an instant, the pirates who had contemplated slipping away abruptly withdrew their legs that a collective gulp echoed through the room. 2 rum shots. Please. A toast to the esteemed marine, the tavern owner, trembling with trepidation, hurriedly filled 2 glasses with rum for Rosha and Aokiji. Noticing the owner's anxiety, Rosha smiled reassuringly. There's no need to be nervous, good sir. After all, you are not a wanted criminal. Quite right. Aokiji took a sip of rum before slowly inquiring. Have any pirates sporting straw hats passed through here recently? Straw hats. The Straw Hat Kid, Rosha nodded. Indeed, just 2 days ago, the Straw Hat crew was swept up into the sky by a violent current. But they haven't come down yet. Perhaps the pressure from the Marines had been too great, prompting the tavern owner to remember. Rosha smacked his palm as if a thought had struck him. Could it be that they really went to Sky Island? He was not surprised at the notion of the Straw Hat crew reaching Sky Island. Aokiji seemed to catch Rosha's words, scratching his head in frustration. Alas, it might be a long wait before we find Nico Robin. He then turned to Rosha. Do you have any means of reaching Sky Island? Faced with Aokiji's hopeful gaze, Rosha shrugged helplessly that I've never been to Sky Island. So I have no way of knowing that we can only wait. However, Rosha pointed to the pirates present. But what about these pirates? The ones he indicated tensed up instantly. Against Aokiji, even a collective effort from all the pirates would be futile. They could only obediently await the Admiral's judgment. Furthermore, they were silently observing Aokiji and Rosha, their eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. The pirate's gaze lingered more on Rosha, who frowned slightly, clearly aware of their thoughts. Just as Rosha was scrutinizing the pirates, a fearsome pirate missing an eye, brandishing 2 short blades, charged at him. Rosha narrowed his eyes, allowing the pirate to approach. As the pirate reached Rosha, he extended his left hand. And in the blink of an eye, a minuscule, square-shaped spatial cube shot towards the pirate's heart. This marine's head is mine. Yet, before the pirate could finish boasting, Rosha revealed a knowing smile. The pirate plunged his short blade into Rosha's chest, only to be met with shock as the blade froze upon entry. This scene left the surrounding pirates dumbfounded, in stark contrast to the astonished expressions of the other pirates. Rosha remained remarkably calm. He slowly extended his hand, and before the pirate's wide, incredulous eyes, he clenched his fist, exclaiming bang. In an instant, the once arrogant pirate appeared as if pierced by a multitude of ice spikes. Crimson blue, a frown creased Aokiji's brow as he pondered deeply. Noticing Aokiji's contemplative demeanor, Rosha waved at the pirate nearby. The rugged pirate seemed to have been granted a reprieve, scurrying back to the safety of the building in a flurry. Whitebeard? I remember, he is one of the 4 emperors. Aokiji nodded in affirmation, recalling that the 2 combatants who had clashed here a week prior were indeed crew members of Whitebeard's ship. It appeared there had been internal strife within their ranks. Otherwise, a battle of such magnitude would not have ensued. The two engaged in a thorough analysis of the situation, piecing together the fragments of information they had. "Captain, where do we head next? To the next island? Or shall we remain here?" Aokiji contemplated for a moment before responding. "Let us proceed to Long Chain Island." Is that island truly called Long Chain Island, with their course set towards Long Chain Island? The pirates who had been quaking in fear within the tavern of Magic Valley Town began to muster their courage and step out. The expressions on their faces conveyed an indescribable sense of relief. Those two scoundrel marines have finally departed. Indeed, that wretched admiral has made it impossible for me to enjoy my drink. As Rosha and Aokiji embarked on their journey, the pirates' mutterings went unheard. Had Rosha caught wind of their words, it is likely that he would have dispatched each one of them without hesitation, or at the very least, rendered them limb from limb. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 10 days had elapsed. This moment, Rosha and Aokiji had already spent nearly 5 days on Long Chain Island. Their journey across the sea from Magic Valley Town to Long Chain Island had consumed almost a week, leaving Rosha utterly astonished on the following day after their arrival. While Rosha was out foraging for sustenance, he encountered a rather intriguing band of pirates. This pirate crew boasted hundreds of members, though most lacked any real combat prowess. Among them, the Silver Fox Foxy pirates were renowned for their Davy Back fight game, a contest where the winning side could claim members from the opposing crew, should they find no desirable candidates. They could instead seize the life of the enemy ship or its pirate flag. Yet now, Rosha had managed to capture them all in one fell swoop. As he scoured for food, a fox-like figure approached Rosha, immediately insisting that he become Rosha's subordinate. After a 3-second pause, Rosha slowly retrieved a marine cloak from his system space. Upon seeing the cloak, Silver Fox Foxy was rendered utterly speechless. However, before he could flee, Rosha immobilized him, leaving only his head free, a rather comical sight. "Slowpoke, where do you think you're running?" Thus, Rosha brought this peculiar character back to Aokiji's side. Despite his lack of strength, the loyalty of this individual's comrades was notably high. Within an hour of Rosha's capture, Foxy's crew had located their captain. Of course, their discovery proved futile. Encountering two formidable marines could only yield one outcome: capture them. Observing the swarm of pirates bound before him, Rosha turned to Aokiji and inquired, "Should we deliver these individuals to the marine base or eliminate them?" "I lack experience in such matters," Aokiji replied contemplatively. "However, would it not be a waste of prison space to confine such weaklings in the undersea prison?" "Hey, you scoundrel marines, what do you mean we're weak? We're quite formidable." Rosha paid no mind to their protests, awaiting Aokiji's decision. "Do not kill them. Simply send them to the undersea prison and let them spend their lives there," Aokiji declared coldly. Rosha nodded in agreement. Time passed, and suddenly, a portal resembling a door appeared beside Rosha. Recognizing its nature, he stepped back hastily. Moments later, a stern face materialized before him. "Rosha, where are those pirates?" Rosha gestured towards the bound pirates behind him. "Are those them?" "Indeed, Admiral Akio." Akainu furrowed his brow and surveyed the scene, his dissatisfaction apparent. "They appear rather weak. It would be better to dispose of them outright." "That cannot be done. Admiral Akainu, Fleet Admiral Sengoku has expressly stated otherwise." The reason Sengoku was aware of this matter was that Aokiji had inquired via a transponder snail. This explained why Akainu had appeared on the other side of the portal. The pirates present, listening to the exchange, were filled with trepidation, with some even fainting at the sight of Akainu's imposing visage. "Enough! Just kick them over here," Akainu commanded sternly. That moment, a man towering nearly 5 meters appeared in Rosha's line of sight. Recognizing him instantly as Magellan from the anime, Rosha greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello, Vice Warden Magellan." "Greetings, Rosha." Just as Rosha was about to kick the pirates into the prison, Magellan interjected, "Vice Warden Rosha, I've heard you're a genius inventor in the Marine headquarters. Might you create a miraculous item that prevents me from having diarrhea? I truly need it." Rosha paused for a few seconds, then awkwardly chuckled. "Vice Warden Magellan, that is merely a side effect of the devil fruit. As of now, I am unable to assist, but perhaps in the future." Magellan's eyes lit up, and his voice rose in excitement. "Really? Yes. At present, I cannot help. But to ensure that this individual can withstand the toxic gas without suffering from diarrhea, it would require something of golden quality, at least something akin to a senza bean." Rosha was not yet generous enough to provide such an item, though he did not mind extending a gesture of goodwill. Hey, Magellan, shut your mouth. The toxins are escaping, and you'll end up fainting, Akainu complained. Oh, At Akainu's reminder, Magellan promptly closed his mouth. Rosha glanced at the enormous cage before him, a smirk forming on his lips. He suddenly found the notion of kicking pirates into the cage quite amusing. With a swift kick, he sent 100 or so pirates flying into the iron cage. Of course, he made sure to separate those with abilities, a precautionary measure advised by Aokiji. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently sent them all in together. All right, Admiral Akainu, these are the only pirates we have at the moment. Akainu nodded, then addressed Aokiji. If you wish to return directly to the Marine headquarters afterward, remember to contact Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I will contact Fleet Admiral Sengoku once I finish my business here. If luck is on my side, it may take 1 or 2 days. If not, perhaps 4 or 5. Understood. Bang! The portal closed. Rosha surveyed the calm harbor and sighed. Surely they haven't descended from Skypiea yet? Waiting here is rather dull, isn't it? By the way, are we going to send the Straw Hat crew to impel down as well? After all, that's the grandson of that old man Garp. If we were to send the Straw Hat in, do you think that old man would kill us both, Captain? Aokiji lay back on his self-crafted lounge chair, eyes closed and a serene expression on his face, while Rosha sat beside him, rambling on like a priest reciting prayers. Despite this, Aokiji showed no signs of irritation, merely listening in silence. Meanwhile, an oddly shaped ship had docked at the shore without anyone noticing that if Rosha were to turn around, he would undoubtedly recognize its occupants. Hey kid, stop rambling. They're here. Rosha furrowed his brow in confusion. Who's here? Aokiji pointed behind Rosha, who turned to see a ship bearing the Straw Hat Jolly Roger sail into view. A grin crept onto Rosha's face. Hey, Captain, it seems the person you were looking for has arrived. Aokiji brushed off the dust from his pants, rising with an icy demeanor as he stated, Let us go. All right. Meanwhile, at the port's edge, the Straw Hat crew remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger that had silently descended upon them. Luo Xia trailed closely behind Aokiji, resembling a devoted underling. A few minutes later, as Luo Xia observed the Straw Hat crew disembarking, a sense of anticipation began to stir within him as the two approached. The members of the Straw Hat crew gradually became aware of their presence. Initially on guard, most of them lowered their defenses upon recognizing Luo Xia. Luffy, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Oh, I remember you. You're that ice guy. What brings you here? Zoro, standing behind, felt an increasing yearning for the alcohol that Luo Xia had crafted ever since their last encounter. Aokiji glanced at Luo Xia and inquired, Do you know them? You seem rather familiar. Something like that. I dined with them alongside the old man last time. Luo Xia replied. Oh, I see. Aokiji responded, his expression remaining impassive. Luo Xia noted that since he began investigating Robin's whereabouts, Aokiji had scarcely smiled. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed an additional member among them, a reindeer, which he presumed to be Chopper. However, what truly caught his attention was the black-haired woman at the back, her face betraying a look of sheer terror. What kind of expression was that? Whom had she seen to evoke such fear? Luo Xia turned to Aokiji, pondering how much trauma he had inflicted upon her during her childhood. Boss, it seems we've found who we're looking for. Luo Xia pointed at Robin, who stood at the rear, her face a mask of dread. Nico Robin. Yet, as soon as Luo Xia spoke her name, a near scream erupted from Robin. Everyone, run. It's Admiral Aokiji. Upon hearing the words Admiral, Luffy and the others instinctively retreated. Having gathered some knowledge about the Navy, particularly its highest-ranking officers, despite Luo Xia's seemingly gentle demeanor, they remained vigilant. Zoro, more direct, unsheathed his sword. Wado Ikamanji. Luo Xia was taken aback. Was the name of an admiral truly that fearsome? However, he quickly recalled that this was indeed an admiral, and pirates naturally harbored fear. Turning to the silent Aokiji, he asked, Boss, should we capture them all, or freeze them, or will you handle it yourself? Aokiji surveyed the scene and replied deliberately, I'll handle it myself. You're still not quite proficient with your abilities. Luo Xia shrugged and casually retreated to a corner, crafting a lounge chair to rest upon, in stark contrast to Luo Xia's ease. The Straw Hat crew had overheard the entirety of their exchange. Nami, uncertain, questioned, Did they just say they want to capture us all? A palpable tension hung in the air, as everyone fixated their wary gazes on Aokiji. Monitoring his every move, Aokiji scratched his head and said nonchalantly, "Ah, Nico Robin, I've been searching for you for over half a month. I never expected you to be on the Straw Hat ship. Truly a surprise. Those damn Navy bastards. Robin can board whoever ship she wants. It has nothing to do with you," Luffy retorted angrily. "Exactly. Robin is our comrade." In response to the Straw Hat crew's protest, Aokiji remained silent, turning his attention to Luo Xia, who immediately understood his intent. Activating his spatial fruit, he appeared beside Aokiji. "Boss, is there something you need? Explain to them Robin's background." Although puzzled as to why Aokiji wanted him to do this, Luo Xia complied as his subordinate. With a wave of his hand, an ice chair materialized beneath him, and he addressed the group slowly. "Nico Robin, a descendant of the devil, currently has a bounty of 79 million berries. Exceptionally intelligent, she passed the doctoral examination at the age of 8, as she understands the historical script, and the world government is currently pursuing her as for the reason behind her bounty at such a young age. I believe it was due to her having destroyed dozens of warships at the age of 8. Of course, this is all information I've gathered, so, Straw Hat crew, it would be wise to hand her over." Luo Xia's tone was almost comforting, yet no one paid him heed, their shocked gazes fixed on Robin, astonished that their comrade could have achieved such feats at the tender age of 8. "Damn Ice Guy, stop talking nonsense. Robin is our ally, and we will never hand her over. Unless you kill me, Robin will never be taken by you." Luo Xia's lips twitched, but he refrained from responding. "What a joke. Your grandfather is Garp. Who would dare kill you?" In the midst of Luo Xia's contemplation, a green spherical object suddenly flew in his direction that he blinked, and the next moment, the sphere exploded a mere 3 centimeters from him. As the blast occurred, black smoke billowed forth. "What just ambushed me?" Luo Xia rose, the ice fragments falling from his face and clattering to the ground. As the smoke cleared, he finally discerned what had happened. "Gunpowder? I think I know who did this." Luo Xia's expression darkened. He was surprised that someone usually timid would act so recklessly today. Among the crowd, Usopp, with his long nose, caught Luo Xia's gaze and immediately panicked. "Oh no! Oh no! I accidentally fired the gunpowder star. What do I do now? He won't kill me, will he?" Luo Xia shot a glance at Usopp amidst the throng, and in an instant, he appeared before him. Not wasting words, that a blue ice glow emanated from his hands as he touched Usopp's body. That a smirk crept across Luo Xia's face as he activated his spatial fruit, returning to Aokiji's side. As soon as he rejoined Aokiji, Usopp and the crowd had transformed into a solid ice sculpture. The sight of Usopp in such a state sent the Straw Hat crew into a frenzy. Especially Nami, whose eyes were filled with terror. "Oh no, where's the doctor?" "Right, I'm the doctor." Chopper quickly deduced that Usopp's body temperature was plummeting and needed immediate thawing, or else Usopp would perish, as Nami and Chopper hurriedly carried Usopp into the ship's cabin. Only Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin remained present. Luffy and his companions glared at Luo Xia with fierce expressions, their eyes brimming with a desire to exact vengeance. Robin's gaze was unfocused, as if she were reliving the day O'Hara was destroyed. On that day, Aokiji had also used his abilities to permanently freeze Sol. Suddenly, Robin seemed to have an epiphany, her expression turning grave as she looked at Luo Xia and then at Aokiji. "Why, you're also a user of the natural ice fruit." This revelation rendered Robin's speech somewhat halting. She was certain that Aokiji was a user of the natural ice fruit, but to discover that the person beside him was also a user of the same power was utterly astonishing. Did 2 identical fruits truly exist in this world? Luo Xia fixed his gaze on Robin and chuckled lightly. "Haha, you're quite observant. However, I'm not an ice user. I merely possess my boss's abilities." Luo Xia's words left Robin bewildered. But she had not expected the Navy to divulge the truth. "Damn Ice Guy, and that damn Admiral. What have you done to my comrade?" Zoro cautiously grasped Luffy's arm and warned, "Luffy, hold on. Their powers are quite peculiar." Luffy shrugged off Zoro's grip, exclaiming, "I can't wait any longer. I'm going to take them down." Rosha narrowed his eyes, activating his spatial fruit ability, and instantaneously appeared 50 meters away. "Boss, I leave the rest to you." He had no desire to engage in combat with Luffy. The potential to inadvertently unleash his spatial powers was a risk he wished to avoid. After all, he certainly did not want to be killed by Garp for slaying his grandson. Akiyuki's gaze gradually shed its previous laziness. "Straw Hat Kid, Do you even know who Nico Robin is? You dare to let her aboard your ship? Luffy threw a punch, which Akiyuki blocked. However, as he did so, Luffy's arm began to freeze under Akiyuki's icy touch. Oh no, my arm! Luffy exclaimed in panic that you'd best be cautious. If I give it a gentle tap, you might just find yourself surrounded by shards of ice. Curse you, you bastard! Nearby, Rosha observed the battle between Akiyuki and Luffy. Clutching his stomach in laughter, he found Luffy's fighting stance utterly ridiculous. Ha! What on earth is that battle posture? To Rosha, it appeared as though Akiyuki was merely toying with Luffy. Hey, what are you laughing at? A magnetic voice suddenly called out. Rosha turned to see a figure with a black bandana, wielding 3 blades, glaring at him with palpable menace. Rosha furrowed his brow and pointed toward the distant struggle between Luffy and Akiyuki, asking, "Why aren't you helping your captain? What do you want with me? Aren't you worried your captain might perish? No worries. I trust Luffy. Besides, you're a Navy officer, so it makes no difference who you fight." The figure retorted, "Even if you claim you won't join the fray, it's wise to be prepared. And Usopp is still not awake." Rosha smirked. "I advise you to hurry and thaw that fellow named Usopp. He might still have a chance at survival." "Umph. The most crucial task now is to hold you off. My comrades will handle Usopp's thawing." Rosha was taken aback. "You really don't think your captain can defeat my boss? Do you? You're overestimating him." Swish! A blade sliced through the air toward Rosha, who swiftly activated his spatial fruit ability to evade the attack. His expression hardened, and his voice turned grave. "Do you not understand what I'm saying? It seems only a lesson will demonstrate just how formidable I, Rosha, truly am." Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. The weapon known as Tiger's Hunt materialized in his grasp. Zoro's eyes widened in surprise. This version of Rosha was significantly stronger than the last. And what was that in his mouth? Flame? It appeared even more vibrant. Rosha slowly opened his eyes, locking his gaze onto Zoro. "Prepare yourself. Today, I shall render you unconscious." The aura surrounding Rosha was as powerful as the flames upon his blade. He beheld Zoro. A playful idea sparked in his mind. Rosha swung his blade through the air with force. And simultaneously, a 10-centimeter gash appeared across Zoro's chest. Zoro clutched his wound, collapsing to the ground. Disbelief etched across his features. "What kind of swordsmanship is this? How could you strike me without even touching me?" Witnessing Zoro's reaction, Rosha's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Gazing at the kneeling Zoro, he declared, "This technique combines the power of my devil fruit. I call it the spatial slash." Though this time it was not entirely accurate. "I assure you, next time I will aim for your neck, guaranteeing a swift demise." Rosha spoke coldly. Zoro's expression stiffened, and the next moment, he struggled to rise, determination blazing in his eyes as if he could kill with his gaze alone. "Oh, you dare to stand?" Rosha mocked. "I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. I will not fall here." Rosha scrutinized Zoro, a smile playing on his lips as the flames of Tiger's Hunt surged. "Fire Dragon Slash, since you are so confident in your swordsmanship, I shall defeat you with mine." Roar! A fire dragon erupted from Rosha's blade, the sound echoing like a dragoness roar. Zoro instinctively crossed his swords before him, his expression grave. Boom! The fire dragon collided with Zoro's blades, emitting a dull thud. Roar! Zoro's resolve was unwavering. Yet this attack was not something just anyone could withstand. Even Zoro could not guarantee he could block it entirely, especially since he hadn't yet mastered Haki. The fire dragon crashed against Zoro's swords. He was gradually forced backward, his stance becoming increasingly precarious. Perhaps fatigued, Zoro found himself unable to withstand Rosha's assault, and the fire dragon pierced through his defenses, striking him squarely in the chest. The impact sent Zoro crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string, blood erupting from his mouth. Observing the fallen Zoro, Rosha felt a twinge of guilt and scratched his head. "He can't be dead, right?" Rosha murmured to himself. He slowly approached Zoro, lifting him onto his shoulder. Rosha carried Zoro toward the Mary. He noted that aside from Sanji, who remained unfrozen, the rest of the Straw Hat crew, including Luffy and Robin, had become ice sculptures, while one of Sanji's legs had also succumbed to ice. The entire crew was in disarray. Noticing Rosha's presence, Sanji raised his head to look at him, his eyes widening. "Hey, what did you do to Green Algae Head? You bastard." Rosha turned his head, and in an instant, he was aboard the Mary. "Hey you, Sanji confronted Roxa, who produced a Senza bean and offered it to him. What is this? If you don't want him to die, make him eat it. Sanji frowned but accepted it, promptly shoving it into Zoro's mouth. The next moment, Zoro slowly opened his eyes. Sanji was about to express his gratitude when he realized Roxa had already departed. Concurrently, Roxa appeared before Aokiji and inquired, "Are we done?" "Yes. Nearly. And what about the world government?" "No worries. I'll just get an earful of scolding." "Well then, who can blame you for being an admiral?" Aokiji observed the bustling Straw Hat crew with a serious expression. "Let us find a place to prepare to return to Navy headquarters." All right. Before long, Roxa and Aokiji arrived at the eastern side of Longchain Island, where Aokiji retrieved a Den Mushi to contact Admiral Sengoku. After hanging up, Roxa sensed a wave of spatial energy. Likely due to his status as a spatial fruit user, that a pink portal materialized before them, revealing a familiar office and 3 familiar faces: Garp, Sengoku, and Jiyuan. Jiyuan scrutinized Roxa as he entered the office, making him feel somewhat uneasy, prompting him to instinctively step back. "What are you staring at, woman?" Roxa questioned, perplexed. "Humph, after being away for over half a month, what on earth happened to you?" Roxa momentarily lost his words. "I want to stoop to your level." Just as Jiyuan was about to lash out, Sengoku interjected, "Aokiji, how did the investigation go?" "Admiral Sengoku, Nico Robin is currently serving as the archaeologist for the Straw Hat Pirates. But first, she must survive." Sengoku appeared puzzled. "What do you mean?" Aokiji pointed lazily at Roxa. "This kid and I have frozen the entire Straw Hat crew." Roxa glanced at Garp, noting his lack of reaction before nodding. "Well, I suppose the 5 elders have also received the news." After Sengoku finished speaking, his expression turned grave. "Now, let us discuss another matter." The crowd gazed at Sengoku with perplexity, while Sengoku's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Rosha. Rosha swallowed hard. "Haha, Rosha, my boy, do you think you can synthesize a devil fruit for our navy now?" The corner of Rosha's mouth twitched. He contemplated numerous possibilities, yet this particular request had never crossed his mind. He had initially assumed that the old fool Sengoku would forget about it quickly, but to his surprise, it was brought up so soon. "Ahem, it is indeed possible, but I presume all the admirals are currently out on missions." "Are they not?" Sengoku revealed a mysterious smile and promptly clapped his hands at that moment. The sound of the office door opening could be heard. Rosha and the others turned to look, and there stood a man nearly 3 meters tall. Dressed in a dark red suit, his face appearing exceedingly stern as Akinu entered, he inquired, "Admiral Sengoku, is what you said true?" His gaze shifted back and forth between Sengoku and Rosha. Sengoku smiled warmly, "Rest assured, Sakazuki, I could never deceive you regarding such matters. Now, your task is simply to take a seat." Sakazuki glanced around and ultimately plopped down right in front of Rosha. "Come on, kid, don't you want my magma?" At this moment, Admiral Sengoku stepped away from his desk, and Garp, too, ceased his snacking as they all encircled Rosha and Akainu. Rosha realized what was happening. These individuals were here to witness a spectacle. He sat down beside Akainu, a glimmer of ice blue light shimmering in his hand. However, he seemed to have thought of something and looked up at Sengoku. "Admiral Sengoku, I won't proceed without the barrels. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential." Sengoku nodded solemnly and simultaneously extracted a golden card from his pocket. Rosha immediately recognized what it was. Without hesitation, he snatched it in an instant. The light in Rosha's hand flickered, and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground. Appearing incredibly solid and exuding an intense chill, Rosha swallowed again, trembling as he extended his hand. "Ahem, Akainu, could you please give me a small portion of magma first?" Akainu glanced at Rosha's trembling hand, then at the thick layer of ice beneath it, and finally at Sengoku. His expression filled with hesitation. "Kid, my magma reaches temperatures of 1,500 degrees Celsius. Are you sure you can handle it?" Akainu questioned skeptically. Unwilling to risk incinerating a rising star of the Navy with a mere glob of magma, he had also kept an eye on Rosha. After all, Rosha's swordsmanship could even push back Jiyuan, a candidate for admiral, indicating Rosha's boundless potential. Rosha steadied his hand, ensuring it no longer trembled. "Don't worry, I possess the armament Haki." Akainu contemplated this and realized he had momentarily forgotten that this kid had Haki for protection. Slowly, Akainu removed his gloves, and the air around them seemed to evaporate, becoming intensely hot. Aside from Rosha and Aokiji, The other three were beaded with sweat. Akainu gathered a glob of magma the size of an apple and placed it in Rosha's hand. As he did, the glob even formed a bubble, and a droplet of magma splattered onto Rosha's face. However, Rosha reacted swiftly, conjuring an icy mask to shield himself. The moment the magma was placed in Rosha's hand, it instantly vanished before him. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Magma Fruit Fragment X2. At the corners of Rosha's mouth curled upward, it appeared that the system was applicable to any ability user, thus he could confidently utilize this currency. After successfully absorbing the first glob, Rosha felt increasingly confident. Akainu, please continue. The size from earlier is perfect. Alright, time passed, and at this moment, Rosha's mask was nearly shattered by Akainu's magma. Aokiji stood nearby, providing cooling relief for Garp and the others. Just as Rosha finished absorbing a glob of magma, a flash of ice blue light flickered in his hand, and he slammed his palm onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, the formerly stifling office transformed into a cool and refreshing space. Sengoku looked at the office encased in ice, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't pained by the scene. Rosha tore off the nearly shattered icy mask. Phew. My apologies, Akainu. Your magma was far too hot. I had no choice but to resort to this. It's quite all right. Rosha, do as you wish, Sengoku reassured him. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained Magma Fragment X2. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your fragments have reached 200. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? After absorbing the final glob of magma, a knowing smile spread across Rosha's face. Since it was Admiral Sengoku who summoned Akainu, Rosha contemplated his options during the synthesis. Moreover, Akainu had not witnessed how many light orbs he had requested from Kizaru. So Rosha aimed to ask for more, also considering preparing a fruit for his future crew. In total, Rosha requested 100 globules of magma, which would yield fragments enough to create 2 fruits. Synthesize. As Rosha uttered those words, the previously dim system space erupted with 2 fiery red lights. After several moments, the light in the system space diminished, revealing 2 circular fruits, one white and the other dark red. Both with strikingly unique colors. Rosha deliberated for a long while before finally deciding which fruit to give to Sengoku. Just then, an impatient Sengoku patted Rosha on the shoulder, jolting Rosha back to reality. What is it, Admiral Sengoku? Is everything all right? When can we obtain it? Rosha pouted, and with a flicker of light in his hand, a round, spirally textured, dark red fruit appeared. Admiral Sengoku, please don't rush me. I nearly failed just now. Next time, please refrain from startling me. Rosha quipped this moment. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated intently on the devil fruit in Rosha's hand. Not just Sengoku, but also Akainu, Jin, Garp, and Aokiji were equally captivated by the fruit. Among them, Akainu was the most profoundly impacted, his mouth agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. He was the one who had personally consumed the Logia-type magma fruit over a decade ago, making him keenly aware of what it looked like. The fruit in Rosha's hand, both in appearance and essence, was undeniably a genuine devil fruit. Perhaps noticing Akainu's intense gaze, Rosha cautiously took a step back with a smile. This devil fruit is the Logia-type magma fruit that I synthesized. Of course, I owe much to Admiral Akainu's magma. Clearing his throat, he added, rest assured, this fruit was synthesized without extracting from Admiral Akainu's own devil fruit. In order to prevent Akainu from overthinking, Rosha took the initiative to clarify. This marked the first time Rosha had voluntarily explained the origin of a fruit. He was still wary of Akainu discovering any anomalies in his body later on. While Akainu might not be able to kill him now, he could still inflict harm, so Rosha aimed to cover all bases. Akainu nodded seriously. No worries. I haven't sensed anything unusual in my body, so you needn't explain so much. Rosha refrained from responding, instead holding the fruit up to introduce it. You all should be familiar with Admiral Akainu's fruit, correct? Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. This moment, they all gazed at Rosha as if he were their teacher, and this feeling made Rosha feel somewhat elevated. This fruit is impervious to seawater. It can accomplish nearly everything you could imagine a magma fruit could do. Pausing for effect, Rosha hesitated before saying, perhaps the person who consumes this fruit could also eat the magma fruit. Upon hearing the words of Rosha, Sengoku immediately rebutted. Is that even possible? Rosha, you can't be joking about such matters. Indeed. Rosha, my younger brother, you mustn't make such wild claims. As everyone voiced their objections, Rosha shrugged and tossed the fruit directly to Commander Sengoku. Commander, the task is complete. We welcome your next visit. Rosha's Devil Fruit Emporium. 800 million each. Quite a bargain. A sly smile, characteristic of a cunning merchant, spread across Rosha's face. Hiss, as the icy blue glow dissipated from Rosha's hand. He suddenly inhaled sharply. Glancing down, he was astonished to find that his right hand had been scorched black, with faint traces of blood seeping from his palm. He hastily concealed his hand behind his back. Forcing an awkward smile. Ahem, I shall make a quick trip to the infirmary. Bang, the office door slammed shut as Rosha made his hasty exit. Sengoku frowned, instructing, Tama, go check on him. Akaino's magma is no trivial matter. And that hand looks quite serious. Understood, Commander. I'll go see to it right away. Tama wasted no time, transforming into a pink streak and racing outside. Akainu watched in astonishment, feeling the wind whip around him. Commander, did Tama consume a devil fruit? He inquired. Indeed, roughly a month ago, while at sea with Rosha, she accidentally ingested one of the spark fruits he crafted. Quite the unexpected delight, Sengoku reflected. Just last month, Akainu had been preoccupied with missions, hunting pirates, and had little time to keep abreast of naval affairs. Thus, it was understandable that he was unaware of Tama's newfound abilities to tea that moment. Sengoku held the magma fruit in both hands, his entire demeanor exuding excitement, his delight impossible to conceal. Ha, Rosha, what a treasure you are! He exclaimed that we must ensure that those CP agents do not learn of this little secret. Remember to keep it under wraps. If they find out, the world government will surely seize Rosha and drag him to the Holy Land. Given his temperament, he might even run off to become a pirate. Everyone nodded in agreement. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Sengoku placed the devil fruit on his desk and asked, Let us discuss. Who shall receive this fruit? Kazan, what do you think? Kazan yawned, scratching his head as he replied. Anyone among the vice admirals would suffice, as long as it's not old man Garp. Sengoku's gaze shifted to Garp, who was munching on some rice crackers. Garp quickly waved his hands. No, I'm too old for this. My mind can't keep up. I shall pass. At that moment, Garp recalled a scene at a dining table where he had just lifted a rice cracker to his mouth, only for it to transform into a mass of black sludge, emitting thick black smoke that he swallowed hard, instinctively shaking his head, thinking, magma fruit, how terrifying. I cannot risk being unable to eat anything in my twilight years. Sengoku observed Garp's peculiar behavior with confusion, but chose not to pursue it further. Akainu, what about you? Any thoughts? Like Kazan, anyone among the vice admirals would do. They're the backbone of the Navy, and giving it to them could aid in developing their abilities. Sengoku nodded, finding merit in their suggestions, though sensing something was still amiss. Suddenly, Sengoku picked up the transponder snail on his desk and said, Call Vice Admiral Tsuru to my office. Moments later, Vice Admiral Tsuru entered, her gaze instantly drawn to the devil fruit in Sengoku's hand. She sensed something significant. Did you summon me, Sengoku? Tsuru inquired. Yes, little Tsuru, behold this magma fruit synthesized by young Rosha. Sengoku proclaimed, holding it aloft. Tsuru instinctively looked at the dark red fruit. Magma fruit? Indeed, I just spent 800 million to procure it from him, though Tsuru had never encountered a magma fruit with a kind of present. She assumed it must be genuine since he had made no objections. Curiously, Tsuru asked, So, did you call me here merely to admire this fruit? Sengoku shook his head. I'm not that idle. I summoned you to discuss who would be best suited to receive this fruit. Currently, many promising young officers in the Navy already possess devil fruit powers, so we must select from the vice admirals. Sengoku finished, Tsuru's gaze fixated on the dark red fruit, her mind racing through the capabilities of all the vice admirals, Mole, Fire Mountain, Stollerberry, Doberman. After a moment of contemplation, Tsuru slowly replied, You asked me about the fruit you purchased, yet most of these vice admirals hardly consume devil fruits. Some may not have found suitable ones, while others simply choose not to eat them. Thus, Sengoku, you must make your own decision. Sengoku's lips twitched. He had anticipated a more fitting suggestion from Tsuru, only to be met with such an ambiguous response. It seemed he would have to rely on his own judgment after all. Ha. Just as Sengoku pondered, an abrupt laugh echoed in the room. He turned to see Garp seated in a chair, slapping the armrest as he laughed heartily. Garp, what is so amusing? Sengoku asked, but Garp only laughed louder. After about a minute, Garp finally managed to calm himself. You old fool Sengoku, you needn't be so troubled. It's merely a fruit. After all, that kid Rosha can always make more. Whoever wishes to eat it may take it. It's that simple. At this, Kazan chimed in. Indeed, Commander Sengoku, that's the truth. With Rosha around, we can always wait for him to synthesize another. Sengoku remained pensive, though his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. True, while he had been reluctant to part with the 800 million berries, Rosha did have a cool-down period, allowing them the freedom to bestow the fruit upon anyone they chose. However, the selection of the recipient would require thorough consideration. Sengoku mused. Rosha? Curse that cool-down period. It's just him with a cool-down. His entire family, too. Having resolved these thoughts, Sengoku's expression shifted from troubled to relaxed. By the way, where did Tsuru and Rosha go? Tsuru glanced around, puzzled. She recalled Rosha mentioning he was heading to Sengoku's office. Oh, that little rascal accidentally burned his hand while synthesizing the fruit with Akainu's magma. Tama has accompanied him to the infirmary. Tsuru frowned in contemplation, realizing that one could indeed sustain burns while synthesizing a fruit. Little Tsuru, you should remember that when he synthesized it, he was holding a mass of magma in his hands that he used over 100 pieces of magma to create just one fruit. If it were anyone else, they would likely have lost their hand upon grasping the first piece. Tsuru instinctively glanced at Akainu, whose face flushed red. W would have known that little rascal could get burned. Sengoku waved his hand reassuringly. It's fine. There are doctors present. Rosha will be all right. Meanwhile, as Rosha made his way to the infirmary, a sense of urgency gripped him as his sixth sense warned him of someone approaching at great speed. Without hesitation, he activated his spatial fruit abilities, extending his gaze to encompass the realm of his spatial powers. Swish! In but a fleeting moment, Luoxia vanished from his location and reappeared at the entrance of the Navy Headquarters Hospital. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed Jiyuan's face as he soared through the air, but it lasted merely an instant. Regaining his composure, Jiyuan swiftly flew towards Luoxia's direction. Luoxia arrived at the hospital entrance and turned to look. He was met with an infuriated glare directed squarely at him. Stunned, Luoxia realized that the newcomer was indeed Jiyuan. Landing before Luoxia with hands firmly planted on his hips, Jiyuan inquired, "Why did you flee when you sensed someone behind you? Do you think I wouldn't dare to confront you?" Luoxia, with a wry smile twitching at the corner of his mouth, retorted, "Pray tell, what was that you just said? Should I simply wait for that person to come and pummel me?" Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Luoxia's palm, and he glanced down to see blood dripping steadily from his hand. He realized that this blood had been flowing for quite some time. Upon noticing Luoxia's injury, Jiyuan's heart softened, and he quickly grasped Luoxia's arm, ushering him into the hospital. Inside the medical room, a doctor was tending to Luoxia's wound, his mouth never ceasing to express his displeasure. "Admiral Akainu, really, just the other day, one of our officers was injured by him, and here we are again." A few months later, Luoxia, feeling somewhat embarrassed, managed a sheepish smile, wanting to explain but finding himself at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't confess that it was he who had reached out for Akainu's magma. Given the doctor's temperament, he might very well scold Luoxia himself. The silent understanding passed between Jiyuan and Luoxia, and they exchanged a knowing smile without uttering a word. Half an hour later, Jiyuan escorted Luoxia out of the hospital, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. Luoxia glanced at his hand, now bandaged like a bear's paw, and then at Jiyuan, who was stifling laughter. He shot a fierce glare at Jiyuan, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at? If you have the guts, let Akainu take a turn." At that moment, Luoxia wished nothing more than to slice Jiyuan into 180 pieces. After all, he was a master of spatial abilities and could indeed perform spatial cuts. Seeing Luoxia's expression, Jiyuan promptly sealed his lips and attempted to placate him. "Oh, come now. I couldn't help it. By the way, that doctor mentioned you mustn't use that hand for 5 days. You need to rest properly." Jiyuan patted his own ample chest and added with a laugh, "As for your meals during those 5 days, your dear Jiyuan will feed you. I've grown up feeding dogs, but never have I fed anyone else." At this remark, Luoxia glared daggers at Jiyuan and turned to leave. "Damn it, are you indirectly insulting me?" The following morning, Luoxia found himself being pulled along by Jiyuan through the streets. With a yawn, he lazily inquired, "Jiyuan, where on earth are you taking me? I haven't even fully woken up yet." Just because my hand is injured doesn't mean I can't walk. Jiyuan tightened his grip on Luoxia's hand and explained, Admiral Sengoku summoned us to his office today. That it seems he has something to discuss with you. Luoxia scoffed. This Sengoku, he is an admiral. What matters could possibly require him to consult a brigadier general? I think his time in command has finally gone to his head. How dare he summon you to drag me to his office so early in the morning? Ridiculous. As he continued his tirade, they finally reached Sengoku's office. The moment Jiyuan pulled Luoxia inside, they were met with the presence of both the mole and the fire mountain. Luoxia slowly opened his eyes, only to find the office filled with people. The three admirals, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Captain Garp, Sengoku, Fire Mountain, the mole, Luoxia, and Jiyuan. With a bleary gaze, Luoxia surveyed the room, and upon noticing the lack of a seat for himself, he promptly fashioned himself a makeshift recliner. Breaking free from Jiyuan's grasp, he plopped down into the chair. Sengoku merely cast a glance at Luoxia, unperturbed. Sengoku's demeanor grew increasingly solemn as he focused on the mole and Fire Mountain. Observing Sengoku's serious expression, both men instinctively straightened up. The reason I called you here today is for a specific matter, Sengoku said, not elaborating further, but instead retrieving a dark crimson fruit from beneath his desk. Both men's eyes widened with realization. They knew precisely what it was. A devil fruit. They exclaimed in unison. Sengoku nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is a devil fruit. After much contemplation last night, I selected both of you from among many. Gazing at the fruit, Sengoku continued. This particular fruit is known as the natural type, Magma fruit. At this proclamation, the initial enthusiasm of the two men dimmed as they instinctively turned to glance at Akainu, who remained as stern as ever. You needn't look at Akainu. He is very much alive, Sengoku reassured them. The mole cautiously asked, Admiral Sengoku, are you certain about the name of the devil fruit you are holding? Fire Mountain quickly chimed in. Yes, yes. Admiral Akainu is still alive. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he regretted it. Sensing a stern gaze fixed upon him, Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. I am not mistaken. This is indeed the natural type. Magma fruit. Allow me to explain its abilities. You can compare it to Sakazuki. Besides his capabilities, this devil fruit renders one impervious to seawater. The two men stared at Sengoku, their minds racing. They wanted to voice their incredulity. For who had ever heard of a devil fruit user who was not susceptible to seawater? Sengoku, with a mysterious smile, pointed to the slumbering Luoxia not far off. This fruit was synthesized at the cost of this young man's hand. Both men turned to see Luoxia reclining on a chair of ice, one of his hands swaddled like a rice dumpling. Luoxia could synthesize devil fruits. They had heard of Luoxia's reputation, but they had only known him to create wondrous items. Not devil fruits, Sengoku nodded, gesturing to Jiyuan beside Luoxia. Indeed, the peach rabbit is the one who consumed the devil fruit crafted by Luoxia. At that moment, all eyes turned to Jiyuan, who stood unfazed, with a flourish. She summoned a radiant pink light that gradually illuminated the entire office. In her hand appeared a pink energy sword, strikingly reminiscent of Admiral Kizaru's Yada no Kagami. With a gentle smile, Jiyuan remarked, This sword is a mimicry of Admiral Kizaru's technique, a true Yada no Kagami. The sight left everyone astonished, particularly given the sword's origin, while others may not have felt the weight of the moment. Kizaru, as a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, was visibly taken aback. Truly terrifying. Luoxia is truly formidable, capable of replicating my Pika Pika no Mi so precisely, Kizaru exclaimed, devoid of any sarcasm. In no wonder I felt a sense of familiarity with the Peach Rabbit's devil fruit ability. It is indeed the Pika Pika no Mi. Peach Rabbit smiled slightly. Yes, Admiral Kizaru, I acquired this ability after inadvertently consuming the pink devil fruit created by Luoxia. Jiyuan sheathed her radiant sword, standing quietly beside Luoxia. The mole, filled with curiosity, asked, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, is it true that after consuming Luoxia's crafted fruit, you are indeed unaffected by seawater? No side effects. Peach Rabbit shook her head. Not at all. I can even activate my abilities and take a stroll in the sea. The mole's inquiry was understandable. Given his dedication to swordsmanship, he had never considered the ramifications of a devil fruit. Yet here lay a devil fruit before him, one without any adverse effects. The gazes of the two gradually grew more fervent. Sengoku naturally sensed their intense stares and smiled with satisfaction. He was pleased with their reaction. The Navy ought to be this way. Only through competition can one grow stronger. Sengoku glanced at the peacefully slumbering Rosha and said slowly, Tao-tu, please wake Rosha up. Ah. Oh, okay. Tao-tu quickly turned around and gently nudged Rosha, softly urging, Wake up. Rosha, wake up. Commander Sengoku is calling for you. I don't want to wake up yet. Jiyuan. Could you please send that old monk away from me? Rosha replied lazily, turning over without noticing Sengoku's face darkening instantly. Huffed. Ha! Old monk? Is that your new nickname, Sengoku? Truly fitting for someone I brought back, with such eloquence. Only Garp dared to laugh out loud in the gathering. Sengoku ignored Garp and silently approached Rosha. The next moment, Sengoku forcefully nudged Rosha, his expression serious as he stated, Hey, you little brat. Wake up now. Rosha, groggily sensing he was being pushed, opened his eyes to find Sengoku glaring at him. The look in his eyes suggesting he was ready to unleash his wrath. Slowly, Rosha sat up, rubbed his eyes, and asked, Commander Sengoku, what's the matter? Humph. Waking you up to ask whether this fruit should go to Fire Mountain or to the mole. After all, you synthesized it, so I might consider your suggestion, Sengoku replied gruffly. Rosha shook his head, trying to dispel his drowsiness. He looked at the two individuals standing before him, one of whom he vaguely remembered was named Mole. The other was tall, with half-closed eyes, appearing rather amiable. May I ask, Commander Sengoku, who is this? Rosha pointed at the figure of Fire Mountain standing in front of him. Sengoku's expression darkened. He had clearly heard the word old. So this brat was trying to call me old monk? Before Sengoku could ponder further, Jiyuan, standing beside Rosha, pushed him and said irritably, You idiot, standing before you is Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, who possesses formidable strength. After Jiyuan's explanation, Rosha gradually recalled. Although he recognized the face, who could remember all the names? Rosha smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I just joined the Navy and haven't met many commanders. Jiyuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Thinking, you've been here for a year. You're no longer a rookie. Fire Mountain smiled gently, waving his hand. It's no problem, Rosha. Meanwhile, Sengoku fiddled with the magma fruit, observing Rosha and noticing he still hadn't decided whom to give it to. Sengoku couldn't help but urge, You little brat, you still haven't said who it's for. Rosha tilted his head slightly and saw Sengoku's face. Dark as coal. It seemed someone had angered him. Was this old monk taking out his frustrations on him? Rosha said leisurely, How about you eat it, Commander Sengoku? After all, I don't know if the fruit I synthesized could explode with the Buddha fruit within you. Why not help me test it? Swish! As soon as Rosha finished speaking, Sengoku's already dark expression turned even more somber. Observing this, Rosha activated his space fruit and instantly teleported behind Garp, revealing only his eyes. Jiyuan couldn't help but facepalm. This guy truly never learns. He just offended the commander while still half asleep, and now he dares to say such things. Hopefully, the commander won't take action. Sengoku, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, directed his gaze towards Garp's position and couldn't help but scold. Damn it, Garp. Rosha is becoming more and more like you. Rosha is someone I picked up, so it's only natural he resembles me. At this moment, Rosha quietly spoke up. I think this fruit would be better suited for Vice Admiral Fire Mountain. Sengoku shot a glance at Rosha and, sitting down in the chair Rosha had made, inquired slowly, Could you explain that? Rosha's mouth twitched. He feared that his reasoning would be met with ridicule from those present. I was considering body types. If it's Vice Admiral Mole, his swordsmanship is quite impressive. So he would be well suited for the spark fruit. At this moment, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain's eyes nearly crinkled with delight, further enhancing Rosha's favor in his heart. In contrast, Mole felt a chill. Rosha had chosen to judge based on body type, leaving him uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Sengoku replied gruffly, I don't have any extra spark fruits. Didn't you give the only one to Tao-tu? I actually still have one here, Rosha said, though his voice was extremely low. However, Rosha forgot that everyone present could sense the flow of Haki. Even if he spoke softly, it reached every ear. Upon hearing Rosha's words, Mole became excited. This was the spark fruit, not the magma fruit, and he wielded a sword. There is a saying, in the world of martial arts, speed is unrivaled. The spark fruit is synonymous with speed, ranking among the top 3 in terms of speed among devil fruits. Oh, you have another spark fruit. Could it be left over from your last synthesis? Rosha's gaze met Sengoku's for a fleeting moment, and he immediately felt defeated. He turned away, facing the window, and sat down, not daring to meet Sengoku's eyes. He feared his fruit would be swindled away. Sengoku waited for a long time without a response from Rosha and, at a glance, saw him sitting with his back turned. Garp's large frame completely obscured Rosha, making it normal that Sengoku couldn't see him. Sengoku exchanged glances with Jiyuan, who nodded slightly. Jiyuan then slowly approached Rosha and, in the next moment, firmly grasped him. "What are you doing?" Rosha asked. Jiyuan flashed a charming smile, her voice soft as she said, "Commander Sengoku is looking for you." Before long, Rosha found himself back in the recliner, facing Sengoku's eager eyes. Rosha's gaze hardened, hands crossed, though this was indeed the leftover fruit. He couldn't give it to them. Moreover, this fruit had a somewhat unique color, not as bright as Admiral Kizaru's yellow or as vibrant as Jiyuan's pink. Just as Sengoku was about to speak, the previously silent Aokiji interjected, "Rosha, you mentioned this fruit has a unique color. What exactly is it?" In an instant, all eyes turned to Rosha, but he remained silent, instead flipping his hand to reveal a green object resembling the spark fruit. Rosha showcased it, turning it around for everyone to see before returning it to the space. Seeing the fruit, Kizaru was left dumbfounded. What had he just seen? That was a green devil fruit, identical in appearance to the one he had consumed decades ago. Truly incredible. Kizaru looked at Rosha with disbelief, or rather, shock. How terrifying. This kid Rosha. Rosha smirked, stating firmly, "This color won't do. I believe Vice Admiral Mole wouldn't want it either." "So?" Mole mused, rubbing his nose, his eyes gleaming with eagerness fixed on Rosha. At this moment, Rosha was genuinely stunned. This Vice Admiral Mole was truly hungry. Rosha waved his hand dismissively. "Unless you bring money, don't even think about it." Rosha surveyed the room and slowly remarked, "If there's nothing else, I think I'll take my leave now." "Wait." Rosha halted his lifted foot, casting a puzzled glance at Sengoku. Sengoku, with a single hand, twirled the magma fruit and slowly approached the two. In the next moment, he exerted force, unexpectedly shoving the magma fruit into the mouth of Fire Mountain. Fire Mountain's eyes widened, and instinctively, he bit down almost immediately, just as he was about to swallow. A foul stench reminiscent of rotten socks and decaying fruit assailed his nostrils. Fire Mountain instinctively recoiled, yet his mind couldn't help but conjure images of Akainu utilizing his powers. Approximately a minute later, with bloodshot eyes, Fire Mountain swallowed the entire fruit whole. The impact of this scene left the gathered abilities in awe, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Cough, cough. After careful consideration, I have decided that this fruit shall be used by Fire Mountain. When I manage to deduct 800 million from the military funds, then you, Mole, can have yours be. Why that time, I shall have Rosha's, that troublesome brat, change its color for you." Sengoku spoke with a slightly flushed face, clearly embarrassed. After all, he had summoned two individuals to determine the fruit's fate, only for one of them to leave empty-handed, causing Sengoku to feel a tinge of shame. Mole smiled gently, waving his hand. "It's all right, Admiral Sengoku. Whether or not I receive the fruit is inconsequential." Upon hearing this, Rosha instinctively shrank back behind Jiyuan, feeling a pang of guilt. Sengoku turned his gaze toward Fire Mountain and inquired, "How do you feel? Have you noticed any changes in your body?" At this juncture, Fire Mountain, who had initially felt nauseous, suddenly perked up, a look of pride crossing his face. "Admiral, I feel as if I've transformed into magma. Should I demonstrate right now?" "No need. At least not here. My office has just been renovated." Sengoku hastily interrupted Fire Mountain, not wishing for his office to be reduced to ashes. Fire Mountain chuckled, scratching his head. Appearing rather sheepish, Daiti was then that Akainu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Let South go to the square below. I wish to see what kind of fruit Rosha has created." With that, Akainu was the first to exit the office. The others followed suit, leaving only Rosha and Jiyuan in the room. Jiyuan asked, "What's the matter? Aren't you going to check out the power of the fruit you synthesized?" "Uft. What power could that shiny fruit possibly possess? The magma fruit may not be formidable either. I need to rest. After all, I am an injured party." Jiyuan shot Rosha a glare, explaining, "My primary focus is on swordsmanship, not fruit abilities, and you better not slack off. Come on, let's go." With that, Jiyuan hoisted Rosha onto her shoulder and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, soaring out of the building and into the plaza of the Navy headquarters. Dazed, Rosha descended from Jiyuan's shoulder, and upon surveying the scene, He noticed the square was surrounded by a throng of spectators. Rosha scoffed. Do these fools not fear for their lives? Not to worry. We have plenty of esteemed generals here. Especially you and Admiral Aokiji, that I trust the surrounding Navy personnel will be safe. Jiyuan approached calmly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Rosha shrugged before activating his freezing fruit powers, gradually forming a reclining chair before him. Yet that was not the end. Beneath the chair, ice pillars began to sprout, rising to a height of 4 meters, perfectly supporting the chair. Rosha grinned widely, activating his spatial fruit ability and instantly appearing atop the reclining chair. Gazing down, he could indeed see Fire Mountain's figure clearly at the center. This action caught the attention of the surrounding Navy soldiers, some of whom began to whisper among themselves. Who is that lying in midair? Could it be Admiral Aokiji? How could it be? Do you think Aokiji would be so ostentatious? In my view, that Navy soldier must be Rear Admiral Rosha's. That I heard he acquired Aokiji's abilities. It seems to be true. What? Aokiji's powers? Ice abilities? That's incredible. Yes, I heard it was a stroke of luck that he acquired them during a chance encounter. Amidst the murmurs of the Navy personnel regarding Rosha's, he remained oblivious, comfortably reclining in the air, savoring the gentle sea breeze, his expression one of pure enjoyment. Meanwhile, Admiral Sengoku fixed his gaze intently on Rosha's, his expression darkening. Sengoku patted Aokiji beside him, saying, Kazan, bring that brat down. His antics could have a detrimental impact on the Navy's reputation. Hurry and get him down. All right, Admiral Sengoku. In a flash, Aokiji leaped into the air, swiftly seizing Rosha's arm and bringing him down. As they landed, Rosha couldn't help but exclaim, Hey, boss, I was perfectly comfortable up there. Why did you drag me down? Suddenly, Rosha seemed to have an epiphany, his expression turning peculiar. You don't want to lie down yourself, do you? Is it that you can't make one? Need me to teach you? Aokiji turned his head away, suppressing a laugh. Just then, a commanding voice resonated in Rosha's ear. Rosha's. Turning, he found Sengoku glaring at him with an intense expression. Gulp. Rosha swallowed hard, asking, What is it? Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku pointed toward Fire Mountain standing in the center of the square and gestured toward Rosha's, saying, Fire Mountain is in need of a sparring partner. Will you step up? Huh? With so many people around, how could it possibly be my turn? Sengoku crossed his arms, adopting a persuasive tone. If you can defeat him, I shall promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral. If you manage to engage him in a fierce battle, I'll elevate you to the rank of Major. But if you can't even withstand 10 moves, I'll send you to the New World for 2 years before you return. Rosha's gaze wandered, contemplating his options. All the generals were watching him, particularly Aokiji and Jiyuan, who knew him best. As seconds ticked by, Rosha's determination suddenly solidified. Will you really promote me to Rear Admiral? Defeat Fire Mountain first, Sengoku replied sternly. This little rascal is already dreaming of a promotion before even defeating Fire Mountain. Does he think he can just make wishes in front of me? Rosha glanced at the bandages on his hand, and in the next moment, the tightly wrapped bandages instantly burst open. Simultaneously, he began to stride toward the center of the square. The passing Navy soldiers parted ways as they witnessed Rosha's determined demeanor. And they had overheard the conversation between Sengoku and Rosha, their anticipation growing. Yet, they remained skeptical that a Rear Admiral could possibly defeat a seasoned Vice Admiral. With a smile, Rosha approached Fire Mountain, stating, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, Admiral Sengoku has informed me that I shall be your opponent. My potential promotion to Rear Admiral hinges entirely upon you. I aspire to become a slacker like Old Man Garp. Fire Mountain, initially brimming with determination, felt his lips twitch at Rosha's words, yet his gaze remained as gentle as ever. Come on, Rosha, though you gifted me this fruit, I won't hold back. This is also my responsibility to you. Seeing the situation, Rosha extended a hand. Bridge Bean Sack. Please give me a few minutes. Fire Mountain readily agreed. Sure. Rosha promptly sat down, closing his eyes as he entered the system space. System, lottery. Ding, the lottery wheel is at your service. In an instant, a colossal wheel appeared in Rosha's system space. He lifted his gaze, eyes widening in astonishment. Oh, the grand prize this time is, ding, would you like to deduct 500 million berries for the lottery? Yes, ding, 500 million berries have been deducted. The wheel is now spinning. As the system's voice faded, the previously motionless roulette wheel suddenly began to spin. the speed was so rapid that even Rosha struggled to keep up. After approximately a minute, a voice echoed in Rosha's mind once more, and 5 items appeared before him, one of which gleamed with a dazzling golden light, with his hands on his hips and his head tilted back. Rosha erupted into boisterous laughter, proclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Today, I shall surely become a lieutenant general. Not even an admiral can stop me. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the design blueprint for the Tangdao battleship. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 10 Xian beans. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a steel plate brick. The system kindly reminds you that the steel plate brick is essential for robbery and survival. You won't regret it, nor will you be deceived. Ding! Congratulations on earning 50,000 berries. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, Rosha's aura transformed, becoming distinctly formidable that a slight smile crept onto his lips. This time, the lottery had finally granted him the feeling of a true lucky individual. This sensation was utterly delightful, exhilarating. At that moment, outside, a group of sailors were abuzz with speculation about Rosha, particularly intrigued by the 2 fiery orbs emanating from him. Rosha slowly opened his eyes, feeling a newfound confidence of 50% in his ability to defeat Admiral Fireburn Mount. As he gazed at the Admiral, his eyes began to blaze with intensity. This was the key to transforming his future. Suddenly, Rosha felt a sharp sting in his palm. Looking down, he discovered that the burn from earlier was oozing drops of blood. With a smirk, Rosha flipped his hand, producing a Xian bean. He tilted his head back and swallowed it. And in the next moment, the bleeding wound began to heal gradually. From a distance, Marshal Sengoku's eyes widened in astonishment as he muttered, "This kid still has some left. Could it be that he possesses the formula? I must inquire after this battle." Not only Sengoku, but even Akainu, who had initially felt a twinge of guilt, lost any semblance of remorse upon witnessing Rosha's wound heal. At that moment, Akainu eagerly anticipated the clash between the two. Meanwhile, a sly grin spread across Rosha's face as he summoned his weapon, Tiger's Hunt, into his grasp. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Come forth, Admiral Fireburn Mountain. Today, I shall defeat you. You are the key to my promotion to Lieutenant General." Fireburn Mountain smiled gently, but did not draw his sword. Rosha narrowed his eyes, gradually noticing the intense heat radiating from Fireburn Mountain's body. The ground beneath them scorched black from the molten lava. The air was thick with wisps of white smoke. At this moment, under the commander's commands, the sailors began to retreat, granting the 2 adversaries ample space to unleash their abilities. Numerous commanders and sailors cast puzzled glances at Fireburn Mountain, bewildered by his capabilities that mirrored those of Admiral Akainu. Yet they refrained from asking questions. In the center of the plaza, Fireburn Mountain gazed in astonishment at the transformation of his own body. "Have I become lava? This is extraordinary." With one hand gripping his sword, Rosha seized the opportunity as Fireburn Mountain remained entranced by his own metamorphosis, devising a plan to ambush him. He turned to Marshal Sengoku. Flashing a mischievous grin, in the next second, a fierce slash imbued with the breath of the sun surged toward Fireburn Mountain. The blade's speed was so swift that Fireburn Mountain could not hope to block it. Thud! Crack! In an instant, the strike pierced through Fireburn Mountain's chest, cleaving him in 2. Rosha grinned widely. However, he did not let down his guard, instead treating the battle with even greater seriousness. Fireburn Mountain, bisected, stared wide-eyed in disbelief but quickly regained his composure. "I am in a duel with Rosha. I cannot afford to lose focus," he chastised himself, slapping his own head. In the next moment, his severed body reconnected seamlessly, restoring him to his former state. Fireburn Mountain's expression shifted from confusion to determination. Rosha maintained his playful smile, thinking to himself, "So, Admiral Fireburn Mountain has finally come to his senses? It seems my strike was quite effective." Fireburn Mountain remained silent, but the dark red lava in his hands began to bubble with agitation. Large droplets of magma splattering down. "Prepare to receive my attack," Fireburn Mountain commanded, transforming the lava in his hands into a barrage of molten balls that hurtled toward Rosha. The magma struck Rosha's body like a rain of fire. Yet it inflicted no harm. Upon contact with Rosha's icy form, the lava extinguished instantly. Rosha grimaced in disdain. What kind of technique is this? His eyes gradually turned icy as Tiger's Hunt sensed Rosha's intent. Transforming back into a bracelet, once freed from his grasp, Rosha's armament flowed around him. Enveloping him in a cloak of darkness that added an air of mystery to his strength, he clenched his fists, savoring the power coursing through him. Whoosh! Activating his spatial fruit, Rosha instantaneously appeared before Fireburn Mountain, accompanied by a forceful strike. What? Fireburn Mountain's pupils widened in shock. He could hardly fathom that Rosha had traversed such a distance in an instant. This was absurd. Before he could process it further, Rosha's fist collided violently with Fireburn Mountain's cheek, sending him hurtling backward into a nearby wall, a cloud of dust erupting around them. The sight left the sailors and commanders astonished, especially Sengoku and Garp, who were left speechless. When did this kid become so powerful? His armament is far beyond mere basics. Sengoku marveled. The three admirals and the other commanders nodded instinctively, recalling their own youth when they were no match for Rosha's current prowess. In contrast to the others' astonishment, Garp's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it were night, they would have shone like light bulbs. With those fists, I can certainly teach him my iron fist technique. Moreover, he would undoubtedly master my flowing rock smash. Garp's gaze was filled with admiration as he watched Rosha's earlier display of strength. Rosha glanced at Garp, who was brimming with enthusiasm, and retorted, "Old man, I'm not interested. Find someone else." His voice was not loud, but Garp heard him clearly. "What? You little brat. You must learn. It's been ages since I've taught anyone my flowing rock smash. You must learn," Garp insisted, rolling up his sleeves as he approached Rosha. Fortunately, Sengoku and Aokiji restrained him. Otherwise, Rosha might have found himself embedded in the wall. Crack, crash. The sound of shattering stone echoed as Rosha looked up to see a figure emerging from the wall. The lava cascading from them appeared ferocious, scorching the ground with each step. Rosha gulped, instinctively stepping back. Fireburn Mountain slowly approached Rosha, smiling warmly despite his battered state. "It seems I've grown old, having been reduced to this. Now, I shall unleash my full strength. Rosha, be cautious." With that, Fireburn Mountain's once gentle demeanor turned icy as soon as he spoke. Whoosh! Boom! Fireburn Mountain, who had been standing still, suddenly appeared before Rosha. His fist, enveloped in lava, crashed into Rosha's abdomen. Rosha, who had been grinning, quickly donned a mask of pain, his body curling up like a shrimp. Thud! Rosha spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Hwashishin slowly retracted his fist, yet his expression remained grave. Rosha bent over, activated his spatial fruit, retreating several meters away from Hwashishin. He wiped the corner of his mouth and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Hey, just expelled some stagnant blood. Quite refreshing." His gaze was fixed intently on Hwashishin. And this time, Rosha's demeanor was no longer frivolous. Instead, he wore a serious expression that he had initially underestimated the rear admiral's strength, but now he perceived that anyone capable of attaining such a rank was not to be trifled with. Rosha gradually raised his weapon, the Tiger Hunter, and activated the breath of the Sun Ha. He swung the Tiger Hunter lightly towards Hwashaoshan, in the blink of an eye. A fire dragon, spanning over 10 meters, erupted from the blade. Roar! The fire dragon let out a resounding roar, appearing almost lifelike to onlookers. The dragon's speed was astonishing, hurtling toward Hwashishin with ferocity, given their close proximity and the dragon's rapid pace. Hwashishin had no time to evade. With arms ablaze, magma erupted violently from Hwashishin, resembling two volcanoes erupting from a distance. He struck fiercely at the fire dragon. Boom! The fire dragon collided violently with the magma. However, Rosha had utilized the breath of the Sun. It would not be so easily dispelled. For a moment, Hwashishin found himself in a stalemate against Rosha's technique. After several tense seconds, Hwashishin swung upward with great force, instantly dispersing the fire dragon. The fire dragon disintegrated. Sparks flew toward the Navy personnel, a characteristic of Rosha's technique. The surrounding sailors, upon witnessing this, promptly fled to safety. Observing the chaos, Aokiji swiftly intervened, transforming ice into slender needles that shot toward the embers. At this moment, Rosha, fixated on the equally serious Hwashishin, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He noticed that Hwashishin had yet to draw the sword sheathed at his waist, which puzzled Rosha. Could it be that this old fellow's strongest swordsmanship is merely a ploy to toy with me? Rosha pondered. He contemplated the abilities at his disposal. Ice fruit powers, swordsmanship, the breath of the sun, spatial fruit, and conqueror's Haki. Yes, the the spatial fruit and conqueror's Haki. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Rosha, and a confident grin returned to his face. Gripping his blade tightly, he vanished from his position in the next instant. Countless afterimages swarmed around Hwashishin, moving with astonishing speed. Rosha intermittently struck at Hwashishin, each attack infused with an overwhelming aura, leaving him defenseless. Spatial slash, fire dragon slash, ice needles, iron fist. The rapid succession of Rosha's voice echoed within the swirling vortex, each utterance accompanied by a corresponding technique. Hwashishin found himself utterly overwhelmed, trapped in Rosha's whirlwind of high-speed movements, forced to endure each assault. To make matters worse, Rosha's iron-fisted strikes occasionally landed harshly against his kidneys. 10 minutes later, Hwashishin could be likened to a beggar. His once pristine navy uniform was now tattered and covered in gashes, presenting a most disheveled appearance. However, Rosha too was struggling to cope with the disorienting sensations of rapid movement. He halted abruptly, 10 meters away from Hwashishin, plunging the tiger hunter into the ground while gripping the hilt tightly. Rosha's head spun dizzily, and he felt an urge to vomit. Hwashishin, surveying the tatters of his clothing, glanced at the dazed Rosha and formulated a plan. Weakly, he limped toward Rosha, who remained oblivious that in the crowd. Jiyuan instinctively moved to rush toward Rosha, only to be restrained by Aokiji. "Admiral, Rosha is in danger." Aokiji shook his head, asserting, "This is merely a spar. There will be no issues. Besides, this lad is my subordinate. I won't allow him to come to harm." Akainu added sternly, "Indeed, Hwashishin knows his limits." Meanwhile, Hwashishin hobbled closer to Rosha, his arm enveloped in dark red magma. Finally, he reached a mere half-meter distance from Rosha and slowly raised his hand that he intended to knock Rosha unconscious, eager to conclude the spar before Rosha could recover and regain that feeling of being at his mercy. Just as Hwashishin's arm approached Rosha's neck, Rosha suddenly lifted his head, his eyes widening in realization. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Boom! One by one, the surrounding sailors collapsed, some even fainting on the spot. Rosha's gaze was cold and indifferent, while Hwashishin broke into a cold sweat, unsure where to direct his gaze. Rosha felt a surge of elation and promptly imbued his blade with spatial capabilities. Slash! In an instant, he cleaved Hwashishin in half at the waist. Rosha raised the tiger hunter high, his eyes icy as he enunciated, "Rear Admiral Hwashishin." The half-sliced Hwashishin, attempting to rise, found Rosha's weapon, enveloped in Haki, pressed against his throat, rendering him immobile. Hwashishin managed a wry smile. "I concede." With those words, the crowd gasped in astonishment, some Navy admirals questioning their own hearing as they instinctively cupped their ears to in the center of the square. Having received the desired answer, Rosha immediately collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his head spinning and fatigue overwhelming. Sengoku surveyed the crowd, finally uncertainly inquiring of those nearby, "Was that just now?" "Conqueror's Haki." "Indeed," the three admirals nodded, their expressions complex. Without a doubt, Sengoku exhaled deeply, then stepped forward, leading the way to Rosha and Hwashishin. Upon approaching, Jiyuan immediately knelt beside Rosha to assess his injuries. Once assured that he was unharmed, a smile finally graced her face. 10 minutes later, Hwashishin was whisked away by Kizaru, transformed into a flash of light, racing toward the infirmary. At this moment, all sailors, including those who had fainted, were escorted back to their quarters, while others returned to the training grounds to continue their exercises. Now, only the exhausted Rosha remained in the square, alongside Sengoku, Garp, and the two admirals. Their gazes were intense, fixated on Rosha, as if they sought to penetrate his very being. Rosha swallowed hard, feeling the weight of their stares. A flash of light appeared in his hand as a senzu bean manifested. Jiyuan, quick as lightning, snatched it and promptly placed it in Rosha's mouth. The senzu bean entered his system. Rosha felt a gentle wave of energy coursing through him, revitalizing his weary body. He flexed his limbs, producing a series of satisfying cracks. That moment, he met the eyes of Sengoku and the others, earnestly asking, "Admiral Sengoku, what is it that you find so intriguing?" "Is there something on my face?" Sengoku shook his head, his expression peculiar as he queried, "How did you achieve that last strike? Or was it a skill you possessed all along?" Rosha scratched his head and replied, "Are you referring to that overwhelming aura?" "It's merely an aura, isn't it? Why the fuss over it?" His voice trailed off weakly. Sengoku's expression grew even more peculiar as he stated, "It may differ from your understanding, but that aura you spoke of is indeed Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki appears in 1 out of a million. It is nearly non-existent along the Grand Line, so when I witnessed you wielding it, I was quite taken aback." Although the enigmatic words of Sengoku seem to suggest that the Conqueror's Haki is exceedingly rare, Rosha holds a different opinion, with a slight curl of his lips. He retorts, "Did you just say that the Grand Line doesn't even exist?" Sengoku nods, affirming, "Indeed. Is there a problem with that?" Rosha responds, "Not at all. But if the Grand Line is non-existent, then it must all be in the New World. Right? There should be plenty there." Sengoku's lips twitch. He is taken aback by Rosha's quick wit. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Rosha tentatively inquires, "Marshal, does the matter of my promotion to Rear Admiral still hold?" He continues with a hint of sarcasm, "If you go back on your word, what can I do? After all, you are the Marshal. You have the highest authority in the Navy." His playful tone causes Sengoku to flush slightly. Sengoku interjects, "Nonsense. A word once spoken by me is as irrevocable as water spilled from a vessel. You may inquire around. I have yet to fail to deliver on my promises." Observing Sengoku's serious demeanor, Rosha turns to pat Garp's shoulder, asking, "Old man, is what the Marshal says true?" Garp, picking his nose, disdainfully replies, "Humph, don't believe him. That rascal's promises might take months or even years to materialize." Thus, the two openly discuss Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku glares at Garp, scolding, "Damn Garp, if you keep spouting nonsense, I shall dock your entire salary." Garp chuckles sheepishly, having already conveyed everything he wished to say to Rosha. Sengoku waves his hand. "Well then, the matter of Rosha's promotion to Rear Admiral will require a few days of deliberation among the higher-ups of the Navy. Once we reach a consensus, we shall promptly elevate Rosha to the rank of Rear Admiral." Rosha purses his lips, feeling a genuine concern for this promotion. If only he could slack off like Rear Admiral Garp with complete legitimacy. 5 minutes later, the square has emptied, leaving only Rosha and Jiyuan. Before Rosha can react, a slender arm wraps around his neck. A gentle, triumphant laughter emanates from beside him. "Well done, little brother Rosha. Your strength has indeed surged remarkably. To think you could even defeat Rear Admiral Hiwashishin. I must admit I underestimated you." Jiyuan's delight is palpable, her embrace tightening. They maintain this posture as they stroll toward the villa. Midway, Rosha suddenly feels Jiyuan's hand loosen from his shoulder. With a gleam of pride in his eyes, Rosha declares, "Defeating Rear Admiral Hiwashishin is merely the beginning. If not for my current lack of stamina, I would gladly take on you, Jiyuan, the esteemed candidate for Admiral." "Oh." Jiyuan raises an eyebrow, smiling as she rolls up her sleeves in a manner suggestive of eagerness. "Then, little brother Rosha, shall we have a go? I assure you, I'll leave you searching for your teeth." Rosha meets her gaze, a shiver running down his spine. He feigns composure, waving his hand. "Wait until I train a bit more. I shall certainly send you flying." "Very well, I shall await that day." She has watched Rosha evolve from a helpless youth to a formidable adversary capable of defeating Rear Admiral Hiwashishin in a mere year. Reflecting on the past and comparing it to the present, Jiyuan wonders if Rosha is even human anymore. His growth so astonishingly rapid. Could he be on par with the likes of the 4 emperors, such as Kaido? Were it not for Rosha's enlistment in the Navy, she shudders to think how chaotic the seas would be. The thought is nothing short of incredible. They soon return to the villa, and as Rosha collapses onto his bed, he falls asleep within a heartbeat. The next morning, at the Navy's Grand Conference Room, numerous high-ranking officers have gathered, including the 3 admirals, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru. Sengoku, seated at the head of the table, raps it lightly and clears his throat. "All right, since everyone is present, we shall commence today's meeting. The primary agenda is Rosha's promotion to Rear Admiral. Feel free to voice your opinions." No sooner has Sengoku finished speaking than the previously hushed room erupts into a cacophony of discussion among the dozens of officers. Garp, sitting beside Sengoku, glances at him and exclaims, "Sengoku, you promised that kid Rosha yesterday, yet today you're calling for a meeting to discuss it. Damn Garp, do you not understand our Navy's promotion criteria? Achievements and strength are both indispensable. However, I must honor my word from yesterday, so we shall do our utmost." Sengoku sighs, astonished that his offhand remark has turned into a reality for that pesky brat Rosha. Not only has he defeated Hiwashishin, But Sengoku is also taken aback that Rosha has awakened the Conqueror's Haki, a rare ability usually found in the strongest. Stroking his goatee, Sengoku muses, "How peculiar. Why had I never noticed this child's potential before?" As time passes, the once lively discussion among the officers gradually quiets. This moment, a mole in a purple striped suit stands up, addressing Sengoku with seriousness. "Report, Marshal Sengoku. Given that Rear Admiral Rosha possesses the strength to defeat Rear Admiral Huashishin, he undoubtedly meets the requirements for a Rear Admiral's rank. Our Navy currently lacks high-tier combatants, and Rosha's prowess has been witnessed by many. Thus I propose we promote him. After all, achievements can be earned later." After this grave assertion, the mole takes his seat. Sengoku nods, about to respond, when he is interrupted by a burly Rear Admiral whose face is partially obscured by a mask. This is Rear Admiral Bastille. "Report, Marshal Sengoku. I believe Rear Admiral Rosha's accomplishments are still insufficient for promotion. Though his strength is evident, the Navy's promotion system cannot be modified for one individual before Bastille can settle back down." Jiyuan rises with determination, asserting, "Our Navy relies on strength. By your logic, if a person with admiral-level power were to join our ranks, should they not start as a recruit? I refuse to engage with you." Jiyuan is adamant that no one should obstruct Rosha's promotion or undermine his efforts. Thus, with Bastille's dissent, Jiyuan doesn't hold back, confronting him head-on. It is often said that men cannot win arguments against women. Should Rosha witness this exchange, he would surely give Jiyuan a resounding thumbs up. Following Jiyuan's remarks, many officers who had intended to speak fell silent, and the conference room fell into an unusual stillness. A rarity in all their meetings thus far. Sengoku clears his throat and turns his gaze toward Aokiji, asking, "Aokiji, Rosha is under your command. What is your opinion?" Aokiji ponders for a moment before calmly stating, "I believe he should be promoted to Rear Admiral. However, we are currently discussing his lack of achievements, which is easily resolvable." Sengoku, puzzled, asks, "Do you intend to send him across the seas to capture pirates?" "The Grand Line has insufficient pirates for him to earn the necessary merits." Aokiji chuckles and shakes his head. Meanwhile, all the naval officers fix their eyes on Aokiji, eagerly anticipating what he will say next. "It's simple. Just send him to the New World. The New World is a rigorous training ground and will significantly expedite his growth and enhance his strength." Aokiji's proposal leaves nearly all the naval officers in stunned silence, their expressions turning peculiar. What kind of place is the New World? It is the domain of the Four Emperors. This cold individual dares to suggest sending such a promising subordinate into the New World to hunt pirates. He must be courting disaster. Aokiji was acutely aware of the thoughts of those around him. He continued, "In truth, had it not been for the incident at Burnt Mountain, I would have likely considered sending him to the New World in due course. This is also one of the aspects of my training for him." Sengoku remained silent for a considerable time before he slowly spoke up. "What do you think, Kizaru, Akainu?" In terms of strength, Rosha is undoubtedly qualified for promotion to Rear Admiral. I believe he should be elevated, and this is something you have acknowledged yourself." Indeed, Sengoku-san, Rosha is quite the anomaly, with an array of abilities emerging one after another. I concur." With this, the room fell into a deeper silence. Now that the three admirals were in agreement, what grounds could the lesser Rear Admirals possibly have for dissent? Even if they did, such objections could hardly be voiced, especially given the evident stance of the three admirals towards Rosha. Sengoku tapped the table, inhaled deeply, and spoke with measured deliberation. The minority yields to the majority. With the overwhelming support of those present, Rosha shall officially be promoted to Rear Admiral starting today. He shall be the youngest Rear Admiral in the history of our Navy, an 18-year-old Rear Admiral. The future is promising, Sengoku chuckled. However, Aokiji's proposal requires careful consideration. Rosha is not merely our Rear Admiral. His value far exceeds that of a Marine Admiral. We must also respect Rosha's own wishes. Upon concluding, Sengoku rose, rapped the table, and declared, "Thus, this meeting is adjourned." As the meeting concluded, the naval officers dispersed slowly towards the exit. Uncertain how much time had passed, only Aokiji, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru remained in the meeting room. Sengoku, with a jovial demeanor, inquired, "So, what are your thoughts?" "Nothing much, just that the G5 branch in the New World is in need of a base commander. And I want Rosha to take charge. Moreover, Rosha is the least marine-like marine, second only to Smoker. However, Smoker's current strength is not yet sufficient for an assignment in the new world. He needs more time. Fortunately, Rosha is now ready in terms of both strength and rank, and his temperament is suitable for commanding the Marines. He would be an excellent fit. Sengoku nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. But Rosha has another identity to consider. He is our synthesizer. The world government frequently seeks to procure his creations. At that moment, Jiyuan transformed into a beam of light, accurately landing at the entrance of her villa. She pushed open the door, her destination clear, Rosha's room. Knock, 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 coming, but don't come in. Rosha's impatient voice came from within. After about 5 minutes, he opened the door to find Jiyuan impeccably dressed. Hey, is there something you need? Jiyuan frowned. What a silly question. Of course, I have matters to discuss. Otherwise, why would I be here? With a sigh, Rosha stepped aside, as he had originally planned to study the rewards he received yesterday. But those plans were now dashed. He plopped onto the sofa, a contented expression on his face as he looked at Jiyuan and asked, "Did you not say you had something to discuss? Speak. I have other matters to attend to soon. Stop wasting time. I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this so you comprehend." Rosha chuckled softly, but chose to remain silent, watching her ponder. After a while, approximately 5 minutes later, Jiyuan finally spoke. "I have good news and bad news from the meeting. Which would you like to hear first?" Rosha raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jiyuan's expression. He feigned indifference. "Whichever, it matters not." Jiyuan clenched her fists, her gaze fixed intently on Rosha. However, he remained oblivious to her actions. "Well then, let's start with the good news. Following the meeting's decision, your promotion to Rear Admiral is practically assured. You will undoubtedly be the youngest Rear Admiral. In all my time since the Navy's inception, I have never seen an 18-year-old Rear Admiral." Rosha's expression remained neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow, as he blandly inquired, "And the bad news?" "Oh, the bad news? The bad news is that Admiral Aokiji has proposed that you take up a position in the New World for a 2-year term. His proposal has garnered the support of the majority of the Navy." Jiyuan's voice was deep and serious. "You may truly have to serve in the New World this time." Rosha straightened in his seat, murmuring, "The New World?" It was neither entirely good nor entirely bad. A mischievous thought crossed Rosha's mind. If he were indeed sent to the New World, he could create a barrier that would prevent Sengoku, that old monk, from entering through any means. That would afford him a greater degree of freedom. After all, he was tired of the old monk constantly bothering him. "Can you really create something like that?" Jiyuan asked curiously. Rosha shook his head. "Not yet, but perhaps in the future. Besides, sending a Rear Admiral to the New World likely indicates that it isn't particularly important. Most importantly, I will be the highest commander there. I can spend my days plundering pirates, making them aware of the name Rosha." Rosha began to fantasize about the future scene, envisioning a throng of Marines bowing before him. In light of this, it seems this situation could indeed turn out to be a fortuitous opportunity. Jiyuan scrutinized Rosha, observing the pirate-like aura about him, and she could hardly dismiss the possibility of such antics. Just the thought of Rosha behaving as he described caused her to scowl. "You little brat, put your feet down from the table. With that expression, I'm beginning to worry about you going to the New World. I fear you might be beaten to a pulp on your very first day." At this, Jiyuan abruptly stood, exclaiming, "No, I can't allow you to venture to the New World. I must speak with Admiral Sengoku." Without waiting for Rosha's response, she transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the room. Rosha grimaced. He couldn't allow Jiyuan to relay what he had just said to Sengoku, activating the power of his space fruit. He appeared several dozen meters away in an instant. A minute later, Rosha caught up to Jiyuan, yet she remained stationary. "Hey, Jiyuan, what are you looking at?" Following her gaze, Rosha peered into the distance. There, he saw Sengoku, Garp, the 3 admirals, and Zoro, all making their way towards the Marine headquarters port. Each of their expressions was grave, as though something significant had transpired. Rosha gulped nervously and asked in a hoarse voice, "What are they up to?" Hearing Rosha's voice, Jiyuan snapped back to reality. "Let's follow them and see what has happened." The two moved swiftly, Jiyuan utilizing her light fruit abilities, while Rosha employed his space powers, matching her pace. They quickly caught up to the group. As they entered the throng, Rosha leaned closer to Garp and inquired, "Old man, I've never seen you look so serious. What is going on?" However, Garp remained silent for an extended period, prompting Rosha to fall quiet as well, trailing behind him in silence. Soon, the group arrived at the port. Upon reaching the area, Rosha spotted several individuals clad in white uniforms from the world government. At that moment, two of them were escorting a bare-chested man off the ship. Rosha's pupils dilated as he recognized the man instantly. He blurted out, "Fire Fist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division?" At that moment, the three white-clad CP members approached the group. Sengoku. Hearing his name called, Sengoku instinctively stepped forward. The transport of the prisoner has been completed. This individual was captured by the pirate Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Our world government has agreed to grant Blackbeard the title of Warlord of the Sea. The prisoner was subsequently handed over to the Navy for transport to the underwater prison, as the stern CP in white attire declared. At this moment, Fire Fist Ace gazed at Garp with wide eyes. His expression one of disbelief. He had imagined encountering his father, but he never anticipated it would happen so soon. Upon realizing the situation, he instantly lowered his head, his gaze dimming. Garp, in turn, was taken aback. He had never expected that Ace would truly be captured. He had maintained a serious expression throughout their journey, yet the reality proved to be undeniable. Instinctively, Garp clenched his fists, his aura steadily intensifying. Rosha, standing nearby, could keenly sense this shift in energy, unsure if it was due to his observation skills or something else. In an instant, Rosha seized Garp's shoulder, manifesting his spatial powers. The two of them appeared 30 meters away from Ace in a flash. Garp's reddened eyes were fixed intently on Rosha, as though he wished to devour him whole. Rosha swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. "Ahem, old man. What were you intending when you clenched your fists just now? I have a feeling that had I not taken you away, you might have already knocked those CP agents flat." Rosha spoke in a lowered voice, wary of the CP agents in the distance overhearing. Garp let out a deep sigh before plopping down onto the ground. Rosha followed suit, flipping his hands to reveal a bottle of Moutai liquor that materialized in his grasp. He tossed it directly to Garp, who wasted no time in uncapping it and drinking heartily. Rosha was in no hurry, waiting for Garp to finish the bottle before he spoke again. "That Ace is my grandson." I am aware." Garp was taken aback but did not press further. This was something easily discovered with a bit of inquiry. With a calm demeanor, Rosha's next words were nothing short of shocking. "Your grandson, right? Indeed. That brat has been captured. It can be resolved quite easily. You need not lift a finger," Rosha said with a grin. "How about I take action? I can swiftly eliminate those CP agents, and then I will escape with your grandson. What do you think? I can assure you that the Navy present here will not be able to apprehend me, though it isn't guaranteed." Garp's throat felt dry as he swallowed hard, and in the next moment, he stood up, his expression serious. "No, that brat must endure his fate among the Navy. I will not agree to that." Garp's gaze softened as he looked at Ace, and Rosha even caught sight of the tears at the corners of Garp's eyes. If that kid truly lacked the strength to avoid capture, then it was his own fault, and he should not drag you into this. As Rosha and Garp continued their conversation, the distant Sengoku finally shouted, "Garp, what are you two discussing?" Rosha flashed a toothy grin, saying nothing, yet his arm was draped over Garp's shoulder. In the next instant, Rosha and Garp appeared beside Sengoku. At that moment, the ship designated by the CP organization to escort Ace had begun to set sail. Meanwhile, Ace was being held by two Navy soldiers, standing off to the side. The moment Garp's gaze met Ace's, Ace immediately looked down, seemingly reluctant for Garp to see him in such a state. Rosha glanced between Ace and Garp, his eyes darting as if contemplating something, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. The words he had exchanged with Garp earlier suggested he was poised to rescue Ace at any moment. Noticing Rosha's expressive demeanor, Garp's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly grasped Rosha's arm with a grip like a vice. As Rosha pondered, he was suddenly seized by the large hand, causing him to yelp in pain. "Ouch! Old man, that hurts. Endure it. You little brat. If you dare to cry out again, I shall deliver a loving iron fist." Rosha promptly fell silent, casting a regretful glance at AC. And at that moment, Sengoku spoke up. "Those fellows from the world government mentioned they would soon receive a call from Blackbeard, looking to discuss something with me." "Humph, just a pirate. What could be of any significance?" Sengoku scoffed, disdainful of Blackbeard. A pirate, even the iron-willed Akainu found contemptible. However, capturing pirates was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. As for the escort of Fire Fist Ace, let it be entrusted to Vice Admiral Mole. along with several other vice admirals. I will ensure the mission is completed, Mole asserted solemnly. Rosha glanced at Ace, then at Sengoku, and cheerfully remarked, Marshal, I would like to join as well. If possible. No. Ace's situation is unique to As the youngest vice admiral in our navy. You must not encounter any mishaps. It would be best for seasoned vice admirals to handle the escort. Rosha's smile faltered at this, realizing he might not get close to Ace after all. Very well, I had intended to delve into some research anyway. Rosha tugged at his arm, and this time Garp loosened his grip, several tens of minutes later. Rosha accompanied Sengoku and the others to Sengoku's office. Upon entering, Sengoku turned and spoke with gravity. Vice Admiral Rosha, stand by for orders. Yes. Due to your impressive display of strength in the competition against Vice Admiral Akainu, where you defeated a Navy Rear Admiral, I hereby promote you to Vice Admiral of the Navy. Rosha scratched his head, grinning broadly. Thank you, Marshal. So you weren't deceiving me. Sengoku's expression stiffened momentarily before signaling to the attendant beside him. The attendant smiled slightly, her hand shimmering with light as the cloak that had been hanging behind Rosha fell away. She then handed him a neatly folded cloak. Rosha took it and opened it, glancing around to find it was not much different from his previous one. Nonetheless, since it was a gift from Sengoku, he accepted it graciously. With a firm grip, he draped the cloak over his shoulders. Sengoku surveyed Rosha with satisfaction, remarking, Not bad, not bad. You look quite dashing. Well, you're just a tad more handsome than you. Rosha retorted cheekily. Enough of your banter. Now, let us announce the most significant matter regarding this incident. Sengoku cleared his throat before declaring, Vice Admiral Rosha, due to your limited experience, you are hereby appointed to oversee the New World G5 for 2 years. You are now the highest authority of G5. And this order is officially proclaimed. Rosha's eyes widened in surprise. Where is the G5 branch located? The G5 branch is situated near Fishman Island. You will discover the specific island upon your arrival. Of course, you may choose your own timing. Rosha nodded, then added, May I make a request? Sengoku raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What request do you have? Rosha pondered for a moment before replying. Not long ago, I designed a ship. I wonder if the Navy could assist me in constructing it. As soon as Rosha's words left his mouth, the office fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, Sengoku's cough broke the stillness. Very well, as long as you pay for it. If you wish to sail it yourself, you only need to cover the material costs. However, if you desire to hire some assistance, there are plenty in the Navy. Rosha nodded, then continued, When I head to the New World, could you assign me a cook? Sengoku's expression darkened, and he snatched a pen from the desk and hurled it toward Rosha. Rosha tilted his head and narrowly dodged it. Just as Sengoku was about to retaliate, a phone call rang out. Buru buru. Sengoku frowned as he picked up the phone. Before he could speak, an ominous laughter echoed from the other end. He. The shrill sound grated on the nerves of all the Navy personnel present. Sengoku spoke in a low voice. Blackbeard, speak your mind. If you have nothing of substance to say, then spit it out. If you pollute our ears with that wretched laughter again, I shall dispatch an admiral to imprison you in the underwater prison. As soon as the words left his lips, Blackbeard's laughter was abruptly silenced at that very moment. On a distant island, Blackbeard wiped away non-existent cold sweat, chuckling awkwardly as he proclaimed, Sengoku, I bring good news for you today. Moreover, I am now one of the 7 warlords, a title bestowed upon me by your world government. Perhaps wishing to avoid hearing Blackbeard's voice any longer, Sengoku hastily interjected, Enough with the nonsense. Ha ha ha. In that case, allow me to divulge my greatest secret. The gathered Navy personnel, though perplexed, remained silent, eagerly awaiting Blackbeard's revelation. Ha ha ha. The bloodline of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger, still exists in the world. What do you think? Is this news not shocking enough? Yet, in that moment, the office fell into an eerie silence, and the usually reticent Vice Admiral Tsuru finally spoke up to refute. Impossible. At that time, our Navy scoured Roger's homeland, leaving no stone unturned. Blackbeard, you scoundrel, do you dare deceive the Navy? The threat in Tsuru's words elicited a derisive laugh from Blackbeard, who knew she was not entirely wrong. In truth, the bloodline of that Pirate King indeed persisted. And I was equally astonished when I first learned of it. Furthermore, that bloodline has officially been delivered to the world government today. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Sengoku's expression remained unchanged. Instead, He inquired, "Are you saying that Port Gasti Ace is the son of Gold. Roger?" "Ha ha ha. Precisely. This time, I won't charge you a fee. The world government has already compensated me. I eagerly anticipate the events to unfold. Until next time. Kacha." As soon as Blackbeard finished speaking, the signal from the transponder snail was abruptly cut off. That moment, Rosha surveyed the room, noting that every face bore a grim countenance. The atmosphere was unsettlingly quiet, akin to the calm before a storm. Activating his powers, Rosha conjured 2 chairs, one for Tsuru and the other for himself. They had been silent for so long without a hint of discomfort. Time passed, and Sengoku turned to Garp, softly asking, "Did you know?" Garp's face momentarily displayed surprise before he nodded. That simple gesture seemed to drain Garp of all his energy, rendering him utterly deflated. BRRR, BRRR. Suddenly, the transponder snail on the table rang out, prompting Sengoku to answer. A commanding voice emerged from the receiver. "Sengoku, you have received news from Blackbeard, correct?" "Yes, I am fully aware." "And what is the accuracy of that news?" "Fundamentally accurate. We can confirm that Port Gasti Ace is indeed the bloodline of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger." The voice on the other end fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Moments later, it resumed, "Since he is of Roger's bloodline, the world government cannot allow him to exist in this world. We do not wish to see another pirate king like Gold. Roger arise. Notify the necessary parties. A public execution will be conducted in 1 month." Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, but he nodded. "Understood. Kacha." Thanks to the transponder snail's excellent amplification, nearly everyone in the office heard the exchange. Rosha's eyes widened slightly. Did he just hear that they planned to publicly execute Port Gasti Ace? Though he had already been aware. Hearing it confirmed was an entirely different experience. Approximately an hour later, in the Navy's Grand Conference Room, numerous high-ranking officers and commanders were seated. Rosha joined Tsuru at her side, surveying the room. He stifled a yawn out of boredom. Sengoku, seated at the head of the table, spoke gravely. "Today, the Navy has received shocking news. The bloodline of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger, still exists." Instantly, the previously quiet room erupted into a cacophony. Rosha glanced around, noting the faces, some plain, others fierce, animatedly discussing amidst the uproar. He couldn't help but think, surely these Navy personnel are not the old monks hired atmosphere team. How could one attend a meeting without earning at least 10,000 berries? Knock, knock, knock. Sengoku rapped his knuckles on the table. "Silence. We have learned the specifics. The Navy had meticulously searched for this child, but uncovered nothing. The reason is simple. Port Gasti Rouge carried Ace for 20 months, concealing him for a year and 3 months to evade our search. Ultimately, Ace was born, but she perished from exhaustion." As Sengoku finished, the Navy present erupted in shock. While Sengoku spoke passionately, Rosha was disinterested. Instead, he began to contemplate his own spatial abilities. A gleam of light flickered in his hand, and a piece of sunbae materialized. With a fingertip imbued with spatial power, he traced a square in the air. To his astonishment, a small door opened within that square. Rosha's eyes lit up as he placed the newly formed sunbae inside. Observing intently, he was taken aback when the sunbae suddenly reappeared above Sengoku's head, landing squarely on the table before him. Rosha swallowed hard and quickly lowered his head, feigning busyness, though his heart raced with anxiety. The sudden appearance of the sunbae halted Sengoku's fervent speech, his gaze fixated on the treat. Furrowing his brow, Sengoku admonished, "Rosha, I'm speaking. Do not disrupt." Rosha swallowed again, preferring not to raise his head for all to see, keeping his gaze lowered. Internally, he cursed Sengoku, thinking, "You scoundrel, I don't want to share with you. I intended to give it to the old man. How dare you eat it? And you still have the audacity to scold me. You are truly something." Of course, Rosha never dared to voice these thoughts aloud. Ahem. Now let us discuss preparations for the upcoming month. First, we must summon all the 7 warlords. Next, if Whitebeard learns of Port Gasti Ace's capture, he will undoubtedly come to his rescue. Even if we announce the public execution of Ace, that old coot would dare to challenge us directly. Therefore, we must be ready to face the Whitebeard pirates, and we should even prepare to permanently deal with this man, hailed as the strongest on the seas. Sengoku's voice was grave. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon a week had passed. This morning, A man clad in a purple striped shirt arrived at Tsuru's training ground at that moment. Rosha reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, a sunshade propped beside him. Appearing utterly relaxed, Rosha's ears perked up as he sensed someone approaching. Sitting up, he addressed the advancing figure. Vice Admiral Moles, what brings you here? Oh, it's this. Admiral Sengoku requests that you accompany me to Sabaody Archipelago to invite the Pirate Empress to the public execution in a month. Rosha nodded and inquired, when do we depart? Surely not right now. Moles shook his head. No, we depart in about 5 days. Rosha nodded, calculating that the timing aligned well. By the way, Vice Admiral Moles, Admiral Sengoku wants to see you in his office. Rosha nodded, rising to his feet, and, in an instant, appeared 100 steps away. Within mere moments, he vanished before Mole's eyes. Moles gulped involuntarily, astonished to see such a look of surprise on his usually serious face. He muttered, such speed cannot possibly be the result of the shave technique. This is utterly absurd. 5 minutes later, in Sengoku's office, Rosha surveyed the room before finally directing his gaze at Sengoku, asking, Admiral, do you need something? I am quite busy over there. As Sengoku's expression darkened, he hurriedly inquired, what are you so busy with? Slacking off, are we? You truly have grasped the essence of idleness from Garp. Seeing that Luo Xia was about to offer a retort, Sengoku swiftly interjected, enough? The reason I summoned you today is for a specific matter. What matter? Your code name. Luo Xia, perplexed, asked, are you referring to the type of code name that admirals have? Sengoku nodded affirmatively, explaining that every Navy officer who reaches the rank of commander is entitled to choose a personal code name. Comprising a color and an animal, we have selected 3 options for you. Feel free to choose. With a flourish of his hand, Luo Xia conjured a chair beneath him. The first, pink pig. The second, purple mouse. The third, gray. Upon hearing these suggestions, a look of utter disdain washed over Luo Xia's face. Reminiscent of a tarnished pot, he nearly erupted in expletives. Which simple-minded brute came up with these? Why not use them themselves? In protest, he kicked the chair behind him, clearly indignant. Meanwhile, Kizaru observed Sengoku with keen interest, seemingly eager for his reaction. Humph, so, what code name do you wish to adopt? Let me tell you, these 3 were not easy to curate. If you desire something else, you'll have to come up with it yourself. Luo Xia scoffed. Even if I can't think of one, I refuse to adopt any of those. He then glanced at the vividly depicted azure dragon on his black shirt. I'll take azure dragon. That suits me perfectly. Azure is my color, and azure dragon is just right. Sengoku contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Very well. From now on, your code name shall be Azure Dragon. Luo Xia affirmed with a simple knock, knock, knock. Come in. As the door swung open, a visibly perspiring mole entered, clearly having rushed. Luo Xia cast a glance at Mole, while Xuanji clasped his fists in respect towards Sengoku, saying, I shall take my leave now. As Luo Xia turned to exit, a flash of yellow intercepted him. He fixed his gaze on Kizaru, questioning, is there something you need? Kizaru shrugged, gesturing towards Sengoku behind Luo Xia. Turning around, Luo Xia noticed Sengoku beaming as he held a golden card. Ah, Luo Xia, this card contains 800 million berries. Since Kizaru is here as well, why not combine it into one? Witnessing Sengoku's shameless demeanor made Luo Xia almost reluctant to mention a price increase. With a suppressed chuckle, he raised 2 fingers, declaring, price increase, 200 million. What? You've raised the price, Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Luo Xia, with an air of resignation, replied, indeed. Ever since I was burned by Admiral Akainu, I resolved to raise my prices. This 200 million is merely in advance for my medical expenses. With a sly merchant's grin, he rubbed his hands together, stating, a total of 1 billion berries. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku's smile began to falter. Though he held the title of Admiral, military funds are not simply at one's disposal. The 800 million had been painstakingly accrued by him. Sighing in resignation, Sengoku asked, can we perhaps arrange for credit? His face flushed, as if uttering those words had drained him of all his strength. Luo Xia's lips curled into a mischievous smile before he quickly retracted it. No money, huh? Then you'll have to save up before returning to me. I only operate when the funds are sufficient. Having said that, Luo Xia turned to leave without a second thought, only to be halted by a suddenly amplified voice. Wait! Luo Xia turned to find Mole, still sweating profusely. Yes? Mole, do you need something? Without a word, Mole retrieved a golden card from his pocket. Here are 200 million berries. Combined with Admiral Sengoku's, it should suffice. Mole managed a strained smile. Luo Xia glanced between Sengoku and Mole, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Oh, I see. Once more donning his trademark merchant's grin, Luo Xia activated his powers, swiftly absorbing the 2 golden cards into his system space. Having secured the funds, Luo Xia felt no obligation to linger. He turned to Kizaru, his gaze conveying unspoken intent. Kizaru, with a face full of despair, plopped down onto the floor, facing Luo X. Is it the same size as last time? As long as it isn't too large, should I sustain injuries, I'll just add another 200 million next time. Luo Xia's words left Sengoku visibly shaken. Sengoku hastily approached Luo Xia and Kizaru, asserting, Kizaru, you must ensure the safety of Azure Dragon. Luo Xia interjected, strangely enough, I must admit, that code name does sound rather appealing. 3 days later, at the training grounds of the Garden Villa, Luo Xia leisurely sipped on a beverage when a streak of purple light sliced through the sky. Descending rapidly before him, Luo Xia blinked at Mole. Mole? Do you need something? Yes, Luo Xia. We are preparing to set sail for Amazon Lily. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Xia nodded that it had indeed been several days. And the time had come. Rising, he stretched his limbs, producing a series of satisfying cracks. Do you want me to accompany you? Luo Xia shook his head lightly, simply stating, let us go. We will rendezvous at the port. Not bothering to wait for Mole, he activated his spatial powers, instantly appearing several hundred meters away. Mole could only watch in astonishment. About a minute later, Luo Xia arrived at the port, yawning in boredom as he scanned the area. Noting the plethora of military ships, which one should he board? Just then, Mole's voice reached him from behind. Azure Dragon. This is our vessel. Luo Xia turned to see Mole waiting before a particular ship. Understanding, he promptly made his way toward it. Upon boarding, he was greeted by dozens of sailors, lined up in neat rows of 3-dot greetings. Azure Dragon. They chorused in unison, their voices startling Luo Xia. Hello, everyone. Luo Xia had never encountered such a scene before, where so many sailors greeted him simultaneously, leaving him somewhat nervous. All right, return to your posts. Prepare to set sail. Destination, Amazon Lily. The sailor at the helm nodded earnestly. Understood, Admiral Mole. Preparing to set sail. Destination, Amazon Lily. As the ship glided slowly across the ocean, a soldier in a navy uniform approached Luo Xia, holding a wooden deck chair. Azure Dragon, knowing your fondness for lounging, we prepared this chair for you. Luo Xia was momentarily taken aback as he accepted it. Impressed by the sailor's thoughtfulness, he had intended to create one using his powers, but was pleasantly surprised by their gesture, with a friendly smile. He found a corner and reclined in the chair. However, it wasn't long before Mole appeared beside him, chair in hand. Luo Xia glanced at Mole and casually inquired, Mole, how has your experience with the fruit been these past 2 days? If you find it difficult to adapt, I can assist you in extracting your abilities. The mole widened its eyes and swallowed hard, as I incredulously asked, is it really possible to extract such abilities? No. I was just saying that casually, don't take it to heart. Though Rosha said so, how could the meticulous Mole not ponder over it? Yet, that was something Rosha could not comprehend. General Mole, why do the soldiers on your ship refer to me as the Azure Dragon General? The mole tapped its forehead and replied, ever since you established your codename, the warlord Sengoku has informed the naval leaders, who then relayed it to their subordinates. I see. That's quite impressive. By the way, we are heading to Amazon Lily, right? That's the territory of the pirate empress. Isn't it? The mole nodded. Indeed, but the Empress Boa Hancock may not consent to this summons. If she refuses, can we resort to force? I expressed my eagerness to test my current strength. Rosha spoke boldly. Regardless of whether he could defeat the Empress, her petrification ability posed a significant threat. The mole pondered for a long moment before shaking its head with a wry smile. I truly don't know if we can engage in combat. Perhaps you could ask Warlord Sengoku. That's true. If a confrontation occurs without informing that old coot, I would certainly return to a scolding. Rosha retrieved a den mushi, a gift from the esteemed garden. Meanwhile, in Sengoku's office, the den mushi in Sengoku's arm suddenly rang that he pulled it out directly. Is this Rosha? Indeed, it is I. Warlord Sengoku, What are you up to now? Ahem. We are currently on our way to Amazon Lily with General Mole that I wanted to inquire. Before Rosha could finish, Sengoku's temper flared up. What mischief are you planning again? Old Warlord Sengoku, I would like to ask, if the Pirate Empress refuses to cooperate and attacks us, may I retaliate? Sengoku was taken aback, not expecting Rosha to pose such a question. However, upon reflection, it made sense. As they were heading to the territory of the Pirate Empress, after a moment of contemplation, Sengoku slowly replied, yes, as long as she strikes first, you are permitted to defend yourself. However, if you choose to act alone. Remember one thing. Rosha furrowed his brow in confusion. What is it? Make sure to retreat if you cannot win. Do not get petrified. Otherwise, we, the Navy, would be in a precarious position. Furthermore, you are our hope. Your synthesis ability is vital. So do not overestimate yourself. Sengoku rambled on, while Rosha, lounging in a deck chair aboard the warship, suddenly sat up, his expression darkening at Sengoku's incessant lecturing. Rosha silently stared at the den mushi and abruptly hung up. Unwilling to endure the monk's sermon. Such a nag. Do I not know to flee when defeated? In this world, there is nowhere I cannot escape. If I can't win, why would I stay? Does Sengoku have any idea how adept I am at fleeing? Rosha's tirade made the mole want to laugh, though he controlled himself, his face reddening. Ignoring the mole, Rosha took a thin blanket from his space and covered himself before closing his eyes. Of course, Rosha was not sleeping. He was entering the system space. System, initiate the lottery. Ding, 500 million berries deducted. Lottery wheel activated. In an instant. A wheel appeared where there had been nothing, spinning wildly and leaving Rosha dizzy. Approximately a minute later, ding, congratulations, you have obtained the formula for the anywhere door. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the formula for the storage capsule. Ding, congratulations, you have increased the development of the space fruit by 10. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained stone 1. Ding. Lottery concluded. Thank you for participating. As the system's voice faded, for new items appeared in the system space. Rosha sighed. What about the last item? Ding, no item was drawn for the last attempt. Hence the system does not report. With the system's clarification, Rosha's expression darkened. Not only had he failed to draw any combat skills, but the last item yielded nothing at all. All he received were auxiliary items. A flicker caught his eye in the system space, revealing a luminous orb. Space fruit ability development increased by 15. Rosha smiled broadly, grasping the orb, which transformed into sparkling particles that merged into his body. A warm sensation coursed through him, bringing forth a plethora of techniques and applications related to the space fruit in his mind. Rosha was overjoyed. 3 days later, in the comm belt, Rosha groggily stood up. At that moment, the mole approached him. Azure Dragon. We are nearing Amazon Lily. Once we cross this comm belt, we shall arrive. The mole handed Rosha a stack of notes. This is the information on Amazon Lily and the Pirate Empress. Rosha accepted it, reviewing the materials briefly, gaining a general understanding of both Amazon Lily and the Empress. Moments passed, and suddenly, a dark red pirate ship appeared on the horizon, its bow resembling 2 sea serpents. Rosha's previously lazy gaze sharpened as he spotted the vessel at the same time. The lookout on the opposing ship noticed the approaching warship. The mole's expression grew grave. The two ships gradually drew closer. As if predetermined, both coming to a halt upon the sea, the mole straightened his posture, seriously regarding the ship belonging to the Snake Princess pirates. As time flowed slowly, Rosha heard the sound of high heels clicking on the deck. As the sound grew clearer, Rosha beheld the face of the approaching figure. Clad in a striking red long coat that highlighted her nobility and authority, the attire fitted her slender form perfectly. A white cape added layers and grandeur to her overall appearance, making her seem even more imposing in motion. However, Rosha noticed a subtle arrogance on the pirate Empress Boa Hancock's face, rendering her demeanor both cold and proud. Rosha frowned slightly. Humph, Navy over there. What do you intend to do? Why are you blocking my ship? The mole calmly produced a piece of paper inscribed with the word summons, stating, Boa Hancock, by the name of the Navy warlord. I invite you to attend the public execution in half a month. Humph, what public execution? I refuse to go. You Navy can leave. The mole furrowed his brow but continued. This is a Navy order. As a warlord recognized by the Navy, you must attend. I am the most beautiful woman in the world. If I say I won't go, then I will not. Hancock declared, leaping onto her own warship. However, Rosha did not catch sight of Hancock's head. Humph, no matter what I do, you will forgive me, right? Hancock's lips curled into a seductive smile. Rosha glanced at the dozens of Marines behind him. Their eyes now shaped like hearts, appearing utterly entranced, as if under the spell of a siren. Sweet, sweet wind. Rosha frowned, his palm unconsciously glowing with a blue light as he touched the heart-shaped wave emitted by Boa Hancock. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Sweet Fruit Fragment 2. Rosha was taken aback, as he hadn't anticipated that such a subconscious action would not only